She asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, and little Candy just clenched her hand in silence. Years flew by, and by the time the 21st century rolled around, Candy, just 31 years old, was already serving as an associate professor at the pharmaceutical faculty. His molecular lab was slammed non-stop, and big shot company reps kept showing up at the door, waiting their turn like it was a non-stop emergency. Every single day, that scientist's calendar was jam-packed. Stacks of reports, non-stop lectures, budget wrangling, and a steady stream of scientific symposiums. Even while they were testing brand new drugs, Kanzi refused to lie down. He snapped back at the worried assistant that he couldn't slow up, not when sick people needed him. He downed his hot coffee, shot a glance at the childhood photo of him and his sister on the table, and hissed that he'd never waste a single second again. Right in the middle of that quiet office calm, everything got shattered. Colleagues burst in, frantic to find a sensei for a contact. Kanzi gave a worn-out smile, then calmly asked everyone to start by showing the guests the laboratory. Other researchers straight up admitted their own theses left them totally lost, like they'd hit a brick wall until his advice finally pointed the way. Yakutani somehow pulled off everything at once. He jumped in to help his colleagues, wrote up the guidelines, dug through foreign reports, and still found time to run his own mind-bending, ultra-complex experiment. In the hallway, the employees could only groan in total confusion, staring like, how does the sensei keep pushing past human limits like it's nothing? His colleagues stared in shock at his sheer endurance, because only he could crush through that brutal workload and still fire off complex experiments on his own. They trudged down the corridor at a slow, dragging pace. The Yakut swore he was a medical genius. Then, out of nowhere, a colleague turned his attention to something totally different. A childhood photo sitting on his desk. The man sipped his coffee, totally unaware of the questions creeping up behind him. His assistant froze for a beat, clearly unsure how to answer that question. He added one more thing. He'd spotted a picture frame full of kids in his office. She stared at him, utterly baffled, and demanded to know if he truly had kids. The girl in that photo was his sister. She died from a brain tumor, and that brutal loss is what lit the fuse and pushed him to launch the night experiment. He snapped the timer off without warning. The man let out a quiet sigh, like the late hour was weighing on his chest. Chronic insomnia was battering the doctor nonstop, dragging back those old nightmares where the little sister pleaded for rescue and the doctors just stood there helpless, shrugging their shoulders. After Yakutani swallowed the medicine, she kept hearing her own soft, breaking cries and the doctor's verdict that the tumor was inoperable. Those harsh words about medicine's limits lit a fire under him that never died, and he vowed to wrestle with fate itself so he could forge instant-action drugs. He refused to quit, then strode straight into the laboratory's darkness with unwavering confidence. He swore he'd build a medicine no one had ever made, something that could rip his younger sister back from death and spare the people he loves the brutal pain of losing them. A heavy night pressed down outside, and he still hadn't managed to leave the office. Yakutani stood alone in the empty lab, while the machines droned low like a warning. Fatigue's shadow clung to his face, screaming that the fight had taken everything. With every step, he sank deeper into the room's dark depths. His finger pressed the button with that same old muscle memory motion, like he'd done it 100 times before. As he slid his gloves on, the scientist couldn't shake the bitter question. Was he really fighting all this pain for the patient? He slumped against the table, replaying those endless research days, dead samples piling up, and soulless machines humming like nothing mattered. The chemical dispenser dutifully measured a microdose into the tablet cavity, and the man let out a heavy sigh of pure relief. He let out a heavy, hard exhale through his teeth. In his head, faceless patients crawled back into view. He couldn't even remember the last time he saw living people, or if these medicines would ever reach them. Yukutani shrugged off his white coat, slipped out of the office at last, and shut the door behind him with a quiet click. The clothes came flying off his hands and slapped the back of the chair like they didn't want to wait. He snatched a marker, slapped the new process's launch time onto his wrist, 3:42 a.m., He dropped onto the bed like he had zero control, and with every part of his body he knew it. Through the whole project, not once did he ever get a real, normal rest. My eyes shut on their own, and one thought hammered me non-stop. There was 0 point dreaming of a full vacation right now. In the thick dark, his eyelids snapped shut on their own, and every thought of rest got wiped clean. Deep down, he once dreamed of being just an ordinary city pharmacist. Too bad this exhaustion is about to drop him in the worst way, right here and right now. At 8:20 in the morning, the assistant yanked open the office door and stopped cold. On the floor lay 31-year-old Yakutani Kandi, lifeless, with his heart finally quitting from sheer exhaustion. A stubborn desk clock sat there, casually mocking the moment as time itself froze for that brilliant scientist. The girl's mouth went numb. She couldn't get a single word out because the horror finally hit, and it froze her solid in pure shock. His body just shut down. An acute heart attack turned into the unavoidable ending for a life spent saving everyone else, even if it cost him his own health. Then, out of nowhere, he snapped back into himself, let out a low groan, and strained to lock his eyes on the strange wooden ceiling above him. A brutal headache hammered his skull, and his body flat out refused to listen. Right then, a thrilled young maid burst into his view, grinning wide as she shouted that Mr. Falma had finally woken up. The boy fought to push himself up, but the terrified girl grabbed him and begged, "Don't!" even as she drilled into him how that merciless lightning strike had nearly ended him, and somehow he'd survived. He shot his hands out in front of him, froze in place, and stared at the kid's palms, trying to wrap his mind around where his lab had vanished. The maid froze in fear, panicked that the electric shock had scrambled the boy's memory, and dashed to grab a mirror. The maid snapped into action and bolted to the dresser to grab the mirror. The boy blurted out in pure confusion, "Wait, you mean me?" While his mind spun, he was scrambling to remember her name, Falma. He stared into the mirror and froze in pure shock, because the frame didn't show him at all. It showed a very young, blonde boy's face, the same one the girl had just called Falmo de Medicis. Her head spun with wild ideas about experiments in the Imperial Medical School, while the frightened maid just stared at her, totally lost. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he shot upright, shoved his legs off the bed, and took that first shaky step like the ground might vanish. With hands shaking like crazy, he snatched the frame and slammed the window open with a brutal bang. Right in front of him stretched a jaw-dropping, luxurious estate, all polished French gardens in perfect order. Then the maid beamed and said they were right inside the empire of Saint Fleuve. Panic hit him as he tried to decode what was going on, so he grilled her about the era, and it utterly left her speechless. She blurted, shocked, that it was already the 114th year. Then it hit him hard that none of the landmarks he knew were anywhere. Crimson heat flooded the boy's face when he realized this wasn't a dream at all. It was way too real to be happening. With a graceful curtsy, she flashed a smile and announced, "I'm your servant, Lotta." The very Lotta he'd only ever called Lotta before. A sudden flash of a past life memory hit his brain. After a brutal day at work, he didn't fight anything. He just dropped down and rested. The boy crumpled onto his knees right before the window, stunned to realize he didn't get killed by fate. He died from pure, reckless overwork at his job. The mind just couldn't accept it. Yakutani Kandi, the brilliant scientist, was suddenly gone, and his main research was left hanging, unfinished. The boy's eyes went wide, bulging with pure, instant shock. Falma fumbled over the words and asked the maid if he could undress, because that ointment was itching like crazy, leaving her stuck in an awkward, no-win situation. He flashed a guilty little smile, totally thrown off, like he didn't know what else to do. As he started wiping that dark mess off his shoulders, the boy's move made Lotta gasp in pure shock. The girl loudly declared these were the holy signs of the god of medicine, and it left Falma utterly stunned. He kept scrubbing his skin, silent and relentless. Under the dirt, strange branching lines burst through, spreading over his hands like something alive. Lotta dropped to her knees, sobbing prayers, while Falma scrambled to explain what an electric current even is, only to fail. The boy just stared, stunned by the strange lines etched into his skin, while the maid watched him with reverent awe, praying he'd understand. The maid threw her hands to the sky, thanking the heavens like her life depended on it, while the young man just stared at her blazing prayer, utterly lost and confused. He stared at his forearms again, trying to dredge up what the locals believed. The boy chose not to shatter her naive faith, and he just smiled back, warm, bright, and reassuring. Just a bit later, Lotta scooted next to him, trembling, and timidly asked if she could taste his food. Falma watched that satisfied girl and beamed with pure joy, thrilled that such a sweet, shining assistant had finally arrived in this brand new world. He still couldn't believe he'd ended up with his very own maid, but the thought genuinely lit up his mood. To him, that girl was pure chaos, in the best way, like the funniest kid alive. He stared at that determined girl, totally thrown off, because he couldn't wrap his head around what she was demanding from him. Falma went stone still mid-bite, cookie stuck in his mouth, when the maid blurted that he had to use the magical shinjitsu to make water for her. Lotta stared straight into his eyes, hope blazing, and begged him to show his strength again, just like he used to. The maid was wildly waving her hands, desperate to get across one extremely important truth about his situation. When she heard him hesitate, the maid yelped in terror. Could he really have the nerve to forget something this important? The boy frantically racked his brain for that mysterious word, but before he could nail it, the girl snapped, reminding him it was his special ability. She clutched her hands to her chest and declared, loud and proud, that the power to summon water is the true proof of noble blood. The girl's face tightened as she frantically wondered what they were supposed to do next if things were really this serious. His eyes went wide the second he grasped just how deadly this was, and instantly cold sweat poured down his forehead. The maid clutched her face in despair, crying that without this power he'd lose his noble title and get tossed out like some nobody, and the boy just couldn't let that happen. He let out a heavy sigh, crossed his arms tight, and started wrestling with what to do next. In the end, Falma begged for some space, swearing he'd do whatever it took to finally make peace with his powers. Falma couldn't stop wondering if he even had it in him to master Shinjitsu, the same divine art the last owner of his body wielded like it was effortless. Once he'd been a scientist, he could have drawn the water molecule from scratch, atom by atom, even down to its tiniest quirks, but he still couldn't tell if that knowledge would actually save him now. The boy kept pacing the room, heart hammering as he racked his brain on how to kick off the magical process. Suddenly, Lotta's maid's words snapped into his head. To summon water, you've got to paint a clear picture of it in your mind first. He cupped his hands and leaned in, whispering the sacred word with laser focus. Water, show yourself, he screamed in his head, fighting with every ounce of strength in his body. Falma didn't picture water like normal. He imagined the cold, exact formula, H2O, 2 hydrogen atoms locked to 1 oxygen, and an endless ribbon of those tiny particles pouring out of his hands. Realizing his own life hung in the balance, the boy slammed his fist shut and refused to back down. But the miracle never hit. His palm stayed bone dry, like nothing had changed. He kept chanting the incantation over and over until, BAM! A weird flash tore through him, and something unknown suddenly appeared perched on his shoulder. The boy froze in pure shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He peered into his empty palms one more time, hope blazing in his chest, only to get nothing. Mysterious patterns erupted across his shoulders and arms in a blink, and he yelped in shock. That strange, bright tattoo throbbed with magical light, blasting right through the clothes like it owned the whole room. At first he told himself it was just heavy sweat, but then bam! Clean, unstoppable water started blasting out of his palms. Shock hit him like lightning as he stared down at the crystal liquid smeared across his hands. No way, something else was buried in there, and this power was exploding right out of his own body. A tiny water spiral calmly danced up from his palm. In seconds, the room erupted into full-blown chaos. Water ripped through the space, and the boy panicked that he'd be drowned any second. He clutched a massive water ring in his hands, and it refused to slow down in the slightest. He fought tooth and nail to calm the chaos, but the storm kept slipping through his grip. One more second, and this whole room turns into a full-blown swimming pool. Then the window was his only shot. He shoved the raging current through it with every last ounce of strength. Water exploded outward with a deafening roar. A massive geyser blasted out the mansion's second-floor window like the house just erupted. The liquid slammed onto the courtyard pavement like an unstoppable wall coming down. He squeezed his eyes shut in agony, forcing himself to steady his mind. He had to wipe that water image out of his head, right now, before the madness swallowed him whole. Falma peeked out the window, then nervously asked Lotta if she'd gotten soaked when his sudden downpour came crashing down. The girl burst out grinning, "It's real water!" And the boy finally understood he'd nailed it. She burst into happy laughter, wiped her tears away, and thanked him for that cool splash of mercy, because now she wouldn't have to haul water out by hand just to keep the flower beds alive. Falma tightened his fist, eyes narrowed, trying to decode the rules of this bizarre new world. Suddenly, he spotted something that didn't belong. The boy stepped farther into the room, stunned that something as simple as imagination could conjure real water straight out of the air. All he could do was helplessly laugh at how ridiculously insane it all was. He rolled up his sleeve and froze when those dark, incomprehensible symbols stared back at him from his skin. The tattoo on his left forearm matched his old note, except it was flipped like a mirror, and the moment he brushed it with one finger, the ink instantly smeared and blurred. That fancy inscription has been reduced to a grimy little smudge. He scribbled this note himself on paper right before his past life was abruptly snuffed out inside the lab. Even with his whole place in the universe up in the air, he still clung to one thing, who he was, a scientist, straight from Earth. His old life was gone for good, and as the young maid fussed over his collar, Falma locked in with iron resolve, this new road was his, all the way to the end. At first, he had to adjust to the girl's non-stop fussing. She refused to leave him alone, even when it was just simple chores around the house. The blinding flash finally died down, and there it was, a clear path straight into an unknown future. The friendly maid flashed a warm smile and told Falmy that making the bed was her duty, and that quiet kindness instantly made the boy blush hard, completely at a loss. No choice remained, so I swallowed the truth, accepted it, and somehow fought to survive this second life. The girl leaned in and told the boy everything. His family, the de Medicis, where Bruno served as the imperial physician, ran their medical school, and held some terrifyingly powerful water magic. Falma shot a shaky smile, realizing he'd just stepped straight into the most brutally complicated family mess imaginable. The noble baron title hit the boy like a punch, because that rank was considered way above a prince. Lota told Falma how rare his name was, and he quietly laughed because deep down he knew his parents didn't pick it out of magic. They just stuck with the family business. This honorary award was reserved for sheer mastery alone, skills so rare they mattered even more than royal blood. Falma stared at his own palms, obsessing over what new magic he could unlock, because the local medicine here felt nothing like the stuff back on Earth. That weird name for Paula's older brother, plus his father's full-on obsession, had the kid instantly slapping a label on the old man. A total pharmacomaniac. When Falma heard her strict father was supposed to come home tonight, her stomach dropped with fear, because that family dinner was about to go very badly. Lotta's nerves spiked as she cut straight to him and demanded to know if that young gentleman had truly blanked everything he'd once learned about medicine. The boy slumped there in stunned silence, heart racing as he desperately tried to figure out what those local doctors truly knew. The massive oak door inched open with a long, terrifying groan that echoed through the room. A giant fancy dining hall opened up in front of them, all dressed up with sleek chairs lined along the windows. The moment the boy slipped inside, the door clicked shut behind him with a quiet, chilling finality. Right before it all hit, the maid blurted out a worried warning to Falma to be ready, because his father might grill him with sudden questions about medicine during lunch. The young man swallowed his fear and inched across the huge room, while the family's head sat at the far end like a king on a throne. He marched up to the table while the footman stared him down. Fear gnawed at everything inside him, because now he was Falmo de Medicis, and he had zero right to show his face or reveal who he really was. The tough master of the house and court physician, Bruno de Medici, said he didn't want to wake his son. Then the boy blurted, gasping, that he'd already fully recovered. 4-year-old sister Blanche and their mother Beatrice bombarded him with worries right away, but Falma just smiled politely and thanked them for caring. He dropped into the chair with an awkward little grin, trying hard to act like he belonged with these people. Later, he prowled into the rich man's home library and gawked at the endless wall of handwritten tomes. The maid leaned in and said that, by the master's orders, Falm was getting trained through a special program made for gifted young pharmacists. Then it hit him. Just a few hours ago, he totally shocked himself by reciting every word from every science book on those shelves from memory. A sudden revelation hit him like lightning, and his heart started sprinting in his chest. He jolted with a shock. Those pages hit his mind like they were stamped there, because he'd studied them in his past life, down to the tiniest detail. The boy flipped the page of the massive tome with total confidence, trying to cram in as much fresh info as he could before lunch hit. At the festive table, the head of the family quietly stirred the stew, lost in his own storm of thoughts. Out of nowhere, a flash of memory slammed into the boy's mind, and a weird, electrifying sensation surged through his body.
Це були чужі спогади. Клаптики життя справжнього Фалмі.
The boy was gone, and while the family kept eating and laughing, not a single one of them had a clue about the awful truth waiting in the dark. After that first shaky try, he clenched his nerves and held his breath. A feast covered the table. His relatives had piled it high to celebrate his sudden recovery. That flavor was absolutely unreal. The boy clamped his teeth and choked on a silent plea, begging the dead baby for forgiveness for accidentally taking his body and the love of this family. Suddenly, magical sparks spun around him, and a strange, fiery warmth surged straight through his body. Yeah, sure, hearty food gives you fuel, but right now he needed something completely different. Right then, he got something that hit his mind like a warm home, pure family comfort. Right before his eyes, the past snapped into focus. An office, blinking computers, and endless work he once burned himself on, all while he forgot the simple joys of being human. His father clasped his hands in a grim silence and warned, "This time you barely clawed your way back from death because of my special mixture." The boy ate lunch in peace, imagining his new life for himself, and for the real Falmu, until his father casually dropped the bomb. After lightning struck him, his heart flatlined for a full hour. Falma tried to hide his jaw-dropping shock, slapped on a goofy grin, then rushed to thank his father for the divine art he just unleashed. As the family's head sipped his drink like nothing mattered, a chill sweat erupted across the boy's forehead when he finally understood just how badly the local medicine lagged behind real progress. Secluded in the library, Falma started digging through local books, and the moment she read about it, her stomach dropped. Some doctors were using numerology and astrology, lacing patients with deadly toxins disguised as medicine. He pressed his hand to his face, staring like, wait, how does any of this make sense? Because in this world, magic wasn't mysterious at all. It was treated like normal science. When he stumbled on a sketch of brutal skull trepanation meant to grow flowers, his stomach lurched and pure disgust hit him like a punch. As he flipped through the patient mortality tables, one brutal truth hit him hard. Here, the sick had almost no chance of surviving. Falma's eyes flicked away in heartbreak as memories crushed him, his old life, and his tiny sister strapped to an oxygen mask, who, right before she died, had desperately wondered if she'd ever get to play outside again. Then the doctors could only stand there, watching helplessly as even the newest cancer drugs hit a wall and failed to stop it. That brutal memory hit him like lightning, and suddenly his resolve snapped into place. With everything he'd learned from the 21st century, he had to fight back and save as many people as he could from the town's crushing ignorance. Right then, the father snapped out of his stern trance and demanded the recipe and the method for that ointment, Falma's secret for healing his burned hands. A spark flared in the boy's eyes. This was his first real shot to kick change into motion. Falma spoke with total confidence about his ointment, remembering a wild recipe he'd once read in books: pyrite, kateso oil, lizard eyes, and bat wings, all boiled in holy water under a full moon. Relief hit the father like a weight lifted, and he boomed that Falma was his real son. Then, out of nowhere, he snapped, "Tell me, kid, are you feeling any discomfort?" The scared little kid could only gasp in shock, staring wide-eyed at what happened. He replayed every step of crafting the healing ointment, stunned as he wondered where on earth he'd learned those exact, delicate details. His dad told him about tomorrow's lesson with Ellen, and the boy just stared, totally lost, scrambling like crazy to remember that name. The very next day, in the garden pavilion, the teacher grilled him on why he'd changed so much, so Falma panicked and blamed it all on jumbled memories after that lightning strike. The girl snapped and jabbed the boy in the forehead with her finger, calling out his way too polite act as fake and unnatural. She leaned in so close she practically stole the air, demanded everyone call her just Ellen, and the poor student snapped back in pure shock from that intimidating distance. The very next day, that lavish garden pavilion sank into a lazy, sleepy hush. Ellen added that Master Bruno told her about the accident in full daylight, and she exploded with outrage that nobody had warned her sooner. Falma let out a breath in relief, thinking, "Wow, I got out of this way too easy." The boy stood there stiff as a board, listening to the teacher, fighting to hide every confused thought. The boy eagerly went along with her guesses, praying that his rebirth would be pinned on the power of that miraculous potion. After the heart flatlined for a full hour, the teacher reminded everyone how doctors from the medical academy somehow brought it back to life. The moment she started pointing out those weird burns on her hands, Falma snapped his palms behind his back, but the girl's sharp stare screamed that this wasn't just some ordinary burn. She grabbed his hands and begged him to breathe, telling him that after a lightning strike, the only goal is one thing: survive, and that the missing memories would come roaring back with time. She asked if he remembered even his magical powers, and the little boy's face lit up as he proudly nodded, bragging that he could conjure pure water. The girl's face went ghost white on the spot, and they both locked eyes, stunned into silence. After catching her breath, she tossed the dull pharmacy aside and wasted no time. She put his divine powers to the test right then. Along the way, she fired up her explanation. Every aristocrat in their world has to master the sacred art. The calm lakeshore felt like the perfect spot for her very first training session. She kicked things off with the fundamentals, who the patron gods are, and how the 5 elements of magic get locked in forever at birth during the baptism. The girl snapped that any kid born without a divine gift gets kicked out on the spot and stripped of their noble title, and that truth made the boy shudder deep in his mind. He scribbled every word like his life depended on it, realizing this new world doesn't spare anyone, even the nobility. Ellen snapped that the aristocracy's power runs on magic alone, so once the kids weren't blessed, the family didn't raise them at all. They kicked them out. She pointed out that hardly any doctors on the whole continent have that divine gift, and then she smiled because he was lucky enough to share the same god of medicine as his father and brother. When the teacher demanded answers, the boy couldn't hold back and shot back, "So what's this mysterious 5th element, the one that isn't really an element?" She told him nobody had mentioned this attribute for 300 years, and the second he naively asked if thought power could forge any objects at all, she shut him down, saying a person could only create one specific kind of material. The boy's whole body erupted in cold sweat when she calmly said that anyone who can create absolutely everything is either a god or a true monster. After that wild water trick last night, Falma sat there, jaw clenched, and seriously started testing just how far his powers could really go. The boy snapped to it fast. Once he knew chemical formulas, he could cook up or wipe out any substance, and just as he got it, his mentor called his name out of nowhere. The moment he laid eyes on the gift, his mind wouldn't let him breathe. Its meaning was haunting him. Ellen wasn't kidding when she saw the boy without a staff, because for a noble mage, that thing mattered as much as life itself. Both of them froze in that brutal, awkward silence while the guy scrambled to find the right words. She handed him her weapon and told him, "Try this, cast a simple water shot." Right then, Falma snapped back to it. His own staff was still hanging quietly in the bedroom. By the riverbank, the girl launched into a wild tale about how ancient wizards took on enemy castles alone, then turned entire wars on their heads. The student fixed his eyes on every single move she made, like he couldn't afford to miss a second. All at once, a violent swirl of magical energy erupted around the mentor like a living storm. The water hurled itself around the staff's tip, squeezing into a tight, spinning spiral. She told the boy to keep his eyes locked on the target, and she poured all her focus into it. A brutal water spear tore through the air with a loud whoosh, skimmed right over the river's surface, and the boy couldn't help but beam with pure joy. A blazing projectile tore across the water, ripping a long white streak in the sky before vanishing near the far shore. The boy blurted out in pure excitement that the magic he'd made looked like a real, unstoppable weapon. Before any of that, the bespectacled girl stayed stone calm and calmly chanted a water spear spell. Seeing his jaw drop, she realized the truth. He really had lost his memory, and this was the easiest magic of all, so she thrust her staff into his hands. The boy gripped a terrifying weapon, frozen between restraint and full force, until his companion snapped, "Go all out!" She grinned like a predator, silently waiting for him to make his first move. The girl urged her to picture the magic shape first, then speak the water activation spell out loud. She checked the river one last time, confirmed no fishermen were around, and then barked the order to begin. The boy shut his eyes tight and zeroed in on the image of water power, like it was about to explode into reality. A blinding, powerful glow erupted around the staff in an instant. Ancient magic surged to life inside the weapon, and it answered his call like it had been waiting for him. The first droplets blasted upward into the sky like tiny sparks. In the blink of an eye, that little stream detonated into a massive blast, elements ripping loose with a savage roar and tearing the banks apart. A wild wall of water exploded upward into the sky, roaring like it wanted to wipe out everything in its path. The young man clutched the staff in sheer panic, shrieking in terror as it hit him. One slip and he almost wiped out the entire river by accident. A blinding surge of divine power ripped across the sky, and Falma just went dead still, staring in pure shock. Falma snapped his eyes open on the forest floor, surrounded by fallen trees, confusion crashing over him as his teacher lay helpless on the grass. Fallen trees and scattered leaves stood as mute proof of how violently that eruption tore the world apart. He flailed his hands like crazy, shouting that he hadn't meant anything. He'd just gotten so locked in on the energy that he totally forgot to say the spell's words. Ellen snapped into shock and demanded answers, and the boy sprinted closer, begging her to forgive him for that wild, out-of-control blast of magic. The girl peppered him with non-stop questions about casting spells without any incantations, and Falma shrank back as she blamed the whole mess on her crazy powerful staff. She snapped at him that he could lose every last memory, and Falma immediately confessed, fists clenched in guilt. The boy insisted he was fine, but Ellen was already yanking a brand new item out of the case. She thrust an elegant staff into his hands and barked, "Both hands, now!" because she could already sense the boy was running on fumes. Her face drained of color, and her voice shook with terror over whether he'd make it out alive. She thrust a silver scepter toward him, wrapped in a twisting spiral, ending in a clear, glowing sphere. Falma lunged for the staff, and Ellen slammed both of his hands around the handle, forcing a tight grip. She pressed in from behind, clung to the artifact with him, then warned him straight up that no one can survive unlimited divine power. Her fingers clamped tight around the handle, yanking the last sparks of runaway energy under control. She couldn't believe it. How could he unload that much energy without dropping dead? Because once he usually finished burning out, he'd be good for nothing. People started using a special gauge to master divine arts. It measures your power level and flashes it in a color that tells everyone exactly how strong you are. The moment Falma snatched the staff, Ellen's jaw dropped in pure disbelief. The moment he hit it, the device snapped to life and started vibrating like crazy. The boy just muttered a confused hum, staring hard at the obedient artifact like it had answers he couldn't find. Then he clutched the handle harder, squeezing like his life depended on it. Ellen screamed in terror when the staff suddenly burst with a colorless glow that absolutely swallowed every limit anyone could have imagined. Suddenly, boom! A brutal crack echoed everywhere, shaking the air. Falma could only stare in shock and blurt, "Wait, is that really true?" She didn't even realize her own hands had shattered her glasses, yet she kept screaming that an exit beyond the limits had never happened to anyone in the world. None, not even the Emperor. She bolted straight to him, demanded to see his arm, and then just stood there, stunned by the holy sign of the god of medicine blazing on his shoulder. Falma tried to brush it off, saying these were just ordinary lightning scars, something a person could actually survive, but it only fired up her rage even more. Ellen snapped back in rage, screaming that they had to stop these ridiculous tales, because after a hit like that, nobody survives. She cut in and said those so-called ordinary burns don't glow with blue fire, finally snapping the guy out of it as he stared down at his own hands. Falma stared at his palms in pure shock, and this insane, otherworldly power surged through him, wiping out every trace of fatigue like it was nothing. Ellen, his teacher, warned him that the lightning might have yanked his divine impulse off course, then asked straight out how he felt while she drew magic. The boy stood there, completely frozen in silence. Ellen ordered Falme, no exceptions, to bury the measuring device where nosy eyes couldn't find it, because when that kind of massive power finally breaks loose, it doesn't just hurt people, it kills them. And now its magic has gone completely limitless. She stared at the device, totally baffled, then blurted out for him to wait. Falma fumbled through an awkward promise. He'd hide his abilities and keep them from turning the world into chaos. He truly didn't grasp the danger at all, and with pure naivety he blurted out, "Isn't it enough to just fake being a normal water mage?" They were heading back down the path, but the girl could barely match his lightning-fast stride. And that's where their secret training for today finally slammed shut. Ellen's cheeks were blazing with excitement, and she admitted that terror made it so hard to even spot the road under her feet. Falma spun around, and her hands were trembling like crazy. She let out a quiet sigh, like all the fight drained right out of her. Pounding down the sidewalk, Ellen slipped back into the conversation about that night when a guy got hit by lightning. She clenched his hand and whispered that once his heart stopped, the very god of medicine slid into his body. She gripped his hand tight and whispered the truth, that she desperately wanted to believe he was still the same Falma, but deep down, she knew he'd changed completely. In the park, the girl kept staring at that strange flash and realized it could have killed him, yet once it restarted his heartbeat, it rewired his whole soul, his magic, his personality, and even his memory. It was the only explanation that could make the boy stare at her in pure, shocked surprise. Falma gazed at her with a soft smile and swore he'd push himself harder than ever. But Ellen was still sobbing, begging him with shaking hands not to unleash his insane power like it doesn't matter. The boy just stared at her, silent as a confession, already knowing the truth. This body didn't hold some terrifying god at all. It housed a regular medical researcher from the modern world. Then it hit him. Her real fear wasn't darkness or monsters. It was this. When gods are real and people can wield superhuman strength, they don't get admired. They get dodged, feared, and treated like a threat. Falma blurted out a totally unexpected funny trick, one that lets you see clearly without glasses, just to get a smile back on her face. He got her panic, because if he slipped up even once, it could kill her, and that's why being near him felt terrifying. Falma taught her to tuck the palm just right, leaving only a hairline gap, and the amazed girl lifted her hand to her eye. She squeezed the slit tighter, pinching her eyes shut and straining to see through the darkness. Ellen didn't buy into this method at first, but the guy wouldn't let up. He kept pushing her to try it. Peering through a pinhole toward Falmouth, the girl sucked in a sharp breath and stared in pure, stunned awe. The world snapped into focus the second it happened, and she burst into jumps and happy laughter, clinging to him as she begged, "So what's the secret behind this trick?" His pupil snapped into a razor-thin vertical slit in an instant. The light vanished in a blink, and Ellen blurted out in shock, asking if something was stuck on her face. Falma could do nothing but stay silent, completely blindsided by the confusion. But the moment he clutched the girl's hand even tighter, she yelped in sharp, searing pain. She trembled and demanded, "How did you even know about my injury when I've got no bandage at all?" The boy panicked, flailed his hands in every direction, and blurted out non-stop apologies. Suddenly, Ellen turned translucent in his eyes, and the injured wrist started burning with eerie blue light. They dropped onto a park bench, and Falma tried to play it cool, yet a shaky laugh burst out anyway. Ellen snapped to attention and blurted, "Why did the color of your palm suddenly change?" She trembled and whispered that it was exactly like a divine vision from the god of medicine. The girl stared at her own hand, frozen in disbelief at the wild sensation coursing through it. The boy stared at her hand like it held the key to everything. Ordinary stretching. Ellen jerked back in pure panic, whispering that no human could ever hold powers like that. Ellen stumbled back in panic, her voice shaking as she demanded to know what he even was. She yelped and recoiled as Falma barreled closer, totally clueless about what had just spooked her. Falma sprinted toward her, breathless and yelling her name with pure excitement. Fear seized her body as she begged him not to come any closer, but the boy only stared at her, utterly confused. Both of them froze dead in their tracks, staring in horror at what they'd just uncovered. A sudden, unified scream of pure horror and total confusion tore through the glade. She jabbed at his legs, shrieked, and demanded, "Where's your shadow?" And just like that, Falma went stone still, realizing his biggest secret had been exposed. The boy's eyes were brimming with raw, unstoppable terror. In full panic, she bolted without a clue what to do next, and only later realized she'd dropped her glasses. The family's head stared at the mysterious letter and swallowed hard as silence claimed everything. Right in front of the boy, a terrifying unknown force was waiting, and so was a mysterious assistant with glasses. In the giant library, all the grown-up pharmacists burst out laughing at his ideas, treating them like some kid's joke. The father's sudden question hit like a shockwave, and the boy froze, dumbfounded, totally lost for words. He burst onto the street, still stunned that a personal mentor named Ellen was real. Cold sweat burst over him when the thought hit. She was terrified of his power, and she flat out refused to teach the monster. The stern father grilled his son hard about that brand new potion. Then he shoved a glass vial into Falme's hands and barked, "Get this to the teacher, right now!" The carriage wheels whipped around at breakneck speed. The boy slumped against the carriage window, staring out as the world outside stunned him by looking exactly like medieval Europe. He finally cracked his eyes open to the world outside his room for the first time, and there it was, a real, breathing city sprawled along the riverbank. The boy pressed his face to the carriage window, staring out as he marveled at a world that had no cars and no airplanes. Now all he wants is one thing. He refuses to burn himself out like he did in his past life. He longed for a calm life where real human connections mattered more than the non-stop grind for success. At last, the carriage lurched to a stop right before the Bonnefoy family's colossal, lavish estate. The boy pushed closer and closer to the ornate garden fence, like it was calling him in. He ditched the carriage and barreled straight for the entrance. But instead of a warm welcome, a knight in full armor stepped in and barked, rudely asking why he was even there. The guest jumped back as an ironclad giant barreled into the room with a thunderous crash, gripping wooden swords. The boy forced on a friendly smile, but the knight blurted in panic, screaming if he'd come to finish him because of that secret. To prove he meant no harm, the young man flung open his cloak flaps, revealing he'd arrived empty-handed, no weapons, no staff. The terrified knight's whole body shook even harder, and he kept shrieking in panic about retribution. The boy pleaded with everything he had, begging him to believe his story as his opponent shook in front of him. Finally, he hit his breaking point and screamed at the top of his lungs for him to calm down, right now. Falme shoved a bottle into the girl's hands and told her straight up that her father had begged him to bring the medicine. Ellen gasped, asking why he'd come himself, but the boy only shrugged and said it was all because of the head of the family's will. She stared at the potion, totally confused, totally clueless that the boy had secretly swapped the tangled recipe for a harmless paracetamol alternative. The girl stared at the strange kindness, then teased, "Did you slip poison in it?" And the poor kid nearly froze with fear. Falme panicked and started insisting nothing was wrong, then yanked out her glasses and the ointment for tired fingers. He let out a heavy sigh, stunned by how fast she's folding into panic. Back there, the guard was dripping with sweat, shaking so hard he frantically swung practice swords and begged, "Please believe me!" Her glasses and a jar of ointment clattered onto the table. At last, the boy pulled out a stunning bouquet and poured out a heartfelt thank you to Ellen for every single day she'd taught him. She bowed her head and asked, under her breath, why she was getting gifts at all, because that gifted student wouldn't need a mentor anymore. Falme flashed a gentle smile and told her, straight from the heart, that he just couldn't bear to let her go. Ellen flipped up the helmet visor, and the second she spotted her favorite sky blue flowers, a wave of joy burst across her face as she blushed. The girl leaned in and whispered that he was the god of medicine walking in human form, chosen with a sacred gift, so no matter what she tried, she couldn't teach him a thing. She swore she'd guard his secret from the entire world, so that kid could live in peace among everyone and keep building his strength. Finally, Ellen pressed Falme hard and begged her to stop abusing her deadly power. She suddenly dropped to her knees in front of him, clutching a massive bouquet of roses. The girl admitted she knew absolutely nothing about his divine art, then begged Falme to stay her mentor. She stared at his back, clinging to hope like it was her last lifeline. The room sat in tense silence, so heavy it felt like it could snap. Falme burst out, breathless and bold, insisting she was the only thing keeping him alive, and the girl instantly flushed bright red under her helmet. They both froze, stunned into an awkward, loud in their heads silence. Then the boy threw on his cloak and bolted for the door, praying she'd be back in a flash. As Falme fumbled through an awkward explanation of what she knew, Ellen's face burned, so hard she couldn't even get a word out. Medical books didn't have a single clue about this strange new art. After she said goodbye, the girl was stranded in silence, just her thoughts racing and crashing inside her head. She leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and stared at the bottle, the ointment, and the letter sitting there on the table. Ellen snorted with victory, fully convinced no one could fool her that easily. Tugging her glasses into place, she smirked and vowed she'd crack the poison mystery, straight from the god of medicine himself. The girl wasted no time. She grabbed a chemical reagent and tested the suspicious potion for poison right on the spot. Slowly, drop by drop, he let the solution fall into the test tube. She summoned the holy water, demanding it expose the poison if it was hiding there. Nothing happened. No spark, no flinch, not a single reaction. The liquid inside those test tubes stayed perfectly clear, like nothing had happened at all. After realizing she'd wrongly blamed Falma, she clenched her courage and downed every drop in the bottle. With a trembling sigh, she breathed out, thinking these medicines were a real miracle sent by the god of medicine. Suddenly, her expression snapped into pure shock, because that taste was nothing like the master's potion. Panic slammed into her the second it hit, and she frantically tore through books hunting for an antidote. The bottle skidded across the floor with a brutal clatter, and the girl screamed that she'd been cheated. Suddenly, numbness slammed into her. A brutal, scratchy pain in his throat vanished out of nowhere, leaving him completely fine in an instant. The girl whipped her head back, utterly stunned and confused. That brutal fever finally broke, and her strength came rushing back, so hard it left her stunned clear down to her soul. She sat at the table, surrounded by scattered books, and then it hit her. Those empties weren't just some magical potion mystery, they held real, pure medicine. The girl tapped her fingertips to her face in disbelief, because even her teacher's legendary elixirs had never hit this fast, or this hard. In her mind, a boy's face flashed, eyes wide, begging her to believe him and not to abandon him. Ellen narrowed her eyes and finally understood the truth. This legendary healer wasn't some random miracle at all. He'd been guarding people as a guardian god the whole time, never once bringing harm. Next morning, she thundered onto the estate on horseback, clanking in heavy knight armor, and her blaring command left Falma frozen. She demanded they set off right away for the deserted island. The boy's mouth gaped open in pure, stunned disbelief. Ellen gripped the saddle with total confidence and told him she felt amazing. She was raring to get back to work as a teacher. The next morning, the royal estate woke up in pure peace and quiet, like the world had finally held its breath. In the air, the mighty name of the new doctor patron still hung like thunder. Falma finally let his shoulders drop, and a real, heartfelt smile lit up his face. At last, the tension finally broke, and it was like the world cracked open, ready for fresh plans and brand new adventures. The peaceful sky over the estate flared bright, like the world itself was promising a calm, easy day ahead. Ellen clenched her fist with fierce defiance, just like the promise she made to sail to the Medici family's untouched, uninhabited island. Then her fighting spirit vanished the moment that boy casually lifted a colossal block of water into the sky. The usual training spot by the riverbank got swapped out for the seaside, and the boy grinned as he sprinted through the shallow surf. His mentor snapped into panic and yelled at the boy, forbidding him on the spot from throwing a single stone. The student ignored every warning, and with a single wave, he yanked a giant chunk of ice up out of the water, making the girl shriek in pure terror. After all that, she grabbed his attention and told him to train on plain little stones. The boy just froze, blinking hard in pure confusion, clasping his hands together like he didn't know what else to do. A panicked teacher clutched her staff and bolted in to wrestle control back from the chaos. The student shrieked in pure panic and the magic slipped right out of their control. A colossal block of ice ripped through the air with a sharp, violent snap. A broken hunk slammed into the sea with a deafening boom, blasting up a towering column of water. A massive wave slammed into them, knocking them flat, and their mentor got flipped upside down, splashing into the water and losing her glasses. A monstrous wave crashed onto the shore and tore away every trace of their failed training. As evening dragged in, the two trudged along the shore with tired feet, and the boy suddenly said, "Let's tie these glasses with a string so they can't fall off again." She happily pulled out a brand new pair and bragged with a grin that she'd been smart enough to stash 3 spare sets. She shot down the whole idea of the rope with total disdain, calling it the worst possible taste. She leaned in and told him, with total confidence, that there was nothing to fear, no need to worry at all. Chilled sea breezes slammed into the scorching afternoon and instantly made the heat feel like it vanished. Even with his wild divine powers roaring inside him, Falma couldn't stop a faint smirk, because Ellen refused to back off and kept the conversation going. The girl laughed, flung her head back, and let cool water rinse the exhaustion away. Then she practically dragged the boy into a "let's study together" moment. She suddenly snapped into an annoyed grimace, realizing every inch of her favorite staff was jammed full of wet sand. Ellen snapped her fingers and conjured a blade of pure water. Then, with one sweeping slash, she wiped every speck of dirt off that precious weapon. With a towel pressed to her face, she shot Falme a sly wink and promised, "I'll train you until your divine gift is mastered for real." The boy nodded hard with gratitude, and pure warmth spread through his soul at the kindness. Soon, Falme swept back into the lavish estate, and the servants instantly lit up, greeting him with loud, respectful salutations. Stalking down the corridor, he stewed over the local magic, and how he could summon anything he wanted just by thinking it. He had another power, totally unheard of anywhere in the world. Only he and his mentor knew it existed. The boy cracked his palm open, and the second his pupil caught the light, it snapped into a razor-thin vertical cat slit. The world around them shifted, and suddenly the crack showed. The father was writhing in a brutal toothache, the maid's eyes looked raw and swollen, and the butler was stuck battling chronic heartburn. Now he finally got the rules. Those damaged organs lit up blue, and the instant he thought the correct diagnosis, the glow snapped to sharp, clean white. Falme scribbled notes into his notebook, drilling into his brain for the perfect way to treat whatever was coming next. His mind was stuck on osteoarthritis, the brutal joint disease that traps people in nonstop pain and forces them to lean on crutches. After poring over the medical records, the boy grinned like he'd solved everything and lined up the glassware on the table with zero hesitation. Now they had to forge the raw materials they needed. He snapped his arm forward, already picturing the future substance's molecular structure like it was right there in his head. That local lab was insane, fully loaded with every tool they could possibly need. In the very first surge, he burst into existence and conjured pure glycerin out of thin air. Then the emulsifier hit the mix, and the first ingredients finally fused together in the chemical beaker. The boy zeroed in on forging an oil base and cracking heparin apart through a wild, intricate depolymerization process. He mixed the ingredients like a mad alchemist, drizzled in a few drops of fragrant oil, then set the whole concoction aside to cool down slow and steady. Behind the boy, the outline of his past incarnation started to claw its way into view, right as that heparinoid moisturizing lotion finally got done. Falme beamed with warmth, praying this remedy would finally win Lottie over. In the mansion corridor, he bumped into a shocked girl, and before either of them could react, he thrust a wooden box into her hands. The boy earnestly begged Lotta to take the gift, insisting it was his thank you for all her daily care. Falme bumped into Lotta in the mansion's cozy hallway, grinning as she got ready to spring a tiny surprise on it. The boy thrust a gorgeous box of fresh lotion into the maid's hands, praying she'd love the gift. He pointed out that her skin had gone rough from all that washing, then told her to start rubbing in that heparinoid-based hand product on a regular schedule. Falme still remembered crystal clear how brutal it was to keep up with the everyday grind of hauling and managing water. The young man was genuinely worried sick that her hands kept aching non-stop, even when the cracks weren't bleeding. With tears streaming down her face, Lotta thanked the young host and nervously asked whether this healing cream would work for her mother too, and the boy nodded right away, like it was a sure thing. "Falme-sama, I'm so happy! Thank you so much!" she cried, tears blazing down her face as she pressed both hands to her chest. Not long after, Falme and Lotta tracked down his mom to slip in effective pain relief for her lower back. No reason needed, just pure relief. She blinked, stunned that her own husband hadn't even noticed, yet her son did, sensing her hidden illness with terrifying accuracy. The boy softly said he'd clocked her tiny, off-balance steps, and he got why she didn't want to bother the family's always-too-busy head. Hearing that, the grateful mother didn't even blink. She unbuttoned her dress right there in the middle of the hall. Falme's face burned at her mom's blunt honesty, and he kept wondering if this was even normal, while his mother was already barking orders to the maid to help her strip off every layer so she could get treated right away. Meanwhile, the young healer kept at it, calmly grilling the mother with instructions and promising those ketoprofen compresses would finally crush the pain in her back. The silk dress fluttered down with a sharp rustle, landing right at the lady's feet. Falme awkwardly clutched the open bandage, her mind screaming, "Is this even normal? Why does it feel so painfully intimate?" His mother was slumped on the bed, breathing in ragged bursts as she clutched the sheets with shaking hands, crushed by the brutal pain in her back. The boy pressed a healing patch to her scorching skin, slow and careful like it might save her life. The boy tightened his focus, pressing the bandage hard as he shoved away every ounce of awkwardness. The woman snapped her back into a sharp arch and let out a sweet, breathy moan as the pain vanished on the spot. His breathing finally slowed, and the tension melted away as his whole body went loose. As Mom basked in the cozy heat from the compress, Falma's face flared red with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into thin air as her satisfied moans escaped her. The mother gasped, stunned by how the relief hit her. She couldn't even believe it. Falma awkwardly yanked her gaze away, cheeks burning from how intensely she'd just reacted. Later, she hauled herself out of bed, eyes wide, and blurted out whether the medicine would actually keep working without a single bandage. The moment she heard the yes, the mother's face lit up. She practically tackled her son in a tight, joyful hug. The woman clutched her back in shock because an unbearable pain had just ripped through her. Falma reassured her that the plaster wouldn't budge because it clung so hard, and that its no-smell trick would hide the treatment from her father. Then the woman burst into tears and clung to her with brand new, fierce hugs. The maids huddled off to the side and giggled quietly, totally thrilled that their young master just smashed the new problem with pure brilliance. She clung to the boy with all her might, bursting into happy tears, then thanking him again and again for saving her life. As Falma strolled through the garden, she was stunned by Adelina's tears, while Lotta smiled and said it was pure joy for the common folk to finally get real medicine from the gentleman. Every servant in that estate practically lit up with genuine joy the moment the saving potion came around. Then the talk swung straight to her father. Turns out the fancy court pharmacist had no clue about what regular workers suffered, not even when it came to Lotta's mother. For that nobleman, it was like they disappeared into nothingness, just an empty space where there should have been something. Falma couldn't believe it. Those aristocrats even swept aside the loyal servants who'd worked beside them for years. Lotta lays it out. Noble doctors never treat commoners, thanks to this so-called status barrier, so the poor get cornered and burn their last coins on shady shaman nonsense. The young man couldn't believe it. Splitting patients by where they were from felt barbaric to his bones. He lowered his head and fell silent, like the whole world just went still. That kind of injustice doomed thousands of people to die young from the most basic, preventable diseases. Don't let your social status turn into a prison you can't escape. That young man swore he'd hunt down the one right cure and get it into every poor person's hands in this world. Suddenly, Lotta stared at him, eyes sharp, and in that quiet moment she realized he'd never once shown her warmth like this before. That sudden question instantly blitzed Falma with embarrassment, and he scrambled to play it off with a goofy laugh, terrified it would expose the secret he was hiding. The boy froze, staring at her in disbelief, because he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Lotta leaned in and confessed. Today, he genuinely took her breath away. Even if everyone labeled Falma as just an inexperienced kid, he refused to back down. He was going to flip the way people saw pharmacy. Praise hit him like lightning, and a hot blush rushed his face. Then he started wildly denying every single word, begging them to stop. Even if being here felt like pure heresy, he vowed to throw everything he had into it. Falma realized one brutal truth. If anyone ever clocked his weird powers and the fact he had no shadow, they'd haul him off and execute him. So his only way to survive was to become so useful to society they couldn't afford to touch him. Morning hit, and he pushed open the living room door with total confidence, eyes locked on his one main goal. He only had one dream: forge the perfect medicine and deliver it to every living soul on this entire world. At the dinner table, the boy's gut instantly told him something was off, because his sister, Blanche, was nowhere in sight. The young man stopped dead beside the dining room door, and a sickening premonition hit him like a punch. His parents' gloomy, crushed faces crushed any hope left in him, confirming the worst thing he feared. Blanche's father snapped out the horrifying truth. The little girl has been fading for 3 weeks from chickenpox, and with the medicine here at its local best, her chances of surviving are almost nothing. A boy sat under the tree calmly reading while the girls nearby laughed and wove flower crowns like it was the easiest day ever. His mind snapped back to what he knew about the chickenpox virus, the one that torches kids' skin and leaves painful blisters everywhere. Clutching the medicine, he sprinted down the deceased hallway, because without a proper vaccination, that infection could turn into a disaster in seconds. Holding the curtain aside with care, the boy leaned in and whispered to Blanche, asking if she was awake yet. On the bed sprawled his 4-year-old sister, hope blazing in her eyes as she barely managed to whisper his name to her older brother. He knew that mom's immunity only shields babies, and now this disease was coming for the girl with everything it had. She sobbed and begged him to leave, terrified her father would lose his temper. But then red spots blasted across her whole face, and if no help showed up right now, that rash would keep spreading like wildfire. The boy carefully pressed his hand to her burning forehead, while his little sister just kept whining about the maddening itch crawling all over her body. He tapped his finger to his lips and swore he'd get her medicine to ease her symptoms, then begged her to keep it hidden from her father. Even though his parents banned him for 3 whole weeks from even getting near the sick girl, he still slipped in and tended to her in total secrecy. Meanwhile, in the library, the father calmly warned him that this sickness can come back, and even the medical books won't say a word about it. The boy went completely still as the truth about his own past hit him like a punch. Then he snapped at his father, demanding to know if he really planned to leave his daughter stranded and unsupported for 3 whole weeks. He faced his stubborn father head-on, demanding to know why he was sentencing his own child to a torture that wouldn't end. The man coughed, then leaned in and told him the virus never truly dies. It's trapped in the nerve nodes, and the moment the immune system drops, it comes roaring back as brutal, painful shingles. In this world, nobody even knew what viruses were, and treatment was nothing but wild superstitions, so nobody could ever promise a brand new medicine would actually work. As Falma scanned the symptoms, she couldn't shake the fear that the local doctor might have guessed right by pure luck, no solid trail of her own observations at all. Before, he only handed out store-bought meds, but now he'd unlocked a wild gift. He could conjure medicines right out of thin air, and his very first try? Acyclovir. When it comes to beating chickenpox, 3 antiviral heavy hitters actually deliver: acyclovir, valacyclovir, and famciclovir. The boy pictured the molecule structure in his mind. True, acyclovir demanded more doses, but its tiny weight made it way easier to map out perfectly, with 0 slip-ups during the synthesis. Falma snapped his eyes shut, silently battling through that impossible chemical name, then slowly lowered his hand over the empty bowl. He perched on the edge of the bed beside sick Blanche, then leaned in and swore, soft and steady, that he'd stirred in sweet sugar to make the mix go down easier for her. The boy bolted up the stairs to his sister's room, gripping the prepared solution in his hands. A wild burst of magical light erupted around his palm as he roared the command to begin synthesizing acyclovir. The boy clutched the prepared mixture in both hands and bolted toward his sister. She took a sip of the mixture, lit up instantly, and blurted out that it tasted like sweet grapes. Blanche grinned and happily licked the last sweet trace of the medicine off her finger. Out of nowhere, his little sister shot him a look with wide, shining eyes and blurted, "What kind of medicine is that?" because their father had already told them this illness had no cure. Those few simple words from the little girl hit like lightning, and Falma instantly froze dead in his tracks. Gripping the glass with both hands, rash crawling over her skin, Blanche softly called out to her brother. The boy winked at his sister with a grin, then leaned in and urged them to keep their secret hidden from their always too busy father. He yanked her hand out of the way and yelled that peeling those blisters was a straight-up mistake because the virus would spread fast. The boy realized he'd said way too much about those unknown viruses, then fumbled into a frantic cover-up, muttering that a brand new secret book held the real truth. Blanche blurted in shock at that unknown word, and suddenly they had to race to compare the virus to an invisible evil spirit. When she heard the evil spirits were real, the girl bolted under her blanket, shaking with fear, but her brother pressed in close and swore they'd beat that darkness together. She shook with pure fear, but he gently stroked her blanket and swore he'd always stay by her side. Suddenly, the girl lowered her voice and blurted out, "Why did my brother change so much?" He swallowed hard, forced a crooked grin, and blurted out why she'd chosen to do it that way. She curled up with the doll, hugged it close, and whispered that now he was finally leagues better than he used to be. The girl froze for a second, then clutched the blanket tighter, like it could keep the whole world away. Blanche remembered he'd never once played with her, and he hadn't even bothered to peel apples for her. Clutching the toy to her chest, she whispered that her love for him would never end, past or present. The boy's face went crimson with embarrassment, and he couldn't get a single word out. Little Blanche squealed with joy as she clung to her brother's neck, and their father, Bruno, watched from a distance with sharp suspicion, like he could feel a mystery lurking right around the corner. Bruno couldn't shake it. His daughter's sudden recovery had a hidden trick behind it, and he knew the kids were keeping it locked down tight. Blanche's illness finally vanished, and with a bright, cheerful chirp, she proudly called out to her brother. A little while later, the boy snatched up the screwdriver and got to work. He was blown away by his own insane power. He could spot every ailment with pinpoint accuracy and scan people's bodies like a real-life, modern tomograph. The idea that he was slowly slipping away from his human face terrified him to the core. The boy studied the tiny glass lens in his hands, terror clawing at him as the reckoning for powers that big finally closed in. He slammed the table in pure triumph, and the sudden power of it sent the maid, Lotte, with her broom, reeling in fear. Before the real owner of this body could ever come to terms with what happened, his conscience tormented him, because that person would never have accepted this fate. The scariest part? He didn't cast a single shadow on the bright sunlit floor. Fear slammed into him. What if they accused him of demonic possession, when he should have realized his power was a gift from God? He couldn't shake the fear that the Inquisition would come for him next, convinced he was a deadly threat. Falma carefully tightened the adjusting screw onto the metal plate. With a grin on his face, he lifted the ready-made Leeuwenhoek microscope he'd built himself, ready to dive into the microcosm for his next big studies. Falma finished the job. He built a one-lens metal and glass microscope that zoomed in 200 times, just in case the boy couldn't rely on the strength in his right hand. Just as the boy was about to fire the device up, Simon, the assistant, rocked the lab door with a sudden knock. Shocked by the sudden knock, Falma dropped his tools, kept his cool, and said he'd be there on his way. Simon kept pushing him to hurry, because Falmu's father had called him in, and while Falmu dragged his feet, the boy nearly burst out laughing, still thinking about Bruno's ridiculous candle and dance ritual in the garden. The boy was fighting tooth and nail to keep a straight face, because the second he laughed in front of the servant, everything would have gone up in flames. Meanwhile, Simon flat out insisted that Falma was on the edge of getting his very first real gig, an apprentice court pharmacist position. Right in front of me, that horrifying full moon night still blazed. My father stumbled into the grassy garden and danced these wild, impossible steps, trying to summon the divine art. But the assistant's next words wiped the fun off Falma's mind. This was it, the medical exam of the Empress herself. The second Bruno stepped into his father's office, the air turned razor thin. He snapped they were heading straight for the palace, and barked at his son to get ready right now. When Simon officially announced the young master was arriving, Bruno didn't even look up. He stayed locked on the trip ahead. Falma suddenly clocked his father's quiet cough, dry, stubborn, and tormenting him for ages, even as he fought to hide it. The worried boy demanded to know what happened to Her Majesty, and Bruno shot back grimly that the Empress's condition had suddenly taken a nasty turn. Seeing his son's worried face, the father snapped that all the jokes had to stop, and his focus needed to be razor sharp, because if he couldn't behave, the man would leave him behind at home. Sensing how dire it was, Falma snapped her hand over her face, ready to fire up her diagnostic vision the moment she needed it. Falma jerked at his father's sudden question, then panicked and shoved it away, pretending like nothing ever happened. He flat out swore he'd go with him, but Bruno shut him down hard and refused to spill a single detail about the ruler's condition in that room. To calm Lotte, the boy leaned in and swore her father would handle everything for sure. That harsh command to assemble right now slammed the brakes on every single conversation. Slipping into a raincoat, Falma bolted straight for the exit. Lotte clutched her fist to her chest, quietly begging him, "Please, be careful." The royal guards tore through the streets, shoving the peasants aside with zero mercy to clear their path. Bruno de Medici's cavalry burst forward, charging through the crowd's anxious whispers like a war drum about to hit. On the way, the boy replayed Ellen's words in his head, because their whole family's fate now hung on whether this treatment would work. If they made one wrong move, it was game over for everyone, because the ruler of San Fleuve wielded the mightiest fire-based divine art, and he controlled the whole continent. Right before the horsemen finally crashed into view, the majestic palace of Empress Elizabeth II loomed above it all. Because she didn't just inherit her throne, she fought for it and earned it. At the gate, the herald slammed out a thunderous announcement. Bruno de Medicis, the royal pharmacist, had arrived. Dozens of armed guards stood shoulder to shoulder blocking the main entrance, like a fortress. The servant bowed to the Archduke, then leaned in close and murmured that the ruler herself was already waiting for them, Professor Claude de Choriac, too. The servants dropped into a deep bow, snapping their heads toward the arrival of Archduke de Medici like thunder had just rolled in. In that lavish hall, the Empress and Professor Claude de Choriac were already waiting, like they knew exactly who was about to walk in. Bruno snapped from the doorway, demanding to know how the governor was doing. The moment the court pharmacist spotted the Archduke, he spun around in shock. A shaky whisper hit his ears. "This fever won't break, and the poor patient is coughing up blood." Doctors hovered at the bedside, whispering in shaky voices that the patient's lungs had crumbled badly. Pale and utterly spent, Empress Elizabeth II coughed up blood onto her bed, and right before the ruler of San Fleuve, Falma stood there, completely frozen in shock. The young man finally met his father at work for the first time. He hurried to the bed and grabbed the sick man's hand. Falma held his breath and stared with laser focus. Bruno spun the hourglass, letting every heartbeat tick down like a countdown. His eyes narrowed into laser focus. He quietly apologized, knowing the future pain he'd unleash would hurt them. Right after that, the man thrust his hand forward and unleashed the divine magic of water. Falma's head spun as his own power collided with the parental spell, like it knew exactly what it was doing. A stormy droplet hit the test tube and then it vanished, dissolving into the liquid like it never existed. The glass rod stirred the liquid together like it was forging something new. Falma couldn't believe it. Those local doctors were actually diagnosing people with astrology like it was science. The boy's whole body went numb the second his father's hand landed on the astrological disc. Bruno leaned in and inspected the metal device with laser-sharp focus. The father's face hardened as he read the star's warning. Death was coming for the Empress, and Falma shook with furious indignation. Bruno snapped at his son to stay outside as he stormed off toward the laboratory. He rushed to jot down the analyses, praying there was even a single clue hiding in all of it. "And this is their whole diagnosis?" the shocked boy blurted out, jaw dropped, unable to stomach the absolute nonsense he'd just heard. Falma shot a glance at the court pharmacists, stuck in the same dark, wandering around with zero clue what to do. In the Empress's bedroom, Bruno could only shove out strong pain relief, and the second Falma caught the air, she instantly knew there was that deadly, familiar scent. Even for the ruler, the court physician had nothing but one shaky, dubious potion left to try. The poor woman lay on the bed, and her life seemed to drain out of her second by second. Falma instantly caught the stench of opium and mandrake, and it hit her. This patient wasn't sick by accident. Someone was slowly drugging him to death. With a weight crushing his chest, Bruno begged the Empress not to end his life. Then he thrust the special medicine he'd been preparing right into her hands. The Empress shut her eyes in helpless silence, whispering, "Tell me, is there truly no way to save me?" Falma caught a faint poison in the medication mix, while the other doctors threw in the towel and shut down the fight for her life completely. That treatment lit a fire under him, because it felt like they were just putting a doomed patient to sleep, like it was all over. By the door, the court physicians were already huddled in frantic whispers, urging them to fetch the temple priest right away, because whatever was coming would hit by the very next evening. Suddenly, a sick person let out a quiet, painful moan from the side of the bed. The boy could barely trust what he heard, convinced the court doctors were quietly sabotaging her on purpose because they wouldn't even lift a finger to try to heal her. Bruno's hands also fell slack, but Falma snapped back to his days as a pharmacist and swore he'd act fast, right as brutal coughing rattled the bed. He slammed his hand over his face, trembling with horror at the thought of the pure, hellish pain she'd been swallowing this whole time. A brutal hit slammed into her chest and crushed her breathing. The ruler's battered body gave out completely, dropping helplessly into the pillows. This world basically looked like medieval Europe, and Falma started spiraling fast, guessing which deadly diseases might be haunting the locals. The young man leaned in, eyes locked tight, calculating every symptom like it was a clue that could crack everything. At the same stage of civilization, that diagnosis should have been painfully real, something grounded in the everyday world. Right before the boy's eyes, deadly diagnoses stacked up non-stop: lung cancer, then neglected pneumonia. That eerie blue glow lit up the damaged spot, but the local medicine had no X-ray or CT scans to pinpoint what was really going on. The boy shut his eyes as the nightmare hit. Right in front of him lay consumptive tuberculosis, the deadliest terror of all. He couldn't save the Empress with streptomycin, the first miracle in history, because it demanded injections, while the boy could only pull off tablets he could synthesize. This ruthless bacillus has been wiping people out for centuries, and even in his own modern Japan, it still stalks as a deadly threat. Falma was in a feverish panic, frantically deciding which extra drugs to mix with mandatory rifampicin to finally smash the disease with the right deadly combo. The sick person's pale face sat frozen, eyes clouded with anxious half-remembering. First on his list, ethambutol. He picked pyrazinamide as the second ingredient. Isoniazid slid into the mix as the third ingredient. Rifampicin's tricky formula just wouldn't copy. Then a little princess's cry ripped through the corridor, and everything snapped into chaos. With crushing despair, Falma realized he couldn't perfectly replay those three substances' molecular structures in his mind. Little Louisa clung to her skeletal mother, tears streaking her face as she demanded to know when she'd finally get better, while the servants scrambled to hold the prince back at the entrance. The frail empress could only stare at her daughter with tears in her eyes, powerless even to reach out and hug her back. The little prince sobbed his heart out, yelling for his mother, while the terrified servant fought to keep him from breaking free. The boy snapped on the divine eye, and right away it pinpointed the cure for tuberculosis, rifampicin. He pressed his hand to his face and realized the cure wasn't simple. He'd need 4 different meds, all lined up for the treatment. At first, Falma decided to test the medicine from his imagination. He ditched the formulas on paper for later and went straight to seeing if it would actually work. Falma strode right up to the sick empress's bedside, bowed, and apologized for his boldness, leaving his father stunned. The court doctors hissed their outrage in low, angry whispers. The empress, drained to her last breath, barely managed a whisper. "Tell me, do you really have new medicine?" He pressed his hand to his chest and swore, mouth set in steel, that the new medicine would heal her. She flashed a shaky smile and asked if he knew what was wrong with her. Falma answered by asking, point blank, for permission to examine her bodily fluids. His eyes stayed ice cold, locked on the target. The father seethed, yanked his son by the shoulder, and tried to hurl him out the door for rudeness nobody had ever seen before. Suddenly, the Empress slammed the order to halt, and with rage and desperation in her voice, she announced that she was betting her life on the boy because the court doctors were dragging her toward death one slow mistake at a time. She stirred the room with her divine gift and then declared, with chilling clarity, that she could feel death closing in. Once he got the okay, Falma slammed himself into the laboratory, totally brushing off his father's furious screaming and pounding on the door. Eyebrows knotted with exhausted hope, the woman stared at the boy and asked if he'd thrown in the towel too. Falma answered with zero doubt, no. That locked-in stare and his rock-solid yes made doubt vanish completely. The boy froze for a heartbeat, then clenched every ounce of his determination. He slammed a thick ice wall over the only exit and refused to cave into the furious shouts demanding he unlock the door right now. A thunder of loud knocks slammed into the door. He zeroed in on every move, swabbing for a tuberculosis stain, racing the clock so he'd finish before the lock cracked. He yanked his main tool out of his vest pocket in a hurry. Then he inched the slide over the alcohol lamp's flame, holding it steady until the smear finally disappeared. And then he pulled out a pocket microscope and went straight to studying the sample. A calm, steady glow from the spirit lamp bathed the sample as it sat there, ready for analysis. The spirit lamp's flame kept burning steady on the table, like it refused to flicker or fade. Suddenly, the ice barricade exploded into shards, and Falma jerked back, wide-eyed with shock. At the doorstep, his furious father stood there, trembling with rage at the sheer audacity. Falma stayed calm and said he was mixing medicine for the Empress, but Bruno just exploded with shouting right back. He snapped, "Stop this madness right now," then hammered the truth. White death can't be cured, so don't toy with the ruler's life with useless hopes when death is already breathing down their neck. Falma stared in shock, because Bruno had already seen the White Death before, but the teacher just exploded with rage, snapping about a diagnosis from 10 days ago and that drink that had supercharged the illness 30 times over. Bruno brashly boasted that he'd cooked up this divine art all by himself, and the boy's mind spun, like maybe Bruno had dug that weird technique out of some dusty old book. The boy finally understood he wasn't just meeting any pharmacist, he was facing a top-tier healer of this world, and the man basically demanded, "Don't chase knowledge only through books. Go look the patients in the eye." Falma watched the teacher like a hawk, realizing he'd spotted the deadly illness and somehow crafted a cure of his own, no magic diagnostic eye in sight. The boy snapped the question straight at the man. "Why are you pretending you don't even know what this disease is?" And the man shot back with a brutal answer. "It's incurable." As Falma watched the divine art challenge unfold in that weird, stomach-turning way, doubt sank into her heart. Could this bizarre ritual really do anything at all? Bruno snapped that there's no cure for the White Death, then leaned in and demanded, what would the student do when the queen crumpled into despair? Falma shot down the claim with full confidence, saying that the medication really exists and telling the teacher they've got to take it right now, no delays. The boy warned that Bruno's brutal, painful cough meant tuberculosis had struck during all that long, grueling care of the queen. Staring that shocked teacher straight in the eye, Falma swore, no hesitation, she'd craft a drug strong enough to wipe out this deadly plague. The boy thrust his hand over the glass flask, and magic tore into the mixture, whipping it into a violent, turbulent synthesis. Bruno's eyes went wide with pure shock. Falma swaggered right up and confidently grabbed the empty bottle. The boy calmly got to work, lining up the glassware with laser focus as he began crafting the medicine. The father stared at that wild chemical formula on the page, completely lost, then snapped at his silent son for answers, right now. Right then, a sharp blast of magical wind tore the paper straight out of Falma's hands. A heated argument ignited. He whipped his staff at his own son, screaming that the created substance was poison, and the boy was in full panic, begging him to wake up and not level the laboratory with water magic. His father's fury kept climbing. He even threatened to label that unknown compound a deadly poison unless he got answers. Falma snapped back with a scream, fighting to cut off the rampaging spell before it tore through and flooded the whole room. But the man planted his feet and pressed again, demanding to hear the boy's real intentions. Before his son could even blink, the father snapped his staff forward and slammed a lethal storm of ice swords down on him. The boy just shot his hand forward, and with a flash of disappearance magic, he erased the attack before it could even land. Falma's mind started screaming in disbelief. His father actually had the nerve to strike, and not by accident, but with the full intent to hurt. He snapped into a counterattack, then blasted out with his own power. A massive wave of ice ripped across the stone floor in the blink of an eye. He stared in jaw-dropping shock at a wall of ice ahead of him, made out of thin air, no chance, no staff, not a single word. Razor-sharp ice spikes slammed into the floor, splitting the hall straight down the middle and stopping the fight dead in its tracks. With fear shaking his whole body, the father stared right at his son and softly demanded, "Who's really standing in front of him?" Her father's blood turned to ice, and a helpless whisper tore out of him, "Falma, no." Every single thought snapped into one desperate plea. Bring us back home. Alive. Bruno crept up to the table in silence, snatched his son's notebook from beside the medical bag, and kept moving like he never existed. He carefully flipped each page, one slow turn at a time. The man fixed the boy with a hard, stern stare. He stopped cold at the exit, spun back, and in an icy voice warned his kid it would be the last time he'd ask. On the table sat a torn-open diary, packed with wild formulas and graphs nobody in this world had ever even dreamed of. Bruno locked eyes with his son, pressing him for the truth behind those weird runes and the bizarre diagrams. He jabbed a finger at the drawing and demanded the truth, right there, right now. The boy stared at his father in pure terror as rage flared in his eyes, and his father snapped, demanding to know who the boy was. Falma softly confirmed what everyone feared, and Bruno jolted, shuddering as he spotted the holy mark of the god of medicine burned onto his shoulders, right after that strange dream. The father froze in place and stared hard at those eerie, holy marks on his son's shoulder. As the boy stammered that he had no idea where those marks even came from, his father's face lit up, because he suddenly knew his son had just been hit with a divine revelation. Falma told us the new medicine secrets hit him like lightning in a wild dream after he got struck. He clutched his head and fought to keep his emotions in check when he realized his own child had been chosen by the patron of healers himself. The boy wouldn't back down. He swore his formula was right and begged to be the one to mix the remedy for the queen himself. He even pitched his father on crediting the medicine to himself to keep his authority intact, but his dad snapped, "No." The boy went deathly quiet, terror locking up his voice. The stern man laid down the truth. Every patient is playing with their life, and only a total believer in the healer dares take that potion. The doctor should only prescribe what he truly trusts, and the father just prayed his son had learned that golden rule from him. Falma clenched his breath, feeling true responsibility and pure pride in his craft hit like a tidal wave. Because the queen trusted his diagnosis, she bet her own life by agreeing to take the remedy he proposed. After days of agonizing over it, the father finally nodded, giving his blessing. At that exact moment, the boy's hand blazed with pure magical light, and the man jerked back, flinching hard. With a bold, confident grin, Falma swore he'd whip up the medicine right away, one that'd save the queen and finally pull his own father out of deadly tuberculosis. Falma's father stared him down, trembling with fear and hope, begging to know, could this really be his own son standing right in front of him? A heavy, deep anxiety rang in his voice, like thunder he couldn't shut up. The boy flashed a warm smile and begged his father to trust him, then added, "I may not prove it with words, but I sure see myself as your son." Meanwhile, deep in the palace's dazzling hall, a long-maned noble burst in and blared, like a thunderclap, that the wait was finally over. He slid up to Falma with a tray and taunted, asking why she'd been so slow, and joking that maybe his father had ditched them. The young doctor stepped through those massive doors like he owned the moment, calm as a blade, while everyone nearby stared in curious silence. When they threw that sarcastic question about escape at him, he just smirked like it was nothing and said with zero worry that escaping wasn't even necessary. While the capricious patient in the bed snapped and demanded someone come right now, Falma stayed cool and calmly told her he'd brought fresh medicine, something he'd prepared together with his father. The nobleman stared at Bruno, baffled, and demanded why he let his own son run wild like this, why he didn't stop him. Yet the court physician only shook his head, like the answer was out of reach. The nobleman froze, shocked by how totally unexpected that answer was. With a crushing weight in his chest, Bruno finally confessed that his son had already blown past him in skill, and now he could only step aside. Falma pulled out those mysterious glass plates, smiled politely, and asked the patient to help him with his experiment right before he took her medication. He pulled out 2 ready samples of her own bodily fluids for her to see, and the poor girl went totally baffled. Holding out a tiny metal gadget, the boy begged her to inspect what was inside, slowly, carefully, like it mattered. The Empress trembled as she lifted the device to her eye, demanding, almost pleading, if she was doing it right. Right then, her eyes went wide with pure panic, and her heart literally stuttered like it forgot how to beat. Falma calmly told him, "You've got to stare straight into that tiny little hole." Claude snapped out of control, yanked the boy hard by the arm, and screamed that he'd been lied to and deceived the ruler. Enraged, the Empress snapped at her subordinate on the spot and ordered Claude to calm down right now. As the ruler blurted in pure excitement that she'd actually found real living beings, the doctors nearby shook with confusion and fear. Blushing hard, Claude blurted out a fast apology. Then he carefully took the device in his own hands to check every single detail. The boy invited Claude in a calm voice to have a look, while the ruler barked for his full attention, swearing he'd reveal what nobody had ever shown him. She couldn't stop glowing with excitement over the strange discovery, and she practically begged everyone to see it with their own eyes. Chaos exploded in the clinic, everyone shoved to get ahead, until Falma snapped everyone into order by pulling out a second sample. Once the noise finally calmed down, the Empress leaned in and demanded Falma tell her what kind of creatures they were. The whole hall froze in breathless anticipation, and every single eye locked onto the young pharmacist. While everyone else queued up, the doctors elbowed and argued, calling those unknown creatures caterpillars, and even whispering that they might be demons. Then the boy calmly broke it down. Those tiny creatures were bacilli, the killers behind the white disease, already crawling through the ruler's body. The chief court physician went stone cold with terror when he saw the ruler's body getting ravaged by invisible creatures. Falma calmly told him that the worst bacterial infections can be crushed with the right meds. The Empress leaned in, hopeful, and asked if the medicine alone would do it. Then the boy nodded and laid out a tight 4-part schedule to wipe out the illness. The boy explained that bacteria adapt fast to whatever you throw at them, so you've got to hit them with multiple meds at once, or they'll learn your strategy. A tense silence slammed into the meeting room, like the whole world was holding its breath. When the court physician pushed to speed things up, Falma cut him off fast. There was no quick fix for an ailment like that. In front of him stretched a brutal 6-month road. During the first 2 months, he had to swallow 4 different meds every single day, all at once. Because the disease had already latched onto the Empress's body, rushing now would only tear apart an exhausted body that could barely hold on. Doctors nearly panicked, terrified that this brutal therapy would wreck the government officials' internal organs with brutal side effects. Doubts kept clawing at everyone's mind, heavy as a storm cloud. Falma wheeled on his colleagues with full confidence and demanded, "Tell me, you ready to hand me Her Majesty's rescue?" He swore he'd test every single pill himself and own the results of every treatment, no excuses. Moved by his iron will, the Empress admitted he'd flipped her view of medicine, and with the father's silent blessing, the young man stepped in to take the medicine too. As he poured the mixture into the glass, the young healer warned with a hard stare, "Feeling better doesn't mean the white dryness is gone for good." The Empress lifted her glass and urged Falma to watch over her, and the young doctor, without a hint of doubt, swore he'd heal her no matter what it cost. She took one huge sip, and the second she did, relief hit her like a wave. The boy flashed a grin and told her, in a heartbeat, that it was her turn now to take the rest of the medicine. Falma tipped his cup to his lips and drained it with pure confidence. He marched back to the court physicians and declared, loud and sure, that once this infection was wiped out, White Death would finally stop killing for good. On that gleaming silver tray sat nothing but empty, elegant glasses and a handful of neatly folded paper packets hiding a marvelous powder. His booming voice rang through the luxurious bedroom, urging everyone to live free, no more fear of the merciless god of White Death ever again. The old courtiers just stared at one another, baffled, realizing a never-before-seen genius had finally arrived, while in the palace halls, praise for the empire exploded in joyful shouts. When his coworkers barreled in to grill Falma about his strange instruments, swearing they were divine, he just cracked up, then promised he'd hand over the blueprints to everyone. That weakened ruler leaned back with a faint, knowing smile, staring at the spectacle like it was his private show and thinking, "So this is the kind of Medici the kid became. Absolutely extraordinary." Meanwhile, Father Falmy started packing his gear in total silence, whispering that he could finally go home and rest in peace. Yellen, his assistant, gaped at the Empress in pure shock, her mind still scrambling to comprehend how huge everything was right then. Falma pressed his father's medicine portion into his hands, sealed up in a plain paper envelope. Bruno inched toward the door, while his son leaned in at the ruler's bed with pure relief, praying she'd drift into the sweetest dreams. The father scrutinized the medicine bottle, and when he looked closer, he realized he was holding in his hands the exact life-saving remedy meant for the Empress. Falma smiled with all his heart and promised his father they'd beat his white illness for good. The man snapped around, stunned out of his wits. The father's bitterness turned to a grim sigh, admitting the god of medicine held back mercy from him and instead poured it onto his young student. He shut his eyes tight, swearing he'd pour even more of himself into the cause, because his son had just dropped new, secret knowledge on them. Fingers clenched the glass bottle so hard it felt like it might shatter. The man spoke softly, but every word hit like a vow. He'd poured his entire life into the art of healing. The boy shook his head and gently insisted that those old parental methods never were wrong. Falma shot his arm out, grabbed his dad's attention, and begged him to keep being his mentor. That usually guarded guy finally cracked a real warm smile, and he thanked his son from the heart for the first time. The young pharmacist humbly admitted his knowledge was still too raw to trust. The maid stood there in stunned silence, watching a heartfelt peace bloom between father and son. Their firm handshake sealed the new alliance like a promise forged in steel. Finally, that satisfied boy beamed and blurted that his stomach was roaring for something sweet, while the maids behind him nearly burst into tears with happiness. The girls sprinted through the alley straight to the gates, and there, already waiting, was a squad of horsemen, ready to kick off their journey into the healing arts. A father and son sprawled on the couch in a huge living room, surrounded by scattered medical scrolls and towering stacks of books. They dug into St. John's wort's properties, then quickly realized that when you swallow it, it comes with a brutal list of side effects, so it's only safe for outside use. Bruno paced for a second, rubbed his chin hard, and then came up with a bold idea. Ditch that dangerous plant and swap in a plain old daisy. Falma snapped the idea into his notebook, grinning because they'd finally started trading medical knowledge out loud. The boy said St. John's wort doesn't just mess with mood, it can also blunt how other medicines work. 3 months have crashed by since that first meeting with the Empress. The father pored over his son's detailed medical records, crammed in every language under the sun, and stared in shock at the sheer mountain of ingredients meant to supercharge the medicines. Meanwhile, Falma tore through his father's assistant's papers and stumbled on a chilling clue. A lung infection, the so-called White Death. Bruno even clutched his head, realizing just how contagious and how brutally destructive this disease really is. Learning that their assistant, Fellini, had caught the same virus jolted the man to his core, but his son quickly rushed in to calm him down, telling him it was going to be a mild case. Falma said that while he was checking the courtiers, he discovered an infection spreading through many imperial pharmacists, but thanks to swift treatment, every last one got a shot at survival. Just as the young man was wondering if the Empress's divine power had actually helped her shrug off the medication's side effects, his father suddenly shoved an official letter into his hands. Nova Ruta University finally handed over those long-awaited documents, and the moment Falma read them, doubt hit hard. Would his therapy even work on ordinary people, or was it only meant for folks with magic? Bruno spilled the shocking behind-the-scenes drama at Nova Ruta University, and Falma suddenly realized that even here, medical factions were still clawing for power like it was life or death. Backwater medicine lagged miles behind the world's top labs, so both sides scrambled to snatch the initiative before the other could take control. When the vice president showed up in person to reveal the recipe for a cure to the deadly white disease, it left the boy absolutely reeling. The father slammed the idea down, convinced a conservative world would never even blink at the genius of a 10-year-old. Bruno leaned in and warned his son to keep the secret locked up tight, insisting his powers were a rare divine gift meant to stay hidden from outsiders. The boy revealed his plan to put the medicine recipe out for everyone to see, but his father shut it down with sharp, blazing skepticism. The doctor, who'd seen it all, still couldn't make sense of those rambling words on organic chemistry and bacteria, until they totally threw him off. Bruno warned that if you even miss one tiny detail in a process this complex, disaster is guaranteed. Falma planted himself where he stood and told everyone straight up, if you prep the right way, you can brew the medicine without a single drop of magic. The stunned man shot a question. Was his son really about to hand over something this valuable to society for absolutely nothing? The young pharmacist flashed a sincere smile and said, "It's only through honest, open sharing of knowledge that humanity can grow fast and blaze ahead." In his mind, he felt painfully awkward, because he remembered those formulas weren't his at all. They were figured out by scientists back in his past life on Earth. Bruno shrugged off the boy's wild thoughts as the will of the god of medicine, and Falma grinned because he managed to stand his ground and keep his professional principles intact. Suddenly, the father snapped out a horrifying theory. Someone inside the palace could be deliberately unleashing that deadly white disease. The father fidgeted, begging for answers about whether someone in the palace had unleashed the infection on purpose. And Falma snapped back that if it was a deliberate act, then they weren't dealing with random luck. They were facing ruthless, powerful enemies who wanted the Empress dead. He grabbed his son and warned him hard, show that rare brilliance with total care, because political traitors might be lurking right among the courtiers. Falma mused that even with the white disease injected, the odds of getting sick were under 10%, so trying to use it to assassinate just one person was basically a terrible gamble. "Yeah, I don't buy it," the boy blurted out, and his father's eyebrows shot up like he'd just heard the craziest thing. When they asked if the ruler's illness was just bad luck, Falma didn't sugarcoat it. She said it was probably fatal, plain and simple. The father nodded along and said, "Under the Empress's son's watch, nothing else is going to be touched." A little later in the palace hallway, Falma caught up with Noah and demanded to know where the Empress was, only to learn she was busy in the doctor's company. Noah lit up at the sight of the young pharmacist, then leaned in close and whispered conspiratorially that he had some scorching hot news to share. The moment the boy saw it, his eyes snapped wide, panic hitting him hard as he feared the ruler's condition had just gotten worse. Noah grinned like he knew a secret, and he stretched the moment out just to mess with them. Leaning in close, he hissed into his friend's ear that Her Majesty was about to reward him, big time, and in secret. When stunned Falma blurted out confusion, Noah snapped, "Fool," and reminded him he alone could save the Empress, and he was the finest pharmacist in the whole state. Falma stammered that the treatment wasn't done yet, but his friend snapped, telling him to quit the humble act and own his hard-won victory. Noah finally pressed him for the real reward, land or a title, and when the boy tried to brush it off by claiming he was only a second son, Noah's fury flared as he snapped that a true nobleman should be greedy. The boy leaned in like he was sharing a secret, pressed a finger to his lips, and hissed, "So tell me, what does Falma want? Rich fertile lands? Or a title that roars?" He kept pushing for the real secret behind everyone's future plans, and Falma, caught off guard, finally let it slip. He just wanted to open his own pharmacy. The other guy blurted out a surprised question about the pharmacy, and the young man shot him a hard, confident nod. Bright dreams of a future quest crashed over his thoughts so hard he couldn't see anything else for a split second. Hearing that, the girl snapped in rage, calling him a fool and blasting the idea that ordinary people shouldn't get medicine unless it comes from divine power. At that exact moment, the court healer swung the door open and declared, loud and proud, that he'd finished everything, while the queen was already waiting for them. Courtiers slipped aside in dead silence, and every eye locked onto the guests as they passed. But Falma just smiled, unshaken, already imagining those cheap, life-saving medicines rolling out to everyone, no matter their status. As he strolled past, that flamboyant doctor leaned in like a secret agent, clapped a hand on the boy's shoulder, and hissed for him to keep an eye on Her Majesty. Falma whipped around to stare at him, completely baffled. The moment they stepped into the chambers, the queen let out a breath of relief, thrilled that the long-awaited young healer had finally arrived. Staring down the mixed powders, Falma leaned in and swore to the queen these preparations would hit as hard as possible, with 0 side effects. When he was finally alone, the guy gave an awkward smile and begged them to forget those words because he'd totally made it up just to win over his conservative coworkers. The queen leaned in with a mischievous squint and teased him, saying those loud, pompous speeches in front of the court doctors just did not fit him at all. Empress Elizabeth stared at her savior with trembling tenderness, admitting that it was his heartfelt drive to help that lit a spark of hope inside her exhausted heart. She pressed her hand to her chest, and even with her serious illness weighing on her, admitted quietly that the boy is still her biggest savior. A soft, heartfelt silence filled the room, and it somehow hit even harder than a punch. The boy forced a nervous smile and basically confessed, "Yeah, there's no way I'm outsmarting the Empress. Not ever." With a bright grin, he denied every bit of that praise, then insisted he'd only jump back into this conversation once she was fully healed. Elizabeth spoke with a heavy heart, saying that once they prescribed those brutal medicines, her grandeur crumbled, and her former divine strength nearly disappeared. She stared ahead, lost in thought, wondering if she'd ever return to the throne she gave up so easily. With a heavy sigh, she bowed her head, remembering how her worth as a ruler vanished the moment the medication started. Suddenly, the young man leaned in and asked her if she'd ever thought about the people who needed her, just as a regular person, not some empress. Elizabeth snapped her head up in shock, because the name of her son, Prince Louis, suddenly slammed into her mind. The boy pressed on, demanding to know if, in the middle of her torment, she'd ever name the ones who were actually waiting for her. He grinned warmly and said the little prince doesn't need a mighty ruler at all, he needs a mother, and nothing, not even illness, can break that bond. And it wasn't just her son losing sleep. Regular folks all across the empire were praying like crazy, begging for her to get better. Those words hit Elizabeth like lightning, sparking her heartbeat back to life and reigniting her will to fight. The Empress broke into a quiet, genuine laugh, then covered her face with her hand like she couldn't help it. She leaned in and said his medicine mends a patient's heart. No sweet lies, no fake promises. Then bang from the door sent both of them jolting back in fear. For one precious second, warmth flooded the room, and everything fell into a calm, death-quiet hush. Just then, the little prince popped up at the doorstep, and that heavy, serious vibe vanished on the spot, leaving Falma smiling, totally baffled. The boy practically demanded to go play right now, then blurted at the top of his lungs, "When will Mom's medicine be ready?" Without even taking no for an answer, the little one giggled, grabbed the doctor by the cheek, and started tugging it just for laughs. Barely dodging the kid's chaos, Falma snatched his suitcase and bolted out, bowing goodbye as he escaped. Right before he left, he mysteriously dropped one last truth. After everything he'd endured, only one thing mattered, so the ruler's eyes shot up with shock. Falma knew death was coming for everyone, but he swore the next life would finally ease their suffering, and with the Empress already teetering on the edge, she'd get her second chance, and live it far better than most people ever live their first. The boy jolted up in pure shock. He flashed her a warm smile, told the confused woman to take care of herself, and swore he'd be back tomorrow. Ever since then, the Empress's plan sailed through with zero hiccups, but Falme had to keep yanking the spotlight again and again just to keep the prince entertained. After that, they pushed on with the king's treatment exactly like they always did. 6 months had clawed by, and now Falma strode down the grand palace corridor toward a huge ceremony, heart pounding as he nervously asked his father if a kid really belonged there, only to get a sharp, irritated hiss back. Even though young Falma blushed from the shock of being praised, his father leaned in and told him to stand tall and take pride in himself. Bruno strode down the palace corridor with total confidence, declaring that today the Empress's son, the Savior, deserves the highest honor as the most respected guest in the room. The throne room hit like a knockout punch. Its splendor was so unreal it felt unprecedented. While the boy gaped at the never-before-seen royal luxury, his father just smiled and said one day he'd finally understand. The herald's voice hit the air, and every single person froze, breath locked in their chests. With a thunderous swing, the magnificent doors burst open, and under Falme's stunned stare, Empress Elizabeth II marched into the hall like pure legend. Bruno lowered to one knee in front of his ruler, pure respect in every move. The boy was completely blown away, like he couldn't breathe from how breathtaking it was. To thunderous applause, the Empress handed Bruno the key to the massive lands of Marseille, charging him with growing medicinal herbs. The herald's next roar slammed into the air, and Falma froze dead still in shock. The whole crowd erupted in stunned gasps when that flustered, beet-red boy got summoned straight to the imperial throne. The memory got dumped into a secret office chat, and the Empress didn't hold back. She told Bruno about her son's bold dream to open a pharmacy for common people. The father couldn't even believe what he was hearing, but the ruler swore he was promoting the young genius to court pharmacist so he could chase his noble dream. Even with Bruno's doubts creeping in, the Empress stood her ground. Falma's knowledge had already blown past the finest masters, and the only thing standing between her and an official appointment was a parent's okay. The royal scepter popped up inches from Falma's nose, and when the order to serve the empire boomed in his ears, he just went stone still from pure shock. The father stood on the sidelines, staring without a flicker as the chaos unfolded in front of him. The father stayed stone calm and promised right then that he'd personally sign the papers for his son's promotion. The moment Ellen spotted those weird sparkles on the tip of the cane, her whole body snapped into alert mode. And in the very next heartbeat, the wand erupted in blinding light, blasting straight from the boy's hands. A sickening horror slammed into the boy's head. This device wasn't just a tool, it was a divine power scanner, and it meant his massive reserves were about to be laid bare. The courtiers went stone still, eyes locked on every detail of the inspection. When the inspection finally wrapped up, a frantic Falma rushed to his father, then heard the best words ever. He'd aced every single test, perfectly. Realizing he almost roasted himself, the boy yanked the dangerous device off the spot and bolted to hide it far, far away. But he couldn't go far. Bruno swooped back with his son, ready to ceremoniously slap the court physician's badge onto him. Bruno grinned and declared, "That's it, I can't teach you any more pharmacology," then promised he'd only pass down the lessons life taught him. The boy shot his father a grateful smile, then stared in pure awe at the brand new silver crown sitting on his collar. But then, bam, an unexpected bomb dropped, a secret letter from the Empress, praising his unheard-of, downright colossal strength like it was legend. When Falma read the proposal calling for a duel to decide the throne, frustration hit so hard he nearly lost it. Because the ruler didn't just want to fight, he wanted to grind Falma's nerves into dust. Meanwhile, Falma's thoughts raced back to his dream he swore by, opening his own pharmacy, armed with every scrap of knowledge he'd carried over from his life on Earth. After he saved the Empress from deadly tuberculosis and landed the job as court pharmacist, the young man swore he'd claw his way to respect, one hard-earned day at a time. Right when everything felt peaceful, a huge man exploded into the house out of nowhere and screamed a joy-filled shout so loud it shattered the calm. As Falma stepped onto the street, pure shock hit. There was a massive crowd of strangers packed right outside that luxurious mansion. Turns out the Empress had already signed a formal decree, orders were in, and the grand new pharmacy was set to start right away. The builder stared at the confused boy in shock as the kid panicked, scrambling to stop the chaos and steal even a few precious seconds. The master erupted into loud laughter, bragging that his people were unstoppable, even as the young master was wrestling with a whole different kind of trouble. The man swung his arm wide at the army of unemployed bricklayers and carpenters, their faces sagging from hours of waiting for the very first instruction. While Falma was scrambling for any kind of plan, a rider's silhouette suddenly cut across the road. It was Ellen. She hopped down and lit up with excitement, shouting that her father had sent her to lend a hand with the construction. The boy froze in shock, staring at the unexpected girl, completely baffled about how she'd ended up here. The girl just grinned and told her how the Empress stepped in and paid for everything herself, because Falma had only planned to pull off this move years down the line. When the architect demanded an instant blueprint for the future shop, Falma exploded in rage, barking a frustrated outburst that sent the maid rushing back from her tea, terrified. The foreman hauled Falma in with Ellen, shoved him to the work desk, and demanded he finally spill his vision for the future of the shop. The builder blurted in pure panic that they had to act right now because if they missed the deadlines, the Empress would have every head chopped off. When the boy heard the ruler's ruthless temper, his mind instantly screamed tyrant, but he shoved that fear aside and zeroed in on the practical design. Fed up with wasting time, Falma snapped to it and confidently grabbed a pencil. Right in front of him, a blank sheet waited, ready for him to sketch the pharmacy of his dreams. As the pencil scratched across the page, crisp drawings erupted, so fast that Ellen and the foreman just stopped dead, staring in stunned silence. A few days flew by, and because the young master had everything mapped out perfectly, the worksite roared to life and never slowed down. A massive 3-story mansion towers into view, and the smug project manager leans in, swearing he'll have every last thing done by next month. The builder burst into joyful laughter and swore the place would go wildly popular, while Falma cringed at the sheer massive scale of a construction that had zero money limits. The boy frowned, baffled, because a sign like Her Majesty's Pharmacy sounded way too pompous and way too provocative. The master demanded an instant answer for the name because everything hinged on it to keep the work moving. Falma realized the easiest move was to slap the name Pharmacie de Médicis on the place, but deep down he was already plotting something far bigger. Even if the imperial coat of arms on the sign could have cleared everything up, the young man still refused to stir trouble with the local merchants, no matter what. He'd been toying with the dream of running his own business for years, and he was dead set on making it happen solo, no famous family name propping him up. Falma let out a tired sigh, staring at his own bizarre luck as the hired craftsman raced to finish the last preparations. Right over the front door, a polished wooden sign finally swung into view, its dark, ornate lettering burning with presence. Within hours, the boy could barely stand. Pure shock nearly knocked him out when he finally spotted the golden sign, Sacred Pharmacy, and the people on the street were already singing its praises at full volume. Falma groaned that a name this bold felt like a dare to every competitor in the city, but Ellen stayed cool and told him to accept it. She wasted no time telling the kid that once you're the royal pharmacist, rivals are going to swarm you with relentless pressure. Behind those glasses, her steady gaze left no doubt. This threat was deadly serious. The boy snapped his gaze away because he knew there was no path back now. All he could do was stare at his 3-story store and hope, just hope, for a calmer beginning. Meanwhile, jealous rivals packed the street every single day, yelling outside the windows that the Archduke's son was out of his mind for daring to open a shop in that area. Whispers of a mysterious young nobleman, freshly handed a royal patent, flooded through the city faster than wildfire. Suddenly, this arrogant rich guy showed up on the doorstep like he owned the world, monocle gleaming and top hat perched high. The little one blinked in awe as the honored guest started throwing loud, fancy compliments at the room's luxurious decor. The man let out a smug laugh, introduced himself as Baron, the boss of the Imperial Pharmacists Guild, and revealed he'd come hunting for the mysterious master. Falma flashed a calm smile and declared with absolute certainty, "I'm the one you're looking for." Falma leaned in with a friendly grin, introducing himself like the court's pharmacist, and telling everyone he wanted peace to coexist, but he knew deep down this scoundrel was only here to poke the bear and drive him crazy. That sneaky hat-wearing man leaned in and asked what the future shop had in store, then couldn't resist slipping in a jab about the Imperial patent, plus a sarcastic dig at Her Majesty's weird whims. The boy stayed cool and said he'd sell tablets and medicinal cough lozenges, only for his opponent to scoff with that condescending laugh. In his head, that jealous guest had already labeled the young pharmacist a clueless little degenerate who wouldn't know a thing about how the real game works. Falma only smiled back, like he'd trained for this for years. Cheap provocations didn't even faze him anymore. The young man snapped the vibe into business mode and asked straight up if he needed to join the Pharmacists Guild to get work. The Baron's aides stared, stunned as the talk spiraled, and they realized their boss had boxed himself in with pure audacity right there in front of the nobleman. When Baron shut the nobles out, Falma just grinned like a predator and said the sweet truth. No obligations meant he could sell his own medicines. The guild leader's face drained of color in an instant, and icy sweat erupted across his forehead as the full size of the threat slammed into him. The boy spun around, strolled off like it was nothing, and left his opponent alone, breathing panic. Fuming to save face, Baron blurted after them that the aristocrat's medicine would cost a fortune, and it would never match the cures the common folk had on hand. Falma spun on his heel and declared with full confidence that by royal decree he would only sell cheap medications for the poor. Baron opened his mouth to protest again, but Ellen snapped in out of nowhere, cutting him off with a sharp demand that the arguing under her windows stop right then and there. Baron's terrified henchmen spotted Countess Bonnefoy and the girl right away, and they gasped in horror, because the person running this pharmacy was a true master, and cracking jokes to him was a terrible, terrible idea. Ellen snapped into the conversation on the spot, fuming at how he brushed the boy off like he didn't matter. The terrified merchant clutched his hat to his chest and blurted out excuses, swearing he'd only come with the best intentions. Her eyes blazed with fierce intensity behind her glasses. She poked his chest and demanded he spill his cards right now if he truly wanted to torch their business. Realizing something was seriously off, the trickster bolted to escape, and Ellen told Alma not to stress about any nasty schemes, just keep doing her own thing. He only smiled sweetly as he said goodbye, swearing they'd keep friendly ties in the future. The moment the enemy vanished, Alma, with a straight face, pitched iron-rich waffles as a dietary supplement. Ellen just blinked, staring in total confusion as this wild, sudden food idea hit out of nowhere. The friends jumped right in, clearing space, ripping open boxes, and unloading medical masks, band-aids, and sweet throat lozenges. The girl scanned the lists with laser focus, double-checking every ingredient so nothing she needed to make the medicine was missing. Meanwhile, Alma couldn't stop wondering where in the world they'd tracked down those rare healing herbs. A mountain of sweet-filled boxes stacked on every table turned the room into a candy store instead of a real pharmacy. Ellen straight up told them the Pharmacists Guild wouldn't lift a finger, so they had to hunt down a trustworthy supplier on their own. The boy wanted to magic up the ingredients on the spot, but Ellen snapped back hard. This was a real pharmacy, not some fairy tale magic shop. Falma had started to wonder if he should ask his father for some land in Marseille to grow rare medicinal plants. Then Ellen dropped the bombshell that this very estate had just been transferred for his use. The boy scratched off another task on his list, then promised himself he'd hit these lands the moment the chance showed up. Ellen instantly got lost in visions of that resort by the sea, thinking about the port again, because it meant they could bring raw materials straight in from overseas. The moment Falma urged everyone to focus on treatment and hire a real professional accountant to handle the goods, the little maid Lotta popped up and blurted out her candidacy. She kept shooting her hand up, insisting she could read, write, and absolutely crush numbers. Falma stared at the girl in shock, totally thrown off by how fiercely determined she was. He tried to argue that she was only 9, and the store needed an adult, but Lotta snapped back so fast he barely had time to breathe. She reminded him the pharmacy owner had just barely turned 10. The girl kept pushing her point, insisting, face set, that her handwriting was spotless and perfectly neat. Falma leaned in and told her, softly but firmly, you're going to need your rest because I'll be here working all day," reminding her she was still just a kid. Loda's eyes burned with tears as she pleaded with her master to let her pitch in, at least to scrub, clean, and do the little chores, anything, just so she could feel useful. Under that crushing pressure, the boy finally let her handle simple chores, but only after he made it clear her plan had to be approved by his father first. Ellen backed it right up, saying Lotte in the shop would make everything feel way brighter, though she sure wasn't happy about the whole child labor situation. Even the happy girl busted out a goofy dance of thanks while Falma fretted that accounting was still a total mess, because right now they desperately needed a specialist to handle the tax math and process the documents. He needed a steady grown-up who could actually handle the money without talking down to the young pharmacist, but neither he nor Ellen had anyone in mind. As dark clouds rolled over the Medici estate, one thought blazed in my mind: if only I had someone trustworthy nearby. As Falma trudged back home with a bouquet of flowers, he stumbled straight into a burst of excited servants, chattering right beside the carriage. The boy crept forward, biting back his nerves, trying to figure out who everyone was rushing to say goodbye to. It was Cedric, right there, no doubt about it. The manager beamed with real warmth and sincerely thanked Falma for everything he'd done for him. With his stick pressed to the ground, he calmly told the servants, "I'm barely keeping up. My knees are in constant agony." "Cedric-san, what on earth is going on here?" Falma blurted out, completely lost. The man blurted out that he's walking away from today because the owner finally caved and agreed to let him retire. For years, Cedric served as the family's right-hand man, running the estate's finances so flawlessly it felt untouchable. Falma frantically insisted it wasn't true. His father hadn't even said a word about any decision like that. Even the servants reeled at his sudden rush, groaning that they wouldn't have a second to set up the usual farewell feast. The manager leaned in and gently patted little Blanche on the shoulder as she sobbed hard, wiping the tears from her face. A jittery whisper rippled through the crowd. Every servant looked stunned because no one could figure out why the master just suddenly fired their loyal, devoted employee. Falma cringed as the one patient man who always answered his childish questions finally drifted away, and regret stabbed him. He'd never been able to fully banish the arthritis. Staring at the elderly servant's twisted legs, Falma knew his medical skills could crush the pain of that brutal arthritis. Cedric always sat the little one down and spilled the family secrets, plus all the tricky ways of imperial life, never once brushing aside their childhood questions. Even after they threw him out, the old man said the count still treated him like a king, handing over land and money to pay for his aching, sick knees. The boy's eyes went wide, and he froze in pure shock. He wasted no time and fired off the question. If Cedric fully recovered his joints, would he be back on the job? But the former servant only let out a heavy, sad sigh, replaying the master's verdict that his joints were never going to get better. Then Falma, sparks blazing in his eyes, pulled the old man to his brand new pharmacy and swore, right to his face, that he'd personally get him standing on his feet again. After hearing the boy out, the father paused, then carefully pressed the question, did he truly want to hire Cedric? After he got the green light, he let his son decide what happened to the freed servant, fully at his own discretion. Right out of nowhere, Simon the assistant hauled in a massive chest, then slid a mysterious key into the little one's hands without a word. Out of nowhere, Father demanded something special, like the order came straight from the shadows. The boy carefully reached for the chest's heavy lid, and he had no clue what kind of secret was waiting under it. When Falma finally lifted the lid, he froze. His chest was stuffed to the brim with dazzling gold coins, a generous starter stash his father handed him to build his very own pharmacy. The boy fumbled to refuse, but his father slammed his decision down. This money was for his university education, and once the brilliant son got it, he wouldn't need it anymore. The father finally admitted it. He'd been digging through his son's hidden notebooks, where he obsessively logged every servant's illness across the estate and hunted for cures. He gazed at his son with warmth and begged for one thing: let him stay just a father, guiding him as he steps into adulthood. Falma snapped to the truth. Those brutal parental tests weren't punishment at all. They were secret drills, gearing him up to launch his very own business. The father drilled into him that he'd need to keep a close eye on the business, but he didn't have to worry, because Cedric would run the accounting with total honesty and non-stop devotion. Happy Falma bellowed back with everything he had, his voice shaking as he poured out heartfelt thanks to his father for truly understanding and granting his blessing. Two mysterious figures loomed behind those giant glass doors, and thunderous words about medicine's higher calling to save every tired soul blasted through the air. On the streets of the capital, people stopped dead and stared at that royal sign blaring the coat of arms, curious whispers spreading fast about a brand new pharmacy opening. People were whispering wild rumors about the master, the youngest royal pharmacist from the Medicis house, who dared the impossible, adding 10 whole years to the townspeople's lives. But ordinary folks just shrugged and scoffed, thinking this young noble only snagged his title because his father pulled strings, and he had zero clue what the poor have to endure. After that grueling speech already left everyone's backs aching, young Falma still burst out with blazing energy and declared the pharmacy officially open. Within a month, the spark died hard, trade ground to a halt, and the boy, crushed by despair, just collapsed across the bare, empty counter. Ellen tried to calm her coworker down, insisting that every new business kicks off with nothing but silence and no customers at all. But the real reason ran way deeper. Regular folks were scared to step into ultra-fancy places, while wealthy aristocrats didn't wait around. They phoned the doctors straight to their estates. Crowded around the dining table, the team fell into an uneasy silence, scrambling for any way to smash through that invisible wall of fear. For the average city dweller, this guy wasn't just some owner. He was the Baron's son and the Emperor's personal physician, and that made people panic hard, praying they could stay as far away from him as possible. Right when the air went tense and silent, Maid Lotta burst in with a dazzling smile and announced she'd finally found the key to ending all their troubles. As Falma gulped down water in shock, the girl grinned and proudly revealed her secret move. She'd slipped around and surveyed the locals for the past few days. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Lotta just smiled and said she could tell. Regular people opened up to her fast, and now she finally has the full truth on each and every one of them. The very first thing on her list knocked Falma flat on his back. Turns out nearly 50 people were so scared to their core, they'd practically freeze up at the terrifying imperial coat of arms painted on the pharmacy door. Lotta stormed in with a stack of feedback from the townspeople, and the moment she showed up, someone dumped a whole bucket of cold water on Falma because they didn't trust his young face, and they trembled at every grand aristocrat. One furious visitor even wrote straight to him, saying he'd never stake his life on a kid. They griped about the ugly clothes, and their fear was just as sharp. One wrong word to the aristocrats, and they'd summon trouble on themselves. In pure despair, Falma grabbed his head and realized there was nothing he could do to undo his own youth. Lotta read that comment and realized it nailed the fear. How illiterate folks got spooked by pricey medicines in store windows, and how the total mystery of drug prices left everyone in panic. Bruno, his father, caught the real problem in an instant, then urged him to slap the prices straight on the facade and to take his time doing careful outdoor inspections. Falma pushed the whole team to sweat every detail, stop at nothing, and make the service so easy and irresistible that everyone would want it. In his head, the perfect plan finally snapped into place, and Ellen and Lotta nodded together, ready to throw everything they had at it. Soon, Grandpa Jean shuffled into the store with a bright grin, because every single day, this is where he came for his favorite candies. After buying sweets, the old pensioner reached for his glass out of habit, desperate to gulp his thirst. He gently twisted the handle of that fancy metal faucet and filled a paper cup to the brim. Every time the doorbell blared Jean's arrival, Falma lit up, swept him in with a grin, and counted out exactly 3 candies. Jan leaned into the crystal-clear water and whispered, "Magic water like this drinks up every inch of my age." Like his youth came back instantly. Lotta chuckled brightly and swore, with all the confidence in the world, that her young master's water was the absolute best in the entire city. The old sailor Jean bowed his head and thanked Falma with real sincerity for the healing water, swearing it was far too precious for any ordinary soul. Falma shoved special sour candies into his hands to ward off scurvy, then flashed a friendly smile and grilled him about when he's setting sail again. Jean promised he wasn't going anywhere soon, flashed a warm goodbye, and then bolted straight for the exit. Even with his medication in hand, the old captain wore a troubled, suspicious look, like he was baffled and hiding the truth. Right outside the pharmacy, Jean caught sight of 2 grim strangers and immediately pulled them into a quiet, intense huddle, trading whispers about something important. Watching it all from behind the guard, Falma froze on the spot, stunned beyond words. On one of the arriving guy's travel bags, mysterious letters sat there in plain sight, so the moment he saw them, he snapped into alert mode. His eyes snapped wide as the truth hit him like lightning. A loud woman's exclamation near the door, blasting praise for how beautiful the display was, snapped everyone's attention away from the suspicious guests. A rich couple, draped in luxury and hiding behind masquerade masks, strutted into the room like they owned the night. His eye twitched the second he clocked his father and mother hiding under that ridiculous disguise. As the frightened girls shook with terror, Falma forced a shaky grin and muttered that this visit should have been announced earlier that morning. In the living room, the mom and dad just let out heavy, disappointed sighs, crushed that their sneaky disguise plan fell apart so fast. They crafted this secret disguise with ruthless precision, praying nobody would ever notice them. She smiled softly, stunned that her little boy was already an adult pharmacist, because to her, he'd never stopped being a child. Right beside him, his father stood stone-faced, radiating cold severity and silent, unshakable authority. Mom laughed, bright and carefree, and promised she only wanted a quick peek, just to keep from interrupting his work. The first parental check hit him like a thunderclap. Fear made him jerk back, but before panic could win, he blurted, "I'll give you a tour." They kicked things off on the first floor, where a huge reception area stretched out. A waiting room buzzed with tension, and the dispensary sat right there for everyone to reach. He shot up with confidence, proudly showing his parents the modern lift he'd mastered. The boy pointed out even more to his parents, proudly showing off every fully furnished room. On the second floor, he led the way into warm, cozy treatment rooms, full of beds lined up, ready for patients to finally rest. The young pharmacist claimed the entire fourth floor for his own secluded lab, where he was plotting to forge brand new medicines. Up on the third floor, there's a cozy staff chill zone, big enough that they even carved out space for a full kitchen. He rubbed his chin like he was deep in thought, staring at the weird-looking building, then nodding as he saw it. Every odd part had a real job to do. Then the next question about how the clients were flowing, he gave an awkward, apologetic smile. In the living room debate, the father pushed the idea of starting with the aristocrats first, so ordinary folks wouldn't panic at the thought of walking in. Then bam, Mom burst into the conversation with excitement and dropped a wild idea. Start selling cosmetics. The brand new Royal Pharmacy finally threw open its doors, but the common folks still tiptoed in terror, while wealthy merchants and aristocrats were already daring to peek inside. Beatrice's eyes burned as she blurted out skincare tips, dreaming of a miracle cream that could turn her skin as white as snow and as soft as a baby's. Suddenly, the father snapped into the conversation and coldly declared that anyone who worships face powder is just digging their own grave, way too early. He crossed his arms and said, "Nobody knows the real reason, but every time someone bleaches their skin, it ends in death." Falma clutched his breath, stunned that his father somehow sniffed out this danger with nothing but gut instinct and years of medical know-how. The killer truth behind these deadly cosmetics was chillingly simple. They were loaded with lead and mercury, and they poisoned women's bodies for years. The young man stared in stunned silence, amazed by his father's razor-sharp medical insight. Bruno slammed the mutilation of the body for beauty as pure folly, even noting that women will go so far as bloodletting just to look paler. "Don't you dare poison yourself," he snapped softly to his wife, then smirked, saying her skin was already perfectly white, no poison needed. The second Beatrice heard those words, she completely caved, swore she'd never so much as glance at a bleaching mixture again. She blushed hard with pure embarrassment, then burst into the room yelling her happiness at the top of her lungs, emotions spilling everywhere. The stone-faced boy just stood there, dreaming of bolting the second his parents' sweet cooing wrapped around him. Her father made it official. Bleaching powder was banned in their home, and Beatrice quickly nodded like she was meant to obey. Bruno barked a harsh warning to his son, never sell that poisonous powder at the new pharmacy, and Falma immediately nodded along without a fight. Out of nowhere, Falma's conversation got smashed to pieces by a thunderous crash. The doors flew wide, and a frantic man burst into the hall, begging anyone for help. Up to this point, the father had drilled it into his son. Never, under any circumstances, sell that deadly powder. The guest erupted in panic, yelling that his hostess had suddenly collapsed, and the boy snapped into action, handing it off and sprinting out of the pharmacy while Ellen ran things inside. As he sprinted, Falma managed to blurt to his parents, "I've got to step away for a moment. Save the patient." The parents just sat there, stunned, as the whole world spun around them in a wild rush of events. Stunned beyond words, the parents stayed frozen on the sofa, speechless as that sudden, lightning-fast turn of events blew their minds. The boy and the messenger sprinted down the cobblestones, shoving through a crowd of confused strangers and barreling straight for the carriage. Falma strode up like a royal doctor, faced the furious court lady head-on, and with zero hesitation swung the carriage door wide open. The young man sprinted down the street, not a second wasted. He burst into the dark cabin, then immediately scanned the injured girl's condition, clocking every detail fast. Miss Chloe slumped on the carriage seat, unconscious, as pale as a ghost, while a terrified maid propped her up with every last ounce of strength. Falma snapped his special ability on the instant. His pupil flared with a burst of magical light like a diagnostic eye. The boy's eyes snagged the warning signs first. The girl's skin had gone deathly pale, yet she wasn't blue, though her breathing was racing like it couldn't slow down. To nail the diagnosis, he didn't need machines at all. He just checked the pulse and his body temperature with his one-of-a-kind ability. Falma leaned over the exhausted girl, checked her carefully for any sign of nervous system or lung damage, and then, right when he thought he'd seen everything, he suddenly froze at what he found. Fresh, deep cuts from routine bloodletting have scarred the patient's skin. Those clean, pinpoint cuts on the veins screamed one thing: only a seasoned specialist could do something that surgical. The boy couldn't wrap his head around it, how someone could brand a girl with this kind of suffering, all while pretending it was treatment. He straight up told the girl her body was wrecked from that pointless procedure, but she only sobbed harder, clinging to her doctor and defending him like he could do no wrong. A hard-eyed man in a hat snapped orders for the girl to be rushed straight to his pharmacy, where they'd hand her the meds she needed. As the anemia faded little by little, the girl broke down and cried, finally admitting she'd always dreamed of snow-white skin. Falma shook her hard, begging her to wake up, and warned that these reckless tricks could get her killed. She clung to her beloved's words, how he adored pale beauties, and she fully convinced herself that if she changed her look, she'd win his love back. Back in medieval medicine, people swore a crazy myth. Too much blood caused every illness, so they bled patients ruthlessly, draining life out in the name of fake cures. The boy demanded they stop the deadly bleaching right now, but the girl suddenly broke down in tears, shouting that every lovesick woman will do anything just to chase beauty. Then Falma gave her an iron-rich syrup to fight anemia and meds to crush the infections, and she swore she'd break everything down in full detail later. He once again made it crystal clear: don't risk your life just to chase beauty for a few fleeting moments. The terrified maid grabbed Falma's sleeve and begged her to find a safe way to save the poor soul, so Falma had to lock in and think hard. The beauty sucked in a breath, stunned as the boy calmly told her to return in a week. Then he sized everything up in an instant, reminding himself this was just ordinary cosmetics, a safe base that could brighten delicate skin. No side effects, no sneaky damage, just a clean, pure formula. He swore with total confidence he'd craft a one-of-a-kind remedy made just for her face. Falma snapped and decided to launch its own line of cosmetics, where every single ingredient came with safety and confidence stamped on it. Falma tried the new remedy on himself and burst into the room with a bleached, porcelain-looking face. Ellen nearly toppled off the couch, cackling, while Lotta just stared, genuinely impressed. His confused coworker could only stare and blurt out, "What the heck happened to your face?" Ellen quipped about trying the cream on herself or Lottie, but Falma cut in with a straight face. He was building cosmetics for Mrs. Chloe, and he had to personally make sure it was safe first. Friends crowded around the young inventor, eyes locked on him, bursting with curiosity. Ellen stared at his face, amazed by how perfectly smooth his skin looked, then snapped that the powder couldn't be too white before her worried voice rushed in asking if he was really okay. Ellen was genuinely blown away by his warnings, because at that time, lead and mercury were no joke. Both were common ingredients in whatever powder people were buying. Falma calmly warned that these metals are insanely toxic, and Ellen went into total shock. He grinned, proudly unveiling his brand new invention, an ultra-safe powder built from only safe ingredients, with 0 mercury and 0 lead in sight. With a towel wiping the cream away, the boy warned him that cheap mercury and lead get into your body fast, poison you over time, and quietly wreck your kidneys and nervous system. Ellen trembled with terror because now she finally got it. That powder was cutting years off a woman's life. Falma yanked the ring off with full confidence and swore she'd rush to the queen to ban mercury and drive lead out of cosmetics for good, and the girl agreed just as fiercely. Little Lotta stared at her master with pure awe, hanging on every word as his huge knowledge blew her mind, while the embarrassed Falma could only laugh awkwardly and smile back. Falma urged the guest to try a special sunscreen, and even spilled how, in a past life, he helped craft cosmetics with big-name companies. A week later, the young lady beamed with pure joy on the pharmacy doorstep, practically bouncing as she begged the doctor to spill the secrets of those promised beauty wonders. Those legendary jars finally slid onto the table, like they'd been waiting for this moment. Falma flashed a warm smile, welcomed the guests like they belonged, and swung the door open for them. Staring at those tiny bottles, the lady sighed with disappointment. Then Falma shot back, "Relax, it's only a trial batch." He offered a free test, then swore he'd only hand over the full portion if it really worked. The young man inched up to the guest, clutching ready jars like they were about to change everything. The young man dipped his head with respect. Falma watched the guest gently spread the cream across her face, then gasp in pure shock when she realized it shields her from sunburn too. And she swore this product would keep that aristocratic glow safe and flawless every single time. The boy lit up, going on and on about invisible ultraviolet waves and melanin, the stuff that darkens your skin the moment those rays hit. Ellen's sharp talk about titanium dioxide finally hit the girls like a wall, and she rushed over to smooth things over with the guest, admitting, straight up, that she had no clue how any of this science worked. Falma finally spilled the truth. Her cream doesn't just sit there, it refracts the light to give her that healthy glow while shielding her sensitive skin from painful sunburn. She stared at the boy with eyes stretched wide, completely blown away by how sharp his insight was and how genuinely he cared. But the magic didn't stop. Ellen grabbed the powder, flicked on the brushwork, and sealed the look with a few perfect strokes on her smiling guest's face. A soft brush slid across the girl's skin, like gentle fingers tracing every inch. The assistant says that to get a snow-white look, they dust a final layer of powder over the makeup, and boom, the face shines like fresh snow. The pharmacist spilled that the secret is all in the mica, and the captivated client couldn't stop staring at her glowing face. The girl blinked in disbelief because what touched her skin felt nothing like that cheap, scratchy powder she'd used before. The boy handed her a jar and told her this: "Every evening, you've got to wipe off your makeup with that special stuff so it cleans your pores and brings your skin back to life." Lady Chloe demanded more goods on the spot, and the young man shot back, "Start with the sample you already got, and whatever you do, shield your face from the sun with an umbrella or a hat." He added with total confidence that if she handled the veil right, her skin would stay pale and gorgeous, even without using white lead. The girl grinned and promised she'd be back soon with a whole new batch. She sobbed with pure joy because this kind, gentle care was so much safer, so much kinder than that brutal bloodletting that only brought danger and pain. A happy customer walked out, and that guy pocketed a cut that blew way past the original price. Later on, the red-haired assistant was already hawking fresh cosmetics to anyone who walked by on the loud, chaotic city streets. Everyone snapped to attention the second they saw the safe products noblewomen swore by, because this weekly set of 5 only cost 3 copper coins. When the old passerby nervously asked how old she was, the girl flashed a warm smile and promised that their cosmetics are made to make every woman beautiful. The assistant beamed and spilled every detail to the eager townspeople who leaned in like they couldn't wait. The new royal pharmacy's halls were packed to the brim, buzzing with noise as visitors crowded in. Visitors swarmed through the new pharmacy's halls, buzzing with excitement like they couldn't wait to get inside. The nobles couldn't stop talking. They gushed about their experiences and showered the young master with praise for his miraculous remedies. Even the everyday folks on the streets cheered, because the new place had prices they could actually afford. Even the usual regulars stared in shock as a fresh wave of people flooded in. The moment the elderly shopper heard those brand new cosmetics were completely sold out, it hit them so hard they couldn't even process it. The pharmacist's quick hands kept slamming out items one after another non-stop. The boyfriend shoved a bottle of seasickness pills into his hands instead. Soon, Lady Chloe showed up at the doorstep with a bunch of curious friends hanging right behind her. Falma soothed the restless crowd by having a whole stash of cosmetics ready for them ahead of time. Later, over tea, the young man leaned in and admitted the hard truth. Because clients had flooded in non-stop, they could barely stay afloat with the workload. Then Chloe dropped a daring idea. Start a whole separate subsidiary just to churn out cosmetic products. That massive idea hit him like a lightning bolt and left him totally awestruck. He shot her a heartfelt apology and admitted the production line just couldn't keep up with the insane, fast-rising demand. Chloe de Chatillon fired up with a passionate pitch to invest in the venture, swearing it would pay off for both of them, while still leaving him as the owner. Cedric backed it up because the Marquise family was famous for doing serious business, so Falma agreed to the partnership, but he still slapped on a few conditions of his own. At last, the partners finally broke through and agreed, swearing they'd help each other with everything, no exceptions. Soon, the medicinal cosmetics brand Medic threw open its doors, dazzling customers with a gorgeous, vibrant interior that practically pulled them inside. Chloe had already lined up the job candidates and told Falma to grill each one personally, testing their knowledge right there in the interview. Chloe pulled off something wild. She invited gifted female pharmacists whose old bosses had cut their contracts the moment pregnancy showed up. Even they admitted it. Once they got dismissed, hope vanished for good, and returning to their profession felt impossible. Falma nodded at the assistant's sharp thinking, then immediately swore to the girls they'd get official maternity leave. The candidates froze in pure shock when they learned about the social support system for mothers. The boy promised they'd stay calm and get everything done smoothly even after their second or third child was born. One of the pharmacists flashed a grateful smile and promised they'd serve every single customer at the absolute highest level from this moment on. Falma pushed the team to take skincare seriously like real pros, and Chloe just smiled because she knew these women were keeping their jobs. The girls burst into bright cheers and saluted the new boss like it was a victory parade. As they disappeared into the distance, Falma let out a breath of relief. Finally, he didn't have to stress over what would happen to the store anymore. Amid the grandeur of the Imperial Palace, Falma unveiled a brand new foundation, one that had already been stirring like wildfire across the whole capital. The Empress smeared the product on her face and froze at how feather light it felt, while the guy broke down the next step right after. He flashed a grin and proudly revealed the fresh powder. Standing before the massive mirror, the boy broke down the rules of how to use it, step by step, loud and clear. With soft, careful brushstrokes, the powder drifted and settled on the ruler's cheek. The Empress stared in shock. The instant the results hit, her skin turned fresher and started glowing like pure light. Falma leaned in and asked what she thought, then smiled like she'd already shaved off 5 whole years. Suddenly, the ruler's eyes turned icy, and she snapped that every new item had to be brought to her first. Falma bowed in a panic, cold sweat dripping as the Emperor's wrath loomed from the shadows. To keep the ruler happy, he shot forward on the spot and offered to try the brand new lipstick right away. Right then, the young man snapped back to his father's warning. When dealing with monarchs, you'd better be unbelievably careful. The new healing gloss sparked real, non-stop glee in the ladies because their lips looked like sweet candy. Right when the timing was perfect, Falma smoothly steered the talk toward the ban on toxic mercury and lead in cosmetics. The Empress took a slow sip of tea, lost in memories of when these dangerous metals were worshipped as elixirs of longevity, until she finally realized their healing truth was pure, deadly poison. The Empress nearly choked on shock when Bruno told her the everyday cosmetics everyone swore by weren't harmless at all. They were a poison that quietly cut down women's lives, one day at a time. She slammed down a nationwide ban on dangerous products and ordered the maids to toss out every old cosmetic. And Falma just called it the smartest move of all. In the Grand Palace Hall, tense business talk was underway. No jokes, no mercy, just hard words flying. But then her smile vanished, her eyes sharpened, and she demanded to know how his new shop was really doing. The boy cracked an awkward smile and said the business was booming because of her support. Then his voice faltered, and he hinted that trouble was already creeping in. The Empress cut him off mid-sentence and snapped. The rebellion's brewing because we banned lead and mercury. The local merchants are gasping toward bankruptcy, and now they're flooding the palace with complaints. Right now, the Treasury's been eating the craftsmen's losses, but they can't just shrug and hand the whole market over to Falma's goods and call it a day. The twist hit hard. The Empress snapped that he had to jack up the prices of his products right away, and the young man's job basically dropped. Falma snapped into action and pitched the idea of handing the production secrets to the crown, so safe cosmetics could be made nationwide under its name. The ruler backed it up, saying cheap junk wrecks the small craftsman, and the nobility must never, ever press down on the common people. Falma nodded along with this no-nonsense top-down boss and swore she'd craft a rock-solid grading system to keep cosmetic prices in check across the market. In the end, he pushed for the Medici to funnel part of their income into the industry, and the ruler happily signed off on his smart move, until every reform was finally locked in. Later, the little prince shook with pure terror as Falma grinned creepily and shoved a strange mirror toward him, insisting he look inside his mouth. Menacingly closing in on the terrified kid, the boy promised it was only a quick checkup, but the look on his face screamed that quick was about to mean real torture. The whole palace suddenly erupted in screams. Terrified young Prince Zuko bolted for his life, yanking himself away as guards and servants surged in to grab him. The boy crouched behind a bush in the royal maze, holding his breath as the pursuers pleaded for him to come out and swore it wouldn't hurt. But the prince just sobbed harder, bolted away again, and screamed that they'd never lay a hand on him. The guards finally closed in, trapping the crying baby in their net. After the fugitive finally got cornered and pinned down, Falma whipped out his divine eye and stared into the small one's mouth like he was searching for clues. Terrified and panicking, the prince snapped that he'd cut the boy's head off. Then the boy calmly begged him to just open his mouth for one quick look. Thanks to that crazy special vision of his, Falma instantly clocked tiny pockets in the young heir's teeth, the very first signs of decay starting to creep in. He gently pulled the boy's lips open with his fingers, then showed the crowd the chipped enamel, each damaged spot already starting to glow under his watchful eyes. But the spoiled prince snapped instantly, throwing a full tantrum and roaring that the doctor was lying and that this nonsense deserved death. Falma stayed calm, planted his feet, and flat out said the prince only had cavities because he never brushed his teeth properly. Right then, a creepy court doctor stormed in with massive metal pincers, ready to rip out every sick tooth on the spot, and the poor patient nearly collapsed from sheer terror. As the boy screamed in panic, Falma shot right between him and the doctor, refusing to back down and pushing, over and over, for the doctor to hand this whole situation to him. He quickly added that these are just milk teeth, so with the right care they can still be saved until the permanent ones finally show up. The main character bowed again and begged, point blank, for permission to heal the prince. No tricks, no dragging, just healing. Falma demanded to know why some people's teeth stayed spotless, and the chief doctor just snapped shut, speechless with pure confusion. He yanked those rotten teeth out right away, because if the decay crawls into the root, it won't just hurt anymore, it can steal the patient's life fast. Then the boy pressed the chief doctor for the real reason behind those holes in his teeth, but all the doctor could do was stammer that the decay just happened all on its own. Falma explained that the damage comes from tiny microscopic monsters. They chow down on sugar, spit out acid, and eat straight through enamel, and how fast it all spreads depends on how clean your mouth is and how quickly they reproduce. So if you stop these bacteria from multiplying in time, you can slam the brakes on tooth decay completely. When Falma saw the young prince's terrified face, he flashed a confident smile and told him, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine." The chief doctor sprang up, furious and demanding if the boy was going on about those invisible insects again, until Falma cut in and said these creatures were totally different. The boy swore that by the next visit he'd brew a special medicine that would finally end tooth destruction for good. But those words turned into a cruel, empty promise he never got to keep, because exhaustion finally caught him and ended his life. At last, the de Medici carriage clattered to a stop in Marseille, and Falma hurried to help the mother down, then warned her right before the broken step so she wouldn't get hurt. After that endless road, Beatrice just groaned. Her stomach was in agony from every brutal jolt. The loyal steward Adam greeted the family with open arms in this brand new land, and Bruno, the head of the household, wasted no time praising him for the city's perfect order. 6 months had slipped by since the pharmacy first opened, and Falma, along with everyone she loved, set off to roam dazzling, roaring Marseille, where the sights hit little Blanche so hard she completely lost her mind. Adam slapped the papers open and went to work, ready to lay out every trading transaction from the last 5 years in a full-on detailed report. Bruno grinned, clocked the manager's sun-baked tan, and right away asked how everything was going around here. Advisors raved about the port of Marseille, a massive gateway that tied the empire to 14 sea routes in dozens of countries. Duke Bruno leaned over the annual trade reports, poring over every number, and he was absolutely thrilled with the export and import results. Falma stared at his father and remembered it all, how the Empress had handed their family these lands for saving them from tuberculosis, and how the local raw materials turned out to be tailor-made for medicine. The boy let out a thoughtful sigh while Noah effortlessly had him wrapped around his finger, and in the end, somehow it all turned out even better. That sudden remark from his father made him jerk back, but the instant green light to run off and play on the beach lit up his whole world with real joy. His father warned him in no uncertain terms to stay away from the water, and the advisors wasted no time spilling what they'd just learned about the East India Company from the Kingdom of Nidel. Bruno seethed and demanded they haul those insolent foreigners out. One more slip on the tax rules or a refusal to pay the duties, and they're done. The advisor gave a quick nod and urged them to cut Falmo's duty for a peaceful end, while a grinning Lotta was already posted by the exit, waiting for him. Marseille's seaport sprawls for miles, packed with ships stretching all the way to the horizon. The girls beamed from the sandy shore, waving like crazy and shouting for the boy to come over. They proudly hauled him down to the shore to gloat over their massive sandcastle. Little Blanche begged to splash in the water, and Lotta couldn't stop praising how stunning the local estate looked. Lotta wanted to rush in too, but Falma froze, staring at those huge, savage waves rolling and churning. In the end, he swallowed his fear and reluctantly nodded, still panicking about his parents' ban and the deadly sea ahead. Lotta clasped her hands in a desperate plea, her big eyes blazing, and promised she'd guard little Blanche, making sure she only ever got her feet wet at the shore. Once they got the okay, the girls burst into a happy sprint for the water, while someone kept barking orders for them to stay out of the deep and keep their clothes dry. Ellen sprawled on a sheet with a drink in hand, spotted Falmy staring because the girls were at the beach for the first time. Then she smiled, stretched long and sweet, and decided to cool off. When Falma blurted her surprise question, she just winked and shushed her with a finger to her lips, saying she didn't need to change into a swimsuit at all. The boy stared at her, totally baffled, while the girl strutted across the sand barefoot, heading straight for the water like she owned the whole place. Ellen waded into the sea in a light dress, and the moment it hit the water, it turned soaked and see-through, so Falma snapped into panic, shut her eyes tight in total embarrassment, and yelled that everything was exposed. Still fighting the pull of that irresistible sight, the boy snapped his eyes away and watched the girls splash and laugh in the shallow water. Suddenly, a chilling thought hit him. Here, in this new family, it was only him and his father who knew how to swim. A blast from the past hit him. There was little Chio, his younger sister, begging him to play in the water, and he swore to her he'd do it the very next year. But that promise never stood a chance. Cherio was struck by a brutal illness, and her brother was left to carry eternal pain and a crushing, bitter sorrow in his heart. His old self started spiraling into helpless tears again, and Falma just couldn't wrap her head around why those dark memories were crashing down on him right now. His chest went tight with a brutal premonition. Trouble was coming, and it felt unavoidable. The guilt of an unfinished duty to his late sister hit him like a crushing weight, freezing his thoughts in a single brutal moment. Lotta's scream tore through the silence with pure terror. Then she lunged for Blanche, only to watch her vanish under the raging waves. Falma snapped at Lot to stay put, then barreled forward like a storm to rescue his sister. Little Blanche helplessly thrashed in the waves just inches from those sharp rocks. But the current was brutal. The water yanked the boy backward and slammed the brakes on his advance. Lot bolted into the water after him, pleaded with Falma to stop, and begged her to hand the rescue to her. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanished under the water like he'd been erased. Gasping in the dark, terror clawed at him as he realized he might lose his sister again, just like he did in his past life. The memory of dead little Chio lit a rage in him, because his helplessness couldn't stop the world's cruelty. "Give me back my sister!" he screamed in silence, snapping his will so every drop of seawater obeyed him. Even that brutal pressure wouldn't let him get close. The girl was slowly slipping down, inch by inch, into the depths. Falma refused to give up, and with his final ounce of strength, he lunged his hand toward her. A sudden surge of raw, world-shaking power. The massive ocean suddenly split open, swallowed its own waves, and left Lot standing on the shore, stunned into dead silence. Blanche sprawled on the bone-dry sand, her body sinking into every grain. Falma sat there, stunned by just how massive his own divine magic really was. With the seabed suddenly drained dry and fish thrashing uselessly in the sand, the heroes spun around in panic, scrambling to figure out what just happened. Ellen clutched her pounding head and remembered it. Right in the middle of her swim, the water around her vanished without a trace. Seeing Falmo glowing with a weird aura, cradling an unconscious girl in his arms, she blurted his name in terrified panic. With his final ounce of strength, the boy lunged his hand forward and slammed himself between Lotta and the ocean's crushing weight, holding the colossal pressure back just in time. Ellen froze in shock when the dry sand crunched under her feet and her clothes stayed bone dry, because Falma had somehow shoved every drop of water away like it was repelling gravity. She just froze on the spot, staring at the fish thrashing on the bottom, and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't take the pressure for one more second, so she erupted in a scream and demanded answers for the chaos unfolding right in front of her. As a giant water vortex spun around them, Falma clutched the tearful Lotte to his chest and soothed her, his heart pounding with relief that the water never slipped into the little one's lungs. Ellen inched closer, whispered whether the mysterious power of the god of medicine was real, and the boy snapped in shock. She locked eyes on his face, refusing to look away until he finally gave her answers. Then the girl shot back, dead serious. No known divine art can wipe every scrap of matter from space, because reverse magic only thins it out and concentrates the effect on one single point. Her voice quivered as she hammered the point again. Losing that much water can't happen. Magic has rules, and this breaks every single one. Falma stared up in pure confusion. Then, right above him, a mysterious divine sign, like a chain of glowing rings, silently flared to life. Ellen kept pushing her claim, swearing that no force in nature could possibly be strong enough to wipe out that much seawater. Blanche sobbed into his shoulder, and Falma still couldn't pull himself together. Right then, all he could think about was saving his sister, even though he'd totally forgotten that a person is basically 2/3 water. He finally understood how insane what he'd done really was. One slip, and he'd have wiped out all the water in Ellen and Blanche's bodies. But instead, he managed to surgically erase only the sea salt and minerals. Ellen had to admit it. Her divine water magic couldn't save her here, because the current was way too brutal, and without Falma, that girl was dead for sure. Lotta burst down the forest path toward them, gasping through tears of pure happiness, because right now, it didn't even matter what kind of nature the young master had. All that mattered was that the girl was alive. Falma's shoulders sagged as he lowered his gaze, clinging to his sister even tighter, and breathing her name in a shaky whisper. Right in front of her, that fresh, happy smile flashed, and Falma couldn't take the pressure anymore, so he clapped both hands over his face and crumpled on the ground, sobbing helplessly while his friends circled around him. Tears blurred his eyes as he whispered that seeing her alive was everything, because he literally couldn't picture a life without her. Night draped over everything at last, and that hard-won calm finally arrived. The tears finally petered out, and this quiet, soul-deep relief swept in. In the bedroom, Lotta leaned in and whispered that it was way past bedtime, then checked. "Need anything else before you crash?" Before she slipped away to sleep. In the dark chambers, a suffocating night silence swallowed everything whole. Falma thanked her, gently sent the girl off to rest after everything she'd been through, then wished him good night, promising she'd help him pack in the morning. She shut the door, but her eyes still screamed worry for the young master, alone on the bed, curled up with his knees hugged tight to his chest. Suddenly, the half-dark quiet shattered when a timid voice whispered out of nowhere, and the boy snapped his head up in shock. The boy swallowed hard and admitted, softly but honestly, that he'd be over the moon if she stopped being scared of him. The girl gasped in shock, then tears poured down her face as she hurriedly apologized for not sprinting to save Blanche sooner. The boy gently protested, reminding her that she couldn't even swim, and to him, Lotta wasn't some stranger at all. She was family he couldn't bear to lose. Seeing her reaction, he went fully red with embarrassment and waved it off fast, insisting he hadn't done a thing, nothing special. Those words hit Lada like a punch to the heart, and pure joy instantly filled her eyes with tears. He stood there, stunned, watching her walk away. Then, with a heavy weight finally gone, he let out a quiet, relieved laugh. "Damn, Lada, you fools saved me," he grinned, then shoved his face into his hands. The very next day, it was go time. I had to inspect the land with my father, and it felt like the stakes were already rising. The boy froze for a second, completely shaken by the raw sincerity in her voice. A man snapped a magic circle to life in the open field, then jabbed his staff into the dirt, probing every inch like it held a secret. The father strode forward with a hard, confident step, eyes sharp and everything under his watchful control. The morning stretched across the land like a giant green carpet, rolling out as far as the eye could see. A father and his son set off together, eager to carve their names into the wild, unknown reaches of new lands. The villagers erupted in triumph, shouting at the top of their lungs, while Bruno stood behind them with his staff held high, like a signal to victory. Falma watched his father with sharp eyes, realizing that Bruno's special ritual moves supercharged his divine magic and made it hit harder than ever. The boy gave his crisp, branded suit a quick, confident tug. Bruno thrust a silver scepter forward and demanded his son lock in and pay even closer attention. With a heavy, solemn voice, the father declared that Falma was getting ownership of this massive region, packed with the richest, most fertile land for growing medicinal herbs. Fertile fields rolled on until they slammed into the horizon. The young pharmacist wasted no time and spilled his dream on the spot. A sleek new research lab and a huge workshop to manufacture medicine right here. Bruno shot his son a shocked look. "So you're not happy with your pharmacy in the capital? And you just want to keep stacking more gold?" The man stared straight at the boy and demanded to know exactly what he was planning to build right there. Falma answered with total sincerity. His only dream is to wipe out the pain of sick people everywhere, and this brand new lab will also bring real jobs to the locals. The father flashed a warm, heartfelt grin and swore, straight from the bottom of his soul, that he'd back this noble idea with every ounce of strength he had. One wrong blink and every life can be snuffed out in an instant, so you'd better make every single second count. Falma's one burning wish was simple. Every soul in these lands would live long, die without illness or regret, and slip into eternity with nothing left to fear. Bruno calmly summed it up. People are still scrambling to understand the medicine god's master plan. Among endless hills, one unshakable promise rang out loud. No matter what hits, they'll keep pushing forward to practice medicine. In the grand hall, a man unfolded a report, then snapped in shock. So the kid with no shadow really wiped out the seawater completely? He blurted back in stunned disbelief, still unable to accept what he'd just heard. Then the command hit. Send the report straight to the interrogation bureau right now and hunt down that mysterious kid. Right there, waiting for them, was a kid's drawing, this toothy monster churning in the waves. The message was clear. If an evil spirit shows up, they've got to strike back together and take out the bureau along with it. Skeptics scoffed at the orphan's wild fantasies, but then the teacher's divine, anomalous power on the shore exposed the truth and shut them down. One attendee stared in disbelief, trying to wrap their head around how those mystical energy traces could have been captured in just a few days. The boy softly pressed his fingertips against the glass. Salt rushed into the water and vanished, and then, whoosh, a spoonful of black magnetite shot in. He lined up several identical samples, all made to look exactly the same. He slammed the experiment into motion and set out to find out just how far his power could really go. Could it truly split substances apart? That beach nightmare, where he almost tore the water apart just trying to save his sister, came back to crush him, and right then he finally understood what kind of havoc his right hand could unleash. Terrified of what this power could do, he kept his distance from it, choosing to stick to safer creations instead. With a trembling breath, the boy thrust his hand forward, his palm ignited into blinding light, and he finally decided it was time to seize that dangerous gift under full control. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, like his body knew something was about to go horribly wrong. The first test blew the boy's mind. The water vanished into thin air, yet that tough, mixed-material glass still stood there, unbroken. They had to crack the magnetite at the very bottom, and they couldn't touch a single drop of the liquid around it. Invisible radiation detonated out of nowhere. He froze in place, breath held, waiting like the world might snap any second. It was a total win. Magnetite vanished without a trace, and that kid just proved he could smash molecules on his own terms, no touch required. Falma started to spiral, convinced his supernatural powers were stripping away his human face. Then, a sudden knock at the door yanked him into a full-body flinch. The boy shot back instantly and swore he'd head out right away. Ellen stood right by the door, urging everyone on. "All right, it's time. Open the pharmacy." The newest experiments were terrifying. When he cast his spells, his hand turned see-through, like it could slip right through a wall. Right after he decided to worry about it later, a bright, cheerful bell rang from the entrance, like the world just snapped to attention. In the very next breath, Ellen and the others were already yanking the doors open for the visitors, grinning like they meant it. And outside, this massive crowd of townsfolk was already waiting, like they'd been holding their breath for them to step out. The assistant just stared, completely stunned, because that line had ballooned to at least triple its size. In the hall, everyone was buzzing about the young master's miraculous medicine, like it could cure anything. Suddenly, right in the middle of the chaotic shoppers, that same eerie couple in white cloaks showed up again. Falma immediately shot over to them, then offered his help with a calm, respectful smile. The guests muttered a dry thank you, then spun on their heels and bolted for the exit. The boy trailed behind in stunned silence, but unease crawled up his spine. Two men whipped their heads toward him for a split second, and from beneath their hoods, icy eyes flashed with pure hostility. A cold gaze bore down on them from under that dark hood. Falma spun in place, completely baffled, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. While they sipped tea, Ellen grumbled about that creepy feeling someone was staring, and Falma's anxiety spiked as he demanded if she'd spotted any sign of surveillance. She shot him a quick nod, then took a sizzling sip of hot tea. That eerie feeling of someone watching Ellen never once vanished. The mystery pursuer was getting bolder by the second. Ellen rushed to help the suspicious guests with medical care, but they brushed her off. Lotta even remembered how they refused to look at the goods at all. Right then, the manager burst into the room and panicked, urging everyone to warn the knight stationed at the gate. The man eyed the store like trouble was lurking, because those mysterious visitors felt way too suspicious. The moment Ellen heard that the Blue Duke's servant had signed up for an appointment, her jaw dropped and she gasped hard in shock. The manager's eyes narrowed as he grimly measured just how dangerous that threat really was. Falma snapped, shocked, as she asked if she truly recognized this aristocrat and where his estate was located down to the exact address. Ellen shook with fear and breathed out those brutal rumors, how the Duke's face turned ice blue and how every bride he married vanished without a trace just a month after the wedding. Those scary rumors about the sealed chambers in his own castle only cranked the horror up another notch. Ellen, trembling with fear, whispered that among the aristocrats, horrifying rumors are flying about this man. People swear his face turns blue. Right in front of the terrified Lotta, she twisted her face into a grimace and then spun a brutal rumor. This man murders his brides and sneaks into a secret room every night to admire their bodies. Falma cut them off mid-laugh and snapped, reminding the girls that a patient is a patient no matter what. Then, in his head, he couldn't help but liken the whole thing to the chilling tale of Bluebeard. The carriage doors swung open, and a mysterious man in a fancy feathered hat strode to the pharmacy entrance, right as the servant beside him gestured proudly toward the shop. Inside the crew, weird girls sat there with their eyes bound, and the guest leaned in to whisper, "Be good, and wait for me." A man grinned darkly beneath his hat brim, silently bracing for the visit to come. He let out a quiet chuckle and told his companions, "Don't worry, once I handle things at the pharmacy, we're heading home." With a confident sweep, the mysterious aristocrat fixed the lush fur on his cloak and strode right past the pharmacy's threshold. In Falma's office, a dead, choking silence slammed into the room so fast it sent a cold shiver straight down the boy's spine. When the aristocrat tipped off his hat, a man with an insanely pale yet royal-looking face stepped into view in front of the boy. Falma flashed a polite smile and introduced himself, and the poor guest was so stunned they couldn't wrap their head around it. This huge place was run by a kid. The man let out a crushing sigh, and Falma and the girls instantly clocked it. The guest's skin had a sick, painful blue tint. Falma stared hard at the guest, declared his illness was already in the advanced stage, and almost instantly caught the truth. These were unmistakable signs of silver poisoning. The aristocrat just flicked his hand and with pure irritation admitted that his blue skin is a constant nightmare, stopping him from living like a normal person. Falma leaned in to inspect the patient. His eyes flickered blue from the silver buildup, while the Duke paced and lamented that not even the other doctors could make him recover. With one soft click, the words for rare diseases lit up in front of me. Addison's disease, ochronosis, and argyria. The boy clamped a hand over his mouth, praying that the signs of silver poisoning could pass for some real, ordinary sickness. Suddenly, the whole scene got drenched in a sickening red glow Falma had never seen before, like the right diagnosis was still being flashed in white just to taunt her. He raced through every chemical compound he knew in his head, but none of them could scrub the damage from his tissues, so all he could do was cling to the hope of a modern medical laser. The young man's nerves snapped. He wiped sweat off his forehead, staring around like, do the local diseases even follow the usual rules here? His eyes bulged with pure terror. Shaking himself out of that daze, Falma turned to the Duke and demanded to see the medicine he'd been taking lately. The servant rushed in with a lavish case, swearing these pills were ordered straight from the master's personal doctor to turbocharge his health. Falma yanked the lid open and instantly froze in place. Inside the metal can, round silver balls blazed with light. A massive wooden chest sat overflowing, stuffed to the brim with toning elixirs and herbal blends. The doctor snapped, demanding everyone stop those meds right now, while his assistant Ellen leaned in, stared at the shiny silver leaves, and popped them into her mouth like it was nothing. The Duke's eyes went wide as he stared at the boy, then confessed. He'd been popping 10 of those pills every single day, swearing they boosted his well-being. The Duke trembled as he handed the boy a box of his silvery medicines. Falma dug through the box, staring at those shiny metal balls until it clicked. Those silver doses weren't harmless at all. They kept piling up in the patient's body until the skin turned unmistakably blue. The terrified Duke blurted out, "Did someone poison me?" And the boy shot back, "No," because the real culprit was the silver foil on the pills, and they had to stop using it right away. Lotus stared in shock, and Ellen leaned in to explain that wrapping the medicine in silver foil was a common trick, making the pills bigger and way more eye-catching. Falma said that when sunlight hits, the metal piled up inside starts reacting with the body's sulfides, then your skin shoots dark, turning blue in a flash. The Duke only let out a weary sigh, like he'd already accepted defeat. Hearing to stay away from the sun made the patient explode with rage, and in total despair he blurted out, "So I'm just supposed to keep hiding in the shade forever?" That red light blazing in front of his eyes proved it. Yeah, the worst was real, and there's just no effective medicine that can cure this. The Duke teetered on the edge of tears, replaying how his blue skin scared everyone and even drove his beloved wife running, while Falma stewed in the truth that not even the medicine from his old world could scrub away that cursed silver. Suddenly, the boy with total confidence declared that normal medicines wouldn't work, but his divine magic would, and while the delighted Duke begged to test it on him, the young pharmacist snapped, ordering Ellen to step back. The Duke's eyes sparked with hope, and he practically begged the imperial pharmacist to try this miracle on him. Worried, Ellen lunged to stop the boy, but no matter what she did, she couldn't get a grip on what he'd already decided to do. Suddenly, the boy snapped to it. If the metal wouldn't come out on its own, he'd just wipe it out using his one-of-a-kind power. He pressed his fingertips sharply to the patient's forehead. The Duke gave a calm nod, like he was daring fate itself, ready to take the risk. The young man shot him a warning right away. Don't you dare open your eyes, don't you move at all, because one slip could turn everything into disaster. He snapped his eyes shut and zeroed in, replaying that successful experiment in his mind so vividly it almost felt real. He shot his hand forward and told the guy his glasses didn't stand a chance. His magic would just melt them away. Total focus, now it's showtime, and he's ready to strike. A blinding flash erupted through the room. The moment the spell touched the silver and its sulfides hiding inside the patient, it snapped into action and started yanking the disease outward, fast. The girls shrieked in terror as pure silver shards clattered to the floor, but the main character grinned right away and demanded, "Show me the result." The bespectacled assistant stared with her mouth hanging open, completely stunned by what she was seeing. The black residue and the crumbled silver left behind silently slid off the aristocrat's hands, crashing to the ground with a heavy, final drop. With the tension finally slipping away, he let out a shaky sigh and demanded the maid fetch him a mirror. The Duke slowly stared into his reflection, and then his face snapped into total shock. Years of poisoning had turned his skin blue-gray, but now it's crystal clear, clean, and fully healthy. The old steward burst into tears of joy when he finally saw his master's face fully healed. He stared in shock, stunned by how spotless his own face looked in the mirror. The doctor calmly confirmed it. He'd fully purged the silver from his body, so sunlight could finally stop hurting him. The assistants behind finally let out a breath of relief. Those brutal rumors about the murdered brides were totally fake. A tear slid down the aristocrat's cheek. Women had always recoiled from his sickly skin and vanished, but now he marched the streets with his head held high. With pure adrenaline coursing through him, he wasted no time. He rushed to thank his rescuer and hand him one of his prized treasures right then. The pharmacist awkwardly shut it down. The man had already slipped into a lavish cloak, grabbed the precious collection, and hustled him outside, glowing with satisfaction that he'd brought it all on the journey. He flashed a playful grin from beneath the brim of his hat. The steward grabbed the bewildered doctor by the arm and begged him, with total sincerity, not to turn down the gift, because he refused to let the gentleman be slighted. The aristocrat scooted in close and blurted, "So tell me, does that boy's bed fit a whole gang of girls or not?" The young man froze, totally thrown off by that hint. The carriage doors groaned as the master burst inside, and right away the crowd snapped back into whispers over those missing women. The salon was jam-packed with dazzling beauties, and that eccentric rich man swept his hand wide and told the rescuer to pick whoever they wanted. He shoved his cheek against one with all his strength, praising it to the skies, then realized the eerie brides were just regular dolls, shockingly lifelike. That young man forced a shaky grin, flinched at every stare, and blurted that he had to refuse. Turns out the rumors were dead on. His guilty words finally hit, and the light just vanished into complete darkness. The morning's quiet got shattered by the bright, carefree chirps of birds, like the world just woke up laughing. A guard strode up to the gate and finally let Henry slip out, freed from the night shift. With a rush of relief, he unlocked the door and basked in the bright sunny day like he'd been waiting all his life. Suddenly, his whole body went rigid. Out of the thick fog, the dull clatter of hooves surged closer by the second. Henri yawned lazily, then trudged down the corridor toward the barracks. Right then, a frenzied horse slammed into the wall behind him, and the boy's scream ripped through the air. The moment everyone heard the pharmacy got smashed by a runaway cart, they all shot upright like they'd just been hit with a shock. The Medici family's head exploded with fury at the nerve of it, then demanded answers. Where was Falmo? Shaking with fear, Cedric told everyone that the young man had sprinted out at dawn to the capital because he was going to see His Highness. The Lord clenched his fist with a brutal crunch, and you could bet the attackers were going to pay way too dearly for what they just tried. He snapped at Henri to rush to the capital with the warning, while he frantically drafted the report for the Queen. The subordinates snapped into motion without a second thought, eager to tear into the rubble of the pharmacy themselves. The Lord scowled and rubbed his chin. His son's inventions had turned into a constant headache for far too many, so this attack wouldn't be the end of it, not even close. The woman's chest tightened as she realized someone was trying to sink their business, while behind her, her husband slumped and rubbed his face, worn out and helpless. The prince calmly opened his mouth on command, letting them dig deep and check every tooth. When the review ended, the boy lit up with pride as the praise for his daily cleaning hit him like a victory. Even the doctor had to warn him, don't swallow toothpaste, no matter how sweet it smells like apple candy. He broke it all down. Fluoride doesn't just block those acid attacks, it also patches up the enamel that got damaged. His lecture in the square smashed expectations. Turns out even the Empress marched over and snagged herself a whole cleaning set. Now he was determined to drag this habit out of the palaces and into the hands of the masses because he wanted the whole empire to get healthier, fast. The assistant couldn't believe it. This young man handed every one of his recipes to the patent office on his own, with zero greed and no name attached. His medical inventions are already lighting a wildfire of arguments between the capital city's doctors. He smirked like he knew exactly what he was doing and ordered them to send every new development straight there, to the bureau. Work was booming. Local craftsmen had already rolled out the very first microscopes, and they were way more convenient than anything before. Right when everything went quiet, he yanked out a whole jar of candies, and the prince's mouth literally fell open because he'd been just ranting about the ban on sweets. He clung to that jar like it was precious gold, stunned with joy, because those treats didn't mess up his enamel one bit. The answer was xylitol, this safe sugar substitute cooked up from everyday plants. Falma flashed the Empress a grin and told her, "My pharmacy isn't a candy shop," then still slid in a bag of treats like he couldn't resist. Little Claude's eyes practically glowed, blazing with pure, unfiltered joy. While the boy was busy explaining the safe sweetener's properties, the ruler snatched a scoop from the jar, gasped in shock, and then shoved it into the little one's hands. Claude nearly burst out laughing with joy, savoring that sweet feeling like a miracle. He couldn't believe his teeth were actually safe. The Empress cackled with a bright laugh, brushing off the warnings about an upset stomach. Then the doors blasted open with a thunderous bang. She marched straight at the one who had the nerve to wreck her sleep, pure menace in every step. When the Empress came into view, the guard's face went paper white, and he barely squeaked out a trembling greeting. He snapped his eyes to Falma and barked, "Some idiot just attacked my pharmacy!" A full-on commotion erupted. Knights were screaming about the audacious attackers, and the ruler finally snapped when the blow struck the very establishment she was sworn to protect. A terrifying rage warped her expression, and she swore she'd stomp every last one who dared touch her authority. Falma pleaded for her to cool down, but she kept shrieking about chains and the retribution that was coming for sure. The officer with the pipe shot back with grim certainty. This had to be the Guild of Pharmacists, white coats and all. Without even a beat, Falma blurted an apology, then bolted for the door like her life depended on it. "Falma!" The Empress's furious shout ripped through the air after him. The man in black dropped to one knee before the Empress, bowing with respect as he begged her not to jump to conclusions. Sanflouvet snapped that Falmy had to stay sharp, then swore she'd always stand by his side from this moment on. The boy bowed deeply and thanked Her Majesty with all his heart. Near the wrecked pharmacy, Jean wiped the sweat off his brow, then his eyes locked onto his master. Falma burst in, gasping apologies for the delay, then wasted zero time and fired off. "What's going on?" Zahn shot back with a grim report that the broken carts had already been cleared out. 2 carts packed with sand and soil slammed straight into the store, like they were flying on pure chaos. All that was left of the luxurious hall were mountains of dirt, burying every piece of furniture and crushing the shattered display cases underneath. Falma froze solid with pure horror. A foul stench crawled up from the rotting ground, and the young man snapped into action, burning it all away with his divine art. The magic fizzled out. His power only shattered pure stuff, and when it came to that messy mix of materials, he couldn't break it down at all. Jean finally got him to calm down. Those girls hauled the medicine to the clinic, the lab stayed standing, and the scheduled patient appointments kept right on track. Out of nowhere, a bright, cheerful voice from an old acquaintance rang out from outside. To thank him for those delicious condain, he rolled up with a whole crew of tough, tattooed sailors to lend a hand, and it absolutely moved Falmu. Those burly sailors grinned so wide it nearly hurt. Because the local medicinal candies were so insanely good, they practically raced to work, gladly chewing off every last bit of their dead. Falma gratefully thanked them on the spot, then mentally clocked every single detail of their port tattoos. The guys were yelling back and forth with big grins, then they sprinted toward the busted-up pharmacy. Their call to work ripped through the street like a spark, igniting everyone in its path. As soon as trouble hit, the other townspeople dropped everything and rushed to help clean, proving that when the world goes dark, we stick together. Everyone rushed in with eager offers to help, their faces full of real sympathy after that horrific attack on the establishment. Work was roaring right outside the building. Dozens of hands were racing to clear debris, then hauling heavy bags of trash like it was a non-stop mission. Falma froze. With it all hitting the depths of his soul, he stepped forward and bowed low to everyone in the room. The guy beside me broke into a soft smile and said, "This pharmacy has really turned into a lifeline for the whole city." Suddenly, a sobbing girl in a lavish dress burst through the door, begging the imperial pharmacist for urgent help. Her voice shattered into a full-on hysterical scream. Panic crushed her, and she could barely stay on her feet, gasping for breath. The stranger begged for his life, begging Falma's help to save her father, and Falma froze in total confusion because he'd never seen this aristocrat in the city before, yet she was 100% sure she knew his name from somewhere. Tears choked the woman's breath. Her father had collapsed from the heat and still hadn't come to. Falma nodded instantly and agreed to go right away. Cedric snapped at the boy to hurry, swearing he'd shoulder every local problem himself. The servant swore he'd take charge of the local affairs himself. With a burst of quick thanks, Falma spun and sprinted away from the estate. He jammed a medical bag together on the fly, sprinting through the worst-case diagnoses in his head, from a stroke to an electrolyte imbalance. The main suspect was still stuck in a brutal sunstroke. He snatched up his stuff and bolted, swearing, right then and there, that he'd handle things without his special abilities for now. With the girl by his side, he tore off toward where that man was lying. The road stretched on and on, hauling them way past the capital before they even realized it. Soon, the loud streets vanished behind them, and the world went completely empty and dead silent. The girl jabbed her finger at the hill, and Falma slammed the horse into a gallop straight for it. That's where her wiped-out father was meant to be waiting for her, dead tired and ready for her return. The second they hit the summit, the boy jerked the reins and froze in silent shock. A total stranger's voice suddenly snapped, demanding to know where the boy's father was. The second it happened, the boy jerked back, like something snapped right through his nerves. A sudden, brutal turn back, like the story yanked the wheel from under you. A thunderous crash of hooves hit the ground. Cloaked riders swarmed the hill, sealing it off from all sides. The boy spun his head, totally baffled, while gripping his horse's bridle like his life depended on it. A cold sweat erupted across his forehead, and a brutal truth hit him like lightning. He'd been baited into a trap. One of the aliens clamped down hard on the whip's handle like it owned it. A sinister sword mark scarred his shoulder. The squad leader leaned in, stared hard at the boy, and demanded to know if he was really that same kid, the one with no shadow, who split the sea in Marseille. Chills ripped through the boy the moment he finally clocked the legendary white mantles. He swallowed hard, like his whole body braced for impact. The man narrowed his cold eye and snapped, demanding an answer right now. That demand hit like a commandment straight from the Holy Inquisition. 3 shadowy riders in white hoods burst out of nowhere in front of Falmo, and they claimed they were inquisitors. It was the 13th chapter, all about the kid with no shadow, and the Inquisition closing in like a nightmare. In that huge library, Ellen stared at Falma in shock and demanded to know if he'd totally forgotten the basics. She snapped that this is the basic stuff of nobility and divine power. The boy has to memorize it. The boy just couldn't stop scratching his head, stuck on the church, and whatever high eminence was. The teacher leaned in and said this religious crew rules almost the whole continent, tests the aristocrat's magic, and even decides who sits on the throne as king. During the baptism, the priests pick the child's patron god, then rip open the circles of energy flow, and that's when they're declared noble. They claim their power's endless, then one person dared to speak out, got banished for good, and the church slammed the power channels shut, turning them into just an ordinary peasant. But the second the talk shifted to the Holy Inquisition, the whole room snapped tight with tension. These squads hunted heretics and demons with zero mercy, and the Great Church swore their special units were the most brutal killers on the whole battlefield. At the High Priest's command, this detachment could strike the mightiest empire of San Fluve, no matter how unstoppable it looked. Falma blurted, wide-eyed, "So demons are real?" And the teacher just stared back, completely lost. Ellen calmed him down and promised they wouldn't show up near the temple of the god of medicine, so if he carried on like normal, that meeting couldn't touch him. But that little warning about the Inquisitors vanishing for ages hit too late. Horsemen slammed into the boy's path, sneering that his self-confidence was out of bounds, because even without a shadow, he still dared to run a pharmacy downtown and stride straight out under the blazing sun. The chief inquisitor narrowed his eyes and sneered that the little one was a demon wearing a child's face, even as Falma himself swore, earnestly, that it was all lies. The boy tried to brush it off with a joke. "I'm just an ordinary doctor who worked himself to death." But the furious inquisitor woman tightened her aim and screamed at him to spit out the truth, heretic. Falma snapped to the truth. They wouldn't listen, so he shot up his hands, swallowed his words, and backed off exactly the way they told him. The riders barked orders non-stop, insisting they fall back exactly 10 steps. The second pursuer snapped. That confession or not, the truth would surface soon enough. The boy's shoes clicked, and with that first step back, the moment started to shift. Right then, a colossal magical circle erupted under their feet, and the squad leader roared out a capture incantation, snaring their target instantly. Divine power exploded upward, and it slammed into place around the boy, sealing him inside a blazing dome of light. Blinding divine energy roared as it surged inward, snapping a glowing dome around Falma. But he didn't even blink. He just slammed forward, and with one sharp move, shattered the magical barrier into dust. The Inquisitors stood there in stunned horror, because this ordinary boy just shattered the divine art meant to fight demons with effortless ease. As the enemies snapped back to reality, Falma scratched the back of his head, totally confused, and shot them the same reminder again. He wasn't a demon, not even close. That terrified woman Inquisitor had completely snapped, she roared and swung her spear, blasting a colossal fiery wheel at the boy and forcing him to scramble out of the way. One of the knights yanked his spear around hard, jaw tight, cursing the boy's feral strength in his own head. The young man shot up into the air, then slammed his hands together to forge a protective dome and stop the flames from spreading any farther. Pinching his nose against the smoke, he snapped the spell's radius tighter so he wouldn't accidentally blast his own allies. With a flick of his hand, he detonated the air itself. Every breath in that zone vanished in an instant. The smoke hissed and tightened for a breath, then tore apart fast until the flames finally choked out and died. Terrified knights stood frozen in their tracks, stunned that this kid was flinging divine spells with bare hands, and somehow commanding fire like it was his to command. The young man stayed perfectly still in the distance, then slowly stretched his hand out toward me. He gave this shaky, awkward grin and practically begged, "Can we just talk for 1 minute?" Rage seethed through the night as he roared that the fire mage would never be safe from icy icicles. Then he slammed his will into the dance of ice shards. Deadly spears came screaming toward the young man, but with a single gesture, they froze midair and turned to stone. Fear ripped the enemy's courage apart. They had no clue how this demon could grab control of multiple elements with terrifying ease. Right behind him, the commander's chilling order thundered, "Finish off the monster!" And the boy burst into frantic screams, begging them to finally listen. 4 battle-hardened fighters strode forward with unshakable confidence, all set to carry out their master's every command. The commander hissed through clenched teeth that they had to drag the boy in alive, no matter what, and he made sure they didn't have any other option. The warped rider roared a battle cry and charged straight in, smashing into the attack and tearing the ground apart with a storm of earth magic. Other mages jumped in, blasting the target with a blazing pillar of fire and razor-sharp wind blades that spun through the air like a storm. Sweat dripped down his face as the lack of protection meant one wrong move and it was over. Fast. 3 destructive forces slammed in from every side, closing in around him like a death trap. A sharp palm whacked the ground hard. He snapped his hand forward, pointing straight at the danger like a warning flare. The ground beneath me split open, and cold icy needles sprayed up across the floor. An ice wall and a magical shield erupted in front of the boy, blasting the furious fire and wind attack to a dead stop. Explosions kept roaring around him as the boy prayed with all his heart that Sylvester had already made it to the pharmacy or the estate and was safe. With a single shove, he broke the enemy's spells apart, scattering the last sparks of their magic across the air. The attacker's leader refused to back down and roared again, summoning help from a giant earth dragon. The second the stone monster lurched forward, the rider's hand shot out cold ice in a blur, spreading fast across it. The enemy shrieked in shock, then, in the next heartbeat, a brutal pillar of ice slammed down, swallowing him and his horse whole. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. Only a cold, lifeless statue remained, clutching the weapons of the terrifying leader. As the terrified soldiers shrieked about the enemy's invincibility, the silver-haired boy stayed ice calm and slowly reached his hand forward. A brutal whirlwind of wind whipped around his palm. The squad commander fought to keep order, roaring at the top of his lungs to stop them from scattering out of formation. He lifted his sword high and kicked off the countdown for the joint strike. The other officers rushed to the fighters and shouted, "Hit them, hard and together, right now!" One of the warriors clamped down on his weapon even harder, feeling sweat streak down his cheek as his nerves screamed. Another clenched their breath, waiting for the moment that would decide everything. A massive tidal wave of elemental magic slammed into the opponent with a deafening roar. The rumble finally died out, and a chilling silence slammed down over the battlefield. One fighter already thought the battle was done with the enemy, but the commander snapped at him, "Shut up, right now." Right through the thick smoke, a human silhouette suddenly snapped back into view. The commander froze in pure, silent disbelief. That massive crystal dome right in front of them started to shake, then spiderwebbed with cracks as it began to split. An uninjured boy with ice-cold eyes stared down his enemies from behind crossed arms. With a brutal crack, a colossal crystalline block tore out of the ground. So much divine power blasted through the air that the riders erupted into terrified screams. They sat stone still in their saddles, eyes locked on this lethal power like their lives depended on it. Right then, a blinding white flash tore through the air like lightning. "Hold up! Get your defenses up! Now!" the commander roared as his voice barely kept pace. A brutal strike sent the horse crashing down, and the man slammed hard onto the ground as his subordinate blurted out in terror. One of the warriors snapped to his feet, then froze in shock, spotting a boy in the distance with his hand held high, blasting a furious beam of light straight toward them. Sharp crystals sprouted up around the fighters once more, and they spun around in full-blown panic. The air began to quake with a deep, violent rumble. Massive stone blocks slammed shut above them, crushing the sky into a cage and trapping the herd in a deadly snare. The man's eyes went wide in shock as that solid wall slammed down, wiping out every single way they could retreat. The commander panted hard, fighting to get his breath back after that brutal fall. With sheer determination on his face, the boy shot his hand up and the crystals around him blazed with light. The soldiers froze in terror. Right in front of them, the child's body started glowing, and that endless divine power sent panic ripping through the ranks. "Can we finally stop?" the boy asked in a low, honest voice, his heart heavy with the fact he'd had to take that step at all. The commander went still, his eyes snapped to the boy, whose body suddenly lit up with a fierce glow. The young man met his enemy's eyes and swore he wanted no one hurt. Not them either. He shot a quick look at the massive ice block looming over them, then blurted, "If I let this go, it'll smash us in seconds." Even if nobody believes him yet, the boy insists he's using his power to heal people, and only that. He demanded they finally throw in the towel, but the commander suddenly spotted a mark on his body, and his heart nearly stopped. The man just stood there, staring at the teenager like his eyes refused to accept what he was seeing. Then it all clicked in his head. No shadow body, boundless power, and those sacred healing marks in the god of medicine stamped on both shoulders. The commander's stomach dropped with horror when he finally realized they'd just committed the one mistake they could never take back. He'd punished himself for missing who that deity was from the very start, like they had practically been right up in his face the whole time. As the men's minds quaked before that divine vessel glowing with light instead of shadow, Falma just stared back, smiling like it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Then it hit everyone in the room, one terrifying realization crashing into their minds all at once. Everyone around them snapped still, stunned into total silence. One of them choked out in terror that the boy hadn't even bothered to draw his sacred staff for battle. In a burst of terror, one of them screamed as it finally hit. They'd actually raised their own weapon against the patron god they swore to serve. A wild, bone-chilling terror struck the commander the moment he invented the horrific sins they'd committed against the deity. The young man flailed his hands in sheer panic, trying to shout through the fear that something, somehow, had gone wrong. But they ignored him. Then one by one they dropped to their knees and bowed as deep as they could. Even the proud swordsman, sword in hand and courage blazing, lowered his head in quiet respect to the boy. In the next heartbeat, all three crumpled to their knees with a dull thud, and the boy just froze, eyes wide, mind blank. He stood crushed between towering ice crystals, utterly stunned by the sheer shock of it all. Shame shook the commander as he crumpled and begged for mercy, but the terrified boy fought back, screaming louder as panic erupted in his chest. They said he was the god of medicine, and it hit him so hard he nearly blacked out. Only the warriors have already paid their sentence. Now they atone for their sins by spilling their own blood. The young man begged them to stop, but the commander had already slammed his staff into the earth and ripped the ground open with deadly thorns. The earth under my feet split open with a savage roar, and a deadly spike blasted up from the hole. Giant stone stakes erupted out of the ground right in front of them. With one last glance ahead, the man steeled himself to die, anything just to quiet his patron's rage, no matter what it cost him. A razor-sharp stone spike drove through him, yet the knight just kept that calm, grateful smile on his face. The commander's staff exploded with a thunderous crack, and he froze, stunned, staring in disbelief. With a thunderous crack, the blonde partner's staff snapped apart too. Falma muttered curses under his breath, clocking how even the battered enemies were still desperately fighting to stay upright. The boy shot his hand up and ordered the knights to vanish, telling them they had no business hassling his pharmacy because nobody was going to die for him. A blinding light slammed across the boy's body, and he kept pressing the same question. Why wouldn't they follow his orders? Tears glittered in Falmi's eyes as he blurted out in panic that he never wanted them to face doom at all. The commander just let out a heavy sigh, snapped his head side to side, and said that for this order, striking the earthly vessel of the god of medicine is a sin you can't shrug off and forgive. The knight pinned the boy with a heavy, unshakable stare and demanded he pay for that sacrilege with his own life. His blonde companion shrieked in terror, staring at the commander like, "You're really going to throw yourself away that easily?" But the squad leader stayed cool, calmly grabbed his cloak, and got ready to lay more of the story on them. He crumpled to his knees and confessed that after being thrown from his horse, a horrific leg injury set in. Now it's rotting alive, and death's coming for him any day. The man stared at the boy with desperate eyes, begging him to let him die with honor, before his strength finally ran out. The wound on his leg was horrifying. Necrosis had already burrowed deep into the flesh, and there was zero hope left. Just like that, a peaceful day got shattered by the groom's scream. Another horse was tearing down here at full gallop. Pure chaos erupted in the yard, because that calming the terrified animal thing turned out to be way harder than anyone thought. The men fought tooth and nail to rein that wild stallion back, because if it surged again, it would have mowed people down out of sheer danger. The worried boss shuffled away, tense as he hunted down what caused the chaos. The poor creature panicked and went berserk, like it couldn't take the terror anymore. The queen's page sprinted in with news about the repair guards, but that spark of hope died fast when everyone recognized the horse their patron had just ridden away on. The knight soothed the horse, then snapped, "Where exactly did my rider go?" and bolted into motion. Everyone went still, and dread hit like a cold wave. The manager's voice shook as he warned me. This steed won't ever turn back, not until its master is staring down death itself. Meanwhile, up on a far-off hill, the Inquisition captain dropped to his knees in front of the boy, pleading for a quick, mercy-filled death to wipe away every last one of his sins. The man locked eyes with the child and pleaded for him to end his own life, because in his heart, he believed he was too far gone for God's forgiveness. Falma slowly lifted his hand, and every inch of it screamed danger at the knight. Ellen stared from a distance at the dark shapes on the hill, her chest tight as she wondered what nightmare was unfolding there. The boy slapped his palm to his face and swore up and down that God doesn't punish anyone. God just comes here to dig into this world. The diagnosis hit like a sledgehammer. His leg was an open fracture, bone exposed. Falma slapped a hand over her face, remembering how the patient tried to stay on the horse and still ended up falling. His big tibia snapped near the top, and a small trickle of blood spilled out. No deadly red glow pulsed from the wound, which meant there was still a real shot to save that limb. The man slammed onto the soft grass, and the ground kept the wound clean so no deadly infection could creep in from the dirt. A red light suddenly blazed in front of me. If they amputate like this, I'll get blood poisoning fast. Everything's gonna be okay, the boy told himself, gripping that thought like it could save him. With everything spiraling out of control, the only move was to rush in and set the bone before it was too late. The only way out was total amputation, and if they didn't do it, the patient could die. So I had to ask, who in this upside-down world is actually skilled enough to pull off something this delicate? Falma's wound was being treated, but that divine sight wouldn't give him a straight answer. Would he stand on his own, or would a seasoned surgeon's hands be required? Local pharmacists battled internal sicknesses with herbs and potent mixtures, but surgery? That was a whole different league, treated like its own separate craft. Father's reports revealed the surgeries usually worked. Then, most patients still fell to sepsis, and a shocking 70% died later. That boy had no business walking away and leaving the wounded person to whatever the local healers decided to do. Medicine in this world is so far behind it's basically a disaster, and even the chief court physician couldn't wrap his head around basic hygiene. The pharmacy was way too far, and that deep wound had to be treated right now before infection could sink its teeth in. In his past life, he clocked in as a pharmacist and even ran surgery after surgery on lab animals just to test whether new drugs would work. While he worked at the university clinic, he backed up the surgeons in brutal operations, even on massive animals. Then he dove deep into the ways of healing people, praying that one day this knowledge would be his chance to make a difference. So now fate has shoved him into performing the surgery himself on the injured? But seriously, did this ordinary pharmacist have the nerve to play surgeon without the right training on humans? He lunged forward with zero hesitation. The knight stared at him with glowing hope, whispering that he was the messenger of the god of medicine. He swallowed hard, peeked into the medical bag, and realized there was no escape left. The boy strode up to them and snapped, "Forget it. Everything that's coming next is gone for good." His eyes snapped into a ruthless, no-nonsense focus. He shot out his hand and called on divine power, and boom, pure iron slammed into existence, ready to forge future tools. Plopped down in the grass, the boy yanked open his bag and geared up to save a life. The senior doctor snapped to get the injured man onto the table right now, then shouted for someone to call the carriage. He said, stone cold, "I'll save him myself," and then made it clear he couldn't do it without full help. The assistants raced in and hammered the stakes down, then shoved up a field tent over the wounded. The assistants snapped into motion and scattered fast, obeying the command, "Don't call anyone else here." Bloodied and broken, the man wailed, begging, "Why won't they just punish me?" But the young healer snapped, "Shut up! Focus on your wound." The boy wasted no time. He hurried in, set the field tent up over the sick person like a pro, and got things moving fast. He slipped a look beneath the tight fabric to see if the fighter was still holding on. With one sharp flick of the sheet, the makeshift operating room springs to life, ready for anything. The young doctor's voice went deadly serious. He said he'd knock him out with anesthesia on the spine first, then carefully clean the wound around the broken bone. The boy leaned over the patient like his life depended on it, squeezing every ounce of focus out of every single second. He laid out every next step, and once he got the patient's frail, reluctant yes, he geared up to act. The boy slipped on the mask and sterile gloves without a word. He carefully prepared a potent bupivacaine anesthetic set to be injected straight into the spinal canal. The needle sank in, and the wounded man snapped his teeth together, fighting a burst of sharp, searing pain. The doctor told the patient to push through, warning that a sudden burst of pain would hit, but it should fade fast. The surgeon pressed a slick cooling block to the wounded thigh, easing the damage in one calm, precise move. He stared hard at the man's face, demanding to know if the cold was really biting him. Once the anesthesia kicked in, he deftly flipped the instrument into the air, praying the numbness would hold for 2 to 3 hours. While the fighter screamed in shock that the brutal pain meant nothing to him, the doctor quietly snapped the surgical tools onto the tray. He locked onto the first move, pouring a huge dose of saline at the exact right osmotic pressure to flush the wound clean and shield his cells. Water blasted over his bare thigh, blasting every last bit of dirt right off. The doctor snapped a special clamp onto the wrecked vessel and seared it shut with a blazing thread. Next, he painstakingly scraped away the dead tissue from the wound to keep any deadly infection from taking hold. The patient clenched their jaw and held their breath, swallowing every ounce of pain in silence. The cut's surroundings were cleaned and then coated with dark povidone iodine until it was fully treated. Since they couldn't make a medical splint on the spot, the boy grabbed a sturdy metal staff from a wounded soldier and used it for the job. Now all that's left is to tug the leather edges tight and slam in the final stitches. The doctor wiped the sweat off his brow, finally exhaling in relief. His complicated procedure had stayed clean, with no bleeding and no need for drainage. The boy snapped his eyes over the damage, an oblique fracture that could shift the bone badly, and he knew the open wound had to be shut right now to stop infection from taking hold. He grabbed the surgical clamp straight off the sterile tray with a firm, steady hand. He expertly threaded a strong thread through the eye of the medical needle. The blade's sharp tip punched into the flesh right at the cut's outer edge. The needle slid through skin again, dropping a fresh, perfect stitch. Snip! Those razor-sharp scissors sliced through the thread the second they landed. He yanked the next knot tight, squeezing the wound's edges together. The young man cinched the first knot tight, then yanked the leather edges together until they locked in place. With his next clean, exact move, he wrapped the thread around the tool, ready to nail the next stitch. Once the stitches were done, the doctor lifted both hands high, finally breathing out in pure relief. Then he wrapped the leg with a tight bandage and strapped it down using a plain wooden splint. That thin thread kept creeping tighter and tighter until the binding finally snapped into place. With a sharp snap, the extra piece of fabric ripped free and shot off to the side. While the patient stared in shock and thanked the medicine of God, the young man told him to hit church and stay in bed, praying in his head that not one infection had slipped into the wound. Falma decided to double-check everything one last time, because with that titanium implant, there was nothing else he could do, so now he could only pray the dirt never got into the wound. The boy let out a shaky breath of relief and yanked off his mask the instant his eyes finally locked onto that life-saving white light. A sharp white glow started blasting through the tire and the bandages someone had wrapped around it. The moment the boy pushed out of the tent, the knights outside snapped with tension, like they'd been hit by a jolt. They stood there with their hands clasped tight, praying because the thought of what came next was terrifying. He calmly told them the captain was out cold after the anesthesia and was doing just fine, then admitted, plain as day, that he was only a regular pharmacist and honestly had no idea if that would be enough to save him. The boy flailed his hands in sheer embarrassment and blurted, "Stop! No more of that pompous thank you!" And the knights practically broke down with joy, stunned by this mercy, because they couldn't even wrap their heads around how to repay someone they'd attacked. Fama lunged to fix the misunderstanding on the spot, swearing he was only a medic and he couldn't stand to leave the wounded to die. Then he went dead serious and told them, "Keep everything you saw today under strictest confidence, no exceptions." The boy's smile vanished in an instant, his eyes turned downright haunting, and he swore that if they kept yapping, he'd just start cursing them. The knights were absolutely terrified, and in a single breath they all blurted out that they finally understood everything. Before long, they were sprinting at full speed toward their carriage, barely holding their armor in place as they ran. Falma let out a quiet, satisfied breath, and behind him the tent erupted with joyful shouts as knights sprinted to their commander. Falma spun around, completely baffled, praying he hadn't messed up and done the wrong thing. In moments like this, he craved nothing more than to link up with the other doctors out there in this world. Soon, a shocked exclamation erupted near the pharmacy entrance. The girls were stunned to learn their new chief priest trekked all this way just to personally congratulate them on opening the pharmacy. Falma warmly greeted the guest and cracked a joke, saying that being moved from the Inquisition to the capital's chief priests was a promotion. The other person nodded back with a bright, knowing smile. He introduced himself as Solomon and rolled up with gifts for the secretary and everyone else on the staff. Solomon finally confessed he'd filed a report to management swearing there was zero heresy in San Fluve, so after a brutal bureaucratic battle, he could step in and serve right beside the boy. Every priest from Marseille who once filed a fake report about a huge surge of divine energy got dragged down hard and demoted without mercy. Half of Solomon's face collapsed into a sickening shadow as he calmly declared, ice cold, that this was the end, forever. The priest snapped his gaze at Falma and declared that he himself had ripped that counterfeit document to pieces. His eyes turned stone-cold eerie as he leaned in and whispered that he'd shipped every one of the former inquisitors off to far-flung parishes across the world. In the blink of an eye, the man lit up with friendly charm, swearing he'd personally shut down every rumor because the pharmacy owner's missing shadow was all made-up nonsense. Falma could only flinch and wipe the cold sweat off his brow, stunned by the wild, fanatical faith of his new acquaintance. In the capital, the priest warned about a possessed person even the church couldn't save, and it hit the boy so hard that he finally started thinking about everything for real. He leaned in and bluntly demanded to know if the young man had any clue about it. Their usual cleansing ritual failed flat, because if it were just some run-of-the-mill demon, they could have handled it solo without breaking a sweat. Then, at the girl's own request, they carried out a sealing ritual, praying they could finally tame her wild fire magic. She only let out a helpless groan, writhing in unbearable pain while the ropes kept her locked to the chair. Melody sighed with pure relief. Thanks to his medication, she finally felt like herself again, and for the first time in ages, she stepped outside into fresh air. Solomon was drenched in sweat from pure shock, frantically trying to figure out how that kid's plain little mixtures could shove out real, devilish spirits. The boy scratched his chin in deep thought, trying to figure out how to tell the priest one simple truth, that the girl was never possessed, without dragging in a bunch of fancy medical talk. Right before my eyes, the Baroness snaps, crushed by a violent mental breakdown where her damaged brain lets alien voices invade her head, and then she loses control of her own impossible strength. With one simple drawing, Falma showed how the brain decodes the body's electrical signals, and when those connections get torn apart, the result is nothing but ordinary hallucinations. Even though nobody knew why her body crashed, the antipsychotics her boyfriend picked shut the illness down fast and eased her pain almost immediately. The young doctor leaned in and told the stunned priest the medicine was already the perfect cure for the girl, and that his divine power had absolutely nothing to do with it. Falma said another patient with the same symptoms could have reacted totally differently, but Ms. LaRue hit the jackpot. The meds fit her perfectly. He set his hand on the papers and swore his divine magic had absolutely nothing to do with it. The woman smiled as she remembered how those eerie voices and crawling shadows finally vanished, and now the church's old exorcism tortures feel like nothing but a nightmare she can't believe happened. The priest sat there in silence, stunned as the boy's sickness, the one the church called a curse, was cured with nothing more than regular medicine. Falma sat across from him and in a low voice warned that without the right knowledge and medicine, he wouldn't have made it either. The teenager admitted that, since the dawn of human history, science and religion have been tearing at each other in brutal battles. Terrifying visions of the Inquisition's bonfires haunted their minds, and one brutal question kept burning in the air. Did exorcisms ever work? Or was there any way medicine could save everyone from this nightmare? The priest swallowed his guilt and snapped that their ignorance led them to commit a horrifying sin, torturing sick people instead of treating them. He slammed the point home. The church had to shift its whole mindset and face the new reality, if that medicine really works. The man demanded that the clergy from the main cathedral step in right now and verify everything in person, so the pointless suffering of the people could finally stop. Falma's skin was slick with sweat as that priest dared to go that far, praying to himself that his words wouldn't get him burned as a heretic. Exactly, the answer snapped back. Ms. LaRue burst into tears of joy and admitted that without Falma's help, she would have quit long ago and basically surrendered, thinking she was doomed with no rescue coming from those imaginary demons. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at her savior and poured out a heartfelt thank you for tearing the pain out of her body and silencing the torments in her mind. Falma shrugged off his own importance, insisting his part in the treatment was tiny, and claiming the only reason they succeeded was because everyone followed his therapeutic plan to the letter. The priest praised the boy's work as pure perfection, and Falma beamed as he eagerly inspected the gift he'd just received. The priest praised the young healer's selflessness, saying it deserved real, heartfelt admiration. With a warm smile, the noble guest pressed the product instructions into Falmi's hands and promised her they'd unlock real benefits. She shut her eyes tight and whispered, voice trembling, that she'd stop believing she'd ever see a day this joyful again. That woman told Falma to personally run the production next time, and the guy lit up, gladly promising he'd swing by soon. Because of his help, her worries finally vanished, and now she was begging that young man to keep going with his medical work. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she pleaded with him, begging him to use her gift just to save everyone who needed it. Even with the fearsome god of fire backing her up, she'd started treating Falmu like her second deity. The magnificent carriage rolled forward with slow, royal grace as Falma and the priest waved goodbye to the guests. The boy shouted after her, promising he'd definitely come by sometime this weekend. Once the carriage vanished into the horizon, the priest let out a thoughtful breath and admitted, this young healer still kept blowing his mind. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying rumble shook the air straight from the direction of the gate. The priest declared it was time for him to leave too. Then he yanked a sacred amulet from his cloak and pressed it into Falmy's hands. The boy's eyes went wide as he stared at the priest's open palm. There, sitting like a secret, was an unusual chain. He shrugged it off, saying he was only doing his job as a pharmacist, and the priest just calmly nodded along. The young man gaped in disbelief at the wild metal pendant, wings etched in it, runes blazing like it held some kind of secret. Then he dropped his gaze, fumbled over his words, and muttered about his own shadow like it didn't make sense. Right in the next heartbeat, he yanked himself back in terror, because right under his feet on the cobblestones, a sharp, dark silhouette lay there, crystal clear. He leaned in and told the child the amulet could lock away divine power, so the kid without a shadow could finally stop hiding. Joyful tears spilled into the boy's eyes, and he blurted out non-stop thanks to his rescuer, only for the rescuer to tell him, "Don't." The little one whirled in place, grinning so hard he couldn't believe what he saw, then burst out in joy like he was screaming to the whole world. He was finally thrilled to step into the sun all day without fear, until the priest suddenly snapped, remembering his visit to that hill. Hearing that, the boy snapped back to the past, and panic hit him hard. Your interlocutor swore that, just like back in Marseille, a massive, blinding surge of divine power was still hanging in the air. Then he shot his hand to his chest and practically begged the young man, "Don't be scared." Turns out the old disaster zone is breathing clean air now, and people stroll in quietly just to relax and let their worries melt away. The once deadly hill now lies blanketed in bright flowers, and somehow it turns into a warm, cozy garden. Marcel leaned in and warned the boy in a low voice. The capital church was already cooking up another brutal, treacherous strike. The priest leaned in and said he personally slammed the door on the enemies, cutting off their way to the holy hill. Falma quietly begged God, "Don't shelter me," as she recounted how the Imperial Army stepped in during the investigation of the carriage attack. Right by the Grand Cathedral of Marseille, they blitzed him with non-stop questions about how he shot up the ranks so fast. He just gave a tight little nod, trying to play it off, claiming he was only surveying the city, when everyone could tell he was lying. My subordinates' joyful cheers burst through the temple, crashing against its towering walls. When they asked how the mission went, Marseille dodged the question so hard it was basically all fog and no answers. Suddenly, he felt the air shift, fresh, clean, and unmistakably new. Turns out the capital hadn't seen a single shred of anything supernatural for a full year. The old assistant beamed and insisted the heavens were guarding them because their heartfelt prayers had truly reached above. They never saw it coming. The real source of this purification was Falma, and her massive divine aura stood like an impenetrable shield, cutting off any evil in its path. Once every piece of evidence was in his hands, Marcel finally snapped. He was convinced his guess was right. A razor-thin, mischievous smile slithered onto his face. As the gigantic doors finally swung open, he rallied his men and marched them to offer prayers to their new living patron. The boy honestly admitted he was just happy to wander in the sun, while his companion stayed silent, burning with questions about what was going on in this odd heir's head. Birds sang all around as the green leaves rustled, and above it all, that huge, deep blue sky stretched wide, packed with bright, blazing clouds. By the massive building, a young girl skipped with a spear in hand and beamed when Mr. Falmu finally arrived. The girl flashed a warm smile and ushered the guests inside, buzzing with excitement as she got ready to show off her work. Melody blurted out an awkward apology about her outfit, saying the heated glass makes it scorching and regular clothes can catch fire in an instant. Melody leaned in and told her apprentices the big mountain is their training ground, where it all usually begins. Falma snapped, "Are you trying to melt glass here?" and told the craftsmen to keep working calmly, then ignore the guests. She twirled her spear like it was nothing, bragging that she'd mastered a divine flame technique. So yeah, a regular campfire was totally pointless for her. The old master slid a glass blank to Melody and told her to dazzle the elite committee with her measuring cup making process. Melody slowly drove the tip of her spear into the long glass tube. Falma stared in awe as the enchanted weapon flared to life, glowing brighter with every move. He heard a tiny squeak, spotted a small cut on the tube, and immediately knew she was using that crystal like a razor-sharp diamond cutter. Melody slapped the molds onto the brick stands, yelled the artisan's fire spell, then the whole room exploded with magical light in the blink of an eye. A burst of magical light flared to life over the brick masonry, scorching the darkness in a single, brilliant spark. Melody strode right up to him, grinning with confidence as she held a flower-shaped magical torch. She snapped her fingers at the assistants and pointed straight at the flames, urging them to get to work. 2 craftsmen stood obediently, gripping the pipe steady as the flame roared beneath it. The glass gave a tiny click and then shattered cleanly into 2 perfect halves. The boy's jaw dropped as Melody, right from afar, wielded 3 raging sources of fire at once. With a grin, the blonde told her she could keep every single flame running at its own perfect temperature, right there, all at once. He said it's exactly this power that makes her products hit harder than anyone else's. Melody wiped the sweat off her forehead, then let out a satisfied sigh. Everything was finally set. The boy blurted out in pure excitement, because even his father, the court physician engineer, couldn't stop praising her incredible skill. A warm smile spread across her face. She leaned in and whispered that being told something like that was a total honor. Then the hostess swung open the doors and led him into her huge laboratory where those incredible creations were born. She handed the flasks to her assistant, then ordered them sent off to cool right after she marked them. The craftswoman flashed a grin and shoved the flask into Falmy's hands, urging her to take it. The boy hesitated for a second, then slid himself into the vessel he was clutching in his hands. She calmly told her to smash the glass into the ground with everything she had. Falma hesitated, feeling bad for someone else's work, but the girl just burst into cheerful laughter. Koval swore those dishes were fired with a special flame, so they'd never, ever crack. Then the boy swung with everything he had, refusing to hold back another second. He slammed the flask down hard on the floor. The vessel jolted, skidded, and rolled off with a loud clang, and somehow not a scratch marred it. A glass skidded across the floor, ringing like a warning bell, and then it was gone, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The craftswoman and her colleague shot him a heartfelt thank you for saving their craft. Falma let out an awkward grin, and the girl practically burst with excitement as she swore she'd grant whatever he asked next. She practically sparkled with joy, swearing that he'd never, ever be let down by her. Suddenly, everything vanished, and a trembling voice echoed from the pitch-black darkness. He wiped his eyes and realized, whoops, he'd fallen asleep at his desk while Ellen was calmly chewing him out for being way too overtired. Ellen panicked and demanded he wake up right now, because if he didn't, that draft would have him catching a cold in no time. Falma barely managed a sleepy mumble, then let out an awkward laugh like it was the only thing she could do. His head drooped onto his folded arms on the desk, heavy as a weight pressing him down. The boy cracked a joke about vacation right on the spot, secretly giddy that the Inquisition mess was finally over and that business at the pharmacy was picking up again. He quickly reassured the assistant, insisting that everything was totally fine. Ellen slipped up behind him and softly reminded him, he's still a kid, so he can't keep pushing himself to the breaking point. On Marseille Street, as workers raised a brand new pharmaceutical factory, a sharp, crystal-clear child's call suddenly cut through the air. Little Blanche snatched up a giant melon from the counter and practically begged everyone to let her take a bite. Lota grinned and said, it's not melon season, so she immediately pushed for grapes. The boy flashed her a warm smile and vowed he'd grab every single thing she asked for. At the market, the vendor beamed and shouted for Falma to check out the fresh apples, while he stood there mulling over how to stock up on medicine next. He ordered fresh fruit, ready to pin this new harvest to his medical research. The cheerful saleswoman rushed over with brand new plums, still fresh from just landing. Falma genuinely wanted to win his mom's smile with gifts, but he knew trouble was brewing. The patient line kept exploding, and he and Ellen had to scramble for new assistants, fast. The buyer snapped at the pharmacist, demanding why they wouldn't sell the same medicines as the Sacred Pharmacy, while Falma just stood there, wrestling with the problem that hiring nobles would be a nightmare, and every seasoned commoner had already long since slipped into the guild. Off to the side, Falma watched the fight in silence, his mind snapping back to one brutal truth. He couldn't rely on any assistant at all. He realized that landing the right, capable assistants, without any help at all, was going to be brutally hard. The man just shrugged and said the guild bosses had banned anyone from touching the competitor's medicine, while the poor maid fought back tears, knowing she'd be stuck lining up for hours again. Falma watched the whole thing in stunned silence. Every single day, that girl marched straight into the chaos and ranted her heart out about the massive crowds that kept storming the new pharmacy. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How could the city just stop selling those medications that worked so damn well? Then the pharmacist leaned in and told her the shop is controlled by the sniveler of the chief court pharmacist, someone who can crush even the empire. So he warned the girl to stay far, far away from that place. He warned that the pharmacy was packed with heretics, folks prescribing wild, unheard-of meds and flogging them for pennies, so shady it practically screamed. When the old owner saw the medicine work miracles, the younger colleague shot back with venom. Sure, it works, but the guild will never let you sell something like that. For the broke capital pharmacists, this guild was the only lifeline they had to keep their heads above water. But the old master only let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh, his mind drifting back to those rumors of miraculous healings for the sick. With a heavy heart, the man admitted they couldn't break the union's rules or walk out of it. The furious customer stormed out, blasting the local pharmacist as narrow-minded ignoramuses, while the owner tried over and over to soothe her right there at the store entrance. Falma realized the regular city pharmacists didn't even hesitate for a second. They were totally fine selling her their medicines. Little Blanche practically skipped up to her brother, beaming as she begged, "Can we go home now?" The boy flashed a warm smile and swore he'd throw an epic tea party for everyone. On the way back, he wrestled with the idea of forging a brand new, independent guild just for poor medicine traders. In the shop, Ellen gasped and demanded to know if he truly meant to let ordinary people write prescriptions legally. She had to figure out if he'd finally stand up to the system, risk everything for the everyday people. Falma spun to Cedric for help, and he jumped at the chance to back her up right away. The boy figured he'd find his people, then he charged straight at the statute's rules without wasting a second. Because the young pharmacist wasn't old enough yet, Cedric stepped up, volunteering to be his official representative. While Ellen fretted over those tangled contracts, Cedric leaned in and promised her that paperwork was his absolute specialty. Falma was sure the guild would help save even more people. Then, out of nowhere, a gut-wrenching scream ripped through the street. He was thrilled that their medicine would flood the whole city now and work at lightning speed. Ellen could only hope the business would finally take off, because then she'd get her pharmacy out of those endless queues once and for all. Next door, a panicked man kept pounding on Mari, begging her to wake up and drink the mixture. She thrashed in bed with a fever roaring through her. Then a hoarse cough ripped through the room, and the boy just froze, staring at her, blaming himself for every single step he'd taken. He clutched that scorching bowl with both hands, and it hit him like a punch. Those best healing herbs and ointments were suddenly useless. Suddenly, the street's silence shattered. Someone let out a desperate scream, and then the door got battered by non-stop pounding. Clutching his frail daughter on his back, the terrified father begged, "Please, let him inside." He cried out in pure despair, convinced something terrible had happened to his little one, and begged for her to be examined. A cool voice crackled from the window, promising the doctor would be back from vacation in just 1 week. The father froze in place, watching his last shred of hope slip out of his hands. Suddenly, Falma and Lota screeched to a halt and worriedly asked the girl if she was sick. They stared at the worn-out baby with worried eyes, like every second felt too long. The moment he clocked the golden badge of the court pharmacist on the boy's chest, he froze and held his breath. Panic hit him instantly when he realized his opponent had uncovered his secret rival pharmacy. Right in front of him stood the owner of the legendary Sacred Pharmacy. The father went rigid, instantly sensing the boy was just trying to exploit his weakness. Falma flashed a warm smile, greeted everyone like an old friend, and confidently introduced himself. He urged them to check the sick girl right away, and Lotta lit up, leading everyone straight to the gates of the Sacred Pharmacy. Right by the massive iron gates, the boy got blasted with a loud welcome that practically shook the ground. The local guard flashed a genuine smile at the young master, like he meant every word. Little Lotta dashed ahead with a big grin, swearing she'd lead the way. Falma shoved fresh baguettes into her hands and told her to get everything ready, starting right now. The boy hauled the heavy wrought iron gates open himself, then waved the beggar in like he belonged there. He breezed past the post, flashed a friendly grin, and asked the guard how Henri was doing. The poor, shaken father clutched his sick child and could only stare around in disbelief, stunned that anyone would show him so much respect. They slipped down the wide corridor in dead silence. like the building itself was holding its breath. He skidded to a stop by the right door and yelled for the guest to follow him. The poor man was totally baffled, convinced regular folks were only allowed into that elite pharmacy through the back entrance. Meanwhile, in Falma's office, he'd already slipped into a white coat and shoved the man a handful of strange ribbons. The boy shot the guest one quick glance and answered, right in his eyes, that it was a medical mask. He asked him to carefully lay the little one down on the bed so they could examine him. She was utterly wiped out, and as she panted on the couch, someone kept it as a basic shield against infection. Falma asked for permission to fire off a few questions, and it shocked the guy who'd just been calling the boy selfish. First, the doctor grilled the girl for her name and age. When she finally answered, he learned she's Mari, just 7 years old, and she hasn't eaten in ages. The father stared in disbelief as the young man grilled him for every exact detail: pulse, breathing, temperature, and the child's medical history down to the last illness. Hearing the next question about the patient's weight totally threw the man off. He had never, ever thought about something like that. The doctor wrote down everything: Marie's brutal high fever, her foggy consciousness, and those nasty night seizures. The father stared, utterly baffled, as the doctor fired off strangely deep questions like he was digging for a secret. Notes finished, he ripped through every single symptom again, rereading them fast as a hawk. For a beat, the young man froze in deep thought, staring hard at the sickness picture they sent him and breaking it down piece by piece. Then he snatched an odd flat box from under the bed and urged them to weigh the girl right away. Because the father had the child tucked in his arms, Falma grabbed them both, weighed the whole thing, and then just subtracted the difference. The man gasped, asking how he pulled this off without those huge scales, and the doctor just smirked. His device runs on a spring. The young pharmacist fired up the explanation, showing how the device turned raw pressure into motion, spinning a numbered circular dial. When her father demanded who really created the invention, Falma didn't dodge the truth. She said she only put the pieces together, and the big idea belonged to a different scientist. Finally, the boy told him to fire off any questions, and the man nodded right away, ready to listen. The girl's father couldn't stop smiling. This young court pharmacist was so professional and mature, he genuinely impressed him. Falma calmly explained that if they know the patient's exact weight, they can calculate the medication dose the right way, mess that up, and the medicine might do nothing or seriously hurt them. The boy locked in for a heartbeat, like he was about to drop the verdict and announce his conclusion. The worried father leaned in and asked if it was some kind of divine art, but the boy only nodded, awkward as ever. In the end, he locked on to what mattered most. Sick Maria panted on the bed, while Falma held his breath, praying his method would finally work. Then the boy grinned and boldly declared that he finally cracked the mystery behind the girl's illness. The man stood there, utterly frozen with terror, just waiting for what came next. When Falma brushed it off as a common cold, the father absolutely snapped. How could that nonsense fit a kid who's fighting for breath through brutal spasms and a fever that won't quit? Falma sat there, perfectly calm, staring from the chair right across from her. As the exhausted girl moaned on the bed, her father slumped in despair and whispered that some evil spirit was stalking her. Falma shot down the demon theory and called the sickness influenza, then caught himself fast because he had a better idea. Just call it flu. He said the patient's body is fighting a hidden virus non-stop, and that invisible battle is what's ripping these awful symptoms apart. Finally, the boy broke it down. High fever isn't some mystery curse, it's your body's last-ditch move to roast that heat-sensitive pathogen off itself. Falma comforted the grieving father and promised him the zanamivir flu medicine would kick in because the illness was caught on day 1. When he heard the powder was meant to be inhaled, not swallowed with water, his brain instantly went numb with confusion. The boy said, "This route shoves the medicine straight into the airways where the infection lives, while swallowing it normally would just wipe out the active ingredient." These medicines were her last shot to beat the illness that was draining little Mari body and soul. The father was completely wrecked by those mind-bending scientific terms, like he couldn't even comprehend how viruses could be blocked. No matter what they said, the next move was clear. They had to slash that scorching temperature fast. Falma pulled out a tiny candle and braced herself, ready to start a seriously intense procedure. When they demanded he return the sick girl with her bare backside to the doctor, it hit him like a gut punch. The young pharmacist stayed cool and promised that the rectal medicine would smash the spasms fast, then made it clear the father would have to do it himself, eventually. The father slammed his hands together and roared that he'd shut down any humiliating jokes about his 7-year-old daughter. No exceptions. He flat out refused to expose his daughter's buttocks to a stranger. He wasn't doing it, not even if that stranger was a healer. Then Falma calmly laid it all out, why acetaminophen suppositories could save the day. Because the girl was nearly out cold, pills could have sent her choking, so they had no choice. Candles were the only safe route. They slip straight into the gut's blood vessels, and once the bloodstream grabs them, the drugs spread like wildfire, bringing fast relief in the blink of an eye. Falma begged his father to watch every second as he got ready to show him something that could change everything. Bruno held his breath because the way his son studied that medication choice felt deadly serious and painfully precise. Bruno watched his son like a hawk, every careful step making him worry even more. The boy confidently whipped up the remedy, telling his sister to calm down. Then, just like that, her terrified scream swallowed the entire room. One sharp twitch of his gloved fingers, just like that, the job was finished. The doctor leaned in and kept saying over and over that the whole awful procedure would be over in literally 1 second. The girl snapped her eyes shut in shock and let out a blood-curdling scream, pouring out every ounce of fear she had. When he saw that, the father snapped his hands to his head, cheeks burning, and panicked about his daughter's innocence and what kind of husband she'd end up with. Good news, her pain faded fast, and that fever-struck girl finally dozed off, sweetly and peacefully. Falma thrust a glass vessel with a long spout into his father's hands and demanded he deliver it later to the sick person. The man fidgeted with the bottle in his hands, freaking out as he stared, because his son was handing her plain water, like something was seriously wrong. The boy shot him a reassuring look, said his sister already swallowed other medicine, then admitted he was heading down to the first floor right now. Finally, he broke it down to his father how oral rehydration works, that salty mix that recharges a dehydrated body fast and drags strength back in. With his fingers wrapped around the door handle, the young man flashed a warm smile at his father and told him to look after her with everything he had. The boy gave the bell rope by the door a quick nod, like he was signaling for something to happen. He broke it all down step by step on how to call for help, then swore he'd show up every single day. He carefully lifted the glass flask, and right away, he knew he was staring at a masterpiece made by someone operating on a whole other level. With a breath of pure relief, he finally yanked that wet mask off his face. The thought of their careless, absurd treatments sickened him to the core. This little one poured so much heart into the work that every real doctor should look up and chase the same dedication. He couldn't forget how they shamelessly preyed on people's weak spots, selling those poor folks overpriced, useless little trinkets like it was nothing. A sudden, soft rustle hit the air, and he jerked like he'd been caught off guard. The girl cracked her eyes open bit by bit, then whispered her father's name like it might save her. He burst to the bed, carefully brushing her forehead, and still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just 1 hour passed, and that brutal fever ripping through the kid from the inside vanished like it was never there. At the same time, something dark and serious was starting to brew inside the Grand Pharmacist Guild building. Fierce swearing came roaring through the closed doors, like the anger was trapped inside. The guildmaster slammed his fist down in pure rage the moment he heard the brand new pharmacy had blown past every limit and crushed the record. In the guild hall, a heavy, ominous tension started creeping in and tightening everyone's nerves. Guild headquarters erupted in chaos. Furious pharmacists were screaming that rival competitors had zero shame and were snatching up all their rich clients. Merchants blew their tops over the dirt-cheap drug prices, and now they're panicking because even regular folks are piling in there by the crowd. The conspirators swore it had to be royal magic, because the carriage wreck shop got mysteriously rebuilt in just 2 insane days. The tension in that hallway hit a breaking point. After that brutal commotion, the Empress stepped in herself and took the brand new pharmacy straight under her own watch. The guildmaster's face twisted, and a cold sweat erupted the moment he even imagined the ruler's wrath. Terrified pharmacists huddled together and whispered that the Imperial Guard had shoved the shop under non-stop protection. Later, the truth finally hit. His jealous rival arranged the accident using hired mercenaries, and the palace wasted no time wiping out his business for good. The warped guild head slammed his fist on the table, barking that everyone there had to cut ties with the brand new pharmacy, right now. The guild leader's son slipped back home in secret, clutching life-saving medicine he'd snagged from rival clans, all to save his sick sister. The boy stared at the bottle in stunned silence, shocked at how fast that enemy syrup started easing the girl's condition. Mala finally cracked her eyes open and softly asked for a drink. Pierre just stared, completely lost, and nodded anyway. The way they treated him was nothing like what the guild did, and still, doubt clawed at his heart. He couldn't call out the guild for taking shots at a rival, but that brutal attack on the carriage, that was a line they had no right to cross. What we saw today proved it. This kid's medicine doesn't just work, it delivers real results. The young man refused to sneer at the poor, so he brewed cheap medicines that worked just as well as the richest, most expensive drugs. Pierre craved this experience with his whole heart, but he knew that if he dared to rebel against the guild, the capital's doors would slam shut on him forever. So what could a regular merchant really pull off without divine power, a noble education, or a modern way to run the business? Right at the pharmacy door, Falma grabbed the man's attention and told him the only thing that mattered was getting the girl back on her feet. So the man immediately hailed the boy as his safe. Pierre stared at the package that had just landed in his hands, stunned to recognize the weird item the staff had brought in. Falma told them that inside it comes with meds for 5 days, and all they have to do is set the paper humidifier right beside the daughter's bed. The father threw his head back in total helplessness, completely stuck with this crushing weight of gratitude and no clue what to do next. "Thank you so much, doctor," he shouted. Falma flashed a warm smile and told him that moisture can stop the flu from spreading, so this paper humidifier, or even just a regular wet towel, will bring the kid's breathing back under control fast. As he sent the guest packing, he leaned in and told him, "Don't you wait. If she starts getting worse, come back in the dead of night." With a little daughter riding on his back, the man blinked in real disbelief when he discovered that this weird pharmacy is actually open all night long. Falma flashed a warm smile and promised that the gate guards had already been warned and would wave him straight in the moment he arrived. Falma said most people die at night, right when the other pharmacies lock up, so he can't stay away, because he has to be there when everyone's in their darkest hour. Right then, cheerful Ellen burst into the yard, riding in on a blazing white horse. Falma thanked the girl for her help and sent her off with wishes for a safe trip, but the man just stared at their goodbye, completely baffled. When the man started panicking and begged for more time, swearing he'd scraped together money from his relatives, Falma only grinned and told him a plain loaf of bread was all he needed for the treatment. The girl's father blurted in shock that the fee was way too small, accusing that they were just pitying him as a lowly commoner. Yet Falma shot back immediately, denying. The poor guy just stood there, completely blown away by what he heard. Falma grinned and told the Empress's rule. They had to slap on at least a token fee so the market wouldn't erupt in chaos, but when it came to kids, treatment stayed almost free. The man stood there, stunned stiff, like his brain refused to accept the words he just heard. Little maid Lotta leaned out of the carriage window and winked at everyone like she was sealing the deal. Then Falma smiled and wished her a smooth, happy journey. The carriage lurched forward and tore off into the night, vanishing into the darkness in a blink. Staring at his daughter as she murmured him awake from her sleep, the man leaned in and softly said, "We can finally go home now." He eased back and glanced over his shoulder at those glowing windows, and it hit him. This wasn't just a shop, it was a real pharmacy from another world, and the powerful guild in front of it couldn't do a thing. Under the cover of night, a masked man with glasses raced through the grand estate, hauling an exhausted girl out of the shadows before anyone could spot them. Meanwhile, in San Fluvi, the Pharmacist Guild's big bosses slammed into an emergency meeting. That grand facade hid a full-blown storm behind its perfect face. A suffocating silence clung to the long table. The guildmaster hissed curses through clenched teeth, furious at that brazen newcomer whose medicine wiped out their sales. Merchants piled in one after another, screaming about massive losses and the crushing truth that bankruptcy was already inevitable. They couldn't believe how fast his business exploded. With fear in their hearts, they dissected his cosmetics brand's wild success and the buzzing rumors that a new hygiene store was about to open any day. Tension in the hall kept climbing, like it was seconds away from exploding. The old pharmacists were practically wailing. Every regular female customer had vanished in one huge rush, sprinting straight to the brand new shop. Rage detonated in the guildmaster's chest as he finally confessed he caught his own wife secretly buying enemy supplies, and then, in a furious blackout, smashed every last vial and bottle to pieces. The real deadlock is the imperial decree. Once and for all, it strips them of their go-to ingredients, wiping out their final shot at fighting back. Falmi's alliance with the church landed the final punch. After the bishop's daily visits and sudden inspections, the boy vanished from the guild's reach completely. The traitors freaked out, because once the trial ended, the church threw their competitor behind him, and suddenly, he was untouchable. The gray-haired merchant gave his opponent a clean bill of health, then turned to Pierre, the owner of the Sunny Pharmacy, and pressed him for his take. He warned that Silent Pierre would take the biggest hit because his store sat so close, and the flustered pharmacist finally caved and blurted out the truth. Pierre jolted back, fear slamming into him. A suffocating silence slammed into the hall, heavy as a curse. The pharmacist let out a heavy sigh and dug deep to sort through his thoughts. Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to finally speak. Finally, he demanded, "Has anyone here been to this competitor's store?" He just had to ask if they'd seen his incredible medicine, and the second he did, the merchants erupted with interest. Right before his eyes, a cheerful crowd of happy shoppers appeared in that foreign pharmacy like something straight out of a dream. Pierre swore that one trip there would be all it took to finally get the full picture. After he visited the competitor, he leaned in and told everyone, "Visit them and your place gets erased from people's minds forever," because he'd lived that humiliation firsthand. He could still picture those smiling girls pouring cool drinks into happy customers' hands like it was pure magic. His eyes burned with despair as he relived every single moment of his total failure. He froze in place, and everyone there had no choice but to hold their breath and wait for his answer. The silence in that hall kept tightening like a snare, second by second. But the moment the man finally backed up his words, the crowd froze, like shock had yanked the words right out of their mouths. He told me how that weird masked kid showed up, instantly crushed his daughter's seizures, and even cured her cold, something normal medicine couldn't touch. The man shoved his hat to his chest, pouring out every ounce of gratitude like it had to be heard. The new treatment methods blew them away with their logic, and the young man broke it all down for his father, step by step, so he could properly care for the sick girl. After everything that happened, he couldn't sit still. He had to see that strange pharmacy with his own eyes. The door creaked open with a soft squeal, and the guest slipped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, the air changed instantly, and he felt it hit him like a switch. Right at the doorstep, he found a young pharmacist staring at him with an open, curious look. The medicine piled in those boxes shocked everyone. No poisonous mercury or lead in sight, just quality, rare ingredients, and a ridiculously low price. Every customer left beaming, thanking the host again and again for the careful treatment that hit them right in the heart. Even the local kids sprinted to that place non-stop just to snatch up free sweets. Right there, everyone got treated the same. Nobles and commoners alike were met with equal attention and help. Falma threw his arms wide and beamed as he greeted Mr. Pierre, welcoming him to his brand new pharmacy like a celebration. The doctor spun around in pure confusion, staring at how wildly different this glowing place was from his own workplace. The boy sprinted up, and with real honesty in his voice, admitted he was insanely happy to see him again. With a huge grin, the young pharmacist leaned in right away and asked how his little daughter was feeling. The man choked up, fighting to keep his emotions in check, just because that legendary master still remembered a simple doctor. In Pierre's head, the boy's furious defense before the pharmacologist's gathering came crashing back, as if those old masters were still screaming at his boldness. Pierre locked onto the golden snake carved into the wall, the guild's emblem, one that had completely abandoned its medical duty years ago. The guild's leader slammed his finger on the table, raging as he screamed that Pierre had sold them out by teaming up with their rival. But he wasn't scared for a second. He flat out said their whole medicine was trapped in the past, because they'd clung to their ancestors' traditions with blind faith. Pierre straight up called their treatment a total scam, selling sick people nothing but empty herbs that did absolutely nothing for them. The colleagues gaped, utterly stunned into silence by that pure, reckless audacity. A shaky whisper rippled through the hall. Still, nobody dared to challenge it out loud. Then Pierre snapped into a blood-curdling scream, yelling that everyone nearby was dying and that their successful healings were nothing but dumb luck. He slammed his fist on the table with everything he had, demanding they finally admit their craft had turned into a total fraud. Guild members were heartbroken. Without divine arts, they had no choice but to peddle shady herbs that wrecked people with brutal side effects. Pierre fired up his new medical theory and drilled it into his colleagues, so hard the table shuddered as his demand to shut up hit like a punch. Rage boiled in the old elder's veins, and with a furious hiss, he snapped that he'd heard more than enough already. Pierre froze in total confusion, then snapped his head around in pure shock. The man desperately pleaded with the council that his gaze was spotless, while the visiting pharmacist, Falma, sat on a whole other plane he could never reach. The guild's boss didn't argue, he just booted the rebel out and snapped, "Get lost!" Because if he hated the local rules that much, he could go. The trail shoved me past gutted, abandoned houses, then crashed into the shattered sign of Sunny Pharmacy. The steps suddenly felt like they weighed 1,000 tons. A battered sign clung by a thread to a cracked wall, barely holding on. A cold gray sky hung over the empty street like a warning, stretching dread across every step. Pierre slumped in front of his shattered shop when, out of nowhere, Falma and Lotta barreled up to him. He dragged his filthy, battered face upward, and his eyes couldn't accept what he was seeing. Falma sprinted toward the man, panic slamming into her as his pathetic, helpless look terrified her. While the guy kept grilling him about why this riot started, the former pharmacist could only choke out a bitter, helpless laugh. Falma and Lotta sat there in stunned silence, drinking in his tale as they tried to grasp just how massive that disaster really was. Turns out the guild hunted down the apothecary to punish him for spilling the truth about healing his daughter, and now his once cozy shop was nothing but smoking ruins. Cut off from his license, he lost every right to pick, collect, or trade medicinal herbs. Falma rushed out a real apology, but the battered pharmacist just smiled back, no regret at all, because his daughter was alive, saved by that royal medicine. The boy dropped his head again, drowning in guilt over what he'd done. The man choked back tears as he admitted, almost defeated, that he'd quit the country, rip himself out of his life, and start over from zero in a brand new guild after all that injustice. Suddenly, Falma pressed hard. Could a simple slip into another guild be the thing that finally saves him? They let out a bitter sigh and told him straight up, without the royal family's backing, an ordinary craftsman can't make it on their own. All he had to do was shove his things in a bag and get out. Even in the entire empire, there wasn't a single other guild to fall back on. Crushed by ruin, the old shop's abandoned scraps sat alone on the ground, like nobody was coming back. "That's not true," the boy's voice snapped in, calm, confident, and impossible to ignore. Falma rocked the man with the bombshell. She'd just gotten the Empress's permission, and he'd gone and formed a whole new independent union. The boy broke into a huge grin, thrust out his hand, and practically begged the injured pharmacist to join him, hold the shop together, and start selling advanced medicines side by side. The shop owner who'd just seen his place get wrecked could barely speak. He demanded the entrance fee and how long the classes lasted, and Falma, totally unbothered, said it was all free, and you could walk out any time. The boy said making medicines without chemistry and pharmacology was impossible, so he'd have to grind for about a month, and he'd personally help out every day, even handing over ready-made recipes. Then Falma promised that their new drugs would wreck the guild's results, and that they'd somehow keep the prices dirt cheap. The pharmacist stood there, utterly frozen, like those words had slammed the air out of his lungs. With a smirk that screamed trouble, the young man dangled a deal so tempting the other guy wouldn't even have to lift a finger. The merchant dropped to his knees and begged to be let into the business on the spot. Then, just a month later, the new pharmacy shelves were packed with fresh cough lozenges and top-notch dietary supplements. Staring at those flawless rows of neatly lined medicines, the pharmacist flashed a confident grin and declared the whole preparation was finished. The store sat there, dead silent, waiting for its grand opening just until the first customers finally stepped inside. Fresh glass bottles sat perfectly lined up on the office shelves, gleaming like they were ready for action. Every single inch of the new rat gleamed like it had just been polished and never touched. With a grin, the assistant said it was time to open the pharmacy, and the owner nodded, still a little shaky with nerves. My heartbeat was exploding in my chest. Just a few seconds stood between me and those doors swinging open. With her tiny daughter in tow, the mother tiptoed into the hall, trembling as she prayed the local help would actually save her child. His heart was hammering like crazy, but he snapped back to control the moment he remembered Falma's rules, especially the big one. If the diagnosis isn't clear, send the patient to the central store. While the Royal Pharmacy of Falme battled the most brutal diseases, Pierre's brand new branch opened up to sell simple, over-the-counter cold meds for everyday folks. Pierre tried to wrestle his trembling hands back under control, forcing himself to believe, no, to know, that he was still a damn good specialist. He stared at the locked door, fear gripping him as he thought, no one's coming. Outside the window, a massive wave of shoppers was already swarming and buzzing like a living storm. The lock finally snapped and the door was ready to open. All right, time to crack it open, he exhaled, wiping the cold sweat off his brow. My heart slammed against my ribs, terrified of what I couldn't even see coming. Tears streamed down Pierre's face as his dream finally shattered into reality. The best pharmacy in the world had just opened its doors. The very first customers lit up with real joy. Finally, those medicines that actually worked would be waiting right by their doorsteps. Everyone nearby was buzzing, talking up the grand opening of the first branch, where those same miraculous Falme products would finally hit the shelves. Pierre grinned wide and threw his arms open, welcoming the townspeople with his sunny pharmacy, like it was sunshine itself. His call rallied a bunch of honest pharmacists and forged the groundwork for a brand new, legendary guild under his leadership. In Falma's main pharmacy, everything felt perfectly calm until the young genius started fuming at all the guests who came in just to gulp down the good water. A terrifying hush swallowed the huge dining table until Falma, trembling with fear, barely managed to whisper to himself, "Father." Under his father's stern stare, the boy just froze in place at the table, mortified and awkward. The father dropped the utensils, fixed his son with a harsh stare, and demanded when he'd last practiced his divine art. He calmly told them he'd heard his son was doing great, running everything with real skill. But healing people with medicine can't come at the cost of fighting skills. Every noble's job is to stand between the people and danger, like a shield. "I get it," the boy murmured, barely louder than his own breath. The mother and her younger sister Blanche watched the whole conversation with hearts aching for what they'd just heard. Blanche said with total confidence that she had to learn how to defend herself, and her mother backed it up by dragging up a terrifying incident from the time a carriage turned deadly. The boy gave a small, tired smile and thanked him in his head for worrying, because he'd already handled those attackers, and he wasn't about to bring it up. He remembered Lotta telling him that the old Falma would sob until it hurt every single time his father's brutal training broke him. The family head let out a heavy sigh, hating that work at the academy kept him from going straight to his son himself. Falma dropped his gaze to the plate, feeling a fresh divine power shield him from torment. Then the thought hit like lightning. Who was the old owner of this body? And did they ever have dreams of their own? "What's my goal?" the boy muttered to himself. Then bam! The quiet shattered when his father's voice called his name. Staring at the doctor's shadow from his past life, he couldn't help wondering, did Falma ever have dreams of his own? Out of nowhere, the father's voice cracked across the dinner table, grilling his son about how training with Ellen was going. Falma blurted out that the mentor was drilling him hard, even while his mind replayed her warning. There was nothing left for her to teach him. The boy got hit with a cold sweat so fast it felt like the remark froze him from the inside out. His father stared him down with steel in his eyes and demanded to know what kind of water art his son had finally chosen to master. When he heard the technique's simple name, disappointment hit him hard, and he snapped that it was an absurdly basic spell. The woman beside him snapped a gasp of terror as the family head cut in, dead serious. "Tell me, has your son learned absolutely nothing?" The boy gripped the table with shaking hands, stammering that he'd only just mastered this water spear. He slapped on a fake smile and played it off like he'd been a pro all along, but deep down, he was already thanking Ellen for warning him not to go chasing magic. The father dismissed it as normal modesty, but the second the words left his mouth, he slammed in a heavy, "however." When that short word hit his ears, the boy's heart dropped like a stone. The man snapped that evil spirits don't care about your mercy, and if you hesitate in battle, you'll end up dead. The family head stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes locked on his son's face like he was hunting for answers. In the end, he summed it up with one hard truth. Without harmony between body and spirit, divine power can't save you from cruelty. Falma's father kept hounding him, "Don't get arrogant, keep training your spirit and your body, because when it all comes down to it, you can only count on yourself." The boy nodded firmly and promised his father, "I'll carve this advice into my memory forever." Some time went by, and deep in the forest thicket, with birds chirping like nothing's wrong, a brand new day burst to life. Cheerful Lotta packed a whole basket of goodies ahead of time, ready to refill the young host's strength during their training. As Lotta walked the path, she praised Falma from the heart the moment he confessed he'd decided to keep up with his daily routine. When she asked about Ellen, the guy smiled and told her he just wanted to cover the basics, nothing more, so he wouldn't bother the mentor on her day off. Right beside him, his tiny sister Blanche hurried along, eyes wide as she begged him, "Please don't push her with exercises too hard." Before the first joint class, the girl was a bundle of nerves, and Lotta's talk about those past brutal exercises with Pala sent her spiraling into full-on panic. Falma was totally stunned, because that tiny kid didn't just react, they erupted with pure chaos. And the maid kept on talking, dragging up those brutal days when Pala shoved them both straight to the seventh sweat. Right at the table, Lotta leaned in and asked Falma, voice shaking, whether she truly couldn't remember her older brother at all. The boy fidgeted and admitted he couldn't think of a thing right now, then insisted everything would change the moment they met face to face. As he sliced into his pie, he went dead serious, wondering what kind of person the mysterious Pala really was. Lotta leaned in and explained that he'd always been the family's genius heir, passing down from his father an insane gift for the divine art of water, and somehow he mastered both science and combat. Lotta shoved her palm against her cheek and stared off into the past, replaying every year like it just happened. She remembered her older brother never pulled his punches in training, so even their father had to tell him to slow down and be careful. Falma and Blanche froze in stunned disbelief. Then it hit them all at once, and the constant pain finally made terrifying sense. The boy was furious, because those brutal family tactics were way scarier than any normal brotherly brawl. That sweet-smiling maid leaned in and said the worst case is the one with the fracture. Falma blurted out, shocked, if Ellen was really meant to teach him the divine art. Right before she headed into university, Lotta told him her father had fully handed the reins to Ellen, trusting him completely. Only now did the boy finally grasp why he'd been handed that mentor in the first place. Suddenly, the girl shot him a serious warning. Never, ever bring up Pala in front of Ellen. Red-faced, she admitted that the two had been locked in total rivalry since they were kids, back then and never letting up. As Falma pictured those monsters colliding, a tight, nervous smile still tugged at his lips. Lotta quietly warned me to keep Ellen in the dark about the boy's sudden return, at all costs. Falma's mind snapped under that scream, and she couldn't stop wondering how anyone could be so cruel out in that world. Little Blanche shook with fear at the thought of her brother's return, while the maid was already practically bouncing with excitement over a huge festive banquet. Falma urged his sister to grind every day, promising that if they stayed sharp, their older brother would have nothing to tear apart when he came back. Yet she only gave a nervous little nod. They charged out toward the endless sandy shore. The boy swaggered forward and pulled out his magic wand with total confidence. The sister and the maid sprang up with happy faces, begging to finally see real magic. Falma snapped to attention and hurled a massive water spear straight ahead. His eyes turned ice cold, locking onto the target like a blade. A roaring jet of water tore through the air like a living blade. The current slammed through the river, blasting it into a storm of white spray. The girl squealed that even the older brother couldn't pull off something like that, while the young magician had already cooked up something even better. They stared at the boy like he was pure magic, totally enchanted and absolutely adoring him. Falma spun the stick in his hands, betting big on one thing. Sure, the spell wasn't in the books, but he could command the water himself. He shot his gaze upward, locking in like he was hunting for the answer. The water obediently curled around the thin stick like it had a mind of its own. In a flash, a colossal glowing rainbow bridge erupted over the river, so bright it left everyone watching squinting and stunned. The girls stared at the sight, jaws dropped with pure awe. He came back to them grinning and asked, "So what'd you think?" And at first his friends froze in stunned silence. Then they erupted into joyful screams and sprinted up and down that slope like they couldn't contain their excitement. The red-haired maid burst out, all excited, insisting this way divine magic would never hurt a soul. Then the little one, quietly but firmly, reminded her he was still a doctor. They kept blasting their happy noise, letting their emotions spill out with zero restraint. That boy stared up at the sky and made a hard promise to himself. He'd heal people and never, ever bring them pain. The magical trail overhead slowly disappeared, and all that remained were eerie, silent reflections of the brutal evil spirits people feared with all their hearts. Right then, something in the boy's hands exploded with a sharp pop, and the whole trio froze dead, stunned. 3 people looked utterly frozen, their eyes locked on the exact same spot, as if they couldn't even breathe. In his palm, the magical instrument was split with deep cracks, and it started falling apart right there. A whole crowd let out one massive scream of pure shock, and it echoed everywhere. Ellen ripped herself away from the papers in a flash, and squinted hard, demanding to know where his silver staff had vanished. Her shock slammed into her so hard she couldn't even speak after his awkward hints. Falma finally confessed. She shattered the artifact during yesterday's training, and now she's racing against the clock to hunt down a replacement before evening. She gasped, asking why he sounded so urgent, because he barely ever uses that tone. And get this, without that weapon, the law won't let a noble even show up in public, because trouble hits the second he steps out. They didn't waste a second. They bolted through the estate corridors, hunting for a way out of this nightmare. He tossed off that he's dreaming of getting a little compact model like hers. She slammed the heavy door open and shot inside. "We need a real battle staff, or it'll crack again from that wild power." But even in the capital, snagging a smaller place has become nearly impossible, because the demand is absolutely exploding. She kicked off the whole theory of magical focusing, but for Falma, because his control is razor tight, it was basically just a quick formality. The boy swallowed hard, realizing he couldn't rush into buying anything without first weighing what mattered. The mere thought of strict older brother Pala coming back in a flash made fear jolt him hard. He flat out refused the street vendor's pitch to buy a worthless collectible rattle, only to look cute. Falma tried to soothe his friend, but Lotta was terrified, and she wouldn't back down, insisting this was far more serious than anyone wanted to admit. The girl leaned in and hissed that if he lost that staff, the vicious Pale would pummel him within an inch of his life. Suddenly, a foreign voice snapped out from right behind them. The high priest shot him a suspicious glare and demanded, "Is the god of medicine hunting from my staff?" And the boy's panic sent him scrambling to invent wild stories about the lunch break. The man just narrowed his eyes at that nervous laughter, like it didn't fool him for a second. After a few hours, they finally hit the cathedral, but a big sign on the door announced it was closed, and that made the boy grin like he'd won. The priest snatched it up as proof from the heavens and grinned, declaring that divine providence had guided them here. Falma was terrified at the moment looming in his future, when he'd finally have to pick his next weapon. He only managed a tight little smile, because fear was gripping him. He couldn't stop dreaming of one thing, breaking free and getting out. But as the Grand Hall's doors swung wide, armed guards packed the entrance, and the priest just beamed, declaring that the relic was already waiting for them. With a cocky grin, he waved the guy over like it was all his plan. The guards pried the heavy locks off the big chest, and with one brutal loud click it finally gave. The lid popped open, and right before those wide-eyed kids stood a massive silver relic, locked tight in chains. The case's heavy lid finally groaned up, slamming shut the silence with a dull thud. The guards thanked the priest for his work, then headed outside to wait, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Falma and Lota were so stunned they just froze, like the world hit pause. Inside that fancy case, a soft glow spilled out, and the girl gasped, stunned by how beautiful it was. Solomon leaned in and spilled the truth. This is the god of medicine's secret artifact, a one-of-a-kind staff for divine arts and healing, and yeah, it comes apart with surprising ease. The boy swallowed hard, trembling as he asked if they were really allowed to touch a treasure like that, but the priest just smiled and told him it would be an honor for them. Falma kept hesitating, terrified he'd slip up and smash that priceless thing, and end up feeling like a full-on thief. Salomon just stood there, dead calm, while a thin, mysterious bell rang all around him. While Lotte stared in awe, the boy swallowed hard and reached straight for his chest. That split-second doubt right at the end. He yanked the handle and held on tight. Right then, the room erupted in blinding light, and the boy shot up in shock when the staff suddenly burst to life in his hands. Solomon grinned like he'd won, confirmed his suspicions, and told a stunned Falma that this staff was his from this moment on. Lotte just froze on the spot, hands trembling as she clapped one over her mouth, utterly stunned. The priest grinned with calm satisfaction because every single thing played out exactly like he'd seen it coming. While Falma was still reeling from the shock, the man declared, loud and fearless, that the legendary relic had chosen him as its true master. Ellen shot up from behind in an instant, practically vibrating with excitement as she stared at the exquisite, powerful thing the boy had just received. This weapon hides special stones that crank the user's divine power to insane levels, multiplied again and again. The girl's eyes went starry as she stared, breathless, at the artifact's mind-blowing patterns. Seeing how locked in he was, Falma grinned and urged his friend to take the relic into his hands. Her joy burst out of her like fire, and she couldn't believe they'd really let her reach for something so sacred. The boy thrust his hands open, stretching his fingers wide. But the second the support was gone, the staff dropped straight out of the girl's hands like it had turned to lead. With a thunderous clatter, a chunk of heavy metal slammed down hard at the stunned hero's feet. The impact of that strike slammed through the stone slabs and blasted echoes all across the hall. Falma was instantly stunned, so he blurted out what it meant, only for the priest to explain that a regular mortal simply can't withstand this sacred artifact. The clergyman leaned in and said the ancient scriptures trace this thing back to another world, so it doesn't answer earthly power, it only bows to God's living form. The ancient prophecy finally latched onto its hero, and once it did, there was no point pretending you could deny it. Ellen froze in shock, clutching a staff in her hands as Falmo stood there, while Solomon just watched the boy in tense silence. Falmo went hunting for the most harmless-looking stick to hide his power, but then he felt something off. Something weird was in the air. The boy leaned in and studied it with laser focus. The staff felt so weightless, like gravity had been ripped off it, and the boy immediately blurted out to Solomon, asking if it could actually fly. While the old priest ranted about the artifact's inhuman powers, the boy just swung a leg over it like it was no big deal. In the very next moment, Falma was floating up there on his staff, calm as anything, like gravity had quit. Ellen and the priest's assistant just froze in place, their mouths hanging open in pure disbelief. Solomon crowed it was a real miracle, and the stunned girl bolted straight toward the young magician. She rambled excitedly that she'd never even heard of the magic of flight, while Falma just froze there, blinking like he couldn't make sense of it. Ellen felt that familiar prank vibe hit her again, while Falma only gave an awkward little smile. Once the choice of weapon finally clicked, the boy thanked Solomon and grabbed the staff. The next day, chaos erupted near the Medicis estate. People were shouting and everything was in total uproar. Pala tore into the yard with a grand, pompous greeting that stunned his younger brother. He could only sigh, completely lost. A wall of heavy clouds smothered the sky, and lightning flashes tore open the darkness like sudden screams. The rain kept hammering harder and harder, and you'd start thinking, maybe we should just hunker down under cover and wait this storm out. Falma tried to reach his brother one more time, urging him to remember that cold he'd just been fighting, because training in a storm like this felt downright pointless. Pala snapped in the saddle with pure rage, yelling that this nasty weather and its water magic were exactly what they needed, so nobody was getting any mercy. The boy let out a heartbroken sigh, clenching the reins of his white horse even harder as icy rain hammered down around him. He huffed and puffed, cheeks ballooned with pure annoyance, because all he wanted was to ask his brother about Nova Ruta University, not get dragged into pointless fights. Pala slammed the brakes on the horse and with total confidence announced that they'd finally found the right place. Bouncing along the muddy road past the puddles, the older brother snapped that Falma needed to move faster. Pala barked orders to get ready for battle, but Falma snapped his power into action and blew the clouds apart, because fighting in the rain felt like too much trouble. The swordsman jerked his head up in shock, right as the rain abruptly stopped. The clouds snapped apart in a blink, and scorching sunlight poured down like a spotlight. The boy slipped the map behind his back and let out a breath of relief, because fighting in that rain would have been pure madness. The swordsman over his shoulder whipped the blade through the air and shouted, loud and fearless, for them to finally draw their weapons and start. The young man stepped forward in dead silence, like he was bracing for something huge. He yanked out his staff, and it was weirdly thin and light, so the enemy just froze, totally thrown off. He blinked hard, completely baffled. A cool wind whispered through the grass, rustling like it was hiding a secret. The boy narrowed his eyes and felt the new weapon settle into his hand like it was made for him. He ended up holding the staff of the god of medicine, borrowed from Solomon himself, and the wild part is, the young guy never saw it shrinking into something that compact coming. The swordsman erupted into laughter, then roasted his brand new weapon, saying it was just a plain, shiny piece of glass. He shot Ellen a sarcastic look and asked if she'd taught him to care only about beauty. The opponent sneered and called it a pathetic little firefly right there in front of him. The young man clutched the staff with grit and snapped, "Don't drag Ellen into this. If you're so itching to swing a sword, then attack." The older brother lifted his weapon in a taunt, sneering that his sweet little brother had finally learned how to fight back. His eyes turned heavy with intent, and a predatory grin snapped onto his face. Thick, heavy water droplets spun in the air. Now it was time to put the boy's strength to the ultimate test. For real. He thrust his staff up over his head and swore he'd put that cheeky little troublemaker in their place right away. Water needles blasted forward as someone shouted, "Playful water!" and the boy froze on the spot. Then he snapped into action and slammed down the ice wall, and every single projectile crumpled against it with a thunderous crash. The attacker erupted into laughter, stunned that the little one had finally, once and for all, shut down his attack. The next second he had to scramble and block a fresh storm of punches blasting in from every direction. The water surged back up, straight into the sky again. The older brother shot his hands to the sky and shouted for the water nymph, a massive spirit that slammed its presence across the heavens in an instant. A wild, jaw-clenched grin of pure madness locked onto his face. His younger brother went ghost white with terror, because this was the same higher-ranked divine art that even Ellen couldn't survive. A wild roar tore from her throat as she surged forward, charging straight at her target like she'd been unleashed from the sea itself. When everything hit rock bottom, the boy yanked his sword and shouted, "Water tornado!" and a savage, protective vortex erupted around him like it was fighting for his life. A gigantic column of water exploded upward with a deafening roar right in front of the boy. His opponent just stood there, stunned and lost, because this element had swallowed his divine art whole. That massive whirlpool kept spinning out in the middle of the field, wild and unstoppable, like it was trying to swallow the whole world. The boy stood there, dead calm, and quietly replayed Lotta's hint in his head. A colossal water tornado kept climbing higher and higher, swallowing the horizon whole. Even after the shock hit him, the silver-haired warrior snapped back into control and clenched his sword tighter than ever. He narrowed his eyes, spotting the exact second he needed to strike forward. The wind whipped his hair into wild chaos. In the next heartbeat, he whipped around and launched a lightning-fast strike. "You finally opened up completely," he shouted, then ripped into the water sanctuary. A colossal wave of water roared toward the enemy like the sea itself had come to crush them. He snapped his head up in pure terror and let out a helpless cry. A raging wave slammed into everything around it, whipping the whole world into a violent spinning torrent. The swordsman stared in stunned disbelief, realizing that the boy could even forge protective barriers. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous water dome slammed up around the enemy, sealing them inside the trap with nowhere to run. Falma let out a huge breath of relief. His plan hit perfectly, and the opponent got trapped in safe captivity. The moment the boy grabbed the battle staff, power surged through his body like nothing he'd ever felt before. His eyes snapped wide as he stared in awe at that jaw-dropping weapon. The whole world seemed to snap into stillness, and that boy could suddenly track the enemy's attack path with crystal clarity. Suddenly, the silence got shredded as wild laughter tore through the space around it. With the right staff in their hands, magic control shot to a whole new level. The enemy just flashed a taunting grin, bared his teeth, and asked the boy if he honestly thought that one obstacle could stop. Inside the barrier, the water snapped into a violent boil, and lethal splashes blasted into the air. A protective sphere screamed with a fierce, razor-sharp hiss. Falma got completely caught off guard. A monstrous steam blast ripped through the water sanctuary, shattering it into flying pieces with a deafening roar. Hot drops started raining down all around. In the boiling steam, a smug opponent finally stepped into view. He'd crack the boy's trick, summon instant steam from water, and unleash an explosive wave. Paula stared at Falma in stunned disbelief. Did he really just plan to blow up the water sanctuary by boiling the water with hits from his special bullets? The older brother erupted into laughter, praising the little one's raw strength and applauding him for his humble, down-to-earth spirit. Falma snapped back to himself, heart racing, and finally urged his brother to end the madness once and for all. Pallas shot back a smug grin and said, "Relax, I just got warmed up." He poured out his real admiration, admitting how pathetic he used to be and how wildly he's grown into himself now. Pella couldn't even process it, how the little crybaby he used to laugh at had grown into a monster of an opponent. Suddenly, a fresh wall of water blasted upward with a thunderous roar. "After everything I said, does it mean nothing?" Falma cried in total despair when his pleas got brushed off. Pale erupted into laughter and dared Falma to show him every single thing he could do. Then riders burst onto the flooded field, and one of them shot an excited finger straight at the boys. The young man shoved Mr. Simon to come see the chaos the brothers had wrecked. Simon calmly guided the horse closer, shouting for Pala and Falma as he did. The rider calmly reminded everyone that dinner was coming fast, then asked, "So, are we done with this fight?" Tormented Falma forced a shaky smile, thanking the heavens in her head for the rescue. His older brother crumpled on the wet grass, unmoving, shaking hard with a fever that wouldn't break. Simon stared in disbelief, because nobody had ever found a way to halt the unstoppable Paula. The man crouched by the injured Falma fast, checked him over, and told him it was only scratches, then added, "With Falma's body wiped out, the rider wouldn't be able to keep going." The boy was also ordered to sprint back home and swap his clothes fast before the cold could catch up to him. One of the riders charged straight at the carriage, thunder in his hooves. Falma watched him walk away, eyes locked with quiet intensity. Simon grinned warmly and urged the young gentleman again, "Come on, hurry home." When he finally heard his brother's faint call, Falma let out a shaky breath of relief and nodded, agreeing to leave him under careful supervision. Pella beamed with all his heart and leaned in to whisper, "I'm overjoyed for you," because now he truly believes his little brother can smash through any trouble that comes his way. Without warning, Falma jolted, spun around, and snapped his attention back. In that cozy bedroom, the maid was already patting him dry with a towel, non-stop drilling into him that his safety came first. In that cozy bedroom, they finally tore off his soaked clothes. The maid toweled his hair with total focus, saying over and over that everything was fine. From behind the office door, the father's booming laughter blasted out. He already knew about today's adventure and welcomed it loud as day. Lota couldn't believe it. After training with Pala, the master stayed so calm, and with a soft smile, she realized Falma had gotten way stronger. The girl clutched her chest with both hands, pouring her whole heart into believing he would succeed. The boy awkwardly smiled back, then shoved his cloak on in a rush, swearing it was all just ordinary luck. Falma snapped into focus and reminded her that she and her brother were born into the noble house of de Medici, so now they had to live like it. No exceptions. Lotta shook her head and gently pushed back, because the boy kept measuring himself against Pale, and those thoughts only tore him up inside. The girl leaned in and asked him, softly but surely, if he didn't think his brother was way too perfect at everything. Suddenly the door swung open, and a worried Blanche poked her head in like she couldn't stop herself. The little one dashed in, clutching her toy for dear life, then peppered her brother with scared questions non-stop. The girl froze in shock, struggling to wrap her head around how Falma even survived today's duel. While the young man let out a shaky laugh, his sister snapped, reminding him how he used to crawl back from training covered in bruises. She leaned in close, studied his face like it was a mystery, and couldn't believe there wasn't a single scratch on him. Falma sat right in front of her and launched into a frantic explanation. Heavy rain, his brother's illness, and pure luck are the only reasons he even survived. His sister yanked at his cheeks, glaring, as those painfully awkward excuses spilled out and hung in the air. When Blanche found out the perfect pal came back battered with bruises, she froze in shock, while Lotta grinned like she knew something big. His older brother dozed quietly, mumbling through his sleep that he just needed a little more time to fully recover. The woman's eyes softened as the servants hurried to make up the boy's bed. She told everyone in the room that he only fell ill because his divine power was completely drained from sheer exhaustion. The little sister squeezed her doll tight, grinning like crazy, and thanked the heavens from the bottom of her heart for the incredible news. Alan forced a shaky, awkward smile, and the moment her words landed, relief crashed over him as he quickly agreed. But then the girl stopped dead in her tracks, worry crashing down as she wrestled with the question, was she really allowed to celebrate someone else's sickness? As Alange stormed out of the room, he bragged like a champion about his first victory, and prayed this fever would finally snap his older brother into being a bit more restrained. After all, they finally snapped. His non-stop wild screams for a sword fight every single day were too much to take. A horde of spellbound girls swarmed Paula on the academy steps, and he soaked up the kind of fame that made everyone stare. Memories suddenly crashed into him, yanking him back to his old life, where his co-workers lit up and joyfully welcomed the young researcher Yakutami right after yet another big scientific presentation. Then he strolled down the corridor with total confidence, his mind racing on how to beat incurable diseases and crack the cure for death itself. A comrade with a steaming cup of coffee reminded everyone why animal testing is necessary, then grinned and insisted Yakutia is insanely passionate about the work. Then his friends snapped him out of overdoing it, saying his sister's death was still haunting him, only for him to suddenly remember Ellen and Lotta, names Yakutani had never even heard before. Just as he slipped into a daydream, worried, Ellen burst in, snapped him out of it, and shouted for him to get back to work at the pharmacy. She yanked her glasses up with a sharp look and snapped that he'd totally lost touch with reality again, just because he never stops working. With a sharp glare, the girl snapped the boy back to his real name, Imperial Pharmacist Falma de Medici. That reproach hit me like a lightning bolt, stabbing my head with sharp pain and ripping open a fresh flood of anxious memories. Right before his eyes, an old study materialized, where the grim older brother was laying into the terrified little Falmu for whatever she'd done. Back in that old office, suffocating silence slammed down, and little Falma froze, trembling with fear. The brother seethed with rage and demanded an instant answer, no dodging, not even for a second. His brother's piercing shouts snapped the boy into a terrified flinch, then jolted him back to his senses. The older brother snapped that it was time for the kids to hit the bed, and the little one just scratched his head with a sheepish grin, admitting he'd been zoned out in his own thoughts. The boy snapped. He couldn't take it one more second. Then he exploded into a shout, begging them to finally shut up about the next girl. The younger one begged him, "Leave it for tomorrow." But the older one shrugged, flicking his chin at the wall like, "Relax, there's still a ton of stories left ahead." Kavalko shut his eyes and dove back into the memory, again, of how Maria, a young woman, pleaded with him for one chance. When they asked if he was sick of these stories, the little one snapped back that he just wanted to sleep, yet deep down, rage was boiling inside him. Then the boy shot straight to the point and demanded when he'd finally hear about the lectures at Nova Ruta University, because that sounded way more exciting than everything else. But instead, he only chuckled softly, and that sweet little one was left stuck on the couch suffering through 3 long hours of love adventure stories. The elder started teasing him that no kid could ever grasp advanced tech, and that jab finally lit a fire of rage in his brother. Right then, the younger one finally got it. Ellen didn't just want him to go on that trip, she was desperate for him to. The second he finally clutched the long-awaited tome, every ounce of anger vanished on the spot. With a warm smile that disarmed the room, the elder thrust the heavy book into his hands, because there was no way he could deny his precious little brother. The boy sucked in a breath and stared hard at the cover of Nova Ruta's most popular elementary particles textbook. Pure kid joy, straight-up unfiltered happiness. When they asked if he could really tackle science that complex, the boy shot back with total confidence. This book shows you how to make brand new discoveries from what's already known. That ancient 4 elements theory, the backbone of divine magic, was coming apart at the seams, because this book didn't push guesses. It laid out treatments backed by real research. A separate section laid out the one-of-a-kind symbols for every alchemical element. My brother broke it down for me. Right up until now, every bit of theology and science was built on nothing but old legends and dusty traditions. But the real breakthrough hit deeper, like it finally unlocked the world's hidden code, exposing nature's own secrets. The moment the boy learned that some alchemists were already trying to shatter substances into their tiniest primary building blocks, he sucked in his breath and just froze. When the brother blurted, way too excited, that the whole universe is stitched together from particles smaller than a grain of sand, the little one grinned like something clicked, and it totally left the other one baffled. Praising the local university scholars in his head, the young man rushed to excuse himself, blurting that he wasn't doing anything, he was just blown away by the genius of those minds. This winding path replayed the real-life jump from clueless alchemy to the birth of true chemistry. In his head, a plan finally took shape. Spread these formulas and hand over ready-made recipes, and suddenly, cheap medicines could flood every corner of the world. That moment lit the fuse for everyone to finally recognize his own genius method of synthesizing substances. My brother grinned and bragged that scientists already cracked 26 elements, and even built the very first periodic table. Back on Earth, they'd already mapped 18 elements, but here the local science was still just getting its feet moving, though somehow, pulling off 26 discoveries already felt like a total win. Staring hard at the list, the boy let out a scoff the moment he spotted heat and photons sitting there among the elements. With hope blazing in his eyes, the little one pleaded with his brother to get him the exact same book. With his arms locked across his chest, the older brother shot him a stern look and said, "You're way too early for books this complicated. Get the elementary basics down first." As he flipped through the pages, the boy spotted mistake after mistake, and he snapped, deciding writing his own brand new textbook would be way easier. The younger brother burst in and begged to be taught how to be as smart as him, so suddenly that it absolutely stunned the older one. Beaming with pride, he thrust the book forward, and the little one grinned slyly, savoring that effortless win like it was magic. In his head, a wild plan already took shape. He'd craft a top-notch pharmacology manual and secretly donate it to his father's academy. The boy practically bounced onto the sofa, clutching a folio, already hyped to start sketching drafts the moment he got free time. If his father can rally the right dedicated people and forge top-tier specialists under his wing, then the whole world is about to flip on its head. Then the secrets of the old life's medicine will finally lift off his shoulders for good. Right then, the elder abruptly revealed another shocking breakthrough, a cryptic device called a microscope. The big job ahead was to reshape Earth science so it fit the real world right where they lived. He closed in fast and cut straight through the kids' thoughts with his sharp questions. They had to make sure this knowledge stormed into hospitals in every corner of the world. His older brother was practically vibrating with excitement as he flapped his hands, spilling the story of a new invention that finally made the once invisible forms of life visible. This is the only move that can spare countless lives in the far-off future. Pale leaned in, trying to hook the boy with tales of a secret world only human eyes can't see. Yet Falma just let out the most disgustingly indifferent sigh. With his idea blazing, Pala started waving his hands like crazy, promising the little one that this strange micro-world would one day flip his entire life upside down. He dropped a chilling hint. Scientists are already cooking up one-of-a-kind medicine recipes that regular folks couldn't even dream up. When he heard there was a medicine to beat the terrifying White Death, the boy's body jolted. Pure shock hit him out of nowhere. Wandering through the library, Pala went full fire, insisting the deadly disease was caused by everyday microorganisms, not evil spirits. With his fist clenched like a vow, he was straight up consumed by one burning dream, saving thousands of doomed patients and rewriting the future of medicine forever. Falma gave a soft, warm smile, nodding completely as those noble words hit home. Every little leap in tech could keep families smiling and shield the people you love from crushing losses. Pala felt genuinely proud, because as the heir to the chief pharmacist, he'd landed right in the middle of Nova Ruta University's biggest scientific breakthrough. He spun back to bask in his victory, only to find the little one already curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Just a second ago, the older brother struck a dramatic pose, glowing with pure pride over his own achievement. Now he could only scratch his head, baffled, and grumble that the boy's personality was just impossible. Without a second thought, the assistant bolted over and offered to carry the sleeping master straight to his chambers. Pala wanted to hand it off to the maid Lada, but at that late hour she remembered she was already gone, so she let the boy do it instead. Pala cradled little Falmu close, savoring the triumphant return home and finally getting the chance to be the caring older brother Falmu deserved. Suddenly it hit him. This kid felt way too easy to crack, and yet he didn't look the slightest bit worn out. Pala stared at the tiny one, stunned, like his body was defying gravity, floating weightlessly in plain sight. The companion urged him to grab that heavy book, but the boy only chuckled, saying that after dealing with grown-up patients, this one feels lighter than a feather. Right in the middle of the hallway, they suddenly collided with their father. He'd just come back, and he wasn't alone. A colleague was with him. Pally grinned and told Falma she weighed even less than Antonia, who keeps draining herself with one diet after another. He said the little one was dying to hear about university life. Then, right in the middle of their talk, they just straight up fell asleep. His father stared him down with cold seriousness and demanded, "Why aren't we asleep yet at this late hour?" Gazing at the sleeping baby, Pale couldn't help but feel warmth in his chest, realizing his brother was burning himself out just to prove he could be the perfect pharmacist. The family's head heard it and just nodded, like he already knew exactly what was coming. After wishing his dad goodnight, Paula scooped up his drowsy little brother and carried him deeper into the room. A colleague leaned in and said with respect that the Medici kids had an incredible future waiting, and the father nodded right along in agreement. While the assistant griped that the kids still needed changing before bed, Paula just swatted his worries away like they didn't matter. All that was left was to wonder how the pharmacy world would get shaken up when these kids finally grew. And the Medicis weren't even the only family carrying weird, standout talents. The father was utterly convinced that one day the whole world would heal under the blessing of the god of medicine. He was sure that if that day came, their loved ones would finally breathe easy, living in peace with real smiles on their faces. Those future words, carried by the sons, lit up the boy's face. He smiled warmly and slammed his hand to his chest like his heart just got rewritten. Lotta cowered behind the wall, heart pounding, as grim head chef Pierre marched down the corridor with a rope clutched in his hands. Meanwhile, Falma hurriedly smoothed concealer cream over the divine mark on his forearm. He knew he had to bury these signs from every nosy gaze and brace himself for whatever disaster came next. And just like that, it's finally done. All dressed up, the boy spun around and hunted for Lotta, only to find she'd vanished out of nowhere. A strange premonition wouldn't let him sleep, like it was screaming at him to stay awake. The boy drifted off, wondering if the girl was lost in the grind of household chores. She usually kept the house running first, then darted into his room just to hang out and chat. Suddenly, a thunderous, frantic thud pounded down the corridor. A person came blasting down the stairs like they were flying, their skirts swishing and rustling with every wild step. It felt wildly wrong to not find the maid in her spot at this hour, and the louder the noise outside the door got, the more panic clawed at everyone. Right then, a sobbing Lotta crashed into the room, screaming for help, and straight on her heels, Pierre bolted in with a wild, blood-curdling scream. Falma just stood there, utterly stunned, mouth hanging open at the wildest sight imaginable. With a brutal crash, the girl shuffled, then toppled backward to the floor. Right then, a rough hand snatched her out of nowhere. It was her older brother who finally caught up to her runaway, snatching her breath and forcing a terrified scream out of her. Stunned, Falma yelled at him to stop, right now. But he didn't even glance back. He just yanked the sobbing girl along and kept moving. Spinning around, the older brother snapped that the little one must stay out of it and go away, right now. Falma shot up on her feet, furious, and demanded to know exactly what Lotta had done. He demanded they let the maid go first. She was already crying her heart out. The brother snapped his tongue in frustration. The girl clenched her fists by her face, trembling as relentless hiccups wouldn't quit. Suddenly, the guy blurted out that he wasn't hurting her at all. He was trying to cure her, and Falma was left completely dumbfounded. He clutched the poor maid again and snapped that she kept slipping away from him every single time. Turns out the girl had been hiccuping non-stop since early morning, and it was absolutely wrecking her. The older brother started panicking. He feared his father's wrath if they couldn't even save their own servant. The older brother swore the fastest way to kill hiccups was to gulp water while hanging upside down. He put his hand on frightened Lottie's shoulder and swore she'd never, ever want to die. Then he leaned in, dead serious, and said that a simple hiccup can spiral into a deadly disease and even take your life. Falma admitted those non-stop hiccups could scream something deadly, but his brother completely mixed up cause and effect. The boy stepped in and pushed for a different plan because the girl was terrified out of her mind. Falma kept telling his brother, "Lotta is terrified, like completely terrified." The boy flashed a confident grin like he already knew he'd win. His eyes sharpened the second he demanded, So tell me, does a real doctor bully his patients like this? Her brother snapped his teeth together in shock. Falma shoved Lotta onto the bench, then dropped to his knees right in front of her. Through tear-blurred eyes and messy hiccups, the girl called out for Mr. Falmu, barely able to get the words out. The brother only snorted, acting like he couldn't believe a kid that small could possibly with anything. Falma leaned in close, soothed Lotta, and swore he wouldn't do anything awful. He just wanted to ask her one question. Then he snapped to his brother and practically demanded he just watch. The older brother let out a disgusted grunt when weird noises started creeping from the side. Right there in front of them stood Lotta, face beet red with tears, hiccuping non-stop while Falma kept grilling her about breakfast. The shy girl finally confessed she overslept, and the boy, soft and understanding, slipped his hands into hers. Turns out she was so frantic to help little Mrs. Blanche get ready that she kept stuffing bread in her mouth while she ran, screams and all, right under the cook's shouts. The older brother just stared, baffled, because he couldn't see how gulping bread so fast could trigger that sudden hiccup. Then Falma broke it all down for him, pointing to how the vagus nerve controls the diaphragm, and how the vocal cords can slam shut in an instant. The boy leaned in and told his brother, "This is just your body doing what it's supposed to, nothing deadly." The girl sat there, silent as stone, and listened to the young doctor's explanation with total focus. With a grin, he said the full, close inspection was only something they'd need if the attack dragged on for a whole day. Totally thrown off by that weird advice, she snapped, "Wait, what did you mean?" and couldn't stop staring in disbelief. The young doctor told her to plug her ears with one simple trick, so shocking it made her cheeks burn with shame, but she still obeyed and slipped behind the door. Falma grinned and promised he'd start the countdown, while his older brother stared, completely baffled by those weird, impossible moves. The boy burst into bright laughter, counting out loud like it was the best secret in the world. Just like that, Lotta burst out of the room, totally fine, and her stunned brother immediately pounded Falma with questions, asking what kind of divine art he'd just used. Falma leaned in and sweetly asked Lotta how she was really doing. Behind those shut doors, the only thing you could hear was a tiny, nervous hiccup. His older brother gasped in disbelief, demanding answers as he tried to wrap his head around the divine magic he'd just witnessed. Finally, Lotta burst into the hallway, tears blazing with joy, and shouted that her brutal hiccups had vanished out of nowhere. The boy, with unshakable confidence, kept repeating his invitation, like he already knew you'd say yes. Falma rushed to say it wasn't magic at all, just plain stimulation of the wandering nerve in the ear, and that alone sent his brother's mind reeling with real curiosity. When he heard rumors about that unknown organ, he demanded to see where the knowledge came from right then, so Falmu scrambled, inventing excuses on the spot about some book he claimed he'd read. Under the relative's sharp, suspicious stare, the boy could only fumble out a shaky excuse, terrified he'd get caught. He hunted for it because his dad's library was so massive that no one could ever track down that one exact volume. Lotta genuinely thanked him for pulling her out of what she thought was a deadly imaginary attack, even though the young doctor dismissed it as nothing more than an exaggeration. To shut down those awkward questions fast, Falma snatched the girl and bolted out of there. Suddenly, his brother's harsh voice cut through the air and froze him in place. But instead of fresh suspicions, he suddenly confessed that he'd totally underestimated how hard the boy worked on his studies while he was gone. A warm smile lit up the older brother's face as he realized, finally, his little brother had grown up. The older brother tilted his gaze on the boy and grinned, saying he'd finally grown up, completely. Everyone around him called the little kid weird, but he just laughed it off and swore he'd become a top doctor, no matter that his father had him shut down with strict rules. Maid Lotta gasped in pure terror, remembering how her father had banned that boy from even so much as thinking about medicine. The little one just smiled, rubbed the back of his head, and promised his brother, "Don't worry, I'm not sinking into poverty. I'll be a top-notch doctor, no question." The older brother flashed a sly grin and pitched, "Come visit me next Sunday. I'll be free, and the city's waiting." The boy jumped at the chance to go, desperate to learn something new. Then the moment he arrived, he froze, staring in pure shock at the towering building. This stone giant loomed so terrifyingly that the boy couldn't breathe, fear freezing him on the spot. Pale practically burst with excitement, raving about how grand the capital cathedral is, and yelling at Falma and Blanche to rush inside, like right now. Falma remembered how he'd gone out of his way to dodge this trip before, even after Solomon begged and pushed him non-stop. Those massive cathedral arches towered over everything, and the bright light pouring through the windows made it feel impossibly huge. The boy leaned in close and whispered the name of this holy place to himself, barely louder than his own breath. Suddenly a weird jolt ripped through him from the sensation under his feet. Every single step Falme took snapped the stone floor with a blinding burst of light, echoing through the place instantly. He stumbled ahead in pure confusion, and behind him a blinding white trail burned across the ground. Suddenly the cathedral floor blew apart under his feet, unleashing a massive magical sigil, and the boy froze, panic exploding in his chest. A wild glow tore outward for meters, and Falma froze in pure fear, not daring to move. Everyone in the crowd snapped their heads toward the miracle, and the moment it happened, the boy burst out excitedly to his grandmother. The old woman sucked in a shocked breath, swearing she'd never, ever witnessed anything like that in her whole life. As Blanche twirled with pure joy on those gleaming tiles, Pele stared in disbelief and swore it had to be a miracle. Right after the church got reorganized. The girl burst into excitement and yelled for her brother to see it, while Falma just sputtered nonsense, totally lost and confused. Paula fixed his gaze on the boy's terrified face and blurted, breathless, "Why do you look like that?" Falma was spiraling with panic, frantically trying to figure out how to escape because this whole situation had suddenly turned way more dangerous than he ever expected. Suddenly, the high priest burst out to greet them, arms wide, then bowed low in respect to the boy. After that huge royal welcome, watched by everyone, panic nearly knocked Falma out cold. While on the move, he spun a frantic tale about his father's visit, flailing his hands wildly to scare the cleric away from prying ears. That face-to-face request did the trick. Just like that, they were already sprinting toward the office. Right behind her, her sister was stunned, demanding to know why the cathedral's boss called him Sir. The girls just stood there, totally frozen in the middle of the hall, staring in shock as everything unfolded in front of them. Inside the chamber, the priest listened in silence as the boy poured out his story, then nodded slowly like he'd just heard something that mattered. He let out a breath of relief, thanked them for understanding, and got rewarded with a warm, friendly smile. When the man pressed him about the older brother, Falma begged him to keep all their business hidden. Then the priest leaned in and asked the boy, "So, what do you think of the new staff of the god of medicine?" Falma practically beamed, swearing this weapon fits him perfectly, and it even lets him rein in his magic like never before. The young man fretted that the temple would catch the blame for the relic's disappearance, but his partner just waved it off, smiling like he'd benefit from it. When Falma heard how divine grace was spreading, his mind went completely blank. The priest swore that with this staff, the boy's reach across the world would explode, because a holy place had already begun to rise around him. The boy blurted in shock, "What sacred place is this?" And the man only nodded, claiming it was the best way to put the treasure to use. With this power driving everything, nobody in the pharmacy even gets a scratch, and the sick visitors start snapping back to health in a flash. The kid tried to brush it off as pure coincidence, but the other person shot that idea down without even blinking. Falma only managed an awkward, fearful little smile. The man swore that Falma's presence slashes disease to nothing and sends every evil spirit fleeing for good. Falma finally figured out why the guest kept showing up every day, and the guest confessed that his special eyes helped him uncover the secret. The man locked eyes on him and didn't blink once. Staring up at the cathedral's towering vault, the boy couldn't shake the question in his head. Do evil spirits truly exist in this world? They quickly nodded and confirmed without hesitation that it was all real. He told me Falma didn't run into them by accident. He became the spotlight, and all that divine grace clung to him instead. Those words slammed onto the boy's shoulders, and he froze on the spot in pure shock. The man snapped into a deep bow, begging them to shield the capital from deadly epidemics, and the poor, confused boy only managed to blurt, "Hey, I'm not some grand savior like that." Falma was left there all alone, totally stunned, like her mind had just hit a brick wall. The boy froze, staring at the priest in total shock, fighting to hide the wild excitement bubbling inside him. The man stared him down and demanded, straight to his face, if it was brutal to keep his real divine essence hidden all the time. The priest tried soothing him with the same Sunday school lines he'd heard before, and the boy only gave a quiet, sincere thank you for the help. The boy stared into the dark, replaying every word, because out there, people really would rather cling to what they know, just so the truth doesn't drive them insane. The man leaned in and reminded him one last time, if new trouble hits, the confession door is always open for him. He vowed with all his heart to do everything he could to shield the boy from the world's filth, and to keep him here as long as he possibly could. But behind that priest's friendly smile, a cold, searching gaze stayed locked on him. When the man said those godlike beings' mortal lives are usually over in a blink, the boy felt a cold wave of terror crash through him. The terrifying truth about how every past reincarnation dies in an instant froze him in his tracks, completely paralyzed. When the anxious boy finally worked up the courage to tell his family, his brother clocked the ghost-pale look on his face and snapped, asking if something terrible had happened. Trying to dodge the topic, the boy leaned in and asked his older brother if he really believed in evil spirits, and the moment the question landed, his brother shot back a blunt yes. The brother stared at him in real shock, because that little one had already crossed paths with these creatures a countless number of times. Little Blanche burst into the convo with bright excitement, insisting, no doubt about it, that monsters are real, and they're deadly. My brother dropped this wild observation. Ever since they arrived in the capital, not one single evil spirit had shown up, even though he always spotted them on the way home. Blanche was frantically flinging her arms around, trying to scare her brother half to death with chilling tales of evil spirits, only she swore she hadn't seen a single one lately. As the girl painted resin-black phantoms that cause misfortune and death, Ellen figured the new high priest had just wiped them out with brutal purification rituals. Ellen led them through the cathedral's grand hall, slipping past towering rows of statues, and then urged them to thank the servants for their hard work and beg for divine protection. Ellen marched Blanche straight to the altar of the water goddess, then snapped her fingers and called Falma to come after her to somewhere else. The girl shot her hand up in instant obedience, then sprinted off to carry out the order. Ellen knelt with respect before the next statue, while Falma stayed standing right behind her, watching. He stared into the deity's stone face and seethed, thinking, so you're saying it's really that easy to swap out my true essence in this world? That eerie glow from the base spilled across the monument's sleek, icy lines, making its grand presence feel almost alive. The boy chose to live the rest of his brand new life as Falma, but that eerie sense of detachment still wouldn't leave him. He watched in silence as Ellen prayed with fierce focus, whispering sacred texts under her breath. A fresh wave of doubt surged through my soul again. Massive stone sculptures kept towering over them, silent and unbothered, like they didn't care a single bit about their worries. That boy couldn't shake the terror that he'd be stuck here as an outsider forever until someone finally caught on, exposed him, and threw him out. That suffocating thought of feeling like a stranger in his own skin echoed through the cathedral's dark silence. A lone child's strange silhouette hung over the bottomless abyss, like a ghost torn straight from the past. Falmi's hand got seared out of nowhere, and a mysterious divine mark exploded into a blazing glow on his skin. A jolt of sharp pain ripped through him, and he yelped as he clutched his shoulder, body trembling with every spasm. He crumpled to his knees in the middle of the grand hall, gasping like he couldn't pull in a single breath. Ellen snapped to attention, then shot over and grabbed her panicked student's help without a second to spare. Falma's whole body shook, and his human heart hammered like crazy inside his chest. The girls closed in fast, while a wild, unstoppable surge of raw power roared inside the boy. Ellen went stone cold with terror as a feral, crushing aura rolled off the child like a living storm. A massive burst of magical energy detonated outward, swallowing the entire space around it. A blinding flash erupted so hard that for a split second, everything around them vanished from sight. When the storm finally calmed down, they stepped outside at last, just in time for worried Ellen to plead, "Don't scare me like that again." She shot a laugh off like it was nothing, then barked at the boy to rein in his strength right now. Falma let out a quiet sigh and told his companion, "I'm already fine," like he didn't even need to prove it. A long road stretched out in front of them, so both of them sprinted straight to the carriage, only to find Lotta already there, waiting. The older brother suddenly barked, "Come with me," because he needed to stop at one place before anything else. Falma just nodded, completely thrown off, staring at them like, Wait, where are we even going? They sprinted straight to the exact street they needed. Her older brother burst with excitement and pointed at the new flashy pharmacy, while Falma nearly collapsed, staring in horror because she recognized her own secret shop behind those walls. The boy jolted into a cold sweat, fighting desperately to hide his horror. My brother groaned and said those locked, thick gates in broad daylight are the ultimate proof of laziness. Falma let out a breath of relief, grateful he'd rushed to shut the pharmacy before Perry even left the safety of home. The boy took a breath, picked his words, and asked, "So does my brother come here every single day?" He just crossed his arms, seething with irritation, and snapped that this place looked like a shady dive. He fumed that he had to lay eyes on the medicine from the pharmacy, approved by the Empress for the first time in history, yet every time he came, the place was locked tight. Staring up at the grand facade, the brother said with a cold edge that those luxurious gates couldn't possibly mask the local master's foolishness. He snapped at the owner, calling him a reckless fool, because he vanished on business without leaving anyone in charge, leaving the patients to fend for themselves. Little Blanche couldn't wait to spill the truth and jabbed a finger at Falma, then he freaked out and clamped his hand over her mouth right away. The boy flashed a shaky smile and begged his brother to let the childish stuff slide. The older brother shot the sign a look full of disgust, scoffing that the pharmacy's name didn't say a thing about who ran it, like it was hand-me-down work from some trashy third-rate pharmacist. With no way out, he spun toward the closed gate, swore he'd return tomorrow, and the terrified kids around the corner clutched their breath. He grinned like trouble, growling that he'd never stand for laziness, yet little Blanche couldn't handle that pressure, and with a terrified scream she bolted away. The boy beamed and said his schedule finally cleared, so they were about to grind through the rest of the day with brutal training. His sinister look hit her like a wall, and then a desperate scream tore out of her. Strangers on the street jolted in terror when the frantic kid erupted into a scream. The townspeople spun around, baffled, staring at the girl as she tore past them. The girl bolted for her life, begging her older brother for mercy as he chased her down with a wild grin, yelling that this time she would not be getting away. But then, snapped! Someone's hand yanked the pursuer by his cloak, and 2 patrol officers slammed into his path, furious at this bold chase in broad daylight. A curious crowd snapped into a circle fast, whispers igniting about a child snatching, while the young man shot back at the patrol officers, furious and insisting he was only trying to catch his sister. The officer fixed Blanche with a hard stare as she shook with tears and terror, then demanded if that sketchy man was truly her older brother. His eyes locked onto her, demanding a real answer, and right now. The whole street seemed to stop and stare, hanging on every word the little lady was about to drop. But she was just acting goofy, and those smug guards with that sly grin snapped the shocked boy up, offering to take him straight to the station. The crowd buzzed with worried murmurs as the guard lunged in and yanked the suspected traitor by force, and Falma, terrified, snapped his body in front of little Blanche to shield her. Falma and Blanche slap-fived with huge grins, celebrating like champions because this chaos finally let them dodge today's brutal training. The day dragged by unnoticed, and then a furious Lotta stormed in to haul Falma home, snapping that he'd made her worry again. His mother let out a heavy, sad sigh, grieving that the week had vanished way too fast. Paula's older brother marched up to their mother and told her the road to medicine is brutal, and they can't afford to stall, despite the fact she'd ordered him, in strict terms, not to waste time hanging around girls. He only gave a sad, quiet smile and said, "There's no time left." Finally, Polly blared at Falmy and Blanche to look after themselves and swear they wouldn't get sick. Falma blurted out in surprise, then clocked a weird shake in his own words and demanded, "Something happen?" Paula shot a quick nod back, like that was all he could say. That arrogant guy laughed like he owned the world, whining about how tough it is to be a popular, handsome man when his beloved has already bawled her eyes out, and Falma's patience snapped, rage flaring as she reached for Tofu to knock the womanizer down a peg. But out of nowhere, Paule snapped into seriousness and warned Famo to tread carefully, because the San Fluve market was set to roll into the capital next month. The boy went stone still. My brother leaned in and whispered about the brutal epidemic ravaging Netherground Island, one that's already swallowed thousands of lives. That terrifying news hit Falma like a shockwave, and now she couldn't stop worrying about the disaster barreling toward her. She admitted she didn't have the full details, she just wanted one thing: how bad the infection rate was, and how this local sickness connected back to her. She only ever heard the rumors about Nova Ruta University's students, how they showed up with samples to analyze, and how 2 of them dropped dead mid-research. The boy shook with fear and insisted that this infection was deadly beyond belief, and that beating it in a straight fight was absolutely impossible. They slammed the researchers' bodies and every piece of evidence into flames for safety, but even after the fire, the older brother couldn't rest. He swore that the smuggled goods from that island were about to land in San Fluvé's capital, right on time for a huge fair kicking off next month. When they grilled him about whether the cargo could be contaminated, the older brother snapped, "Yes," and pointed straight to the closest port in Marseille. He ended up inside the cathedral, slammed to his knees, and begged the god of medicine to shield the capital from whatever disaster comes next. He wanted to believe those carriers' deaths had finally cut the infection off, but he knew the truth. Only purifying wind magic could save them now. Because Marseille was their turf, the younger brother snapped with panic and started frantically scrambling for a way to survive the coming disaster. The older brother shot him a calm look and promised, "I'll be back fast if this ever spirals out of control." From this moment on, the younger brother had to carry the entire weight of keeping the family and the estate safe on his own. At the very end, the boy demanded to know what was left of the virus samples, and his brother snapped back that the divine fire had torched every last thing to ashes and bones. His younger brother wished him a safe journey, then stood there, eyes locked on as the carriage finally rolled onto the road. Nova Ruta University's brutal ways, torch-burning classrooms with magic and cutting whole islands off from the world, made the boy shake with pure terror. They burned the contaminated samples and shut the lab down for good. The heat was so brutal that no virus or bacteria could survive it. The sickness tore through the bodies at lightning speed, starting with fever and vomiting, then the neck ballooned, the patient slipped into a coma, and within a week, they were gone. Falma pressed for answers and fired off the question, did his brother still have any research notes left? The older brother stared at that giant microscope photo of the collected organisms, replaying everything in his head like it just happened. When he heard about ulcers, blackened skin, and limb necrosis, the boy went ice cold, because he just realized this brutal plague had arrived in his world too. He immediately demanded a copy of that drawing be sent to him. The brother promised he'd send a copy via carrier pigeon the second he got the director's okay. The boy shot him a heartfelt thank you for everything he'd done. With only 2 weeks left before the big market opened, they had to rush a plea to the queen, stop the fair right now. Falma had to make the call right then, even if his warning would spark panic he didn't want to unleash on everyone. Trying to stop the infection in the capital is a losing battle if that source slips in there through foreign shipments. And then bam! The port started filling up as trading ships from all corners of the world pulled in one after another. Rushing back to the pharmacy, the boy found a panicked Ellen and warned her that starting today, they were going to hunt down the deadly disease. He ordered every mild and chronic patient to be redirected to partner clinics, so the team could finally clear the decks and smash the new threat head-on. Falma realized his free time was gone for good. Without fresh medical manuals, no other doctor could ever pin down this threat in time. A few days later, a carrier pigeon from Pell burst into the office, and the assistant shot up panicking, calling for the boy right away. He yanked the message out of the metal tube in a mad rush. He smirked to himself. Sure, his older brother could be kind of foolish sometimes, but when emergencies hit, he kept it together like a pro. The second he read it, his whole body went ice cold. His worst nightmare landed with brutal, terrifying precision. My hands shook like crazy as I clutched a piece of paper, and the conclusion on it was pure horror. He refused to accept what he was seeing, like his eyes were lying to him. Ellen stared at the drawing, stunned, and blurted, "Wait, what is this weird little microorganism?" Lotta shot anxious looks out the window, and the boy realized that if they didn't have exact symptoms, there'd be no way to pin down a final diagnosis. It was her, plague stick in hand, a grim warning of the Black Death, creeping in. To save the capital from a deadly threat, Falma packed his assistants off on a brutal, long road where one wrong step could mean disaster. Joel and his partner swore, with full confidence, they'd do everything in their power to slam the brakes on the plague at the edge of the city. Falma beamed at them near the brothers, then promised, "As soon as the final preparations are done, I'm right behind you." The second he hit Marseille, he barked for them to find Lord Adam, fast, so he could stock up on supplies and slap on a no-exceptions quarantine right away. Meanwhile, at the Netherground port, the rules snapped into place. Every suspicious passenger got seized on the spot and shipped straight for isolation and treatment. As the riders thundered down the forest road, Joel clocked it. Those inspectors had stopped hesitating and started pushing hard to get their hands on fresh medication. She only let out a shaky, anxious sigh, because until now, all she'd seen of this terrifying plague was in newspaper reports. Under the dull thud of hooves, she leaned in and whispered to Joel, asking if they could really cage a plague that big. She remembered her teacher, Madame Bonnefoy, talking about genius Falma, how at just 10 years old he opened his own pharmacy and saved the poor with medicine he handed out for free. Because of his push, everyday people finally understood hygiene, and those free tooth powder handouts saved thousands of lives. Joel snapped his head toward her, and a blazing, unshakable resolve to wage war on the bubonic plague flared in his eyes. He demanded they run this check as deep as it could go, and the girl nodded hard, agreeing without hesitation. The riders whipped the horses harder because with the new regulations in place, the country's child death rate was already starting to drop. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the advisors pored over the brand new reports with stunned eyes, because the latest numbers blew past every expectation. At the council's regular meeting, the minister strode to the front and announced that the capital's death toll had been cut in half. He called it a colossal win. The Empress nodded in full agreement, praising the Holy Pharmacy and the Dispensary Guild for the results they'd earned. State Affairs Minister Philip backed her up, then warned her that there's no such thing as a guaranteed 100% sure thing. He made it crystal clear that pharmacists flipped healthcare on its head, offering free treatment, sending specialists to your home, and rolling out brand new medications. The boys' work got hailed as the real deal, and the doctors they interviewed are already begging to team up with the pharmacists. Johann, the Minister of Internal Affairs, couldn't hold back his emotion. He demanded that this success be pushed beyond the capital at once so the empire would thrive. The Empress flashed a sly smile and teased the Interior Minister, calling him out for how stingy he'd been with praise for the children's pharmacy, before suddenly changing his tune. She wrestled with whether Falma de Medicis should be granted to him, but fear gnawed at her. Was he just too young to earn such a title? A jolt of anxiety hit the ministers the moment it happened. Judicial System Minister Berenice shot back with a respectful warning. Falma is still a kid, and under the capital's laws, children aren't allowed to receive any titles. They slammed the conversation shut and sprinted to the next topic. They shelved the award talk for now, because deep down, they knew it was way too soon to hand the boy any official honors. The Empress couldn't stop replaying Falma in her head for what felt like forever. She remembered it all. He'd started studying with the Imperial Doctor when he was 8, and he'd keep showing up at the palace with his father, time after time. She locked eyes on his face, and it felt like something darker had slipped into control of him. His aura flipped overnight, and the person wearing it feels nothing like the one you knew before. But those doubts still clung to him like smoke. The boy marched ahead, step by steady step, like he had no time to waste. The woman slammed her hand on the table, finally seeing this wasn't normal curiosity, it was a full-blown obsession. He had to move with absolute caution. All she could do was let this new Falm run wild in the capital without stepping on his research. All she could do was pray he kept crushing results without ever coming back for something in return. In the pharmaceutical school director's office, his son's voice suddenly cut through the room, and he apologized for barging in. Falma burst inside and shoved the dangerous pathogen drawing into his father's hands, sent by his older brother. The man leaned in and asked, "Did you actually read your brother's report?" And the boy nodded like he already knew he'd earned the answer. The father bumped into his son right there, alongside his companion Ellen. With a grim stare, he demanded to know if Falma had heard about the mysterious epidemic that wiped out the Netherground colony. The boy nodded and snapped a warning. Bubonic plague had already slipped into the big market stalls, and it was creeping toward the capital itself. Ellen shot a worried question about the plague, and the boy just nodded, like he already knew how bad it was. The father nodded once and agreed to act right then, no delays. The boy matched every clue from his brother's letters with what he saw under the microscope, cocoa bacilli, and there was no question left. His father dragged a weary hand across his forehead, and the moment he did, the brutal epidemic from 2 centuries ago came crashing back into his mind. Then the streets, choked with corpses, would get ravaged by divine fire, while the wind's magic tried to cleanse the stench in the air. The young pharmacist kept his mouth shut and let the old chronicles of his homeland flood his mind, one memory at a time. In the 1300s, an invisible, plague-breeding bacterium carried by fleas that feasted on forest rodents swept through the world and wiped out half of humanity. The medieval nightmare swallowed most patients whole, and once their lungs got hit, there was no surviving. Mortality turned absolute. Now the infected cargo was rolling through their land trade routes and putting the entire empire in danger. The scariest part? The disease could go quiet for ages, then slam back and attack again. He slammed his palm on the table and warned everyone about those merchants sailing by sea to the fair. Falma leaned in and reassured him. Those strict quarantine orders were already sent to the port of Marseille. The father backed the plan on the spot, and the boy added that Ellen's trained students had already taken off to sniff out symptoms in the newcomers. If that infection explodes, the packed capital is doomed, everyone's going to die, the empire will crumble, because there's still no cure for it anywhere. Bruno, voice shaking with pure despair, confessed that the crippling population density could let the Black Death wipe out the entire capital and end the empire for good. But then, like a dam cracking, the crushing silence snapped when a powerful shout burst out. "There's a way out!" Falma said it with total confidence. If this really is a plague, then there's still a way to save people. The father refused to label the disease as incurable, but the boy dug in, and Ellen fired back that fresh medications were already being cooked up. The man stayed on edge, barely speaking, while his son spilled the plan to yank every one of the capital's pharmacists into the job right away. The boy finally confessed that Marseille's factory mass production isn't ready yet, and even his own special talents still don't measure up. And even then, he insisted that too many medicines still won't be wasted. They can be turned around and used to fight other deadly infections. When the father asked in a quiet voice if those medicines were really that effective, Falma shot back a confident yes, no hesitation at all. The family head nodded and admitted he was right, then warned him, this kind of full-blown epidemic isn't something a court physician is supposed to handle. The young pharmacist shot back that the instructions had already been sent to the team, and now the only mission is to stop that infection from spreading, no matter what it takes. Realizing how bad it really was, they rushed straight to the governor, and he instantly understood just how deadly the threat was. Rage tightened her expression, but steel resolve burned in her eyes as she vowed to protect her people. She sat up tall with blazing pride, bracing herself to deliver the single most life-shaping command. No time to hesitate, the Empire was already thrown into a fight for its very survival. The Queen backed the plan without hesitation, then ordered the city gates shut right away and stationed checkpoints along the trade routes. Falma stepped forward and demanded every research center get microscopes, then ordered quarantine stations to open immediately. The boy demanded they do it right away, no waiting, once the borders slammed shut. He broke it all down. This disease rides in on rat fleas, and once the infection hits the lungs, it's basically unstoppable. The Queen slammed her confidence into the room and promised the government decree would be issued before the day was over. Falma snapped that people needed to be taught, right now, how to boil their clothes to disinfect them, and how to set deadly poison traps. Bruno bowed and thanked her for the quick reply, but the ruler's voice stayed cool as she told him to drop the formalities. She barked an ironclad command at the Minister of State Affairs. Start the preparations immediately. No delays. A confident smile lit up her face as she declared, the plague won't take this country because the crown still puts its people first. The quarantine tents were blazing with non-stop work, with pharmacists from the new guild and Ellen's students grinding through the night without pause. Every trade caravan ground to a halt on the road to the city because the guards demanded a full, no-excuses medical check before anyone could enter. Pierre finally got his first complex microscope, and the second he looked through it, fascination hit him hard as he studied the mysterious device nobody else could see. Falma swung by his colleagues and lit up with real joy, basking in how unstoppable his team had been. Pierre thanked him for the brilliant idea to mix lactose into the medication, and that tweak let them crank out 1,000 life-saving doses for the patients in record time. Falma insisted that the moment they spot even a single infected person, treatment has to be completely free, no exceptions. The boy shot his colleague a serious warning. The pulmonary plague strikes fast, so you give the medicine the second you suspect it. Then he genuinely thanked the man for backing him up and begged him to take charge of everything while he was gone. They sealed the deal with a bone-jarring handshake. The man clutched his chest and vowed to obey the order, then slammed the future into motion, determined to save the capital from the epidemic. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the Empress leaned in as officials spilled every detail about the preparations for the massive San Fleuve fair. Finance Minister Elman promised the quarantine checkpoints at the entrance are running perfectly, and now traders from all over the world are flocking into the capital. Then, just like that, his voice snapped into worry, and he started pushing urgent changes to the street vendor plans. The Empress sat there, stone-faced, while her finance minister droned out the report. The minister's forehead streamed with thick sweat. Turns out, the clergy had already unleashed wind mages to carry out a massive purification ritual, and the participant rosters were packed with way too many high-ranking foreign pharmacists to look innocent. Speculators raced to stockpile the holy pharmacy's best medicines in bulk from their partner shops, then planned to flip them to foreign ambassadors and nobles for profit. The Empress stared at it with an icy, heavy gaze that felt like it could freeze the room. Her advisors warned the Empress that, during the Grand Fair, foreign pharmacists would try to steal the secrets of their one-of-a-kind medicine, but the Empress shot back that the state would never lose Falmu. The woman snapped orders to post the best guards around the boy and secretly shield his people, and the terrified subordinates had no choice but to obey at once. Falma remembered how the plague in his old world had faded into nothing but a tale, and now his chest tightened as he wondered if he could survive it for real. The boy calmly tugged his scarf into place, saying nothing. In the yard, they were throwing the final touches on everything, then double-checking the travel bags right by the horses. He shoved his worries down and went all in, no hesitation. Ellen flashed a warm smile and told him, "With what you know, it'll all work out, no doubt." Now they couldn't wait a second longer. This brutal threat had to be crushed, so they finally launched into their journey. Marseille loomed just ahead, waiting like a storm on the horizon. He remembered this quick medical seminar, and he still couldn't wrap his head around how Falma, somehow, managed to cook up a full 1,000 doses of those complicated medicines all by himself. Thick footsteps thundered across the floor like a warning. The only way to beat the plague was to forge its greatest weapon, backed by the help of higher powers. Scientists meticulously handpicked the exact drug teams they needed to wipe out the resistant bacteria. They fused cold hard science with divine artistry. The illness has already burned through every last chance. There's nothing left now. The boy gave a confident nod, absolutely sure they'd team up and crush the plague together. A pharmacist in a protective suit leaned in and said the new drug, levofloxacin, is being tuned for mass production, so it's been made to be completely safe for human cells. His colleague lugged a box of documents and stared in disbelief. Turns out the legendary bubonic plague isn't some evil spirit's curse at all. It's just ordinary microbes. That's exactly why Falma was desperate to spread his knowledge. Now even the regular doctors, no magic required, could use science to save thousands of lives. After the seminar, inspiration exploded in their hearts, but one sharp question wouldn't let go. If evil spirits really carried that infection, would the medicine still stand a chance? Nobody could answer that question, so the medics just threw up their hands, then sprinted down the empty street. Falma stared from the high hill above the port, anxiety burning in his eyes as ship after ship rolled into trade. When he finally came back, Ellen leaned in and urged him to demand more details. Staring at the far-off harbor of Marseille, she swallowed her bitterness and admitted, with a painful twist in her chest, that she never believed she'd set foot here again, especially after a deadly epidemic tore everything apart. Seeing the boy barely clinging to the saddle, she snapped with worry over his condition, but he dug in his heels and ordered them to go faster. Ellen begged for a quick stop, but Falma grinned and swore he was feeling awesome. The boy grinned and said he'd even managed to sleep right in the saddle. Now they had to cripple every last ship fast before the big fair kicked off. Near the port dock, their worried assistants in protective gear rushed forward and greeted them warmly, just because they'd been waiting on their leader's arrival. The moment the young doctor hit the harbor, he rolled up his sleeves, rushed into the inspections, and peppered his subordinates with, "So, what did we find?" One of the duty officers shoved the papers over and said every ship from yesterday was docked, then confirmed the crews from the hazardous zone had already been dragged into strict isolation. Royal medics, sealed in closed protective suits, raced to set up isolators on a separate ship, and then they handled every suspicious cargo with the magic of the wind. One inspector couldn't stop staring at the harbor, then demanded permission to inspect every single ship rolling in. No shortcuts, full safety. With permission finally in hand, the young doctor barked orders. Get the exam started, hit those vessels first, where the wounded lay, so they could stop another deadly Black Death outbreak before it even began. A brand new hard rule just dropped. Every foreign ship has to slam anchor out at sea and sit tight for inspections before they're even allowed to enter the port. Quarantine officers scrambled up the rope ladders, one after another, hauling themselves onto the massive wooden ships. The boat drifted past the towering giants, gliding between those massive ships like it owned the sea. On the deck of the first ship, an enraged gold-drip merchant stormed up and snarled that his goods had to pass, right now. Yet the inspector only offered a polite apology and kept on working. The merchant was beside himself, rage crashing through him as he fumed over the first ever delay. While the outrage raged, the doctor stayed ice cold and calmly demanded to know where the ship's medic was hiding. Right after the ship's papers landed in his hands, he grilled the captain for every detail, how the crew had been holding up through the whole voyage. The wooden stairs groaned under his boots as the inspector dropped into the dark hold to run a routine check on the nervous sailors. Ahead of him loomed a burly, sun-kissed sailor, like a wall of muscle and sea-worn grit. The doctor pressed a hand to his face and snapped on his special eye of investigation. With a breath of relief, he verified the man was healthy. Then he slammed the call to the next person, because the city's safety was worth every single painstaking check. The assistant popped out of the hold hatch grinning and shouted that everyone and every last piece of cargo were totally fine. He shoved a note into the captain's hands, begging him to make sure he grabbed this recipe. The doctor demanded he show that document as soon as they docked, and the relieved captain shot straight a sincere thank you to the heavens, because this was finally his ticket into port. When the shocked captain demanded what that paper even meant, the doctor snapped that a bunch of sailors were showing scurvy symptoms, so they'd be shipped to the quarantine station in Marseille to get vitamins and start treatment. Already crammed into the boat, the partner breathed a sigh of relief, no infected aboard. Yet the girl inspector only slumped inside, still shaken by how terrifying that inspection had been. She threw her hands up in fury, yelling that the sailors still didn't get why options mattered, no matter how many times she beat the lesson into their heads. Under that mask, the boy smiled softly, praised her for her patience, and ordered her to move to the next ship. When it was all said and done, they burst out with heartfelt thanks for the teamwork and cheered the crew on, wishing them a blast at the big fair. Suddenly, a massive fountain of spray blasted up beside their boat, and the girl jerked back, terrified. From the neighboring ship's deck, an irate captain stormed out, bellowing at everyone not to jump the line. Right nearby, another trader was yelling at the top of their lungs, pushing for permission to unload because they couldn't wait 1 second longer. All around, the noise wouldn't quit. Everyone was grumbling that they'd been trapped here for 2 days, and their fresh supplies were about to spoil. That constant whining finally snapped the girl inspector. She lost it, raging so hard she was practically screaming in her own head. Her outraged gasp vanished under the roaring chaos of the crowd. The traders' crowd exploded into screams and curses, shouting for compensation for their goods, while snarling at the fact they had to put up with some kids. Ellen snapped in furious rage, ordered everyone to shut up, and started pulling out her staff, totally ignoring her terrified partner's warnings. She clutched her staff up high and charged ahead, flat out brushing off her partner's warnings. Then the command to fire exploded through the air, and cannon blasts hammered the sea until it surged and churned like it was alive. On the deck, shadowy officers loomed and sneered that everyone was a fool. Then they hammered the point home. Only imperial jurisdiction rules this port. Ellen clutched her staff with white-knuckled grip, shaking hard with pure fear and confusion, because even before she'd done a single thing, she already felt doom. Her partner just stood there, totally frozen in place, stunned by everything he was seeing. Soon, colossal sailing ships flying imperial flags and massive coats of arms cut straight toward the quarantine zone. One sailor froze the moment he spotted the Imperial Navy flags, and then he burst into a terrified scream. The captain of the other ship screamed in panic, shouting that the legendary Crimson Armada of San Fleuve was closing in on them fast. On the very front of the deck, Admiral Jean-Alain Gabon stood tall, running the East India Trading Company and commanding the whole crowd. I still can't believe the terrifying commander is the same old man who shows up to snack on those sea candies with us. The officer snapped for total silence, barked that everyone better plug their ears properly, and made it crystal clear he wasn't about to repeat himself. The whole crew went ice cold with fear when the admiral warned the refusers what would happen, and then masked figures in sealed, airtight protection stepped out from behind him. He boomed that the inspection would be run by the imperial pharmacist and heir of Marseille, so if anyone resisted, they'd be fighting a losing battle. From the massive ship's gun ports, dark barrels jutted out like threats, poised to blast any disobedient straight down to the depths, cargo and all. The admiral's furious face in close-up said it all, louder than any threat he could have thrown. The merchant ship snapped around on the spot and agreed to sit tight for inspection. When the danger finally disappeared, the terrified townspeople and sailors let out a shaking breath of pure relief. The whole check ran smooth, with zero hiccups, and the gray-haired commander, truly grateful for the help, erupted into a big, hearty laugh. With Falmouth's mighty masts towering above him, he thanked those tough sailors from the very depths of his heart once again. 3 colossal warships rocked on the waves while General Jin awkwardly stammered out a frantic apology for barging in uninvited. The general threw his arms across his chest and swore he'd never step aside when disaster hits the sea. Suddenly, the hardened warrior froze, then broke into a grin and asked, with real excitement, when his favorite pharmacy would finally reopen. The grizzled seawolf didn't hold back. He admitted he'd already started to miss this place. Falma practically burst with joy when she heard those words from the terrifying commander. On the deck, the other officers erupted in laughter and cheered their general at the top of their lungs. One of them winked at the boy and dropped the secret. Turns out the boss is obsessed with his special sea candies. Turns out sweets were magic. Once the crew started munching them on those far-off voyages, scurvy basically vanished from the ships. The young pharmacist instantly got the truth. His medicine wasn't being bought out of curiosity at all. It was pulled for a full-on, real-world test. As the officers cheered that they could finally stop hunting new recruits in every port, Falma stewed in disbelief at just how wild the fleet's personnel turnover really was. Before long, the squadron locked in a massive new mission, charging straight out into the open sea. The boy shot back a promise to whip up one-of-a-kind supplies for ultra-long missions. Then the military erupted with excitement. Happy, Falma pressed a hand to his chest and promised he'd be waiting at the pharmacy the moment the fair wrapped up. The cheerful merchant grinned and practically shouted, "This time, I'm buying even more candies, and you're getting them from my store, no questions." Work was roaring full blast when one of the assistants burst in and said, "Today we're checking the trading ships from the 3rd to the 7th, loaded with fabrics, tea, and spices." In the days that followed, the crew raced through inspections on nearly all the ships that couldn't wait around for permission to finally roll into port. The news was brutal. Of the sailors, 14 came down infected. 4 of them died, so the crews had to torch the entire dangerous cargo with holy divine fire magic, then blast the ships themselves with wind magic to finish the job. The assistants reported that the dangerous bacteria showed up on just 2% of the ships, and almost all of them rolled in from the netherground. Ellen slowly dropped her gaze, remembering how terrifying it was to trust that patients would truly be saved, even after the medicine finally kicked in and the threat of death faded. Silence crashed over the tent as everyone stared at the sheer size of the nightmare that had nearly swallowed their city whole. The guards at the exit kept their eyes glued to every line, watching the order like it mattered. She leaned in and admitted to Falmy, heart and soul, how insanely lucky they were to have his medicine and his advanced methods to crush this infection. Without these measures, the port of Marseille would have become a true gateway to death. She couldn't stop trembling at the thought that once the port fell, the capital wouldn't survive much longer either, and that fear hit her so hard it felt like it would crush her. Falma nodded, then his gut tightened, because even though the infection was sealed in these waters, those tainted ships could sail straight to other countries. He clenched his resolve, flashed a grin, and told the team, "Don't ease up, keep pushing with the same fire." Suddenly, a messenger in a protective suit burst into the camp, gasping, and screamed that Estark's village had been hit by a deadly mass fever and that people were dropping sick by the dozens. Like thunder out of nowhere, news hit Estark. A mystery disease has erupted in the village, and now nearly everyone is burning with fever. The messenger in a dark cloak sucked in a sharp breath and blurted out that the news he carried was so urgent it couldn't wait a second. Falma snapped, "Is this verified?" And the reply came instantly, an emphatic yes. With the fair creeping closer and fear of being late driving them wild, a few ships slipped into the port's shadows at night, quietly unloading just west of a fishing village without waiting for permission. At first, it felt like a normal cold. Then people started dropping dead one after another, and the infection tore through everything at breakneck speed. When the situation finally spiraled out of control, the village elder snapped, sending a messenger racing for help right away. When word spread that the Black Death had struck, Ellen panicked and lunged to stop him, but Falma didn't flinch. He only asked, straight-faced, how many residents were there, then barked orders to pack the belongings. No time to waste, people in the village were already dropping dead. She pleaded for him to stay away from that risk, but Falma brushed it off and swore he'd already taken protective medicine beforehand. Ellen even offered to take his spot, but he shot back with a calm promise. If infection ever struck, he'd heal himself. The girl dug in her heels, insisting she could handle the usual medication deliveries just fine, and she made her case like she meant it. He gently halted her in her tracks and murmured her name like it was the only thing that mattered. The boy leaned in and admitted that Estark's situation is way messier and far more deadly than anyone realizes at first glance. He insisted she couldn't safely give injections and that she'd risk catching an infection, so her job was to stay back and run the operation, even as the girl fought tooth and nail to argue him out of it. Ellen shot a nervous glance at the guy, like he might bolt any second. Behind a protective mask, the guy stayed stone calm while the assistant blared warnings at him. On that table, everything they needed was already lined up: test tubes, tools, and medicines, ready to guard the entire harbor. Falma slammed his fist down and swore he'd be the one to head straight to the infected village. The girl froze when a sudden command hit her: stay put and defend Marseille. As he headed for the exit, he fired off the plan. If the Black Death wasn't mowing the village down, he'd be able to react in a flash. We had to move, right now, because on the road to the capital, a deadly shipment of plague-infected rats was still on the move. He clutched her hand one last time, then tore himself away. Suddenly, the boy shot the staff up into the sky and blasted out a blinding surge of divine power. "All right, Ellen, your turn now," he finally said, soft as a whisper. A brutal gust blasted him skyward, and he rocketed like a comet, screaming over the port's masts as he tore through the air. She watched him disappear, completely thrown off, like her mind couldn't make sense of what she just saw. Down on the street, the townspeople stared up at the sky in terror, pointing at the clouds like they couldn't possibly be real. Someone gasped and pointed up at the sky, where a blinding comet tore across the stars. A stranger in the middle of the street snapped back in shock and shot his gaze upward. A bright white streak tore across the sky. At first, everyone swore it was just an ordinary bird. Falma tore across the rooftops at breakneck speed, clenching his staff in both hands like his life depended on it. The boy's eyes, locked behind those protective goggles, narrowed to steel. He had to sprint to his destination before the disease snatched up more victims. At that exact moment, a gut-wrenching scream tore through the air right outside the heavy, carved doors of the Imperial Academy of Pharmacy. The assistants hauled stacks of papers to the Academy's head, Bruno, because the first 50 quarantine instruction copies for neighboring countries were already locked and loaded. The assistant's mind reeled in horror at the Black Death coming back after centuries of silence, while Bruno barked, demanding every detail be checked. After the instructions landed, the assistant snapped to attention, nodded once, and rushed off to start working. His father's face lurked in the dark, because he knew his son could see with divine eyes, and he understood one thing. That plague, already ravaging an entire island, couldn't be allowed to crawl any farther. The man snapped to it. If they didn't grab every chance and do everything they could to stop that disaster, it would all be over. The whole crisis was in the meds. Falmu's levofloxacin supplies were so tiny, they barely stretched to cover the capital. Bruno's hands shook as he turned the report page, and dread sank in. Now other countries would have to live without this one precious resource. Falma stared stone-faced at the swarm of microscopic pathogens, already knowing one thing: half measures wouldn't stand a chance against a threat like this. To outrun the epidemic, the Academy pulled out every stop, calling in absolutely everyone to rush vital instructions to governments and universities worldwide. Bruno called in every specialist to spread Falmo's quarantine instructions across the world, but behind the scenes, shame aided him, because being trapped in the capital meant his status stole the real fight, and he had to let his son and Marcel handle the deadly work. What scared the man the most wasn't the plague, it was that foreign doctors couldn't even spot the plague bacillus because they didn't have a single microscope. His summer assistant silently pleaded with the heavens for the boys to come back unscathed. Then a terrifying shout from the corridor tore her thoughts apart. A shiver raced through the woman's body as she whipped around to the maid, and from the doorway the maid blurted, shaking, that Professor Casper had an urgent visit. Bruno shot up right away to greet the guest, hurrying out an apology for surprising her like that. Right away, the office started buzzing with sharp, sarcastic whispers, everyone swapping stories about how they hadn't seen the wild Madame Black mold lurking in these halls in ages. At 59, Professor Louise Gaspard could taste retirement. She had exactly 1 year left. She spent her whole life stalking the forests, grabbing every strange fungus and mold she could find, then sorting them like they were a world only she could decode. Because the Academy saw his research as too specific, they treated it like a total outcast, and then slashed the funding down to an emergency-level trickle. All her life's work, and still, none of it managed to birth a single new medicine. The furious higher-ups and the other professors have finally snapped. They're now demanding her lab be shut down immediately. With tears blazing in her eyes, Louisa thanked the director for years of support, then swallowed her pride and steeled herself for the worst. She asked softly for just 1 more month to pack up her life, but that man abruptly cut her off. The director calmly shot that down and insisted he'd called her not to fire her, ever. For years he'd been quietly lining up secret funding for her, because he was certain that one day her knowledge would save their country. The man clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white and declared, with chilling seriousness, that the state was seconds away from a catastrophic disaster. The director stared straight at the stunned woman and announced he was handing her a world-shaking mission, one only she could pull off. Shocked, Louise clutched her head, stunned that her humble candidacy could possibly be enough for something this huge. The boy and the girl locked eyes, completely stunned when they heard the crazy plan to save the entire world. Professor Gaspard shot up in shock, demanding to know if those drugs were truly meant to be pulled from plain old microbes. The graph didn't just calm her fears, it shut them down, slapped the papers in front of her, and pointed straight at her next big direction. He slammed his palm on the table and laid out his scheme, pulling life-saving substances from tiny organisms for medicine. The scheme laid out how actinobacteria and streptomycetes build spore-packed structures around their hyphae. Back in the lab, the young researcher let out a defeated sigh, staring at spoiled samples that flat-out refused to grow in the artificial conditions. Gaspard hurriedly slid on her glasses, stunned at how insanely detailed that mysterious master had painted everything. He said he couldn't name the author, but he'd stake everything on the truth of every single word. The young man stared at the empty petri dish with a crushed heart as the Count explained how broad-spectrum drugs were born. At Nova Ruta Academy, they were firing up massive research projects, praying the gamble would finally pay off. Gaspard knew that no other country could possibly copy their results until the drug's official presentation was finally underway. The Count asked, "Can I count on the professor?" And she nodded, hard and final. His eyes hardened. Time was already slipping, so they had to move, because the race against the clock had just kicked off. Suddenly his eyes went wide with pure shock. She stared at the document, and suddenly it hit her like a punch. This mold had been grown in their lab over and over, countless times. Professor Gaspard nervously said she'd got the sample in her collection, while the director leaned in behind her and demanded, "Is everything clear to you?" The silence slammed down so hard, it felt like the whole room stopped breathing. The director froze before the glass jars of samples, staring at the exact breakthrough that would soon birth revolutionary medicines. Even the assistants and the professor herself froze in stunned silence, because nobody could believe that kind of colossal success had actually happened. The director's voice cracked as he emotionally declared that this discovery would rewrite the world. Then he personally thanked the woman for everything she'd done. He shot his fist into the air, roaring for every single student, alchemist, and engineer to jump in right away and help build it. A chaotic uproar erupted on the spot, and the flustered professor fought her way through the shouting to reach her supervisor. But the director just flashed a confident grin and said, "Quick work will save thousands of lives." He gazed at her with warmth and thanked her again, right from the heart. Professor Gaspar sobbed with pure happiness and swore he'd give her everything he had. Right in the middle of the thick forest, a masked figure snapped to a landing with a whistle, straight onto a tree trunk. Fear blazed in his eyes behind those glasses. So does it all just reset from the very beginning, like nothing ever happened? The boy barreled ahead, stunned speechless as he stared at what he was seeing. That flight on a stick was insanely handy, but the moment anyone spots it in the sky, they'll race to report it to the church. He was praying the capital would treat him right, but right now there was no time to get hung up on little stuff. Then, right up ahead, the village they needed and the seashore finally came into view. The shoreline kept surging closer and closer. From up high, the hero stared down and knew one thing for sure. He had to fully disinfect the entire settlement and that mysterious ship sitting at the dock. If the shipwrecks keep breaking apart, the infected corpses will keep washing ashore, and so far, nobody spotted them by those rocks. The boy slammed his weapon forward, and right then, he flipped the switch on Sanctuary, the secret power built into his staff. The archives claim that long ago, the god of medicine wielded this very staff and pulled off real miracles, torching away evil spirits and deadly miasmas until they vanished. This artifact could supercharge a mage's power like crazy, and its deadliest move was total area purification. A tense beat hangs in the air, right before the strike finally lands. A savage spell tore loose, spiraling into a colossal whirlwind of blazing light. The hero clenched the shaft with all his strength, and the whole area went through full sterilization. A searing flash lit up the whole city and beyond, blasting the infection out of existence. Suddenly, the sky above the peasants' heads erupted into blinding light. Right ahead of their cart, a mysterious traveler in a long white cloak dropped onto the road like a shadow. Everyone froze in pure shock, because they'd just watched this kid literally fly straight through the clouds. The stranger snapped at them to turn back right now, because stepping past the village line is dangerous. He wordlessly slid his hand onto his weapon, like he was ready to strike the second danger showed up. One of the men screamed in pure panic, swearing the evil spirits would slaughter them no matter what if they didn't run. Behind those protective glasses, the traveler's eyes flared with unexpected fury, and he snapped again, telling everyone to go back. The terrified fugitives snapped their fingers at him, accusing him like he was an evil demon. The young man didn't waste words. He slammed his staff into the ground with a sharp, thunderous strike. A deafening crack ripped through the air. Massive ice spikes erupted from the ground the moment it happened, surrounding the boy in an instant. A brutal icy storm barreled ahead, blasting roaring waves of snow into the air. A massive icy dome slammed down over the whole settlement, sealing every exit shut in an instant. The traveler spun toward the stunned crowd and, in a calm but commanding voice, urged them to just trust him. The men burst into shock-filled screams when the boy suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Right in front of them stood young Falma, smiling like he owned the place, and boldly announced he was the Imperial Pharmacist, here to help. Diving into danger, the boy sprinted at full speed to the village of Estark, determined to save people from the epidemic. His winged companion suddenly let out a brutal screech and dove straight down like a falling stone. A helpless little bird sketched wild, zigzag lines through the sky, like it had no idea where to go. Falma, hunched in her protective mask, snapped at him with pure irritation, then demanded he finally stop tumbling. The crowd exploded with rage and wild accusations, convinced that the nighttime visitor was nothing less than a deadly monster. The young pharmacist stood his ground and insisted with absolute certainty that they had to trust him. He said he'd already sealed the whole village behind an ice wall to keep other places safe, and then he demanded they bring him the infected. A crushing silence slammed down, suffocating the air. Finally, one of the men snapped, stunned and incredulous. So what kind of twisted disease is this if it's not just a normal curse? The boy's answer hit like thunder rolling across a clear sky. Pure plague. The moment the news hit, the villagers turned deathly pale, and the young pharmacist scrambled to steady the panicked crowd. The boy pleaded for someone to listen, swearing there's got to be a way out of this nightmare. Panic already swallowed the crowd. People screamed in pure despair, terrified that an unknown black plague was about to wipe them all out. Then the pharmacist thundered that he'd brought medicine made to crush the tiny creatures fueling this plague. He pushed for action right now, because once the medicine hit, this was their only real shot at surviving. The boy snapped at them not to try that dumb scatter move, because all they do is drag death straight into the other settlements. His last words landed like a brutal sentence. This disease won't let a single person out. A mob of peasants closed in on the boy, screaming at the top of their lungs that they would not just sit there and wait to die. When panic hit, the young doctor slammed his answer down. Medicine is our only shot to beat this plague. The man let out a rough grunt, terrified to hope that salvation was even real. The young man insisted that a fast dose of the medicine was their only real shot at surviving. When the boy confirmed it, a spark of salvation finally lit up the people's hearts. He clutched his medical staff tight and admitted the truth. Some won't make it, but with teamwork, they can cut the death toll down to almost nothing. Out of nowhere, a shadow swallowed his face, and the voice dropped into a colder, more serious tone. "Step out of line and you're all finished." His icy words snapped through the crowd, and fear sent shivers rippling everywhere. Before long, the village kicked off a full census and inspection of every single one of its 514 residents. The officer leaned in and recited the first cold details to the boy about the sickness and the dead. They marched down the street as the man tallied the fugitives and the ones who were still standing unharmed, for now. The commander jabbed at the towering buildings and told them straight up, yes, even the local temple had to be remade into a hospital. Right before the review even began, the officer leaned in and demanded they break down the whole action plan, step by step. The boy broke into a warm smile and thanked him because it all finally clicked and he fully understood everything. Falma kicked off a massive rescue plan, splitting the whole settlement into 3 zones: intensive care, isolation, and the open area. With zero hesitation, he told the confused crowd, this is the only way to stop the plague from spreading. The whole neighborhood held its breath as the young man swore he'd shield anyone who even showed the first spark of illness. The boy slammed neat stacks of ready packages on the table and demanded, "Tell me, do you've got a pharmacist in this village?" Shaken people stared in awe at these brand new guardians, the ones suddenly meant to shield them from death. The local pharmacist woman gasped in shock and demanded, "Why are you only asking about the healthy ones?" Falma was adamant. Everyone had to wear a mask or that invisible threat would swallow them all. He wasted no time and dived straight into the rules for handing out the meds correctly. The boy barked the order to torch every last old garment at once, then handed out water soaked in divine magic to purify everyone who drank it. He personally ordered everyone to disinfect the door handles on a strict, regular schedule. They had to act fast. Every single house was in danger right this second. Soon the square started to simmer with tension, contact lines formed, and everyone queued up, obediently feeding their hands through the process. Falma personally stepped in, grilling the worried mother about the child's age. He decided to figure out safe medication doses one by one for pregnant women and newborn babies. Suddenly, the line exploded in noise. Someone tried to shove past everyone, screaming that they needed the medicine right now. The young healer leaned in, soothed the terrified woman to trust him, and swore he'd do everything in his power to save her baby. Beneath the gloomy, storm-choked sky, the boy decided to figure out the safe dose for every patient himself. But before anyone could breathe easy, riots exploded in the street. An enraged peasant screamed that he'd never wait for his own flesh to rot him alive. Rage blazing in his chest, the man shoved himself forward with pure fury. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp whistle sliced through the air, and the commander jammed his blade right against the screamer's throat. The guard barked at the terrified breed that the imperial pharmacist was here himself, so the order was locked in and wouldn't budge. The stern warrior seethed, demanding if the rebel wanted to die right then and there. The young healer lifted his hand high, then barked loud and clear for everyone to stay calm. He vowed to take in every single person, one by arrival, and swore the medicine would stretch far enough to protect even the healthy. No one would be left out. The rebel, all tense and suppressed, shot out a quiet apology under his breath. The boy flashed a grateful smile and thanked them for understanding. Soon they finished the work in both quarantine zones, and the assistants immediately started scrubbing the tables and packing up boxes of medicine. The local pharmacist practically begged to ride along, but the commander shut it down cold. My partner snapped at me that doctors have to put their own health first, no excuses. The man wouldn't budge. He demanded the intensive care ward was farther down, so he left alone. The young man pushed back hard. If the protective suit was only on him, then he'd have to gamble everything. The showdown was right around the corner. He strode through the arch like he owned the place. The villagers shouted at him to watch himself and waved their hands like danger was right there in the air. Soon the traveler slammed to a stop before a breathtaking two-story mansion. Inside, patients on the brink of death lay waiting. The whole building looked like it had vanished, empty, silent, and utterly abandoned. That heavy entrance door groaned open with a chilling creak. He crossed the threshold, and right away he froze hard, because deep in the corridors the first brutal moans began to rise. Screams of pain tore through the air from every direction. His eyes swept across the silent, empty stairs. Outside the walls, people were literally ripped into agony by non-stop, unbearable coughing and wheezing. The boy shot his head up, squeezing every ounce of courage together before stepping into the unknown. Falma gasped for air as the poisoned fog clawed at her lungs. He thrust his staff into the air and roared for the cleansing to begin. A blazing flash tore through the twilight, and a wave of pure magic rippled across the entire estate. The boy froze dead still in the exact heart of the blazing, swirling vortex. A surge of raw energy tore through the cold air, instantly burning every trace of filth to ash. In the wards, the doctor stared in shock as the air cleared out of nowhere. He just stood there, utterly stunned, like his mind couldn't process what he was seeing. His coworker lunged at Falma right away, snarling that the kid needed to be kicked out immediately. But then his partner snatched his hand and yanked him to a stop right in the middle of his sentence. He yanked and squeezed his elbow tight. The man dropped to his knees in front of the guest and bowed deeply, greeting Mr. Falmu with real respect. The boy leaned in, stared straight into the mask's eyes, and there it was, Armin. The young man smiled with real sincerity, like he meant every word. Armin beamed as he recalled his time in Captain Solomon's squad, locking in the truth with pure joy. Falma confidently bragged that his medicine could beat the plague, and right then the quarantine caretakers snapped back to the shocking sight of that giant ice wall that just showed up. The doctors shot each other excited looks, stunned because the guest was the real god of medicine, exactly the one Armin had told them about. Falma brushed off the local doctor's worries about the patient's diagnoses and boldly ordered the examination and treatment to begin right away. He was rushed straight into a huge hospital, and there, spread out in neat rows, exhausted sick people lay weak and worn down. The young man kept glancing at the poor souls barely able to moan through the brutal heat, and his worry wouldn't let him breathe. He swore he'd pull out every stop to save them, and the grateful hospital director handed him the lives of his patients without hesitation. Even with today's earth meds and a hard quarantine, Falma knew, deep down, that his powers were still capped. Then the local doctors all started begging for permission, swearing they'd help and become his assistants in that brutal uphill battle. Falma, in full protective gear, barked for the assistants to rush and swap into fresh clothes, then hand out the medicines, promising she'd personally check every single patient herself. The plague doctor masked assistants waste no time. They rush in, hydrate the barely standing patients, and shove tablets into their hands right away. The sick were packed in rows, barely holding on as the epidemic crushed their strength. Falma raised his hand to his face, snapped his divine eye on, and scanned for the plague bacillus. It was a total letdown. 12 were infected, 2 were already dead, and 1 more fate was still hanging in the balance. A searing white flash ripped across his vision. It seeped right through the blankets, pointing to the exact hot spots of infection inside each patient's body. Light blasted through the whole room, and Falma immediately snapped into action, ordering levofloxacin on the spot. Right after the antibiotics kicked in, that deadly glow started to fade for good, and suddenly, people had a blazing shot at surviving. Out of nowhere, one assistant spotted a man slumped on the bed, and it hit them fast. It wasn't the plague at all, just a nasty common cold. Falma let him go home after he took the medication, but then she pinned him down with one strict rule: stay in self-isolation for a while. As the rescued man threw thanks to God, The assistant snapped his attention to the young doctor and demanded to know what happened next with the next patient. The old man sprawled unconscious, and horrifying dark spots were already blooming across his arms and legs. Falma stared hard at the damaged skin, and dread hit like a punch. It was necrosis. While one doctor demanded they rip out the dead tissue right away, another slammed for antibiotics. No delays, just give them to the patient immediately. Falma instantly understood the truth. This whole nightmare was the DVZ syndrome creeping in, and they were basically powerless against it. Back in his own Japan, 30% of these patients still died, and without modern tech, their odds of survival were dropping fast, right before their very eyes. The sick man on the bed let out a brutal groan, gripping his stomach tight like the pain was tearing him apart. Michelle let out a despairing cry. Turns out their holy magic only fights evil spirits, not the real diseases plaguing them. Mr. Alman bitterly admitted that even the finest purification masters can't save everyone. Medicine was useless. Nothing could stop what was coming. Falma started frantically hunting for a way to ease everyone's pain, even if it meant tapping into the God Protector's power. He gripped his staff with white knuckles and steeled himself to finally unleash the secret magic Solomon had once taught him. He reminded himself, he wasn't a surgeon at all, just a pharmacist. And that's exactly what every real healer lives for, slicing away pain and easing every last ounce of suffering. Falma barreled closer and snapped, asking if the man had already taken the medication he needed. Michelle mumbled a shaky, apologetic, sorry, like the words barely made it out. The German barked at him to just stand there and watch the young doctor's moves, closely, like his life depended on it. Falma grabbed the divine staff with both hands and lifted it up with pure, unshakable resolve. He ripped the artifact's raw power loose, and the staff detonated into blinding, radiant light. Lightning-like beams tore across the floor, crawling all the way to the bed where the exhausted patient lay. A brutal burst of light detonated inside the chamber, wiping everything out in one flash. The doctors hiding behind plague doctor masks stared in stunned disbelief, totally thrown off by what they saw. The sick man panted like he was drowning, drenched in sweat, and nasty black spots had erupted on his neck. His whole body started convulsing, and he was frantically gulping for air, like he couldn't get enough breath to survive. Falma locked eyes on his own reflection, begging with every heartbeat for it to finally work. The chamber was blasted by a blinding divine glow, all thanks to the staff's overwhelming power. Out of nowhere, one of the medics blurted, "It's here!" A sign of the god of medicine had shown up on the patient's body. He burst up to Falma, firing off a question. What kind of divine spell was powerful enough to instantly refill a life force? He told them straight up, no miracle is coming. Right now, it's all on the sick person's will to fight for their life. But if even one person believes this power can rescue the doomed, then he'll bet everything, spending every last ounce of strength to make it happen. While the doctors murmured about his divine reincarnation, Falma barked for the meds to hit the wards faster and kept racing to save other patients inside the jam-packed hospital. After they wrapped up the treatment in the first building, the doctors didn't waste a second. They charged straight to the patients in the church. Falma strode up to the bed and blasted the next patient with the dazzling healing glow from his staff. In front of the boy stretched a massive hall packed with beds, and dozens of sick people groaned like they couldn't take another breath. When the pharmacist finally saw the disaster's full scale, his whole body froze in stunned shock. He quickly snapped back into control, then stormed past his colleagues, straight for the hardest patients. Masked local doctors could only helplessly shrug, while the relatives of the unfortunate broke down in unstoppable tears. The boy spun around in silence, flashing a quick signal like, "Keep going." With his escort at his side, he barreled straight to the main cathedral's building in a blur. The men charged up the creaking wooden stairs, pumping toward the second floor. In this hall, work was already roaring, and a healing glow of magic flickered across the beds like it was saving everyone in real time. Falma strode up to the colleagues wearing beaked masks and laid out the action plan, straight to the point. He thrust the finished medicine package into their hands and broke down exactly how to take it. Then they plunged into the prayer hall, where dozens of wiped-out people were crammed together on the floor, barely able to move. The boy lifted the staff, and a blazing wave of mass healing flooded the cathedral in warm, radiant light. The second Falma heard that terrifying news, he snatched his gear and bolted for the call. A suffocating, tense silence hung in the air, right before the new misfortune struck. Quarantine posts in the capital crushed the plague spread, locking it down not just among people, but even across people and animals in the tiniest, most remote mountain villages. Even with death lurking at every corner, asylum seekers still tried to slip into the city in carts under cover of night, forcing the checkpoint guards to obsess over every single route. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, the doctors wrapped up the checks, then turned to the young healer like, "All right, now you tell us what to do next." Suddenly, the whole hall erupted with a joyful shout. Right then, the new medication kicked in, and the seriously ill patient's breathing finally steadied. Falma let out a breath of pure relief, but victory didn't even get a chance to land because there was no time to celebrate. He shot straight to his colleagues and demanded to know if anyone here had the divine art of fire and water. Watching the man finally bounce back in bed, the monks bowed their heads with real sincerity and thanked the god of medicine for the miracle they'd just witnessed. Doctors Kiara and Kristoff stepped up, introduced themselves, and straight up told us they've got 5 fire mages and 7 water masters working under their command. Once he confirmed both healers were fully back on their feet, the young man nodded hard and pushed them to move in sync. The young man snapped an order to hunt down the smuggling carts, torch every tainted load until it turned to ash, and rush in to save the victims with urgent medical help. The squad surged out to finish the mission, no second thoughts, because every single minute mattered. Falma himself slammed his horse into a full sprint past stunned onlookers, dead set on riding straight in and saving every last person left stranded without a soul to help. Midnight slammed into the camp as a guard with a flashlight patrolled near the travelers' tents. Then he spotted a priest, and his shock hit instantly, because this late night was the last place he expected to see him. Suddenly, a razor-sharp creak snapped through the air. The manager's voice cracked as he called everyone in, and the moment he announced the medicine delivery, pure shock hit the room like lightning. Joyous cheers erupted through the camp as everyone rushed to greet the doctor and the priest. The shelter's massive doors groaned and screamed as they finally inched open. The masked guards snapped around in shock at the sudden sound. As the weary road travelers were pulled in front of the bonfire, the young Dr. Falma drifted off to the side, staring into space, completely lost in his thoughts. Relatives flooded the medics with frantic questions about whether their loved ones would be okay, and the doctors promised no one would be left without help. Tears of despair finally snapped into relief. People surged into each other's arms, realizing that the horrifying death had vanished from their doorsteps. The grateful villagers swarmed Falmu, showering him with praise like he was the long-awaited savior who'd stormed in straight from the capital. The supervisor broke the news. Out of the 12 infected, 6 have already bounced back, and the other 6 are getting the meds they need right now. The camp's tension finally snapped, and the women exhaled in relief, then rushed to cook up hot food for the recovering. The priest earnestly thanked the boy for saving lives, while Falma silently prayed it would be truly enough. He realized this: that first strike had been blocked, but if they wanted to wipe out the plague for good, every force in the entire country had to join hands. As they scrambled to slam barriers across the entrances, the healer barked at everyone to keep their distance from anything small and furry wandering in from outside. The same sneaky rodents that already slipped inside had to be wiped out fast, only from far away, because getting too close meant catching the disease through touch. A towering wall of ice, forged by divine magic, kept the settlement safe. But for total peace of mind, everyone still had to stay in quarantine for at least 2 long weeks. With a shout for everyone's health, the young god of medicine demanded he immediately sprint back to the extermination squad. He swung his staff and shot into the sky in an instant, kicking up a tiny cloud of dust where he launched. As the rescuer vanished into the distance, the masked priests bowed deeply, thanking him from the bottom of their hearts for that heavenly light, and begging him to stay safe and take care of himself. The boy rocketed forward like a blazing comet, tearing a brilliant streak across the dark night sky. A blazing beam tore across the night sky, streaking away from the cave in a blink. A colossal, majestic darkness swallowed everything around him, and thousands of icy stars burned through it like cold fire. That glowing dot shot forward like a bullet, devouring massive distances in just a few seconds. A silent, cold emptiness swallowed everything whole. As he pushed harder and faster, anxiety clawed at him. Had that extermination squad stumbled onto the trail of illegal migrants, especially since the flight had dragged on way longer than he'd ever planned? He could only hope he'd make it in time, before those poor souls faced brutal retribution, and he could step in and protect them. Meanwhile, out at sea, a whole other storm of tension was brewing. Warships shoved forward with every sail stretched wide, and a panicked sailor's scream tore across the deck as he shouted for the admiral. The navigator blurted out, shaking, that a suspicious ship had appeared on the port side, so the captain ripped himself away from the charts immediately. The captain snatched the telescope in his hands and swung it toward the dark, churning sea. Someone's hands gripped tight as the whole situation out at sea spiraled out of control at breakneck speed. A massive three-masted ship floated alone across the open sea, and nobody was anywhere near the wheel. A brand new, mind-blowing mystery waited just ahead, ready to drag them into the unknown. From far away, the military finally spotted a strange ship on the horizon, and their guts screamed that it was the merchant vessel Neater they'd been hunting, drifting out of control with not a soul watching from the mast. The captain, brimming with worry, barked for everyone to close in, right now. He had to confirm what happened to his crew before the current finally tore the ship away for good. The officer jabbed at the emblem and signal flags, and the grim admiral nodded like there was absolutely no room for doubt. This was exactly the ship they were hunting for. The admiral's eyes snapped to a new flag on the mast, strange, unfamiliar, and screaming trouble. Those signal flags in perfect sync screamed one message: medical help now, and the crew made it clear they needed a medic in a hurry. The moment the officers saw the sign, their faces drained of color, because it screamed that a deadly infection was about to break out on board. The soldiers closed in and started roaring for the crew with everything they had, but the deck stayed eerily silent. Suddenly, one of the sailors caught sight of human silhouettes, but the next second, a blood-curdling scream tore out of the cursed ship, begging everyone to back away as far as they could. A voice from the ship screamed at them to stop, yelling that the vessel had already reached its final end. The unknown figure ripped through the air with a scream of pure, mortal agony, leaving the soldiers stunned out of their minds. On the deck of the closing ship, a fixed silence hung in the air as creepy cries tore through everything. Whispers of how every passenger was dead and only corpses were left lying everywhere. Hearing that, one of the sailors went deathly still. Pure terror ripped through him and he couldn't move an inch. Beside the barrel, on those filthy boards, the latest victim's blackened body sat deadly still. Fear seized the young officer, and his teeth chattered the moment he saw what was in front of him. The crew started begging the admiral, practically pleading for him to send scouts down to the lower decks. Anything, even one living soul. The admiral stared them down, let out a heavy sigh, and made it crystal clear they couldn't gamble on that, not with a threat so massive it could wipe out their whole crew with infection. Even as his subordinates begged to save any survivors they could find, the commander dug in his heels and refused to budge. That giant three-masted ship rocked by itself on the waves, a floating graveyard now, abandoned bodies everywhere, and the disease long gone, leaving not a single soul a chance. The assistant urged towing the ship to Marseille, but the admiral snapped back, pointing out that if they went, the plague would seal the city's fate for good. He was crushed to watch that gorgeous ship suffer, but there was no choice. He had to plunge it to the bottom right then. The commander snapped orders to load the guns for shelling and blasted a carrier pigeon toward headquarters, demanding an urgent Coast Guard reinforcement. Two officers stood there with heartbreak in their eyes, staring at the doomed ship, and knowing Falma would flip out the moment she heard this vessel had been destroyed. The soldier snapped into a sharp salute and swore on the spot he'd carry out the commander's order right away. Meanwhile, in a cozy storeroom, unsuspecting workers calmly packed fresh supplies and kept handing the packages along, like nothing could go wrong. The captain roared at the crew with everything he had. Right in front of them wasn't just pirates, it was a plague ship, packed with death itself. Sailors swarmed around the cannons, cranking in heavy cannonballs. Because they had to fire below the waterline, this enemy ship couldn't just take damage, it had to go under completely, or those infected splinters would rip straight to the shore. "Prepare yourselves," the captain bellowed as the gunners cranked the cannons to life, ready to unleash this grim farewell ritual. Cannons erupted, and a brutal salvo thundered across the sea, smashing the waves in its wake. Young Falma fired up the officers, insisting their medical expedition's true mission was to save lives, not to punish people or steal away their freedom. Even on a foreign ship crawling with the Black Death, the boy demanded they wouldn't just leave people to die. Everyone needed medical supplies, no exceptions. He shoved the box of meds into their hands, pleading with full sincerity for those officers to care for the poor, suffering sick. The boy begged these people to go home safe, so they wouldn't become the next spark of infection back in their homeland. The whole crew huddled by the rail, frozen in silence, as that doomed ship slipped lower and lower into the sea. A sailor jolted up and shouted to the commander, staring straight into the black waves like something was lurking there. After the ship, he let out a low, regretful sigh and muttered just one word: "Fools." If only those poor souls had been checked more carefully, they might have gotten help in time. They seriously underestimated the Black Death's fury, squandered their final chance, and all that's left of them is a soggy, limp flag drifting over the waves. 3 ships cut deeper into the open sea, tearing away from the ocean's grip and leaving that mystery swallowed whole behind them. 3 officers slumped by the ship's side, and one of them let out a quiet, heartbroken sigh, full of regret. His gaze slid into that empty, pitch-black corner, where only the ropes creaked and swayed alone. Gunports yawned open, staring back with a dead, icy emptiness. Gunports yawned open, swallowing everything in icy, dead darkness. Meanwhile, in the quarantine zone of the Marseille harbor, a beam of light exploded inside the tent, so bright that doctors were rushed in at once, alarm bells blaring. The chief doctor scanned the latest reports at lightning speed, saw the test results glowing with promise, and then, finally, gave the harbor the green light to open. The assistant told them their inspectors had just wrapped up the daytime sweep. The senior colleague snapped that even if everyone's used to quarantine, you can't ever drop your guard. The girl finally confessed that without Falmi's special powers, they could miss the disease completely, no matter how hard they pushed. She flailed her hands in panic, begging him not to pay attention, claiming those words were just a terrible, unlucky example. With her head bowed, she grumbled that inspections with Falma fly by way quicker, because her eyes just aren't as sharp as the others. Her coworker shot her a stunned look and asked, "Wait, do you really mean that?" Inside the lab tent, they pushed through brutal, non-stop work, eyes locked in, every second screaming with focus. The girl beside the archive cabinet nodded in disbelief, saying the boy's insane speed and pinpoint accuracy in diagnosing cases felt like pure supernatural power. Special suits for pharmacists were built to act like an unbreakable shield, sealing away a deadly disease outbreak before it could spread. Because of this protection, they finally managed to inch right up to the terrifying Black Death. She remembered Dr. Falmi's words. Those deadly plague medicines weren't magic at all, because revolutionary cures could be made from ordinary natural bacteria. The idea of forging a serum that could save an entire continent hit me like a lightning strike, and I couldn't breathe. Peering through the microscope, she could almost feel it in her bones. These medicines were already guarding human lives. No choice remained, so they clung on with every ounce of strength they had. Above the harbor, the endless night sky shimmered in eerie silence. The vacation waiting around the corner lit up his heart, but it was still way too soon to kick back and relax. The girls leaned in, eyes locked, ready to tear into the next analysis. 6 massive vessels loomed ahead, and every single analysis demanded flawless, no-mistake precision. They decided to go all in during this final, heart-pounding push. The moment they learned only 2 test series were left, their spirits shot up like a firework. In a half-collapsed forest hut, the weary travelers huddled by a crackling fire, letting the night owl's eerie calls rattle the dark around them. Above the treetops, a silent sea of stars glittered across the sky. Tethered to the edge of the bed, the frantic father leaned in and whispered to his wife, asking how she felt and whether the kids had finally nodded off. She only nodded, slow, heavy, and clearly exhausted. Out of nowhere, a second man burst in with shocking news. Guillaume's fever had raged out of control, and now he couldn't even lift a limb. With despair choking him, the father grabbed his head by the fire, cursing his fate and flinching at every snap of burning wood. The wife sobbed like she couldn't breathe, while the men started snapping at each other, terrified that after running from their home village, they might just be doomed to die out there. Suddenly, the door creaked wide, and a shadowy figure in a white cloak stepped into the doorway, gripping a staff that spilled bright light. The hut's door suddenly burst with an otherworldly glow, like something from another realm shoved light through the cracks. A lonely cabin vanished into the dark, eerie forest, swallowed by the night. The night guests' footsteps thundered closer to their shelter. The hosts' hearts hammered out a terrified rhythm, racing like they were about to burst. All three erupted into gut-punch screams, terror hitting them like a bolt out of nowhere. Then the father tore a huge knife from its sheath, stood between the ghost and his terrified family, and barked at the spirit to back off. He clamped his fist around the handle, bracing himself to fight all the way to the end. The strange newcomer calmly pulled back his mask, looked him in the eye, asked, "Are you Elman from Eastark?" and then introduced himself with that wild word, pharmacist. Under the protective mask and glasses, a calm boy's voice slipped out. He introduced himself as a pharmacist and swore he'd save everyone in the room. He pressed his hand to his chest and leaned in, telling them, "I brought salvation from that terrible disease, so your whole village is safe now." The villagers gaped in disbelief as a mysterious stranger showed up in the dead of night. In the dim little hut, one of the boys guzzled water like it was heaven, bragging about how good it tasted, while the tired adult beside him simmered with silent envy. The kid kept stuffing their face, draining that bowl down to the last bite. The pharmacist shot a sly glance over his glasses, clamped down on his staff, and started thinking fast, just in case. A warm, healing light wrapped around the exhausted patient, like relief finally found them. As the staff slammed its final strike, a blinding burst of light exploded, washing over the fallen patient with soothing, healing magic. Right as the shocked patient jolted upright and stared at his own hands, the young man kept his cool and said it was a normal spell, meant to help his body absorb the medication better. That warm glow wrapped around the terrified mom and her kid, and for a moment everyone held their breath, stunned by relief. A magical wave surged through the cabin, flooding everything with a cozy, warm glow. The peasant's eyes went wide as a brutal healing wave suddenly surged through his whole body, and that staff hit him like pure magic. The drained boy dropped onto the bench and muttered that he was just worn out. Then, out of nowhere, his legs betrayed him and buckled. The scared peasant snapped into action, clamped both hands on the boy's shoulders, and yanked him back from the brink before he could fall. The pharmacist calmly told the guests to head back to the village and wait for the medicine to kick in. Then he suddenly went stone still at the bizarre sight. He rubbed his eyes, stunned. This weird rescuer's silhouette just vanished into thin air right in front of him. Under a sky full of stars, their talk finally snapped to one terrifying truth. The village was doomed, and the disease had already stolen 12 lives. The boy shot over to reassure him, then blurted that every other patient bounced back in seconds the moment they took the medicine. The pharmacist let out a quiet sigh and asked straight up if he'd really forgotten to mention it earlier. When the news hit, the man and his friend froze in shock and blurted, "Wait, does this finally mean our home is fully safe?" Suddenly, the dead of night was torn open by a brutal beam of light that blasted straight up toward the distant stars. The boy snapped around in an instant, and the shock hit hard as his eyes behind those glasses went wide. He didn't waste a heartbeat. He bolted for the door, and the baffled owner was left standing there, stunned. Bursting into the street, the pharmacist stared at the searing glow and whispered that a fire was roaring out there. The boy grabbed his travel bag with zero hesitation. A worried man snapped, "Where do you think you're going, kid, at this hour of the night?" The pharmacist bolted for the exit and flung on his cloak as he went. He's on the move, and he blurts to his shocked family that one of his seekers just sent him a distress signal, so they're out right now, and everyone is ordered to be extra careful. A masked boy with protective glasses clapped a death-grip wallet into the shocked men's hands. They just stared in total shock, eyes wide, because the gift came out of nowhere. The young man told them to use that money to hire a cart, then ordered them, no games, no exceptions, not to touch a single thing on their way back. Suddenly, he launched into the sky, and the men just froze there, staring with their mouths hanging open. Up above, the boy said, "When we get back to the village, I'll spill every last detail for you." They gawked at the sky in pure shock, because their eyes couldn't be lying, while that mysterious savior just smiled and wished them a good day. They yelled for him to wait, but the moment they caught a peek at what was in his wallet, their voices died in their throats. Inside, a mountain of pure gold glittered like it was daring anyone to touch it. The moment the man saw his whole unharmed family rushing toward them, his body locked up in pure shock. That night, the boy soared over the dark fields, his eyes locked on the glittering stars above. The stunned men gawked at the incredible rescuer for what felt like forever. He smirked beneath the mask, fully aware he was nothing more than an ordinary pharmacist. After a brutal day of work, the maid hurried in with a steaming cup of herbal tea for Mademoiselle Bonfoy. A flash of memory hit her. This boy was meant to be her student. But one lightning strike later, he shot past every single thing she could do. Then the girl just threw in the towel, let him do whatever he wanted, and said she couldn't teach him anything else anymore. Now her chest tightened with helplessness, because she couldn't give the boy the support he desperately needed. His unreal medicine in mind, like it came from another world, lulled her into trusting him so completely that she shoved the whole burden right onto the kid's shoulders. Pride clung to her mentor heart so hard she couldn't get past her own fear and ask Falmu for training, even though he'd already blown past her in both medicine and divine art. And she was supposed to be his rock, the one support he could always count on. Staring into the cup's reflection, Ellen realized she had to rip her shame away and finally master the divine knowledge, fully, for real. To help Falma, she vowed to become a powerhouse pharmacist, clinging to her teacher's words that real strength comes from knowledge. She perched by the giant window, cradling her tea, lost in hope that this nightmare would finally fade, because the day it did, she'd become Falma's student and start fresh from a clean slate. She took a sip, dug deep, and braced for the brutal day ahead. First, she had to personally face the strict quarantine at the port, then shut down the plague before it could keep spreading. The night swept over the capital, wrapping it in cool air and a tense, nervous quiet that wouldn't let anyone breathe easy. Staring up at the night sky where that brilliant star had exploded into light, the girl was convinced Falma was out there, grinding just as hard right this very moment. Flash. She could feel it. He was throwing every ounce of himself into this. Falma himself strode down the night road, masked and wearing glasses, and he shouted to the plague doctors as gravel crunched under his boots. The bird-masked doctors snapped around at the voice, then instantly recognized the boy as the very god of medicine. As he closed in, the boy blurted out whether the underground smuggler's cargo had been found, and one of the doctors nodded, pointing straight to the blazing pile. They dashed every hope by admitting they'd only burned part of the cargo, along with the bodies of 3 dead accomplices, while the fugitives had already hauled the rest onto other carts. The doctor pointed out that the trash wasn't just trash. Among the discarded stuff were expensive fabrics, vivid dyes, and even colonial spices. Falmi just couldn't shake the weirdness of it. He stared daggers into the empty trail they left behind, trying to figure out what treasure the smugglers snatched and hauled off. The doctor promised he'd tear after the fugitives with the pursuit team the moment this fire was fully put out. Falma snapped into action. He slammed his staff into the ground, screamed a cleansing spell, and a blazing magical flash burned the plague's last remnants to ash. The words, "Sanctuary of the Epidemiologist," ripped out of his mouth, and a wave of unseen magic erupted like a storm. Right then, the ground buckled under a massive blast, and a roaring surge of light blasted skyward like it was tearing open the heavens. The impact hit like a truck, and he couldn't hold his footing. Down he went, crashing hard onto his knee. The witnesses nearby could only gasp and flinch, yanking their hands over their eyes as the blinding flash tore through the air. A doctor lunged toward him at once, screaming about the god of medicine, and the young man only gave a calm, quiet nod, telling him he was perfectly fine. The priest stared up, slack-jawed, getting knocked back by this pure heavenly power. Breathing hard, Falma told him he'd wiped everything out within several miles, took every ounce of his strength, too. His partner stared at him, panicked, asking if he'd caught the plague, but he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. Suddenly, wild shouts erupted from the side, snapping everyone's attention in one beat. The terrified priest burst into loud shouts of shock from behind, as if something had just leaped out at them. One of them inched closer, clutching a glass device in his hands, and blurted out an apology for daring to come so forward. The priest bowed his head in crushing guilt, trembling as he apologized for his bold audacity. Turns out the boy's divine power shot up the instant it awakened, so fast it blew past the measuring device's limits. The moment he arrived, every villager dropped to their knees and held out fresh apples with shaking hands, because that was the only way they knew to thank their exhausted savior. The girl stared at the carefree boy, completely baffled by his carefree vibe. Kiara told him his insane power wasn't just ability, it was top-tier divine arts, the kind ordinary mortals can only pull off once a day before exhaustion comes crashing in. She warned that even gifted kids were barred from learning those techniques, though her warning was aimed at normal folks, not demigods. Her eyes tightened with dread, like something bad was about to snap. When she pressed him straight up about how many times a day he used that power, he lazily scratched his chin and admitted it was around 100, maybe 2. Kiara's jaw dropped as she processed what she was hearing. The next second, she snapped into a rage, yanking the boy as hard as she could, shrieking that much magic would just scorch his fragile kid body to ash. Terrified, the companions yanked the girl out of there and hissed that you never lift a hand against the gods, and Kiara, red with shame, snapped an apology fast, saying she'd only panicked and remembered her little brothers. Only then did the kid finally understand why his body felt that wild, crushing exhaustion. Cracker in his mouth, he realized even this kind of massive strength has a hard limit. He'd never once felt his divine power run dry before. He'd always sworn it was limitless. The boy chose to hunt down Solomon for answers, because this guy clearly knew exactly what he was dealing with. Staring up at the glittering night sky, he snapped. No way was he going to die from his own stupidity and waste his life for nothing. He yanked the belt knot tight, cinching it down like it meant something. The companion softly told the boy to rest, then promised, "If anything changes, I'll wake you." She strapped the boy tight to her back so he wouldn't tumble off during the night ride. He nodded, grateful as irony hit hard, because in his past life he'd already dropped dead from pure exhaustion. He shut his eyes, and like that, he was out cold. Even in sleep, his mind kept racing. Future experiments, the dream of fusing medicine with divine arts, and the promise that he could heal diseases everyone had already given up on. Even without realizing it, this hunger for discovery blazed inside him. Exhaustion crashed down on him, dragging every ounce of strength out of his body. Utter darkness swallowed everything around him. Then, right in the middle of his sleep, something rustled, and he snapped his eyes open like a spring. The rider ahead snapped the horse to a halt and blurted, shaking with worry, that the target had been spotted. Up ahead, the unit finally caught up with its scouts, who had already snatched 4 cart driver smugglers. Seeing that eerie glow and the column of smoke, they sprinted toward it, praying they'd find any survivors. The trapped prisoners pleaded for mercy, but the guards just coldly said the accomplices had ditched the sick to die. Shaking with pure terror, the poor soul blurted, "We were just doing what someone else told us. Please, spare our lives." The men snapped their heads around in pure shock. There was a kid in the middle of all this chaos, somehow. The tiny one in that weird protective suit and mask inched closer, never letting the infected get too close. In a cold, confident voice, the boy declared they had the Black Death, then slid over medicine and demanded honest answers. Meanwhile, around the roaring night campfire, the healers cracked open a shocking find. The caravan was packed with fine fabrics, fiery spices, and even a few animals, and they were set to roll into the capital by dawn. Shocked by that brutal diagnosis, the terrified drivers blurted that 4 more carts just like it were already barreling toward the capital. The moment he tensed up, he snapped, demanding which animals they meant. Sweat poured off him as fear choked his voice. He admitted they were shipping rare rats out of the island of Pantatra, even though nearly all of them died during the trip. Hearing that, one of the healers snapped with rage that the Plague Island animals were the infection's true source, and even when their companions died, the greedy traders still refused to stop. The Order's members shot worried looks at each other, remembering the truth. Pantatra was Yandera's colony, and a deadly epidemic wiped out everyone there. One of the healers towered over them with pure menace, barking that they'd better explain this reckless negligence. In total despair, the man started cursing, insisting he knew nothing at all, then blamed the rats and the people's deaths on plain seasickness and one brutal, grinding journey. With eyes narrowed like he meant business, the young healer demanded to know how many from this caravan had survived and were still pushing on toward the capital. Rage flared as he yelled at them, "Dark fools!" demanding they finally wake up and admit how many innocent peasants in the surrounding lands they'd already sentenced to death. Shaking with terror, the driver finally blurted out the nightmare. 24 charioteers and 5 holy knights are barreling toward the capital. The assistant seized his lady by the shoulder and begged her, Don't get too close to the infected. The enemy squad came stacked with the best battle magic had to offer: 3 sacred wind knights and 2 water knights. There's no way an elite guard like that would ever step in for ordinary people, so when they linked up with shady merchants, it immediately sparked a storm of questions. Any merchant with a shred of sanity wouldn't dare ship plague-tainted goods, because one whiff would torch his reputation for good. Something way bigger was definitely lurking right here, hiding in the shadows. Falm snapped to it in an instant. The main puppeteer was hiding in Netta, and the royal knights had orders to smuggle the plague back to their own country. He instantly remembered how Queen Elizabeth II was suddenly brought down by a mysterious dryness, one no one could ever trace. His father totally dismissed his son's gut feeling that someone planned to assassinate Her Majesty. But what if the enemy just slid the queen a gift infected with mycobacteria? Now it all clicks into place. After the tuberculosis mission went south, the enemies unleashed rats from Plague Island straight into the capital, hunting for total genocide, while terrified merchants cried out for any shred of salvation. A suffocating silence slammed down, heavy as a curse. Falma slowly pulled out his medical kit, like he was about to dive into action the second things turned bad. The razor-thin syringe needle was poised, ready to plunge in and deliver the medication. The assistant snapped that translating the medicine for the netters isn't worth it, because these scoundrels don't deserve saving at all. Falma swore these people would get real treatment, yet deep down, doubt still gnawed at him like a relentless curse. If that medicine could save someone's life, he didn't care who stood in his way, friend or enemy, because being a pharmacist mattered more than anything. He snapped orders to the escorts: get the wounded to the village right now, and when they're finally healed, deliver them to the Department of Justice with a full, detailed report. Staring the churchman down, Falma barked a harsh order: don't you dare even think about those senseless medieval executions and murders. The boy shot them one last warning, and somehow his voice stayed calm. The clergy had no choice but to swallow their pride and carry out his will. Even with exhaustion gnawing at his bones, the boy clutched his staff with all his might, grateful he still had the strength left to soar through the sky. He ordered himself to rush straight to the landowner Marcel and spill every detail, then bolted toward the capital at full speed. But if he doesn't pull it off... The advisors clutched fresh scrolls and stacked folders packed with the newest reports. A voice ripped through the hall, yelling about smugglers, and everyone snapped upright, shocked to their core. The Empress demanded an answer, and Bruno finally delivered the nightmare his deputy had fired off an urgent letter. The young girl lowered her eyes fast, her nerves buzzing like crazy. A tense silence slammed into the hall as everyone finally grasped just how massive the danger really was. Falma narrowed her eyes, instantly clocking that scent for what it was. The other palace doctors snapped silent, totally baffled, like their minds just stalled. The chief pharmacist narrowed his eyes, tension snapping tight in his gaze. The Empress hunched over the map, eyes locked on the suspicious ship, trying to figure out if it really was loaded with the infected. That one-eyed officer snapped grimly that the Black Death outbreak had been found on ships right in the port of Marseille. The rulers shut it down on the spot, then sealed every deck and launched emergency treatment right away. But Bruno was adamant. He swore the entire mess traced back to that one vessel with the report. It already clawed its way into a docking spot near Estark village, where the very first people dropped dead to a mystery disease. The Empress snapped out a focused summary. The real threat right now was the smugglers, and whatever deadly cargo they were hauling. Bruno dipped his head in respectful agreement, bowing at the truth, because she was completely right. He added that Falma had already raced there ahead of him, ready to fix everything right then and there. One of the advisors snapped a warning. Those criminals were zeroing in on the great market of San Fleuve, right in the Empire's very heart. Judging from how far those border towns are from the capital, the smugglers were supposed to hit town today or, at the latest, tomorrow. A thick, crushing silence sat over the meeting room, until one nasty question shattered it. Why were all the city gates being shut right now? The Minister of Finance snapped it down on the spot, because if that move happened, the crowd would swarm outside the walls, traders would scramble to the outskirts, and the infection would rip through the entire country. The Empress snapped her head toward him, stunned by the remark. Even the other courtiers jumped in, hammering the same point. The capital lived and breathed on food from the provinces, and if hunger hit, it could turn out deadlier than the plague. The city leaned so hard on outside supplies that it couldn't survive without them. Bruno snapped into action and pushed a hard compromise. Only the people who cleared a brutal medical exam would be allowed into the capital, and if they weren't perfectly healthy, they wouldn't get in. The young prince demanded tighter security at every gate, especially the 6 roads that led to Marseille, right after the court physicians had already ordered the whole palace locked down. Relief hit him hard, because that plan genuinely felt right. One of the doctors leaned in and asked, quietly but sharply, who could guarantee the safety of those meds that were rolled out with 0 checks, and Bruno's whole body went tense as he snapped shut and went silent. Court physicians sprinted down the palace corridors, shouting that they had to slam a magical barrier around the palace right away to keep the queen safe. In Marseille, the treatment already crushed it, but now the doctors had to dash it out to as many people as fast as they could, begging the god of medicine to help them beat the clock. Meanwhile, right by the city gates, an infectious center was planted, while a masked girl stopped every passerby and kept badgering them to stick to the quarantine. Eastern merchant Azoijan rolled a strange band of cloth in his hands, staring at it like it was a riddle. He couldn't wrap his head around why this fabric tied to strings was worth a fortune. He eyed the goods with sharp suspicion, checking every detail like something was about to go wrong. The girl calmly but clearly told him, "By the ruler's order, masks are mandatory now. Anyone who breaks it gets dragged to jail by the guards." While merchants cracked jokes about warding off evil genies, the crowd in line kept whispering, loudly, about that legendary pharmacy from another world. Zoijan leaned in and studied the weird seal stamped on that letter, like it was hiding a secret. The wax seal flashed like pure gold right in front of the merchant's wide-open eyes. The pharmacist in a full protective suit waved the guests on with a "stay safe" smile, while the sly merchant was already cooking up a plan to cash in back home, selling those masks for 5 times the price. A sealed letter, packed with terrifying news, sat on the lab table, screaming for attention. In the lab, the assistant marched in with a folder packed with the 6 sectors analysis results and handed it straight to Chief Inspector Pierre. The assistant called the boss right away, voice tight with worry. For days, every test came back negative, until today, when the very first positive report hit and everything flipped. In a cramped protective suit, a lab tech hunched over brand new microscope slides, quivering as he confirmed it. Over 24 traders from the morning caravan had suddenly collapsed with brutal high fever. Pressing his eye to the eyepiece, Pierre froze, because the glass lit up with red plague bacilli, and the deadly diagnosis hit like a certainty. He demanded they split the caravan at once because the symptoms matched Falma's lessons so perfectly, it was terrifying. Medics sprinted to the 6th Infectious Disease Center, racing against the clock. Lota stared at the runners, totally lost, while outside the city, at the 6th gates, a rebellion was already starting to boil. The girl blinked in shock at the chaos, convinced something must have gone horribly wrong at another quarantine point. But right when they reached the gates, everything spiraled. An enraged crowd started roaring for entry, and they wouldn't back down. The tense silence got ripped apart as the water spear battle spell detonated, slamming the defenders against the wall and blasting them off their feet with a roaring wave. A scream of "Enemy attack!" tore through the square, and in an instant the soldiers snatched their muskets while the doctors spun around, stunned. Chaos erupted by the gate. Stunned defenders bolted for the wall, eyes wide and hearts pounding. Armored stormtroopers sprinted onto the wooden bridge deck, clamping down on every support with their iron gloves. One knight slammed into a gallop, charging straight toward the massive grill bristling with razor-sharp spikes. "Not one step closer," the defender roared, then whipped a spinning waterstone straight at the attackers. He barked at his partner to smash through a head, then he stayed back and unleashed magic to shatter the iron chains and drop the bridge. Soldiers slammed across the road, muskets raised and aimed, daring anyone to make the next move, because the fire was moments away. The armored knight answered with a brutal sword swing, and it tore open a destructive hurricane. A raging whirlwind ripped the enemies across the pavement, and the doctors in protective suits could only stare from the window, stunned by the absolute chaos. They stood there, completely stunned, like their whole world just froze. Bruised soldiers finally snapped to it. They were up against the fanatical Holy Knights, who blasted high-level magic straight inside the city. One of the medics instantly panicked, eyes widening the moment he heard Master Pierre being called down the street. The porter sprinted across the bridge with everything he had. A deafening cry ripped through the fortress. Medics sprinted to the 6th warehouse to save the district's medicine stash, even though getting trapped between two blazing fires could get them killed. Stepping out into the open street now was basically stepping into a death sentence. As the iron gate's bars dropped, the captain snapped his command, then shouted for the soldiers to take aim. The first row surged forward, kicking the tension into high gear. The command boomed, then the musket volley exploded through the air like thunder. But the bullets flew and shattered into nothing the moment they hit the knight's icy shield. Masked guards with muskets stood locked in place, eyes sharp, hearts pounding as they waited for the enemy to strike. Falma blinked in disbelief and demanded answers about this so-called art, desperate to figure out what she'd just heard. Chaos exploded in the street as the terrified crowd got shoved back and the merchants wailed over their smashed-up stalls. He sprinted under the awning and shouted to the wards, demanding to know everyone was safe. The assistants' fear snapped into relief the second they spotted their supervisor. Everyone gasped like they'd just escaped disaster. Heavy boots hit the cobblestones with fearless confidence right outside the camp. Through a narrow tear in the tent, they could clearly see the gate-crashing intruders hauling a huge wooden box across the ground. Crowds packed the tables, panicking and shouting for answers, but Falma just stood there, completely clueless about what was going on. He barked for the medicine to be grabbed and everyone to run. Then, right in the middle of it, he froze, instinct screaming that something was terribly wrong. The armored knight juggled his way forward and roughly shoved the townsman aside, cracking open a path straight to a huge barred cage. Onlookers stared in terror, trying to figure out what, right behind those brutal bars, was glowing white. Falma inched out from his hiding spot, eyes locked on the convoy, ready for anything. The iron groaned dull and grim, and the armored warrior shot back with venom that it simply didn't matter anymore. He sneered and laughed, saying the captives were basically already dead anyway. An armored knight tore open the storm, blasting a brutal hurricane that ripped the flying creatures from their cage, sending the masked soldiers into full panic. Fluffy little creatures burst apart and scattered into every direction in a blink. They snapped their leather wings open and tore across the sky, sweeping over every rooftop in the entire capital. Right in the middle of the fortress courtyard, a magical whirlwind tore into the air around a giant crystal, and the enemies started screaming with pure terror. The metal armor couldn't save him. One brutal cough hit and he folded over, helpless. Soldiers in the streets screamed in pure terror, stunned that those monsters could actually fly. Instead, people in protective suits beamed and waved them on with cheerful hands as they went. The officer warned that the beasts were hauling the Black Death with them and insisted it was a biological attack. Panic detonated through the capital's streets as people screamed to bar the doors and distress signals flared into the sky everywhere. The residents slammed every window shut in a hurry. The frightened girl froze, her eyes wide as she tried to make sense of the bell tower's terrifying rumble. A lifeless rodent crumpled on the pavement, just lying there like the city itself had gone still. Those massive bells screamed in fury, ringing non-stop like the world was warning them all at once. The father squeezed his loved ones into a tight hug by the window as a fluffy summer runner streaked past. The church bell blared, and out in the backyard, terror-struck disinfectors spotted white fur on the ground, then screamed for their commander. The supreme cleric stood there, baffled, as frantic bells crashed through the cathedral air. A strange dead creature lay sprawled and motionless on the pavement, like it dropped dead the moment before you looked. The guards in protective suits screamed for their leader at the top of their lungs. Exhausted, the boss crawled out from under that heavy tarp and snapped, annoyed. What happened this time? He got rushed with news of panic at the city gates, then the sky tore open and strange squirrel-like creatures started raining down from nowhere. Hearing that, the man's face went ghost white on the spot. He knew the capital was seconds from getting swallowed by unstoppable chaos. His eyes locked onto a tiny dead rodent. That protein's appearance looked downright eerie and suspicious right in front of him. While his subordinates bickered over proteins and rats like it mattered, the seconds burned away fast. The chief suddenly snapped back to the quarantine list for that caravan, rare white rats and all, and in the blink of an eye, every piece clicked into place. Riders in military patrol on horseback were already tearing through the city streets at full speed. Rage flared as he clenched his fist, because both beasts were just run-of-the-mill rodents, and those filthy little carriers carried a deadly disease. If those fluffy little monsters sprint through the city, Black Death won't just show up, it'll throw a murderous dance on the bones right here. The man in the protective suit let out a shaky sigh of relief over the wooden box, because the most valuable medicine was saved after all. The medic's leader snapped his fist up and barked, "Unseal the reserve, now!" because he wasn't about to let the Black Death rip through the capital's streets. Meanwhile, pure chaos swallowed the city streets. Terrified, masked people screamed for help, frozen, with no idea where to run. A mysterious stranger in a sealed protective suit and dark glasses glared at the newcomers and demanded, "So, you just rolled into the city, right?" He leaned in and declared he ran the purification department, also a pharmacist, and then snapped into action, ordering instant protective measures because the emergency was already here. Panic screams ripped through the air, everyone shouting that the capital was under attack, and 5 lethal masters of divine arts were already right on top of them. He warned those visiting merchants that bubonic plague could hitch a ride on animals, and the moment they heard it, their courage crumbled, especially since they'd been trudging for 2 whole months and still hadn't heard a single word about any disaster. The pharmacist slid them a stack of papers packed with symptoms and snapped that the moment illness even hinted at itself, they and every relative had to start the medication. The moment the plague was even mentioned, the townspeople went pale with terror, but the boy stepped in and soothed them, telling them the life-saving medicine was already ready. He calmly laid out the quarantine rules and the disease's incubation period. Then, one trader suddenly blurted with a sheepish grin that he'd been distracted by a gorgeous girl at the entrance and completely missed every warning. Suddenly, boom, the street erupted and a gun-toting horsewoman thundered in on a blazing hot mount, shouting for everyone to run for the 6th gate because a contamination zone had just been declared. When the townspeople clocked the holy knights among them, the horsewoman snapped, ordering the medic to rush the people to safety, right now, and save himself too. The pharmacist didn't run. He grabbed the horse by the bridle, slammed it to a stop, and demanded whether any of the knights had a special divine power. While white squirrel rats skittered over the rooftops, the young man snapped that they had to raise an ice wall right now to seal off the infection's source and shut down the spreaders before the disease bites deeper. From under his protective mask, his eyes sharpened into something deadly as he double-checked the truth. Those invaders had brought the plague with them, and there was no more time to waste. A man in a protective suit barked orders at the riders, then told them to deliver his message to the main headquarters because he was going to coordinate everything on the ground himself. The commander barked orders at Layat to crush the ice wall, then he shot ahead like nothing could stop him. The leaders snapped the team out of panic, insisting that even a breach this massive was already spelled out in Mr. Falma's instructions. He thrust his fist up and demanded the medicine be handed out right here, right now. The assistants froze for a split second, then braced themselves to dive into that brutal, hard-hitting mission. But the very next second, they slammed into action and followed every lesson from those brutal training sessions. After 2 weeks of non-stop cleanup and rounding up stray animals, the capital's streets are cleaner than they've ever been. Falma realized they were running low on medicine, and if they didn't spot the next infected people right away, all their work would turn to nothing. The doctor could see it coming. Another outbreak was about to slam into the world and steal hundreds of lives. Layat threw his staff up and screamed the spell, and a massive ice barricade shot up in the middle of the street. A brutal rumble shook the city as those icy blocks shot up from the ground in seconds. The 6th District's siege is finally over, and that ice wall has slammed shut the passage for good. A colossal ice wall stood rock solid, shutting the deadly zone off from the rest of the capital for good. With the quarantine lines finally locked in, the commander could unleash full power, no more worries holding him back. The blade tore through the air with a savage roar, blasting out a surge of pure destructive power. Soldiers lost it instantly, scattered everywhere like chaos itself had been unleashed. All because that scream promised the square would burn to ashes any second. The attacker screamed the devastating spell, and fair Deja Ruler, but the Holy Knight slammed up a wind barrier just in time. While terrified people shrieked and scattered, the silver-armored warrior threw himself in front of them, using his own body as the shield. With one savage swing, the knight whipped his weapon around and blasted a giant whirlwind that snuffed out the enemy's flames. The hostages by the window jerked at that far-off burst, and across the city the patrols blared their alarms the moment the magical duel kicked off. A blazing pillar of fire rocketed straight up into the sky, shredding the clouds above the mountains. The masked guards stared, completely dumbfounded, as black smoke curled up above the 6th gate. Everyone in the room crowded the glass, eyes wide, spotting one lone rider tearing across the empty street. The white horse rider slammed on the brakes right in front of the patrol cops and demanded the command, then the deputy, completely lost, just shrugged like he had no clue. She dropped the bombshell that the 6th District was locked down by the Black Death, and their commander threw himself on the line, dying to save everyone else. The masked guards just stood there, horror slamming into them, stunned by what they'd heard. Right when they tried to figure out where their boss had gone, the girl cut them off and blurted, "I just delivered an order from him." While a blazing whirlwind tore through the distance, the patrol tiptoed into a secret plan, sneaking medicine out of the warehouse, knowing damn well it wouldn't stretch to everyone. Drenched in protective gear, the doctors huddled in panic over the blockade and the brutal shortage of medicines, fretting whether they should quietly slice some supplies out of their own hidden stockpile. Suddenly, a brutal smash thundered through the window, wham, and it jolted the medics mid-conversation as they were planning their patrol of the nearby areas. One of the doctors shrieked in shock down the hallway, fists clenched tight as pure fear hit her. She peered down, snapped with disappointment, and muttered that it was nothing but grimy trash caked to the glass. But the coworkers just shook their heads at poor Oza, as he was having a full-on fit on the other side of the window. On the windowsill, a tiny, exhausted White Martin lookalike writhed and shrieked in pure panic. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, the doors exploded open with a thunderous bang, and a breathless servant came sprinting into the hall, yelling for help. The furious princess on the couch snapped up at once and demanded to know which idiot actually dared to hit the capital in full daylight. The messenger blurted with a shaking voice that a gang with weapons had smashed through the defenses by the 6th gate, and now they're trading gunfire right in the city square. When she heard there were only 5 attackers, and that they were the holy knights from Nadar, her mouth went wide in pure, stunned disbelief. Still recovering, she seethed and snarled that she'd smash these pests like dumb, ordinary bugs right away. Rage flipped in an instant into predatory delight, and the princess decided to personally greet those uninvited guests with a terrifyingly warm welcome. The advisor shot over, panicked to make sure everyone knew there was a fresh report about illegal traders slipping across the borders in secret. A sinister grin spread across her face, and just like that, she decided to hook these merchants to the knights, setting her huge scheme in motion. Rage thundered through the queen as a searing magical aura flared around her. She vowed to burn anyone who dared defile her capital. But the thing that truly terrified her wasn't the holy knights at all. It was the Black Death crawling in their wake. Right then, her fighting spirit collapsed. Cold sweat poured down her forehead, and she panicked, calling for Bruno. The man snapped back, saying her stepping onto the battlefield would shatter the state's security. The queen only let out a taunting laugh, like, if it's some Yersinia pestis so tiny it's smaller than a grain of sand, how on earth could it survive the fire when she burns the enemies right along with it? Bruno slammed it down. No matter how strong you are, this pathogen crushes even the mightiest warriors, and with a death toll that's brutal beyond belief, they call it the Queen of Diseases. He pleaded with her to guard her health, reminding her she barely survived the White Death, so she had no business throwing her life away like that. The other advisors instantly chimed in, pleading with the queen to scrap her ceremonial appearance right then and there. Teeth bared with fury, the queen finally caved. She snapped out that she was reversing her decision on the spot. One of the ministers shot back that they'd already flooded the budget with medicine and marched the army into place, so the government shouldn't be the one swinging the sword herself. She slammed the order for an emergency to be declared at once, demanding district reports down to the minute, while she stayed locked inside the palace. The advisors scattered in a panic, rushing to reach the army command and the Holy Temple before anyone else could blink. All alone, she let out a heavy sigh because something completely different had been weighing on her mind. One of the courtiers broke into a panic, rushing to reassure her that they'd crush the bandits soon, so she had nothing to fear. The queen just narrowed her eyes with a sly smirk, sensing betrayal in the air. Netter was supposed to be their ally, so why did he suddenly march his holy knights straight here? A razor-sharp whistle tore through the air, snapping the brief silence in half. The massive whirlwind called Embrace of the Wind ripped the fighters off balance, spinning them around, while the mass commander just barely managed to yell Levko's name before he rocketed into the sky. One of the enemies only smirked, claiming this storm was just a light breeze. Then, out of nowhere, the temple guards thundered in to back up the knights. The temple guardians stared, frozen in trance, as a colossal air spiral screamed toward them at breakneck speed. The commander bolted over to thank the allies, who were already itching to crush the rebels. The conjurer swung his staff and blasted a storm current through the air, summoning the earthly knights to feel the raw power of the true wind. With a bone-rattling roar, the ram slammed into the icy barricade and shattered it into 1,000,000 deadly shards. A wild gust of magical wind tore across the battlefield, roaring like it had a mission. When the enemy's wall finally cracked and fell apart, the commander cursed in French, and the guards erupted in pure joy. In total darkness, a chilling verdict snapped through the air. There was no saving the fugitives. Right after that, the whip's hit triggered the spell, Wrath of the Earth. The cobblestones screamed as they split wide open, fissures tearing through the ground right beneath the fighters' feet. The magical shackles yanked the knights straight downward, stealing every bit of their movement in an instant. The ground turned to stone in an instant, snapping shut like a trap and locking the fugitives' legs in place. The knight froze mid-breath, completely caught off guard, while the leader let out a breath of pure relief, because the one they'd been waiting for finally showed up, pounding forward with heavy footsteps. The Archbishop of the capital's Temple of the Guardian came closing in. The man stood tall and unshakable, hood and mask swallowing his face, while the sword's hilt peeked out over his shoulder like a promise. From behind him, the assistant blared, "My name is His Eminence Solomon!" His steel-blue stare pinned the strangers in place, and with a cold, cutting voice, he demanded, "Who dared to threaten the peace of the capital?" The knights trembled with pure terror, staring ahead and realizing the figure was the Archbishop of the Temple of the Divine Protector. Somehow, he'd abandoned his safe seat. The guards slammed their staffs to the ground with a brutal thud, and the Archbishop swore he'd obliterate the renegade's magical vessels. From the shadow of his deep hood, fierce eyes flashed with an icy, relentless glare. He snapped that those foreign invaders had defiled the blessed capital, and that they no longer deserved to cast a single holy spell. Around the armored warriors, glowing magical seals swirled like a storm and snapped their bodies into place, locking their every move. The air crackled with raw, wild energy building up by the second. The knight's leader roared through the crushing pressure, then swore he'd slam this deadly spell down before it could finish. With his last sliver of strength, he launched into the air on sheer willpower, then slashed down with his sword, ice magic roaring out like a deadly storm at the old man. An enormous icy spear howled through the air and slammed straight toward the enemies. One servant snapped his hand up and called forth a roaring wall of fire that wrecked everything in its path. The next mage snapped the spell out of the air and a storm of white flames spun into a blazing vortex around him. A raging air whirlwind ripped through the space, and the Archbishop, fire in his eyes, kept calmly chanting his ritual like nothing could stop him. A lethal blast of scorching hot wind ripped across the battlefield. 7 wizards in white cloaks snapped into a circle, slammed a blazing wall across the battlefield, and roared the fire prison spell to trap everything in roaring flames. A massive explosion blasted the stone gates to rubble, and a brutal heat wave sent the merchants shrieking in terror as the air scorched their faces. They coughed through the smoke beside the wrecked cart, eyes wide, panicking as they demanded over and over how they'd gotten trapped in this nightmare. One of them snapped at the Holy Knights, reminding them loud and clear that they were only told to haul the rats to the capital. They sprinted like their lives depended on it, bolting just to save their own skins. The partner cursed the missing cart and the unpaid money, but the blonde barked, "Forget it!" and pushed him through the arch. Suddenly, a horse slammed in front of them, and the mysterious rider snapped that the dead wouldn't need money anymore. From the shadow of that deep hood, a terrifying mask locked onto them, and a voice boomed the order to arrest, handed down in the name of a divine messenger. The stranger leaned in and demanded to know if they were the same merchants who brought ruin crashing down on Estark. The merchants went white with terror the moment they clocked the skeletal rider astride that horse. On the other side of the wall, the runic ring shattered with a harsh crack, tightening around the armored knight like a trap snapping shut. A hooded man narrowed one vicious eye and hissed the spell, trying to lock down the divine well with a single, furious chant. Ice spikes blasted through the enemies with a vicious crack, and their screams tore through the air with raw, wild pain. As the knights shook in helpless agony, the mages behind them lifted their staffs and blasted them with a crushing storm of icy spears. Massive stone boulders roared straight down, crushing the enemy knights from above. The attackers got slammed so hard they were totally overwhelmed, with zero chance to break free. The hooded mystery leader demanded the surviving prisoners be dragged to plain soldiers, then marched straight into a secular court. Pointed stone spikes rose all around, standing like they were about to slice him down in a snap. Beneath the crumbling ruins, one trapped enemy flailed in helpless panic, scraping his fingers across the dirt like there was no way out. Under his mask, the man said with ice-cold certainty that the captives had burned through every last breath of strength, and their magic was gone. Meanwhile, deep inside the Imperial Palace corridors, they were tearing into a baffling mystery no one could explain. The young Empress stared at the map, baffled. Why had the allied kingdom of Nieder turned on them out of nowhere? The gray-haired advisor tiptoed to his ruler's side and called her name softly, praying she'd finally look at him. The man fired off the question again, then held his breath and waited, calm but locked in until an answer finally came. She snapped the fan shut with a sharp crack, hurled it aside in pure fury, and declared that her old ally's moves made zero sense. The long-haired noble laid it out in one breath. After the local king died, the old alliance shattered, and now a regent rules over a 4-year-old kid. That girl just snorted with pure disdain, calling the assault of 5 holy knights on an entire empire nothing but a cruel joke. The ministers backed her in a heartbeat, then pounced on the real question: how did they plan to reach that fearless puppeteer? The young man gave the Empress a respectful nod, and as she spoke, her suspicions matched his exactly. Bruno shot back, dead serious, that only a seasoned alchemist, or doctor, or pharmacist could have cooked up a pandemic this deadly. His jaw tightened, because without real experience under his belt, nobody would have dared plan a scheme that nasty. Bruno said it with full confidence. The organizer has to truly understand what the Black Death is all about. He remembered that old pharmacist, the one whose divine power the temple locked away, because his sins were too grave to leave unpunished. The Empress shot him a furious glare and barked, "Tell me everything you know, right now!" Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the night outside the window, and a brutal plume of smoke shot up over the whole city. Lotta snapped to the window, panicking as the wind shoved poisonous dust straight toward their pharmacy. Outside, the terrified cleaners screamed for help and barreled toward Ellen, desperate for someone to save them. The girl snapped out a command, ordering everyone to back up. Then she raised her divine scepter like a thunderclap. She stared in shock at the tiny creature, and suddenly, it all clicked. That little thing had terrified the adult men out of their minds. When it was finally over, Ellen soothed the workers and rushed to the pharmacy staff, yelling at them not to step outside. The terrified crowd snapped their heads left and right in shock, because not a single scrap of ash remained from that deadly enemy. The divine fire spell erupted like a blazing scream, scorching the infected rodent to ash in the blink of an eye. The city's streets started whispering the worst news. The Black Death had already slipped into the capital, and the doctors scrambled to follow the plan, ready to save lives with the brand new Falmy medicines. Lotta timidly offered to help the sick, but Bruno shot in like a wall of stone, cutting her off and warning her she was still way too young to risk it. Even though that new potion was meant to smash the infection, the Count grabbed the girl's attention and warned her, without divine power strong enough, she'd be swallowed by all this chaos and die. From behind that protective mask, he stared her down, steady as stone, and kept hammering the same truth. No kids belonged in this war against the disease. Bruno went dead silent for a beat, refusing to look away from the girl under that hard, unshakable stare. The official ordered the manager to hand out every scrap of protective gear for street disinfection, even though he knew, deep down, they were drowning in a brutal lack of staff. While Lotta clenched her fists in pure anxiety, Bruno rushed into the pharmacy and barked orders to the staff to clear out the neighborhoods. Cane digging into the floor, the man trudged toward the exit, eyes locked on a rescue plan he couldn't stop replaying. Suddenly, Bruno's mind ripped back to the past, right to 3 years ago. And boom, high up in the Imperial ranks, everything erupted. The chief Imperial pharmacist picked an unnamed commoner as his new assistant. The girl snapped her eyes open, shocked by the words. Her eyes snapped still, like they were demanding an answer, without a single word. Memories slammed into my mind, shredding the fog of the past like it never stood a chance. In the imperial cabinet, the ministers were still clawing at clues about that mysterious foreigner's true origin, but in the palace, nobody had a single lead. One of the attendees leaned in and demanded whether it was about the same exiled competitor. The old nobleman snapped back that he didn't care where this commoner came from, but his tricks were way too familiar, like he borrowed them from an old pharmacist he couldn't forget. The man clenched his jaw and grimly confirmed the suspicion. He slammed into a dramatic silence, then pressed his palm to his chest like something just hit him. Then he told the whole story of how he outed the fraudster, someone who ignored every rule and started running experiments on living people with zero permission. Before all that happened, everyone swore he was a genius, cheering him on for his cutting-edge treatment methods. The aristocrats gasped in pure terror when they learned this mad genius had cooked up the deadly poison debut, the kind that wipes out everyone nearby in seconds and leaves absolutely zero traces behind. The aristocrats shot each other stunned looks, still refusing to believe their own ears. A chilling silence slammed into the hallway like a warning. For those vile crimes, the Holy Inquisition shut down his divine vessel and kicked him out in shame, stripping every title and even his property from his hands. The old man nearly exploded with the truth. He bragged that he even poisoned prisoners to fuel his experiments. The girl knight stared daggers at the speaker, teeth clenched as she spit out terrifying words about a deadly poison. The nobleman leaned in and set it straight. The man who worships poisons has now set his sights on wiping out an entire country using a fresh biological weapon that spreads from one person to the next. The lady in the room went bone white, because the moment she realized the apothecary from Netter might be the very same man, the truth slammed into her. He was the one who killed the former king. Chained in iron, Camille Desaad sneered at the doctors' faces, taunting them as fools for even trying to save people who were already doomed. He swaggered as he talked about invisible creatures that unleashed the plague by riding rats and fleas, and he made it sound deadly simple to weaponize that contagion. That wild, crazy stare stabbed straight through the room. Because neighboring states instantly copied Falma's invention, the villain snatched up his own microscopes without a hitch and stared at deadly bacteria like they were trophies. That obsessed maniac burst into loud laughter, bragging that the sick's suffering was just natural selection. Then Bruno snapped back, furious, that he should have thrown him to the gallows back when he had the chance. Right out of nowhere, a sneaky shadow shot across the city rooftops like it owned the night. The triangular hat guards didn't even hesitate. They unleashed a storm of magical ice arrows that opened fire on the spot. They roared after it at full volume, swearing the beast would never slip away from their grasp. Shots ripped through the air, one blast slamming right after the next. A terrified creature bolted across the tiled floor, leaping from tile to tile as its pursuers screamed for it to stop. With the beast trapped, the officer barked at his subordinate to torch it on the spot, right now. The fiery spell blasted the target to ash in an instant, and the stunned masked witness could only watch, wide-eyed. A local resident bolted toward the guards and dragged them to the backyard, where that weird infected beast had just dropped in. After the whole incident, the soldiers urged him to race and summon a priest right away so the area could be fully cleansed. Meanwhile, a crushing alarm bell tolled over the city, like it was warning everyone that something terrible was about to hit. He moaned about a brutal headache and cursed that the last pharmacy in town had just shut its doors. The officer snapped an order, "Stay inside and don't step out," while they burned the last traces of the infection. He yanked the straps on the protective suit tight, double-checking that nothing dug in, everything fit like a glove. As Lotta got yanked away from the window where deadly creatures swirled, Falma snapped on his brand new protective gloves and they fit him like they were made for him. The girl just nodded, like a string being pulled, and walked deeper into the room. Falma yanked his belt tighter and announced, loud and clear, that he was finally, fully ready to tear into the raid. The boy swore, through clenched determination, that he'd help the infected no matter what, and wouldn't stop until the city's terrifying bell clang finally went silent. Lotta ignored Falma's instructions, then sank into bitter thoughts about the poor neighbors living right beside their pharmacy. She still remembered how these kind-hearted townspeople rushed in and cleared the rubble after the shop got wrecked, and now she couldn't stop worrying about whether they were okay. The girl clutched her chest in total helplessness because even ordinary iodine, something simple, wasn't something they could spare for these poor people. Under the mask, his eyes snapped cold serious, and before he even stepped outside, he tore into the lab to grab some stimulants. His private lab was packed with deadly poisons, and one invasion by marauders could spell disaster for the whole neighborhood. Right at the estate gate, the servants rushed over, waved anxiously, and urged him to stay safe, while Falma stayed cool and stepped off on his journey, leaving Lotta firmly in charge. His silhouette vanished into the distance in a flash. Suddenly, the silence snapped, and a weird little projectile blasted through the air, slamming into the wall by the window with a paper message stuck to it. Lotta gasped in terror, staring at her find with wide, shocked eyes. Lotta snapped her breath with a gasp, then flinched hard when a sudden noise ripped through the air. The girl clutched her hands to her chest and prayed in silence that Falma and Ellen would come back safe and unbroken. While church bells rattled over the capital, Falma, masked up with goggles, thudded onto a stone ledge of the cathedral, and his stomach dropped. He was running late. The tower's majestic walls shot up over the whole city like a fortress from a dream. Down at the bottom, the city choked by misfortune held its breath, frozen with dread. He planted himself beside the towering bronze bell, gripping his divine staff tight as the wind whipped his white cloak around him. The boy stared in terror as thick smoke crawled up in the distance. 6th District was burning, and his mind screamed the worst. Was the plague already loose in the city? He shook his head hard, brushing off that panic like it meant nothing. Right near the 6th gate, the defenders smashed the smugglers, but then a blast of divine magic lit everything up in a raging fire. Falma leapt off the high tower, clutching a stone, and the wind snatched his cloak as he dropped. Clutching the staff in both hands, he braced himself to uncover just how far the disease had truly spread. The young man floated high above the capital, throwing his white cloak wide, and as he looked down, smoky districts sprawled into a breathtaking panorama. The boy pressed 2 fingers to his face and flicked on the diagnostic therapeutic eye. Then his vision exploded into pure, magical light. With a creepy, special gaze, ominous shapes of infected citizens surfaced on the streets and stared from house windows, while the ghost of death loomed over everything. From up in the night sky, the port streets looked totally empty, until weird passers-by drifted through the shadows, glowing with eerie blue light like ghosts. Faint, pale blue silhouettes of the sick drifted through the pitch-black streets like they were haunting the dark. Falma froze in total shock, staring at it through her trembling fingers. Had that cursed plague already slithered across everything? Around the port gate, dozens of fresh blue flames erupted, and the boy cursed through clenched teeth at the greedy Dutch merchants who'd dragged this deadly disease in. Suddenly, someone sprinted across the roof tiles in a flash, like they vanished and reappeared in the same heartbeat. Falma snapped his staff around and burst into a sprint after the beast that wouldn't let itself be caught. When the boy stared up at the sky, his blood turned to ice. Squirrel mumminks were soaring overhead, gliding through the air and unleashing plague at cosmic speed. Did these unlucky little fluffballs realize they'd turned into a living breeding ground for death, one that was already sneaking into the capital and stealing lives from people right in their own homes? Dutch smugglers shipped them off as exotic goods, completely oblivious to the nightmare Pandora's box they'd just cracked wide open. One airborne droplet hits, boom, pneumonic plague detonates in under a day, and the thriving city you knew turns into a dead, silent morgue. Freezing to the bone, the boy muttered that he had to slam the capital under full quarantine if it meant saving at least the rest of the continent. As if history itself turned into a nightmare, gruesome chronicles kept flashing before his eyes. Millions of corpses sprawled across the streets, and he refused to let something this vile happen right here. Falma couldn't shake the bright smiles of his new family, Ellen, Lotta, but deep down, didn't fate already promise they'd meet the same horrifying end? Not for anything, the boy snarled, grinding his teeth with pure rage and rock-solid resolve. Falma stared at the empty streets, her stomach dropping as she realized medicine couldn't stop the plague's death grip. He clenched his staff so hard it hurt. That first glimpse of the night city snapped his hope back into place. The blue light was proof they were still away. Falma swore he'd never let the same kind of heartbreaking tragedy crawl back into this world again. His eyes behind those protective glasses blazed with determination. This blue light won't stay on forever, so he had to act right now. With all his divine power pouring in, the young pharmacist snapped his massive purification spell to life, and a tidal wave of magic crashed straight through the capital. The priests snapped their heads up, stunned by what they saw. Even the tiniest squirrel on the pavement went rigid with pure terror. Light bullets spilled across the empty city streets. Hooded figures snapped their heads around, completely lost and baffled. The Supreme Cardinal instantly got it, then leaned in and murmured that the Savior was finally back. The city shuddered as the first church bell thundered overhead, shaking every rooftop in its path. Falma could barely stay upright, realizing he'd poured every last ounce of power into that spell, and there was no way he could pull off something like it again. The boy crumpled and slid down onto the cold balcony floor, totally helpless. He pressed his palm to his face and stared down the street, panic clawing at his chest. And sure enough, his worst fears were right. The infected kept glowing blue. Falma crumpled to his knees, but relief hit him instantly. He'd actually incinerated the plague bacillus in the air, totally and completely. His protective barrier kept the infection from spreading through the air, but once the bacteria had already slipped into people's bodies or clung to the walls and pavement, the barrier couldn't stop it. The boy's mind raced with feverish panic, because even if the antibiotic saved the sick, there was no way he could scrub every street in that massive city with just one hand. A routine spray of regular chemicals would have wiped out thousands of healthy citizens, so they had to scramble for a truly safe solution, fast. Every antiseptic that actually worked was poison to the body, and the young doctor crashed into yet another dead end. When Ellen heard his doubts, her smile snapped into place, and she answered him with one confident line. The girl held up the water vessels and stared in disbelief, because not even the top wizards could ever pull off purity that flawless. She praised Falma with genuine awe. His water erased every single bacterium under the microscope. Right then, the boy got fired up. He decided to tap into his medical staff's power and forge this purifying liquid on a massive scale. With a bright grin, he proudly explained that his magic ruthlessly incinerates even the so-called helpful saprophytic bacteria, leaving his assistant completely shell-shocked. Ellen just blinked, stunned, silent, trying to wrap her mind around the sheer, colossal power of his abilities. The boy quickly soothed her, swore that the disinfection would never wreck her stomach, and even joked that they should run the very first test on Pier. Suddenly, thunderous rain started battering the palace windows, and the stern empress snapped her gaze toward it, glaring at the surprise downpour. She leaned in and studied every drop, and the moment she did, something felt wildly off. The first heavy raindrop started hammering the windows like the storm was building up to something big. Then boom, the sky ripped open and a brutal downpour slammed down in an instant. The sunlight poured through the water like it owned the whole sky, even though the cathedral's spires were still buried under rushing streams. Two orderlies froze mid-stride on the cobblestones, staring in total disbelief as the pouring rain showed up under a blinding sun. One of them jerked violently out of nowhere. The man shot his finger skyward and barked at Pierre, the head of the cleaning department, to look up right now. The commander in the triangular hat slowly lifted his head, completely frozen by the weird spectacle unfolding in front of him. The officer's gut told him someone had secretly used a forbidden cleansing technique on the staff of the god of medicine, and now it was snuffing out the epidemic across the whole capital. His hooded companion only muttered grumpily as fog swallowed the world through his fogged-up glasses. He swore that from now on, even the darkest alleys would be swept clean, then told them, plain and simple, to do their job. Rage simmering in his voice, the officer loomed over the foreigner and barked that the Neater borders the Empire, so if an epidemic strikes, their whole country is finished too. A battered helmet crumpled on the ground, and the commander snapped, demanding the enemy squad's location and their real mission, right now. The officer yanked the blood-soaked prisoner by the chest, furious, because the guy still didn't realize how huge his disaster really was. The captive only choked on ragged breaths, begging and insisting they didn't want any of this. The fever-struck knight could only stammer, utterly lost about what plague they were even asking him about. His grim companions snapped that they were just doing what their mysterious patron, called only he, ordered. From the roof of the next building, a masked stranger's voice blasted out loud, claiming that criminal orders get executed only by fools or by their accomplices. The wounded knight glared at her with fury, growling that the mysterious puppeteer would have slaughtered his whole family just because they refused his orders. In the warrior's eyes, deadly despair clung like ice, cutting through everything. On the wooden platform, another patient hacked and wheezed that they'd been ordered to dump the infected animals straight onto the streets of the imperial capital. One of the officers blew up in rage, stunned he could even believe what he was hearing about what was going down. The knight couldn't forget the nightmare before his death. One brutal plague, swarms of rats in the sky, and Panatra Island's entire population wiped out in just a few days. Up on the roof, the girl clamped her breath and stared as fat rats spilled out from beneath the filthy tarp. The officer snapped, baffled, demanding where the king, the ministers, and the whole royal family had vanished to right then. Through a brutal cough, the knight forced a resigned smile and rasped that Lord Atri had no power left, then warned that Neder was next. That's why they hauled this cursed load in the first place. One driver died after another, just like the madman planned, until he could turn the whole world into a god-forsaken wasteland. The girl on the roof went stone still, her body locked in pure shock. She'd heard the rumors about the aristocrats' divine power, but once the plague hit, every single person got exposed as powerless. In the forest clearing, they threw up a camp and hauled the wounded inside, letting them rest to the soft, steady hush of the trees. A knight in silver armor, coughing up blood, rasped that the enemy was unbeatable, but the rebel commander only stared him down and demanded why they'd let this maniac live this long instead of cutting him off earlier. The officer just couldn't wrap his head around it, how an entire army could blindly kneel to the whims of a mad ruler. A doctor wearing a medical mask stared at the knight in terror, because the red glow of his aura screamed that some horrific curse was closing in. At that moment, his hand shook violently. The wounded swore their ruler wasn't human at all. He was a real demon, and he wiped them out in an instant before the enemy could even land a hit. Sweating like he'd just run a warpath, the knight told it straight. The priest shut the Temple of the Guardian, swallowed the key, then murdered some defenders and turned the rest into monsters. Then a man in a black, wide-brimmed hat strode forward and, with a chilling calm, said that even a monster like that still has a name and a surname. A crushing silence slammed down like a brick. The stranger leaned in, staring straight at the dying fighter's face, begging for any last truth he could pull from him before it slipped away. When the holy temple crumbled, soldiers huddled in terrified whispers, because now the archdemon could finally storm the capital. Unknown footsteps thundered across the cobblestones, ringing like a warning in the empty air. Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd clocked the newcomer and blurted, "Bruno!" And right then, the hunter leaned over the knight, grilling him about the demon's past. He kept pushing until he finally tracked down the monster's real name. A man draped in an expensive dark cloak stood like a statue, radiating raw power and ice-cold confidence without moving an inch. He started laying out the enemy like a target, hair singed to a bluish tint, a nasty burn that scarred half his face, and one eye blazing with pure cunning and cruel malice. The commander's stare promised the enemy nothing but disaster. The injured man on the stretcher bobbed his head and croaked that they were only obeying the orders of the blue-haired demon. With a brutal grunt, he finished the order, and just like that, Neder was finally going to be saved, right before the wounded fell silent forever. The nearby fighter let out a deadpan remark. "Yeah, I'm dead." Then he spun around and hurried back. The officer leaned in, asked the commander if he recognized the demon the dead man had mumbled about, and the commander answered right away, yes. "Camille de Sade, soulless heretic apothecary," the commander snarled, seething because that scoundrel had somehow crawled into becoming a demon, while Falma, cowering behind the wall, finally caught the puppeteer's name. Falma yanked his hood up at full speed. Demon news was worrying him, sure, but right now he had one mission: stop the plague bacteria choking the capital and push the talk with Bruno to later. He crouched on the roof, staring down at the soldiers, not yet understanding what kind of demons they were, but his gut screamed that a massive threat was coming. The boys stared at the city, convinced he was the only one crazy enough to pull off the impossible, cooking up enough levofloxacin to wipe out sickness all the way to the last beggar on the Great Bridge, even while medicine was in catastrophic short supply. A fire roared and crackled underneath, and as the soldiers started torching the contaminated stuff, and even the bodies, Falma slipped out from the tiled roof without a sound. In the middle of the blazing ruins, the officer's hard command cracked through the chaos. Stop the bacteria from spreading and torch it all, property and bodies included. The boy shot a quick whisper that the military could handle it, then spun around and bolted to work, desperate to waste not a second. Falma stormed ahead, ready to personally size up the full scale of the infection. His boots slammed onto the pavement with a brutal thud. Once the screaming alarms finally died down, Lotta let out a shaky breath and urged everyone to open the pharmacy right away. The girl couldn't wait to get back to work. She was itching to return as fast as humanly possible. Her companion nodded and said the danger looked like it had finally blown over. Both of them truly, deeply believed in it. Lotta thanked them for the shelter, bolted into the street, and the whole town stared in terror at the smoke-choked bonfire columns rising into the night. By the crackling fire, the men huddled close, grimly trading notes about the enemy's betrayal, because that sneak had slipped by for far too long. Just the thought of holy knights bowing to the archdemon's will felt like total madness to them. The first wave of the plague got shut down. Then, in the very next heartbeat, a horrifying suspicion hit the pharmacist like ice, freezing him solid. While Falma grappled with the monster's logic, his friends spotted the instant pallor on his face and fired off worried questions. Back then, the demonic adversary reveled in one cruel fantasy. Thousands would die, and no mortal could stop it. Seeing exactly how deadly this was, the boy snapped, using every ounce of strength to slam the alarm bells and sound the warning. A sinister gaze cut through the total darkness like a blade. The conspirators swore they'd wipe out their target the second they met, sure he'd been hiding somewhere in the capital, while a shadowy figure in a light cloak sprinted over the local rooftops racing toward him. Meanwhile, the girl in the protective mask blasted forward with everything she had, knowing this one desperate sprint was the only thing standing between them and total destruction. But the closer she got, the panic hit harder. Those entrance doors were gaping wide open too, and Henri's guard knights were gone, vanished without a single trace. Suddenly, bam! Those alarm bells started screaming again. The girl got completely swallowed by crushing fear. Trying to steady her breathing, she guessed the knights must have slipped out to sweep the nearby streets, except they'd never once left their post. Sensing a fresh fight was about to erupt, she darted into the pharmacy in a flash. The mere thought of another battle sent fear clawing into her chest. An overturned flower pot lay on the floor, its soil spilling everywhere. Someone had definitely been inside this place. In the dim light of that room, you could feel someone had just been there. The masked girl stared at the wrecked mess of belongings, her eyes wide as she tried to piece together what the hell just happened. Meanwhile, the healer wheeled through the sky above the city on his staff, circling high overhead as he tracked today's tally of the infected. He knew the disease couldn't strike again until it hunted down fresh victims. One delay, then the next target. His magical staff shot forward like a streak of lightning. The calculations came back chilling. Bubonic plague could lurk for up to 7 days, so there was still a real shot to save people with the right medication. He just tore across the rooftops in midair, flying like the night itself belonged to him. The healer geared up to hand out potions, keep a close eye for relapses, and slam a protective spell onto the shelter. He was dead set on wiping out every last death and purging the capital clean in just 3 months. The girl scrambled for her documents like her life depended on it, terrified the wind would rip the papers right into the street. The moment she stepped into the exam room, she gasped, yanked her head in her hands, medical records sprawled across the floor in neat, perfect rows. Then it hit her. This divine battle couldn't have scattered those papers so perfectly, and that window opening from the inside pointed straight at Lord Cedric's getaway. A sickening suspicion hit her like a jolt, and she froze, unable to move. A cold wind gave the empty windowsill's curtain a tiny twitch, like the house was holding its breath. She couldn't stop spiraling on one brutal question. Where in the world had Lord Cedric gone this time? A tense, breathless silence clung to the empty hall, buzzing with every alert nerve. Seeing the mess on the table and that overturned tube, the girl instantly pinned it on Mr. Cedric. The window latch was still clinging tight, so the frame had been popped open from inside. The masked man understood one terrifying truth. If anyone slipped into the Falma laboratory, disaster would explode, because that place was packed with priceless treasures. She couldn't even bring herself to picture how furious the owner would go if anything happened to his research. Her shoe let out a soft, creaking snap with every step. But no matter what, she was always flat out banned from coming up here. The moment she pictured that stranger lurking in the lab on the 4th floor, her hesitation vanished. She bolted up the stairs. When the moment came, the door swung open anyway, like the owner never truly locked it, even though he'd personally turned the key before walking out. The door swung wide, right into the place he needed to reach. Fear hit her like lightning, and she urgently whispered for Mr. Cedric. She leaned into the dark crevice and froze hard at what stared back. The door groaned as it inched open, swallowing the silence with a slow, chilling creak. Suddenly, a fresh creak snapped through the room from who knows where, and she jolted with a sharp flinch. Lotta begged the patient to hang on, swore she'd fetch the doctor right away, but then, right inside the room, a suspicious rustle started creeping. The bandaged man rasped out her name, then fought to command her to flee. She didn't catch a single word. Then, with wide eyes, she snapped her head around just as something cracked sharply in the dark. As she strained to catch the whisper, a blade beside her slid free without a sound. Steel flashed like a threat as they lined up for a strike that would end lives. Falma was soaring through the midnight sky on a magical staff when, right out of nowhere, an awful, anxious stab of pain ripped straight through his heart. His eyes snapped razor sharp, and then, like a trapdoor, his ears caught a suspicious rustle coming from below. The same sound slammed back again and again like it was hunting him. Spying his own pharmacy far below, the boy's stomach dropped. He feared the deadly infection had crawled all the way here too. He leaned in and stared hard into the building's dark windows. The young doctor snapped on his special vision and scanned the room for every patient hiding within the premises. By the gate, familiar thermal silhouettes lit up, but on the 4th floor of the main building, Falma spotted a figure that didn't belong. It didn't add up because he personally clicked every lock shut and refused to let a single person in. Trying to make out that silhouette deeper hit him like a punch. His magical gaze didn't reveal a sickly figure at all. It opened up a solid black void, like death itself had stepped into the light. The masked boy with his protective goggles stared into the pitch-black void. Horrified, eyewitnesses swore a real evil spirit was lurking there. Before, he would swat those rumors away with pure skepticism, until Pierre, Blanche, and the priests all warned him at once, screaming that danger was coming. Could the very same otherworldly nightmare everyone feared be standing right in front of him? Thoughts spiraled in his mind like a fever, wild, tangled, and relentless. The boy froze in the middle of the office, heart pounding as he realized he had 0 spells to stop the evil. Down on the floor, the poison girl spasmed in agony, bleeding, writhing, and choking on every breath as paralysis froze her solid, while a hooded stranger just stood in the dark corner of the room, watching it all like they didn't care. Falma jerked in shock and the patient's diagnostic glow snapped from blue to purple in an instant, because no infection in the world could ever strike this fast. It was straight up poison, danger in every drop. He burst onto the roof, heart pounding as he raced to remember that every dangerous reagent in his lab was locked up tight. The boy feared the worst. Could that mysterious spirit really be forcing the girl to swallow a toxic poison? The moment the diagnosis locked eyes on him, it flashed a dead certain proof, chemical poisoning, right on the spot. He tried to test the hit of potassium cyanide, but the magical analyzer just stayed silent, like it refused to react. The inorganic compounds test came back negative, and that shock hit hard. But at that point, it didn't matter anymore. They had to race to find a universal antidote before the girl's heart fully stopped. The moment they checked the wound, they hit a shocking truth. Something lethal was hiding there, a nasty plant alkaloid packed with dangerous organic power. He locked onto the glowing outline, same shape as the cut, and that's when he realized the knife blade was stained with natural poison. Falma jerked in shock, because it wasn't just any poison, it was aconitine, a deadly, fast killer that someone had somehow managed to get their hands on in this world. Turns out that hunch hit the bullseye. Right when it landed, the eerie glow around the wound instantly died out. Regular symptomatic treatment won't cut it here. You've got to act right now, no delays. No antidote exists for this plant, and Falma's magic can't just snap one into being. It won't cure it on the spot. He clenched his teeth in pure despair, spitting curses at fate because the killers had chosen this exact compound. Then Falma burst onto the mansion's roof and slammed a colossal magical dome over the entire building. With his hand whipping toward the room full of victims, he barked the only lifeline: wipe out the aconitine completely. The magic finally hit, and from each victim's body, deadly glowing microparticles started bursting into the air. Falma finally exhaled, and his internal radar went quiet. No aconitine anywhere. That breath of relief barely hit, because the bodies below suddenly burst with light again, proving the poison wasn't all aconitine. The young man froze as the bodies below erupted back into blinding light. The young man grabbed his head and frantically sifted through digoxin, curare, and strychnine in his mind. Yet every wild guess crashed, because nothing matched that mysterious glow. The second anyone in Falme heard the name batrachotoxin, the life practically left their lungs, because this deadly poison is no joke. That neurotoxin froze his heart in an instant, but he'd never once seen a single mention of poisonous tree frogs in the books from this world. It's like the enemy slipped into secrets that this world couldn't even dream of yet. With the tech they had on hand, there was no way they could ever synthesize a chemical compound that complex. Suddenly, his special vision snapped onto a brand new shift in the light spectrum. Falma snapped to the truth. He couldn't stall anymore, and he bolted in to help. He thrust out his hand and with a sharp mental command tried to purge the batrachotoxin, begging it to get there before it was too late. The boy leapt through the open window and landed inside the room like he'd done it 100 times. A lightning-fast slash shattered the silence. He crashed straight into the middle of the wrecked laboratory, right where the destruction was worse. Loda and Rick lay crumpled on the floor, poisoned and knocked out cold. The attacker in the dark hood whipped around in total confusion as the sound hit. That ominous figure stood there, and the divine light of Falma pressed down like a weight, blinding brightness and cold darkness crashing inside the pharmacy walls. Shadows piled up at the pharmacy's doorstep, choking the light out of everything. Out of the dark, a long cloaked silhouette surged into view. Falma and his partner snapped to stillness, right there, hanging over the unconscious girl's body. The mastermind behind the epidemic loomed in front of them. From under the hood, a half-rotten skull cracked a grin and rasped in mockery that stopping him was pure folly. Falma stared at the figure in front of him, trying to figure out if it was a real evil spirit or a possessed lunatic rotting from the inside out. Behind those protective glasses, his eyes turned icy, as if the cold had found a home in them. The monster twisted its face in pure horror and roared that every single human, no matter who, was doomed to die. Falma dubbed the monster Camille, and that name totally hooked the corpse, because it still mistook the boy for some harmless church servant. The girl lying on the floor didn't move, like all the life in her had vanished. Camille calmly told everyone he'd come to the capital to gawk at the fruits of his plague, and then, right on the same breath, to wipe the upstart apothecary's laboratory clean. His bony fingers lunged toward the shelves of chemicals with pure, greedy hunger. Falma demanded straight up if the epidemic was his doing, and the creature just smirked, confirming the suspicion with pure smugness. When he finally grasped the monster's full run of crimes, the young man clenched his fists so hard they cracked like thunder. Staring at the stolen flasks, Camille smirked and said he'd found toys here that were way scarier than the White Death. The corpse reached into the water, pulled out a chunk of phosphorus, and watched, spellbound, as it burst into flame the moment it hit the air. Right then, some mysterious liquid exploded across the girl's face. Falma burst into the room, slammed his weapon toward the enemy, and roared at them not to even think about using his ingredients to hurt anyone. The monster flashed a delighted grin, locking eyes with him and realizing he wasn't just anyone. He was the Medici heir, the one true owner of every single poison in this place. Behind that mask, he roared with sheer intensity that these substances are made for one thing only: saving lives. The villain sneered at the worn-out girl and nodded like it was obvious. Such an arsenal, and still no human experiments? That's a gutless waste of science. He boldly confessed that he'd already poisoned the whole city just to run an experiment, and then he pushed the young man to do the same. The wounded girl curled up at the monster's feet, utterly helpless. She couldn't even summon the strength to rise. Falma seethed with rage, ripping the moment apart because calling it medicine was an unforgivable blasphemy. The girl on the floor barely lifted her eyes and breathed out her savior's name in a trembling whisper. In the boy's memories, innocent people, sailors, knights, priests, and plain townsfolk kept flashing by, like they were just pawns caught in someone else's whims. He clenched his fist until the knuckles went white, because this was the one creature in the whole world he'd never spare for anything less. This disease had already chewed through everything. There was no turning back. The corpse snapped into a fit of insane laughter, because a human hand can't even graze it. Every attempt to kill it just turns into more laughing. The list slammed into the enemy with a thunderous roar, dropping the stunned "How?" right out of their mouth. A brutal swing slammed the black figure to the ground, knocking it clean off its feet. Space ripped open in a blinding blast, launching the monster's body clean past the building. The masked warrior hurled himself into the abyss without a second thought, chasing his target straight into the dark. Plunging through the air, he lifted his weapon one more time, ready to smash in with the next strike. The enemy tore out a hoarse scream, then plunged straight into the raging whirlpool of flames at breakneck speed. A blinding pillar of light slammed down from the sky, and the warrior snarled as he drove his spear straight into the enemy. The impact hit so hard, the whole air around it buckled and trembled. He kept hammering forward with his weapon, smashing through every last shred of resistance. And just like that, a memory hit the defeated like lightning. This little girl, eyes full of hope, asking if her friend could play again once she took her medicine. Her innocent voice still rang out, even as her mind started to fade. Darkness. Reality finally started to melt and blur, like the world was slipping out of focus. In the very last second, his eyes snapped wide with a bitter gut punch. He suddenly remembered those smug scientists, the ones who swore their knowledge would bring nothing but happiness to society. In a perfect world, science would only spark joy and serve humanity, nothing but good for everyone. Black void. The jab at selfishness only set the enemy off. He gave a cold, chilling laugh and clamped his bony hand tighter around the staff. A blinding explosion ripped through space, and with a brutal impact, the villain was wiped out to ashes, while the masked kid fought to stay upright, barely holding his ground against the shockwave. Amid the choking smoke, he sucked in a deep, heavy breath. Meanwhile, the battered girl stumbled and clutched her chest, gasping for every last breath. She sprinted with everything she had down that echoing corridor, fighting for the exit. Thick drops of blood splattered onto the ground, carving a cold, horrifying trail in her wake. The door groaned as it cracked open, and she peeked out with fear clawing at her chest. The girl froze right in front of her. A massive, scorched crater hissed with smoke, and in its center stood one lone silhouette. She clutched her chest, stunned beyond words, because there he was, actually coming to save her. The young man jolted and flinched out of nowhere. He spun around, shock hitting him like a punch. Locking eyes with tearful Lada, the magician froze, mouth opening in total confusion, and all he could manage was her name. The girl clung to Falma with all her might, squeezing out tears of relief after the horror she'd just survived. Outside, the Inquisitor's brutal order cracked through the air. Everyone had to retreat at once. This estate was shutting down for quarantine. The crowd screamed in total panic about an evil spirit, and the guard blurted the truth at the top of his lungs. Everyone's been slammed with strict orders to stay in their homes, no exceptions until the next update. The whole area got instantly boxed in, no escape, just a full-on cleanup sweeping every corner. While everything else was happening, the unconscious girl was lifted with care and strapped onto a stretcher. The Inquisitor grabbed her and rushed her to the clinic, then he immediately told Falme about 2 more injured bodies waiting in the courtyard. The young man bowed with genuine gratitude and thanked the knights for stepping in and cleaning up the mess after the battle. Then the Inquisitor's eyes snapped to that grotesque deep crater in the middle of the courtyard, proof, written in destruction, of Falma's real power. The apothecary blurted out, guilt crushing him, that in the chaos of battle he snapped and lost control, because he refused to believe evil spirits were real until the very end. His counterpart let out a shaky sigh, because at last the young man finally understood just how massive the danger really was. Falma shot back, dripping sarcasm, asking if the church was really hunting witches, or if it was just chasing shadows. The man swallowed hard and admitted they might actually run into real spirits, but with a monster that strong, there was no way their whole squad was surviving. And then, in the end, he dropped the bombshell. Falma's personal aura had been guarding the capital for years, leaving the young man utterly stunned and lost. The girl in the protective mask swallowed hard and said, "If we'd lost even one more second, the capital would have crumbled to ruins." The man across from him clenched his jaw and bitterly remembered the crowd swallowed by the Black Death. These evil spirits hunt down folks with rotten hearts, then feast on their souls. She stiffened up instantly. Right in front of you, a nightmarish parasite silhouette inches closer, slowly swallowing its victim alive. The priest didn't raise his voice. He just said, cool as ice, that losing your purpose is exactly what brings this fate down on you. His eyes swept over the smashed wall of the building, and that burning question about what these monsters really were hung in the air like a threat. The priest let the memory hit him hard. Under his blade, that creature stopped feeling like a living being. A chilling, ghostly version of a familiar man suddenly flickered through his memory. Remembering his own rebellion, the warrior finally understood what mercy looks like. When the monster crumbled, only a black heart was left behind. He shot back with venom, saying priests can only chase demons out of the body. The girl whipped around in a sharp, sudden turn. In the dug-up garden, the priests pored over the battle's wreckage and realized those spirits weren't truly gone. They'd only been shoved into a temporary seal until someone found a fresh vessel. The priest stared into the giant crater and knew, deep in his bones, that only an insane level of divine power could wipe something like that clean. The cloaked hero planted himself beside the stone wall and leaned in, hanging on every word from the man he was talking to. The masked man in those stitched robes spoke in a grave, shaking voice. That evil spirit you struck down will never crawl back into your world again. Deep gratitude burst from everyone as they praised the almighty god of medicine, washing over the whole city. The boy scratched the back of his head all awkward and begged them to stop the praise, because nope, he wasn't some kind of god. He shoved through the grateful crowd and slipped out of sight. He quietly snapped on protective glasses and pulled them over his face. The Inspirer's shadow finally fades, but in Donald's Capital Clinic, the fight is only just starting. Now everyone's waiting to see if the wounded make it. The surgeon carefully drew the wound's edges together with a needle, and under anesthesia, Lotta felt absolutely nothing. No pain, no fear. The nurse's hand was already grabbing a plain band-aid for the girl when a razor-sharp voice snapped from behind her. "Wait!" She slid down beside Lotta and snapped, "If that painkiller starts wearing off, tell me right away." That burning question about cauterizing the wound hung there. Then Donald snapped his head around when Dr. Falma suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The young man snapped the whole burns idea down as wild nonsense, and the old surgeon couldn't believe his ears, especially when he called it moist healing. He told them the wound's surface has to stay moist and warned, loud and clear, to cover it with hydrocolloid dressings. The old surgeon leaned in, eyes narrowing, weighing that strange advice like it could change everything. Donald just stared in confusion. Why wasn't that wound drying up and turning into a hard scab? Falma calmly broke it down. The healing liquid isn't just any fluid. It's packed with the exact substances that rebuild tissue the fastest. The door creaked open, and the duty nurse leaned in fast to check on every patient's well-being. Knowing the girl was safe, Donald brushed off Falma's gratitude with a humble wave and shot straight for the exit. The young pharmacist stormed up to the basin and scrubbed the blood off his hands, splashing it everywhere. Injured Cedric had to swallow his pain with zero magic to numb it. Cold as ice, the nurse snapped at him to lie face down, then set to work on the horrific wound carved into his back. Witnesses started telling their story of the attack. At first, the patrol officers in protective gear walked right past it, because nothing inside the building looked suspicious to them. Falma still remembered that calm moment. Right when the city bells went dead silent, he quietly swung open the pharmacy door. But the labs were wrecked beyond belief, and the moment someone climbed up to the third floor, a heavy, dull thud echoed up from below. The shattered pharmacy labs screamed the truth about what that attack had done. Beat by beat, an exhausted Cedric confessed they'd sprinted to track the intruder. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped, crumpling to the floor as soon as it happened. The knight tore into himself in front of Falmo, furious that he couldn't guard the pharmacy until his body was finally hauled from the basement of the laundry. Poison? Falma's face went ghost white with pure terror. The nurse shot back a calm reassurance. Turns out the enemy was packing up to 2 toxins, so he never needed to drive the blade deep. She snapped the scissors shut and said the blade was soaked with that cursed cocktail, so Cedric passed out even faster than he could manage a single scream. Falma shuddered at the thought. If he hadn't magically scrubbed those toxins from existence, the attackers would have wiped out everyone in mere minutes. Falma sat there with a heavy heart, realizing the disaster was right on top of them. As the rescued crowd thanked him for their lives, the boy stood there soaked in cold sweat, terrified of the price his own negligence had almost cost. Cedric was fuming that he couldn't get his wand in time. Then the worst truth slammed down. The attack had been masterminded by the most powerful evil spirit, and even holy knights had been its victims. Loda let out a shaky laugh, relieved the Inquisitors showed up just in time, and grateful they managed to fend off that evil spirit with nothing but a knife. The doctor snapped through the emergency treatment, handed out meds to crush the infection, and ordered everyone to hit the bed and rest. The moment he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him. "Lotta," Falma murmured, voice trembling with urgency. He leaned over the bed, fretting about every wound, and the girl reassured him, telling him she was totally fine. She tugged the blanket over her nose, guilt crashing down, and finally confessed she had no business ignoring his warning about the fourth floor. She barely managed to whisper an apology, like the words were fighting to escape her throat. Falma leaned in and soothed her. After moments like those, the only truth that mattered was that she was still alive. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist until the knuckles went white, choking on regret that he hadn't come back sooner. Outside the ward, the anxious day was slipping quietly into the night. Tears flooded the girl's eyes as the memory of that paralyzing attack hit her again, only easing the moment she heard his voice. Right then, she found total peace in her chest because he'd finally come in and saved her. Lotta hissed that she'd never seen him this furious before, like the enemy had flipped a switch and turned him into a totally different person, and that realization left Falma completely shell-shocked. The boy froze, completely stunned by her shocking words. Falma stood there, totally frozen, staring at the girl. Even now, her memory still screamed with his icy voice and that razor-sharp gaze from their fight against the evil spirit. Lota let out a quiet laugh, then admitted she'd shred anyone who dared to hurt him. With a shaky smile, she thanked him for saving her. Right then, he was Falma again, just like before. The boy dropped his head, guilt crushing him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide as the truth hit him like lightning. Memories crashed in. At that exact moment, rage exploded through him, and the mark of the god of medicine unleashed a colossal surge of power. Darkness. The divine emblem flashed into view, blazing with pure, dazzling power. Inside the hollow, your own voice slams back at you like a sinister echo. Staring into that giant empty crater where the enemy used to be, he froze in terror. Did he just unleash those merciless words on his own? Or was some other power steering his mouth? Just as those heavy thoughts started to crush him, the assistant's cheerful voice cut through, coming from inside that protective suit. Silence. Falma stared at his own hand in shock, because during battle it felt like some other personality hijacked him, and that realization lit a fire in him. From now on, he would never leave a single toxic substance in that lab again. A thick gray mist crawled through the air, choking the silence. A crew in protective suits burst into the room, somehow smashing through 6 gates in the process, and slammed down bags of the scarce levofloxacin. The pharmacist lit up, shouting in joyful bursts, convinced that this time they'd finally save everyone. The masked girls shut down their hype in a flash. Those bags held nothing but raw materials, and with only a handful of hands, they were staring down a brutal shortage while trying to make 7,000 portions. Falma had a single command: snap up merchants, clerks, and anyone who could work the scales and get the medicine out fast, before the first symptoms even showed up. One of the subordinates burst in with an idea: pull in the guild of pharmacists and share the supplies. With a heavy heart, the girl dropped her eyes and told Pierre this was the absolute last thing she'd ever want. But there was only one way to smash the plague. Everyone had to take the doses, no exceptions, from everyday commoners and foreigners all the way up to the guild members themselves. Pierre shot a confident nod. In the end, the infection didn't care who deserved it, good or bad. It hit everyone with the same cold, ruthless fairness. Falma snapped around, because right now there's only one thing that matters: wipe out every last source of infection. Later on, the volunteers stacked up along the street outside the headquarters, holding their breath as they got the order to haul packages to every single house in the city. Pierre stared at the leader through his protective glasses, stunned by how fiercely selfless he was. With passes in hand and strict orders tattooed in their minds, the teams launched toward the sealed-off capital to set up the quarantine zones. A young guy in a snug protective suit stepped up and slammed the word, "Quarantine is now strictly enforced in the capital." The guards fell into tense silence, hanging on every instruction they were given. He demanded every townspeople stay locked in at home in self-isolation, or the epidemic wouldn't be stopped. Right out of nowhere, the boy showed up on old Pierre's doorstep. On the counter sat a perfectly tied package, like someone wanted it to be noticed the second you walked in. The guest demanded they use it the second the first symptoms hit, swearing they'd have medicine enough to cover the whole family. The pharmacist immediately blew his top. The old man warned him that he'd shoved him down the stairs the last time, but the young guy didn't even blink, because these are the only medicines in the whole world that can fight the Black Death. While the competitor was ranting about his formulas, the guy shot a glance at the women nearby and interrupted him, saying this wasn't a game, it was pure survival. He said it with chilling calm. The old man has nothing, no cure for this illness. Pierre stumbled hard, eyes wide, and blurted in total shock. "So you're saying that competitor really has a cure for the Black Death?" He slumped against the table, staring reality in the face. No herbs, no minerals, no magic ever stopped that plague from swallowing humanity. Through those protective glasses, his eyes sharpened into pure steel. Pierre got hit with the brutal realization his stubbornness was slaughtering the people he loved, so hard that a cold sweat exploded across his body. A man in a protective suit dropped a package on the table and swore those medicines had already saved Marseille once. The instant he turned away, the old master exploded in a furious curse aimed straight at the visitor in the back. The messenger slipped off the bench in total silence. His rage surged as he loomed over her, while the wife tried, timidly, to step in. With a cold sneer, he crossed his arms over his chest and declared his relatives traitors. Women pleaded with tears, begging him to take the medication, but the old man stood his ground and refused without budging. The guild's apothecary boss couldn't stomach the idea of downing some quack's potion. It would have wrecked his name in an instant, so he swore he'd brew his own cure and smash the plague himself. In the stifling silence, a mute, choking tension clung to the bench like it wanted to keep them trapped there. Even after the first symptoms showed up, they still clung to traditional medicine, blind, stubborn, and in denial. The tied package just sat on the table, pinned there like a secret about to explode. Stubbornness didn't save anyone. Competitors dropped by the dozen from blood infections, and only the families brave enough to take the medicine survived to spread the truth. Meanwhile, the drained Falma snapped around, startled by the voice she didn't see coming. Out of nowhere, someone leaned in and whispered, "Did you fall asleep on us?" Right in front of the boy's eyes, the world shattered into blinding white. The boy blinked his eyes open, then weakly asked through his medical mask how she'd finally made it back to the capital. The girl with glasses shot him a furious glare and demanded, "Did you really just lose your memory already?" She slid in beside him, kept her cool, and urged him to snooze a little longer. Right in the middle of a crucial meeting at the headquarters, he suddenly collapsed and fainted. Everyone around him went still with shock. Then their fear melted fast the moment they heard his calm, peaceful snoring. Then one of the temple guards scooped him up and carried him straight here, cradled in his arms like it was an emergency. The boy let out a guilty sigh, because he honestly couldn't remember a single thing about it. At his carefree confession, where he admitted he'd been burning himself out day and night with divine art, she nearly snapped and blew up on the spot. She shot upright, burst into screams, and begged him to stop, because he was hiding under the blanket, and she was terrified for him. After calming down, she admitted it. His attack on the epidemic was working like a charm, and Pierre and his team were keeping a tight leash on every single dose of medicine. The giant crater in the yard, Lotta's injuries, and the evil spirit rumors rattled him so hard he tightened the blanket with shaky hands and blurted out Marseille to slam the conversation shut. A majestic temple headquarters rose above the capital like a living giant, towering over everything. The girl stared him down, and her surprise at all this chaos didn't even try to hide. She flashed a smile and told them the ship inspection at the fair was done, then left her students to handle the rest of the vessels. Lying there in the ward, the young man looked the girl in the eye and poured out his real thanks for stepping in and taking over his work. She shot a nervous glance away, insisting she hadn't done anything special at all. That boy pushed back gently. He could only race toward Estark because he trusted her completely. But even so, she couldn't shake the feeling that her part in all of this didn't matter, like she was just a background character in a story that had already decided everything. She scanned the hospital beds and, with bitter honesty, admitted it out loud. They tracked down the infected smugglers, but they couldn't save everyone. The girl bitterly dropped her eyes, shrinking her own greatness like it didn't matter. Fatigue slammed him to the ground, but even with worry buzzing about the neighboring city, the young man shut his eyes and forced himself to recharge for the next brutal task waiting in front of him. A soft wish for sweet dreams finally snapped the curse, ending the 2 longest days of her life. Within days, the palace rang with urgent news, and they called an emergency meeting at once. The punches came down like a sledgehammer, neighbors' power goes dead, the food trucks stop rolling, and the whole country tumbles straight into chaos. Poison seeped into the rivers and wells, and the crops withered while the livestock dropped, everything gone. The messenger dipped his head, then slid back from the card table like he'd just delivered bad news. The Empress snapped, furious. An evil spirit had seized their consulate and been poisoning the Empire with fake letters the whole time. The old advisor let out a heavy sigh, fully realizing there was nothing he could do against history this massive. A quiet, unnoticed takeover of the neighboring states swept into the room, and the silence hit like a weight. The gray nobleman couldn't wrap his head around it. While disasters raged just beyond the walls, his own capital had lived in total safety for an entire year, completely unaware of the danger nearby. "Marshal, tell me what you're doing right now," the Empress snapped, and the officer snapped to attention like a blade drawn from its sheath. She flat out insisted that shutting your eyes to this catastrophe is basically you admitting you don't have what it takes. Every single attendee snapped into tense silence, like the whole room held its breath. Another minister intercepted the report, and boom, the truth hit hard. Nidar isn't an enemy anymore, because their whole royal family and every elite soldier have already been wiped off the map. These terrifying details lined up dead on with what the intercepted smugglers were confessing. The Grey Advisors snapped the news. The transitional government just dropped a brand new memorandum. The Empress sat in deadly silence while the neighboring nation grabbed at any humanitarian aid they could get, just because the power vacuum left them desperate. She slammed her fist into the table so hard the echo rang out, then barked an order with teeth. Build a humanitarian invasion army, right now, to seize the key points, then hit them again with a second wave. Young Falma shuddered. He'd just been officially named a field pharmacist, and now he was ordered to get ready for a performance tomorrow. The advisors fought back, yelling that no rule allowed hauling a kid into the war, yet the Empress only grinned like a predator and said, "An exception. For him." She was certain only he could save the soldiers from disease and rip apart the evil spirit's deadly schemes. Falmi's father stood shoulder to shoulder with the stone-faced figure, already giving his consent, because he knew his son understood those mysterious medicines better than anyone. The Empress leaned in and asked if he cared about the neighboring country's fate too, and the boy gave a quiet nod, no hesitation. The mistress eased her voice a little, then made it clear. She never planned to toss the child into the unknown without proper preparation. Falma snapped his gaze to his stern father, trading fear for a promise that knights would protect him, and that a real, dependable military base would finally be built. Suddenly, the Empress shot him a wink, saying the army would hold off while the little apothecary wrapped up everything he had to do in the capital. Footsteps clanged hollow in the hallway as the father leaned in and demanded his son, dead serious, whether he was truly ready to join the army. The man gave a steady nod and said the ruler was right. Falma beat the plague, so he's the one who knows how to crush poisons. They trudged through the garden, and the father's face tightened as he snapped, "Those poison maker is dead and gone, yet his debt still has to be paid." The father shut his eyes. Once that threat in Netta vanished, his heart still burned, because any pharmacist with principles would never let that criminal get away with what he'd done. Falma suddenly jumped in and volunteered to handle the whole thing. The father stared his son down with pure intensity, then handed him the lands of Nidar like it was the future of everything. As he headed down the corridor, he handed the boy the biggest job of his life: purify the poisoned soil and water so the local people could survive. Suddenly, the man slammed on the brakes and reminded everyone that tomorrow is the final day of quarantine. Falma nervously let out a laugh and admitted he still hadn't fully cracked this problem. Then the father suddenly steered the conversation and fired off a question. Did his son ever manage to swing by the big market? The boy paused, then dug in his heels and flat out refused, saying he was totally fine just the way it was. The man made it crystal clear. That old market tradition lived on only because everyone banded together and chased the plague out for good. Glancing out the window, Falma shot back that his mind was locked on only two things right now, Netter and the Empress's command to stay on alert every single second. The father shook his head and gently corrected him, saying the boy had everything wrong, and that the army's delay wasn't disrespect at all, it was the ruler treating him with honor. Falma just stood there, stunned, like the world hit pause. The man launched into a brag-fueled list of his massive feats, starting with inspecting ships in Marseille, then building a prevention system in the capital. He turned away and murmured, dead certain Falma had been serving folks like some cursed man. The man slapped a hand on the boy's shoulder and told him, "The Empress kindly let you unwind at the market before we set out, so don't waste it, kid." Falma jerked hard when they brought up Her Majesty's order. Right there, a lively fair stretched out before them, buzzing with life, and that grateful companion practically shoved the boy forward, urging him to see for himself what the townspeople were celebrating for him. Everyone looked like they were genuinely having the time of their lives. Laughter burst through the air as raised mugs clinked and echoed everywhere. That blonde girl sprinted between the rows, soaking in the crazy amount of open shops, until her foot caught, and she stumbled on a healing herb from Navarre. She threw her gratitude up to the heavens, terrified the rare goods might miss their delivery this year. The girl practically sparkled with pure joy at the discovery, and Falma trailed behind her, grinning the whole way. While she showered him with praise for the exclusive lineup, that guy's eyes were locked on a totally different kind of merchandise. His eyes locked onto the hills ahead, rooted, breathing, and scattered with seeds. Falma leaned back, squinting with a grin. Turns out turmeric and coriander are real here too. While the blonde grilled the seller about medicinal herb harvests, the guy suddenly snapped into action and made his pick. He suddenly demanded half a bag of mixed spices, and it totally threw his companion off because she couldn't wrap her head around how he even planned to turn basic kitchen seasonings into medicine. Falma awkwardly rubbed his cheek, shrugged like, "I just wanted to mess around with him a little, nothing more." Falma spotted Lotta standing there, stone still by the next stall, and snapped her name to pull her back. That girl stared at the towering stacks of fresh pastries like they were heartbreak, because her pockets were dangerously empty for the orange and nut rolls she'd been dreaming of. She practically mashed her nose to the window in pure excitement, while the boy stood there staring at her, completely stunned. Lota let her shyness take over as she whispered his name, then clutched her chest with both hands. Falma leaned in and asked, softly but sharp, why she was blushing so hard in front of those regular pastries. She let out a heavy sigh. She desperately wanted to grab treats for her mom and the servants, but the sheer amount of choices just crushed her, one look after another. With her eyes glued to the floor, she blurted out that she'd been saving her very first paycheck from the pharmacy to buy gifts. Falma grinned like nothing could touch her, told the merchant to pack up the whole stall on the spot, and it sent Lotta into a full-on panic spiral. The boy honestly couldn't wrap his head around why her screams were so terrified. In the end, they finally struck a deal. Lotta hucked a huge sack of sweets over her shoulder, grinning like a sunrise, and thanking everyone for the care. The young man spun away from the shop and shot a quick look across the roaring square. The whole street was alive. Local traders were blasting loud laughter into the air. As Falma stared at the townspeople laughing and the kids running around smiling, warmth surged straight into his soul. Just when he thought he'd finally get some peace, Ellen suddenly popped up right beside him, and she whispered that, for a time, even she started doubting everything. Ellen let out a happy sigh as she crunched across the cobblestones. This year's fair was finally open. Falma snapped his eyes wide, stunned. Even with every quarantine and pass in place, the festive city still hummed, because you couldn't truly dodge the disease forever, and the only thing that kept it from turning into total catastrophe was the strict rules holding the line. The girl skidded to a stop and stared at the boy like her life depended on it. Without him, a giant necropolis would have swallowed this place. Not that fair we're standing in right now. Falma only smiled softly, because even with everything he'd learned, he never could have done it without his father, the Empress, plus the guards and the Inquisitors. They beat the plague only because tons of people fought together, shoulder to shoulder. To dodge the praise, the boy snapped the topic away and blurted out that they should check other stores. Ellen could only sigh, defeated by that stubborn modesty. Suddenly, they overheard locals bragging in the street, saying the authorities themselves had cooked up the riots just to spread propaganda. He was laughing like it proved a point, saying the whole epidemic was cooked up to distract everyone from the economy, because in his area, he hadn't spotted a single infected squirrel. Ellen stood there, jaw dropped, as those people slammed mandatory medication as a straight-up violation of their rights and freedoms. Her patience finally snapped. She tore forward at those ignoramuses and screamed at them, furious that they couldn't even grasp the worth of their own salvation. Falma barely yanked her by the hand, sickeningly realizing that the moment an epidemic hits, the most ungrateful screamers always come crawling out. They marched down the festive street, and their companion fumed under their breath that the people they'd saved could at least cheer louder for their heroes. The boy flashed a warm, genuine smile while fighting for something way bigger than any trophy or honor. Cheers erupted everywhere as people hugged and celebrated, because at last the capital had banished the Black Death for good, and the city was back to its calm, everyday peace. Suddenly, the night sky got ripped open by thunderous, blinding fireworks. Bright lights blazed overhead, splashing color all over their faces. And just like that, it slowly melted into the darkness. He stood in the middle of the crowd, wearing a calm little smile, but nobody had a clue what storm of feelings was really hiding underneath. During the break, he went to the 6th District and laid eyes on the legendary bell tower. Up close, that tower didn't just loom, it felt downright unstoppable. The boy hauled himself to the very top, stopping right beneath the giant bell. The guy below chuckled and warned him, jokingly, not to twist his neck on those steep stairs. Falma swore she'd be careful, and kept climbing upward one fierce step at a time. From up there, an endless sweep of the capital sand fluve stretched out, only now it was finally quiet. Legends of divine messengers, born just to burst into the world for a brief moment and spark earth-shaking deeds, rushed back into his memory. The plague's damage was kept in check, but the boy couldn't shake the gut feeling that this peace wouldn't last much longer. He understood this one brutal truth. Every powerful predecessor who crushed evil vanished without a single trace right after the win. His expression snapped grim. Before he vanished, he knew he had to pull off one final life-or-death thing. The second he got back to his own pharmacy, a confused assistant barreled in to stop him cold. A whole crowd of gatecrashers stood there refusing to budge, banging at the gates and demanding the host see them. These were the pathetic leftovers of the defeated guild of apothecaries, scattered under the shaking grip of their terrified leader. On the street, their path got slammed shut by apothecaries from the guild, who suddenly showed up demanding to sell the boy's medicine. "Our products?" the kid blurted out, eyes wide with real shock. Former competitors kept twisting their hats in guilty panic because their traditional medicine had just crashed completely. Old recipes couldn't stop the plague, so they banned risky ingredients, and then death wiped out the guild's leadership. And just like that, people fled their shops like the plague. His partner understood like nobody else just how hard those old apprenticeship chains could clamp down and lock someone in. Pharmacists didn't just complain. They snapped the truth with bitter rage. They're totally bankrupt. He told them straight up, because of that brutal bondage earlier, he couldn't bend them to his side. But we're still pharmacists, the leader gasped, clutching his chest like it was splitting open. The guild's laws were brutal. You couldn't rise to master while your mentor was still alive, and that vicious hierarchy kept everyone trapped and powerless. Now they dropped their heads low and begged with everything in them, pleading to be allowed to treat the sick again. With despair gnawing at his voice, the man begged for one shot to ditch the old traditions and rebuild the guild from the ground up. He snapped into tears, pleading for someone to teach him the new medicine. The tension vanished in an instant when the boy grinned, bright and warm, and happily agreed to help. One tiny word dropped at just the right moment and sealed their deal forever. Down the street, a wave of emotions crashed in. People were screaming their gratitude at the top of their lungs, swearing they'd never let him down. The men erupted into bright, happy smiles. As he stormed off, Bruno decided to save the deep, detailed talks for later. The crowd's grateful cheers kept bouncing down the street for ages, like the whole town refused to let the moment fade. Right now, there's only one thing that matters. This team's breakthrough work is going to flip medicine in the Empire for good. Ellen spotted the boy waiting right at the estate's doorstep. She snapped back the moment she noticed that suspicious crowd lurking by the back gate. When she heard the whole guild of apothecaries had applied there too, she nearly coughed up her own breath. She shot after Falma with knots in her stomach, desperate to figure out what fresh disaster had just blown up again. Ellen was itching to fight for that guy, but he just grinned and soothed her. Old enemies had finally turned gentle, and real peace settled between them. The girl crossed her arms in sheer outrage, firing off a scolding because he'd piled more troubles onto himself the very moment they'd just survived the plague. Then, just like that, she offered a gentle, resigned smile, like, "Yeah, this stubborn one, you can't change them." And just like that, the sacred pharmacy's doors swung open again, welcoming the new day like it had been waiting for you. The epidemic's end was officially declared, and the capital finally exhaled like it could breathe again. The smiling employees leaned in at the window, staring out at the street as the chaos roared by. The pharmacy doors finally swung open, and the moment felt like it changed everything. Quarantine turned the store into a ghost town for ages, but the moment it reopened, customers swarmed the counter like a wave. The girl shoved a package of medicine into the buyer's hands, warning him, no mistakes, about the exact dosage. A well-known nobleman suddenly barged into the hall, sporting a plain little cap like he didn't care who was watching. The boy beamed as he greeted the guest, all while the guest couldn't stop staring at the bustling tray. The man quietly demanded no titles, then slipped in incognito like he owned the shadows. He kicked back and slowly sipped his tea. Fresh donuts hit the paper bag in a generous cascade, spilling sweetness everywhere. Suddenly, the guest's mind snapped back to wild rumors. Everyone swore an evil spirit attacked them, then vanished, leaving a giant pit in the middle of the yard. The boy froze for a split second, then panicked hard, scrambling for any excuse he could say. The boy's skin went icy and clammy the moment the noble said that when he came back, the crater was gone, no trace on their land at all. He narrowed his eyes and stared hard, like he couldn't stop himself from studying that terrified reaction. The assistant reported that the Empress demanded the pharmacy be fully renovated, all while Falma was out saving lives on a humanitarian mission. The old inspector squinted hard, suspicious as hell, wondering if the young man was really asleep or just pretending. Their pharmacy was booming across the entire empire because they'd finally created the cure for the Black Death. The man remembered how Falma had burned himself out at the port, so all he could do was awkwardly let out a strained laugh. Right then, Deneau popped up nearby and whispered, "Don't get comfortable yet. The Empress is gearing up to crown him the hero of the nation." The messenger burst in with a thunderous declaration and nearly sent Falma's heart into panic mode. Spinning through the faces in the room, the guest declared, "For everything you've pulled off, the crown wants to reward you the right way." The mistress demanded he track down what his soul truly craves himself, and the boy cringed so hard you could practically hear it. The crowd shot bewildered looks at each other the moment the envoy blasted that loud statement. Falma bolted away, swatting aside every offer that tried to hand him mountainside and valley land like it was a prize. Deneau flashed a sly grin, already sure his father's estates would keep his family set for generations to come. Striding through the corridor, Falma snapped that he didn't need land or titles. He wanted nothing from them. The guest refused to budge, and when that worked, he puffed up with satisfaction and asked straight out how much money he wanted. Falma let out a tired sigh. He was still too young for titles. The pharmacy was booming, and he'd gladly hand his money to anyone who needed it. The girl giggled as she clung to the boy's back, then clocked the exhaustion creeping in from all that non-stop work. She narrowed her eyes with a sly smirk, pressing herself right up against him. She took a step back, sighed hard, and groaned. "We've got money, but there's nowhere to spend it." So the girl grinned and volunteered to take full charge of all his fun time. The boy blinked hard, totally lost. She planted her hands on her hips and snapped at him for forgetting all about fun while he was buried in his own affairs. Her very first idea to hunt falcons terrified the boy. He couldn't handle the thought of killing any animal. Tension snapped through him as his mind raced, fever-hot, weighing every terrifying possibility. The girl's patience started to snap, fast. Finally, with a shaky breath, he worked up the courage to ask if he could go to the onsen. She went completely still, stuck in disbelief as that impossible word hit her ears for the very first time. The boy's face lit up like a match. Finally, the vacation he'd been dreaming about was about to begin. Then he smiled and said, almost wistful, "I just want to soak my whole body in hot water, but we can't do that on this estate." A predatory grin snapped onto her face, and she instantly clocked it. This was all about the baths. Ellen shot out a warning from behind, and Falma froze mid-step like she'd been yanked by the collar. For the whole pharmacy, the boy drifted off talking about a hot bath, and Ellen just flashed that sly smile. She was going to report the idea straight to the Empress. With a grin and a quick salute, the girl bolted out the door, swearing she'd set him up with the girls for the best spa experience ever. Loda, out of nowhere, snapped that the guy was a fool, while he was panicking and yelling back that he was only thinking purely hypothetically. He snapped himself together and said, dead serious, that the whole city needs a communal bath just to keep everyone properly clean. With his rage finally cooling, he leaned in and softly asked the maid if she truly liked bathing. At an explosive meeting of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, the room erupted. The council practically demanded that young Falmu be inducted on the spot. Bruno wiped his sweating brow, panicking as he tried to tell his coworkers that his son is still just a kid. But the scientist flat out brushed off the father and blasted demands for official approval straight to the president. The president snapped, saying age doesn't mean a thing when someone's that brilliant. Academics couldn't wait to rattle off the mysterious pharmacist's legend. He crafted antibiotics, helped invent the microscope, and churned out medicines at scale to fight the plague and White Death. They straight up told Bruno that you can't ever hide who created these wonders from the palace professors. The whole hall practically vibrated with rumors. This boy had been handed wisdom from the heavens, and he'd reached places no human had ever dared to set foot in. Cornered, the father could only flail his hands, panicking as he tried to sell everyone on the idea that this whole thing was just a wild, brazen exaggeration. A fist of someone's hand slammed down on the table mid-conversation, and the whole talk turned into a heated debate over what real scholars owe. The man across from him narrowed his eyes and bluntly asked if they were just trying to con them. The bearded rector in his ceremonial robe froze at the doorway, staring in stunned disbelief. Thick shadows crawled across the bars of the window. The hall was buzzing with arguments, advancing. Young students were yelling for a brand new system and for Falma's knowledge, while the older professors pushed back hard, begging them to bow to the truth. The rector let out a quiet breath of relief, like the weight finally slid off his shoulders. He flashed a smile, clapped his hands, and made a solemn vow to invite Falma to the next assembly. Then pure joy exploded everywhere. The rector stayed cool as he accepted the demands, but Falma himself jolted with nerves. He instantly knew he'd never get to rest, and the workload was about to explode even more. Weeks back, Falma and Ellen burst into the university, and right then, this porridge got cooked up. He was on the edge of tears, boiling with frustration, because all he'd wanted was to kick back and relax in the springs, just like in his dream. The students spotted their guests and sprinted over with pure, joyful excitement. The university courtyard was buzzing. Supporters swarmed in a tight circle around the master and Ellen, like they couldn't wait to see what happens next. The tall guy beside her grinned and clocked just how insanely popular she was. Falmi just shot a quiet nod, staring at his cocky companion like, yeah, you've got this. Ellen, Falmi's idol, was the president's absolute favorite, and the moment the other guy saw Falmi, he practically exploded with excitement about it. The boy pulled up his old plan to take the exam in a country with lower standards, and it hit him hard. The gap between them was massive. At just 15, Ellen pulled off the biggest win. She landed the highest qualification of all. And that's how it works in a hardcore hierarchy. Once you're in, the training for pharmacists never, ever stops. Everyone figured the genius would just keep teaching, but she shocked them all by choosing real patients and diving straight into research. Falma barely managed to smile, because deep down, he was truly relieved to have a mentor like that right by his side. By the towering doors, the guard blared the arrivals' names at the top of his lungs. The moment they stepped through the doorway, that jam-packed auditorium exploded with buzzing, excited murmurs. The man at the lectern barked a clear order, demanding they come closer. All tangled up in confusion, Falma leaned toward Bruno and hissed, "What's this urgent matter?" Before anyone could even speak, the stranger at the podium burst out with a wildly joyful greeting, and the boy snapped back, terrified. The expressive vice president declared, "I'll lay it all out myself," as if Falma's father had gone numb from pure joy. Bruno, brutally strict as ever, snapped his eyes away and awkwardly coughed right into his fist. As Falma scrambled to recover from the shock, the vice president burst in with the real bombshell. "Our university is launching an all-new Department of General Medicine." The Falcon snapped in shock when the respected guest smirked and bragged that he was the vice president. The second that wild, out-of-nowhere proposal hit the air, the crowd erupted into a buzzing frenzy. Far out of reach, the man came in singing praises for the Imperial University's strength and the hard-earned training the local pharmacists had mastered. When the new faculty opened, they vowed to climb to the very top, matching Novolyuta's leading university in level. Then the impossible hit like thunder. Falmy was straight up offered the role of senior professor on the spot. The boy froze in place, jaw hanging open in pure shock. The guest calmly crushed every single doubt like it was nothing. Mademoiselle Bonfoy almost keeled over when she heard the worst. She was being sent there too, and not just as a teacher, but as a teaching assistant. Falma tried to hide behind his age and lack of education, but the vice president snapped back. Real achievements hit harder than any diploma. The man pressed forward, demanding consent from the young man who looked completely stunned. He scanned the stands and realized every local science big shot didn't even come close to Falmy. The young man let out a defeated sigh, realizing these people had already mapped out everything they needed. He fought tooth and nail to stay hidden in the yard's shade. But the Black Death finally crumbling and levofloxacin getting invented created such a massive breakthrough that nobody could ignore it. The rector burst into joy, throwing his arms wide to brag about the university's cutting-edge labs, and he just waited right there for Falma to finally say yes. The boy's mind raced with feverish panic. No way could anyone realistically juggle being a court pharmacist, a shop owner, and a professor all at once. Confusion hit him so hard he went completely silent. Sensing the tension, the rector instantly folded his position and promised he wasn't pushing for an answer right this second. Right after Falma went straight to his father, Bruno suddenly snapped and pinned the whole blame on Ellen. The Count locked onto the girl with a cold, unbreakable stare. Her jaw hit the floor the second that wild twist crushed everything. Cornered and out of options, the mentor reluctantly gave in, and then the rector leaned in and grilled Falma. "So, are you going to take some time to reflect?" Seething over his father's injustice, the boy shot back with a hard, unshakable no. The girl's timid, humble posture finally snapped his last shred of patience. The moment the rector lit up and accepted Ellen's candidacy, Falma burst in out of nowhere and yanked the conversation to a stop. With his dad's eyes locked on his, he steadied his voice and swore he'd never walk away from his work. Ellen froze in shock. This boy wouldn't budge, even if it meant disappointing his patients. No excuses, he's the main owner of the pharmacy from another world. The boy blurted, voice shaking, "I'm just here to be a guest instructor. I can't handle something as heavy as a full professorship." He dug in his heels and refused to budge. With a big, beaming grin, the bearded man threw his arms wide and promised. The management would line up even a couple of hours of lectures every single day. With the crowd roaring outside, the young man raised his final demand and declared it clearly. Start the classes in the fall so he'd have time to get the materials ready. The crowd's applause never stopped. It kept pounding the air like thunder. With grit in his chest, the young man lifted his eyes and finally asked, straight up, for a part-time job. The man broke into a calm, satisfied smile, because it was all finally over and every problem had been settled. In the dead of night, inside that dim little library, the man suddenly admitted it. He didn't bring him there for nothing. He mysteriously dubbed it his revelation, like it was destiny speaking straight to him. The boy blurted out, totally lost, because he couldn't make sense of the hints at all. Stars shimmered peacefully above the estate, painting the night in quiet, watchful light. That man hit him with the cold truth. Ancient books swear a god's time on earth is fleeting, so he begs the young man to stop wasting a second and to leave behind an unforgettable medical legacy. His eyes hardened, refusing to budge for anything. The boy froze in total shock because the one secret he'd fought to keep buried just got ripped wide open. Bruno slammed his hand onto the heavy cover of the tome, forcing his son to prove, no excuses, that he could deliver greatness in pharmacology. The boy dropped his eyes, and the truth hit him like a punch. He finally understood his father. Same path he'd chosen in a past life, and he'd paid for it with his own death. Bruno snapped that they couldn't settle for just treating thousands of patients right now. They had to spark a breakthrough that would rescue millions of lives for centuries to come. But Falma admitted he wanted to meet people face to face, and his father let out a heavy sigh, sick with regret, blaming himself for putting that weight on his kid's shoulders. He let his son live this one life his way, no rules, no strings, just his choice. The boy stood there in total silence, like he was holding his breath. Bruno just added this. As a father, he's dead serious about one thing, giving his kid a huge, shining future. With everything finally said, he released the young man, and Falma took off on her own down the long, dark corridor. Memories slammed him straight back into his old life. Same lab, his mask still on, and that nasty thought in his head about what workaholism would cost him. As he poured the reagent onto the scales, fear clawed at him. He couldn't shake the dread that the same tragedy would strike again. Falma fidgeted and shrugged off the brutal Japanese reality of karoshi, dying from overwork. His colleague snapped his eyes open, totally baffled by that foreign word. The balance's metal scales hung perfectly still, dead even in a razor-thin standoff. He shot off a sarcastic question like, "Am I supposed to burn myself out again?" And his partner just stayed cool, telling him to take a breather before it all ended. The girl in the medical mask leaned in and told him, "After that lightning strike, you changed. You're nearly unbreakable now, safe from disease and injury, so you're definitely going to survive." With a tired sigh, she bent over the tools, snapping at him for still grinding himself into the ground. Falma flinched the second she asked straight up if he was planning to just drop dead from sheer exhaustion. With the envelope crushed to his chest, he finally admitted she was right. Self-care isn't a luxury. It's the grind, and it's the only way he can keep living in this world as Falma. Overwhelmed to the bone, the boy swore right there that he'd finally tackle his brutal schedule once and for all. From this moment on, his job became brutally more efficient, like the whole process just snapped into overdrive. In the bright pharmacy, the assistant bowed and thanked her for stopping by, then started unloading the towering stack of boxes she'd brought. She slammed metal stencils onto the table. No helpers, no shortcuts. She delivered every single thing Falma asked for herself. The boy hesitated. He could have grabbed the order himself, but Lulu flashed him a bright grin and waved him away, because their tool production was booming, so she suddenly had all the free time in the world. She admitted that the young man's miracle medicine had pulled her straight back to a full, living life, and Falma couldn't help it. She beamed at seeing her healthier and glowing again. Her companion said their master has finally shoved those emotional scars aside and is back at work, firing on all cylinders like never before. Falma gripped a pen like a weapon and asked softly, "Is there anything else bothering you?" A thick, tightly packed work journal lay spread across the table like it was ready to spill secrets. Liulu suddenly burst into tears of joy because the brutal days of suffering were finally, forever, behind her. Liulu fixed her warm gaze on the young pharmacist, hanging on every word like it mattered. The boy lit up with a bright, warm grin and swore he'd do everything he could to keep easing his master's burden. She nodded with pure gratitude, barely managing to bottle up the joy exploding inside her. Her face glowed with a heartfelt, radiant smile that lit up everything around her. The blond man, choked with gratitude, bowed low to the young pharmacist. The talk kept flying back and forth in that bright room, like the air itself was buzzing. Falma slammed a stencil printing kit onto the table and fired up an explanation of how the tech works, watching the puzzled girls stare in shock. The blonde with glasses just stared, blink after blink, totally clueless about what those tools even were. He didn't dump a bunch of theory on them, he pushed for it and said, "Make the first copy right now." The youngest girl practically jumped at the chance to sketch this on the spot. Falma slapped the drawing onto the ribbed board and showed him, step by step, how to punch clean holes through the paper using a steel pen. The tip tapped in a steady beat on the wax template, hammering the outlines into shape. Then he grabbed a roller and spread a thick layer of black paint across the tray like he meant business. The boy yanked the frame off and slid a fresh sheet underneath. Now press the ink roller down hard and roll it firmly across that stretched mesh. The paint surged through the tiny holes, and there it was, sharp, spotless, and stamped onto the paper like a flawless medical emblem with winged snakes. The girls burst into excited gasps. The younger one finally got the hang of it, and the blonde couldn't wait to try it right away. Falma blurted out their plan, mass-produce medical instructions for everyone, right on the spot. But he shot a warning first. Those paper stencils were flimsy, and they'd only survive a few hundred prints before giving out. The assistant leaned in and told Falmy this new approach would slash the writing time and cut down medical mistakes for good. The girl with glasses beamed as she held up a brand new color print of Falma's goofy portrait, and the guy immediately grimaced like it was too much for him. Crisp, printed forms sprawled across the table, ready to be dealt with. The pharmacist slid a sheet across to the patient and broke down everything: how to take the medicine, the do's and don'ts, and the possible side effects. He told her to stash the document at home and only pull it up if his memory started to slip. Another visitor stared at the mess of mismatched instructions, and the girl quickly broke it down, recipe by recipe, like each one had its own secrets. The old patient practically burst with joy, because as age steals your memory, that kind of help is pure life-saving magic. She nodded hard, jabbing her finger at the wildly different dosages marked on their papers. Suddenly, the old woman let out a painful groan. Then it hit everyone. She'd been taking her medicine just once a day when it was supposed to be twice. The assistant gave a confident nod, and somehow it made every word of his feel 100% solid. The moment they realized the distraction was caught in time, the whole hall erupted in relieved laughter. A little later, Falma dropped his head, fidgeting hard, and nervously confessed that he'd secretly filed the printing press application at the bureau. The Empress snapped at the young man for his blatant disrespect. He never even bothered to show her the invention first. While he frantically panicked and tried to talk his way out of it, the ruler just slid into a fake pout, secretly hurt that the doctor had totally forgotten her because of work. The queen watched the press rattle forward at an unheard-of speed, then smiled and praised the boy for his newest invention, straight up useful. But her real focus locked onto the illustrations, and the ruler didn't even care to hear those dull copying details. Stunned by how sharp every line was, she leaned in and asked which elite art school Lotta had graduated from. With a shaky breath, the boy clutched his chest and finally blurted out the truth. Lotta only paints in her spare time, not while she's on the job. The queen snapped still, shock slamming through her like thunder. Sweat-soaked and trembling, the young man slapped out detailed sketches of divinely beautiful girls in front of her. The courtiers practically lost their jaws because that masterpiece was made by a nobody commoner. The order snapped through the air, "Get that nugget to the palace right now." The boy nearly went gray with terror, picturing what the unstoppable Lotta could unleash at the royal reception, but he couldn't find the nerve to argue. The ruler's already buzzing with excitement, picturing these drawings transformed into a lavish stained glass masterpiece. The eccentric advisor burst into a scream and sprinted off to prep the glassblowers, popping in out of nowhere and shocking the young man into silence. The queen's eyes lit up at the find. Then she demanded to know exactly what reward that artisan was supposed to get. When the shy girl finally let slip she had a weakness for sweets, she grinned and leaned into the head chef, daring him to whip up his absolute best desserts. And then, to his total shock, she blew the young man away. Those baths he'd been dreaming about were finally finished. Falma froze in shock. Turns out they'd been saving up wonderful news just for him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Wait, did she really build hot springs right here? No long trip needed? The Empress smirked and said this reward was for all his invaluable service, so the workers clocked in every night for a whole month, pushing like crazy to finish as fast as humanly possible. The Empress leaned back and casually asked, "So, where did our carriage disappear to?" "Right now?" the boy blurted, and Elizabeth, grinning like she'd already planned everything, yanked him along without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they were bouncing through a roaring crowd in an open carriage as everyone screamed praises for the ruler, while a terrified Falma clawed at him, begging, "Please let me go!" The crowd snapped their eyes to him in an instant. Everyone in town recognized the owner of the Wonder Pharmacy, and the Empress practically reveled in the chaos. That dream of a quiet, nobody-noticed second life is finally dead in the water. The carriage screeched to a stop before a towering ancient palace, because Elizabeth had bought an entire estate and thrown up luxury metropolitan baths too, once again proving she has no idea what too much even means. The wind snapped the flag hard above the roof of that towering, majestic building. Inside, massive baths sprawl out, framed by snow-white columns, and a giant pool waits for anyone brave enough to step in. Rays of light slice through the steaming air, striking the stone statue like a sudden spotlight. The baths hit him with a massive glass greenhouse, pure elegance, all gleaming architecture and jaw-dropping beauty. The queen sank back into the steaming hot water, rose petals drifting around her like a velvet storm. She squinted, grinning like she'd just hit the best moment of her life. The maid grabbed the tray of drinks in silence, then slipped away like a shadow. She lazily asked what Master Falma thought, and he sat in the water up to his nose, bright red like a lobster, scrabbling to cram himself deeper into the corner. She told him to quit hiding, then hit him with the truth. Those rules were forged just for him. The boy gave a shaky nod, panicking his way through, insisting he wasn't trying to be rude, he was just completely blown away by how massive and luxurious it all was. The queen broke into a bright laugh, thrilled to finally put a smile on his face. She leaned back on the edge and replayed it all, how brutal the fight against the Black Death had been, and how those endless chores had finally stolen every last bit of real rest from them. Her gaze turned warm, like these baths were her heartfelt thanks to the young hero of the kingdom, because after everything his body had taken, he finally deserved relief. The mistress suddenly closed the distance, and Falma jerked back with a scared gasp, stammering that he pulled it all off only because she backed him. A cold sweat poured down his face. The woman flashed a sly smile, because the moment had finally come, and she knew exactly what he'd been hiding under his clothes all along. Panic hit the boy, and he clapped a hand over his shoulder, but before he could even breathe, she'd already recognized the sacred mark of the god of medicine. The queen couldn't hide it. She was genuinely blown away by how bright and flawlessly crafted that pattern was. "Tell me, what do these marks even mean?" he blurted out, panicked and desperate. That one tiny yes hit him like a punch. He froze in place. With a proud grin, she confidently said she knows them inside and out. She splashed the water softly, then snapped, "Look at me!" She kicked her leg out of the water, and her thigh flashed a playful, whimsical pattern like a secret artwork. This was a sacred mark too, one of the kind you only see in holy, world-shaking places. Right away the young man caught it. Her drawing wasn't finished. The queen's bitter reply sealed it. Her mark from the god of fire was real, but it was missing pieces and shrouded in a dim, half-formed glow. Her eyes were filled with grief, like sadness had swallowed the light. The very next second, she snapped her mouth open in pure disbelief. "Lounge in the bath," she flashed back. Long ago, her fire magic gift made them untouchable, the very strongest. In the cozy warmth of her bath, the woman calmly kept weaving her story, slow and unshaken. This power finally catapulted their family straight onto the imperial throne. Falma dropped his eyes, and the memory of that deadly lightning strike at 10 years old crashed back in like a thunderclap. The woman shut her eyes, and you could feel the understanding settle in. She dropped an ancient truth like a bombshell. When a fully formed sacred mark settles in, it remakes your body into a living vessel of God. As a kid, she cringed at her half-done mark and burned with one desperate wish. She wanted it perfect, no matter what. But now she was grateful for that flaw, because without it, she would have vanished, and her soul would have been gone long ago. In sheer horror, the woman stared at Falma's back. 2 perfectly finished burn marks of the god of medicine were blazing there. A cold sweat burst across her face like it came out of nowhere. She snapped the stunned boy a direct question, where the real soul of Falma had gone, and if it had been erased for good. Now, inside this frail kid's body, the mighty god of medicine drops in, carrying a whole load of hard-earned knowledge. And if that former boy really was sacrificed to keep the divine vessel safe, and the real Falma will vanish forever, living only in the memories they cling to. The maids bolted out first, and Falma's face burned, like they'd overstayed and embarrassed him by lingering too long with the Empress. And most importantly, Her Majesty had him clocked as not real, no question. The boy fixed a heavy, unblinking stare on the glittering altar. He crouched underwater, nose deep, barely breathing as nerves forced out shaky bubbles. Silence crashed into the brightly lit hall, like the whole place just held its breath. The ghost of the past wouldn't leave his mind. Would the real Falma turn into a legendary magician, and would he come back the moment the fake finally vanished? The boy just stared at his own palms, like, if these divine marks didn't exist, would the original owner of this body be standing here right now? Enough! He snapped, his head hard, kicking those dark thoughts out of his mind. Missing the chance to melt into that massive bathtub is basically a sin. With a joyful scream, he sprinted and launched himself into the water. Even now, nobody can say for sure whether there are other carriers out there who hold full labels. Those local hot springs and saunas were so ridiculously luxurious that Falma swore to himself he was bringing every pharmacy staff member back here. Even the girls behind the wall couldn't hide their excitement about the resort opening up ahead. And the Empress herself just smiled, calm as midnight, mysterious as a locked door. A naked girl with a soft, knowing smile looked him in the eye and called him a true genius. With a wild scream, a boy burst out of the water right in the middle of the women's bath, and the whole crowd went completely silent. As he burst into the yard, he sprinted for his life, pure terror pounding in his chest at the idea of what they'd do if they caught him. Crouched behind the fountain, he went ice cold, because right there, someone was ripping into the king for having Ellen and her friends around, and the shock hit the boy so hard he broke into a cold sweat. He inched the door open, slipped into the next room, dove into the pool, and finally let out a breath that said, "I made it." But don't celebrate yet. Right in front of him, another colossal bath loomed. Leaning over the edge, he panicked and tried to figure out the fastest way to bolt for the exit. But then the realization hit. He had no clue what to do next. Nearby, women burst into carefree laughter, filling the air with pure joy. They sank into the steaming hot water and let the heat soak all their stress away. Their chatter bounced through the huge hall, echoing louder with every word. "Checkmate," he hiccuped with shaking nerves, crushed by the sudden total feeling that nothing could save him. His face twisted into a doomed, shaky smile. There's no way out of this place. It's like the walls are closing in for good. Lottie sank into the steamy, roomy bath and couldn't shake the question. Where was Falmy, and why wasn't he there? Ellen lounged nearby, staring at the guy like it was obvious he'd showed up before them with the Empress, so she figured he was headed straight for the men's section. She spilled those rumors with a sly smile, like she knew exactly what they'd spark. The girls couldn't hide their joy at the sheer luxury, because they knew those baths weren't just fancy, they were a personal gift from Her Majesty for their young master. This was proof, fatal 8 from the top, that the government valued his medical work more than anything. Even as they prayed Falma would finally get some rest, a terrified scream ripped through the neighboring hall like a warning. A servant gasped as the bucket clattered to the floor because the young pharmacist was floating face down in the pool, utterly still. Later, Cedric, books stacked high in his arms, stopped in shock and demanded, "So the capital's baths really can cure every disease?" Ellen flat out confirmed the healing was real. The girls burst into squeals over how soft their skin had become, while a deathly tense Falma kept stone still outside the door. Cold sweat poured down his face like it couldn't wait any longer. He tuned into the girls' chatter, fighting tooth and nail to convince himself that the female bath's sudden miracle powers were nothing more than luck. But here's the scary truth. This mind-blowing effect hit only because he'd just poured a splash of his divine water into it. Cedric let out a long, disappointed sigh. His busted knee meant he'd be barred from that fancy women's department, and the thought stung. On a glimmering silver tray sat a lavish box, and a letter sealed with the Queen's own signet, like it was about to change everything. The girl panicked at the massive prestige of the gift, but Falma stayed ice calm and told her to open it. Everyone was dying to know what was hiding under that lid. With fingers shaking hard, she yanked the ribbon into motion. The whole room went dead silent as that hand reached for the precious chest, hovering right over the latch. But right at the last second, fear made her freeze. The moment the box snapped open, the whole room exploded in excited cheers, and that breathtaking beauty stunned everyone into silence. Falma grinned and confirmed it. Those were her absolute favorite treats. Every single pastry looked like a tiny masterpiece, rose-shaped, gem-studded, and so perfect it felt like wearable jewelry. The girl leaned in and whispered, I can't believe it. This box looks exactly like a real treasure chest. Falma shot back with total confidence that right in front of them sat the very best sweets the entire empire had to offer. The bespectacled maid lit up and said, "This is one of the Queen's personal confectioner's exclusive creations." She broke down the pralines like a master chef, caramelized nuts, fluffy meringue, every detail spot on, and declared these desserts pure masterpieces. Lota stared at the box of exquisite imperial sweets, and sheer joy almost sent her into a panicked frenzy. Her fingers brushed the lid, and beneath it waited a real praline. The girl clutched her cheeks, totally stunned by the insane culinary masterpiece in front of her. Out of nowhere, she lit up and pointed at the macaron like it was magic, because it was the very first time she'd ever seen one stuffed with creamy filling. Falmer urged her to shovel food down before it lost its freshness, but enchanted Lotta just blinked at her, like none of it even mattered. She kept drowning in her cravings until the maid snapped her out of it and told her that Her Majesty's letter was waiting for her. Taking in that kind of beauty was more than her body could handle. The girl clutched the imperial envelope so tightly her nerves practically screamed. Mr. Cedric closed in with a grin, and he saw Lotta's head spin as those tangled official words hit her. His brain just flat out refused to believe it. Those royal signature words hit the page and left her totally stunned, like her mind just blanked out. Then Cedric snatched the paper, grinned, and started reading the message out loud, smooth as ice. The news tore through the estate like wildfire, and everyone heard it. Lota got summoned to the palace to become a student, and when her drawings blew the Empress away, that one moment flipped her whole life upside down. Falma beamed as she stunned Lotta. Turns out the Empress absolutely loved her drawings. The girl's breath caught in pure shock. She couldn't believe she'd been accepted as a student at the palace, while Falma flaunted a lavish box of sweets. He calmly said that Her Majesty wants to personally commission brand new works from her. Lotta trembled, terrified that one wrong word in front of the ruler would seal her fate. The companion burst out laughing and tossed firewood into the flames, because turning down that invitation would have been way scarier. Besides, it would mean handing back every last royal candy. Lotta's fists snapped shut with pure panic. Falma let out a gentle, quiet smile. Soon enough, they found themselves staring up at the palace's magnificent facade. A thunderous announcement ripped through the high doors of the hall. The moment the herald shouted their names, Lotta dropped into a deep curtsy without a second to hesitate. The Empress greeted the guest with a warm, welcoming smile that made them feel instantly at ease. The hem of her sweeping dress whispered over the floor as it trailed behind her. The ruler beckoned the girl closer with a soft command, and Lotta, nearly bursting from joy, stepped forward in tiny, trembling steps. The Empress broke into a warm smile, and you could tell she was genuinely moved by every ounce of sincerity. Lotta dipped into a deep bow, hiding her bubbling excitement in the heavy swish of her dress, then thanked Her Majesty from the heart for both the gift and the invitation. Queen Lotta whipped her hand toward the towering stained glass window. The gray-clad noble right beside him narrowed his eyes and scoffed, asking if this young girl was truly the same legendary master. The boy froze in shock, because the stained glass was an exact copy of Lotta's drawing, and the girl herself snapped in disbelief, clutching her cheeks like she couldn't breathe. The queen didn't hold back. She openly praised her talent, declaring the composition a brilliant mix of pure innocence and breathtaking beauty. She swung open the court workshop doors for Lotta and handed her the reins, tasking her to design the ceramics and tapestries. The girl flushed hot, dipped her head once more, and struggled to find the words to thank him. Lota gently took her hands in hers and promised, "Don't worry, the pharmacy stays top priority, and your schedule is totally cleared." The moment they stepped into that endless palace corridor, Lotta blurted out to her companion that her heart was about to explode out of her chest. She let out a shaky, heavy breath like the weight of everything just hit her chest. But that tight tension snapped into pure awe. This ruler looked unbelievably kind and stunningly beautiful, like a real-life goddess staring back at her. The girl burst into laughter, like a huge weight finally slipped off her shoulders. The boy broke into a bright grin, thrilled that the crowd flowed through without a single hitch. The guide marched them straight into a roaring workshop, and a local artist greeted the new student with a warm smile the moment they stepped through the door. The long-haired man beamed and welcomed the newcomers, then commanded them, right from the doorway, to study hard. In the middle of that loud, chaotic room, the boy and the girl in their fancy clothes bowed politely, like they were trying to cut through all the noise. The guide swung the door open, and a huge workshop stretched out ahead of them, bright and ready for whatever came next. Inside, the workshop was going wild. Fresh canvases were fresh scorching into life, and marble statues were being carved into something unforgettable. The man threw his arms wide and bragged, loud and proud, that every single piece of capital art in the world was born right inside these walls. They got introduced to a mustached man in a beret, the legendary maestro Dake Van Dale, and the girl instantly froze in pure shock. The artist snapped away from his work, then fumbled back, slowly at first, into the real reason they'd come here. The conductor just awkwardly grinned and kept blurting out apologies for crashing the scene. Lota Soli, she blushed hard, nervously raised the hem of her dress and murmured, "I'm Lota Soli." Van Dale blew her off, then jabbed the brush at the boy beside him, grilling him about whether he was the new student. Lota couldn't look away from the stranger's easel, because that painted woman looked so real it felt like she might breathe any second. The maestro calmly wiped the instruments, then he dropped the bomb that he'd already seen her very own works. He nodded at his portrait and said he purposely cranked up the cold version, turning it into something that could finally breathe with life. He called Lotta's drawings an awesome idea, but admitted straight up that the technical skill just wasn't there. The maestro nodded, even as he admitted the boy's technique was a mess, because somehow those paintings still grabbed your attention like magic. An awkward silence choked the workshop, so the old man quickly blurted that he never meant to offend him, not even a little. Fresh sketches sprawled across the table, wild, vivid masterpieces, way more complex than they looked at first glance. The girl snapped her eyes wide as the master spun toward the window, bitterness burning on his tongue. He confessed he'd spent years sharpening his art, grinding his fingers to the bone to paint the perfect portrait for Her Majesty. But in the end, the queen didn't care about the fancy technique at all. She was hungry for the raw, jaw-dropping freedom that erupted in the newcomer's drawings. And that's why the old man's heart shattered, because other people's work left him with a gut punch of painful, deep disappointment. Right before the master's eyes, a painful memory of wasted years came crashing back. Every single year of experience he'd honed into flawless realism collapsed in an instant, shattered into nothing. Suddenly, the maestro whipped around and blindsided his students with one explosive announcement. He's retiring. He finally understood the long-forgotten truth too late. Real art doesn't live by skills, it breathes freedom. The students tried to argue with the master, but he snapped back that his time was over, and he refused to let their talent go to waste. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow swallowed the old man's face, and he barely whispered that an evil spirit was haunting him. The girl jerked back in pure terror when she realized the chilling truth. If the queen lays eyes on the possessed painting, disaster is coming for her, no matter what. Falma crossed the workshop's threshold and stopped dead, because the artist and his assistant were blazing with a weird, supernatural glow. The girl, shaking with nerves, begged the artist to slow down before he made that big decision. He flashed that crooked smile, and right then you could tell he had to leave, no questions asked. Maestro Van Dale? Falma snapped his head up, stunned that he'd just spotted him. The boy leaned in and softly begged the artist to explain everything that's been creeping into his mind and scaring him. Later, inside Falma's shining temple, he finally cornered that familiar priest and blurted out one painfully awkward question. The servant glowed with pure degradation to helping him, so intense that for a split second, the boy just wanted to bolt straight home. He steadied his nerves, then dove straight into the matter, because one patient's condition was weighing heavy on his heart. The priest snapped his eyes wide. Could it be that Falma had shown up to ask about getting possessed by an evil spirit? The boy rattled off Van Dale's terrifying symptoms, sudden warped lines and twisted faces, then brutal hallucinations where furniture shot through the air. The servant scratched his chin, eyes narrowing as doubt crashed in. Could any dark force really pull off something this ridiculous? Falma was convinced the whole thing wasn't mystical for even a second. He stared at every move, but somehow he never clocked the telltale black shadow creeping near the artist. The priest snapped in. No minor demon could slip into the god of medicine's domain without being noticed. Unless it was the same higher evil Falma had already run into. The boys inched out from behind the wall, whispering whether divine sight could sniff out evil. Obsession keeps chewing at his brain, yet this sick hunter sees everything with razor-sharp clarity, so the truth has to be somewhere else. Falma understood evil spirits down to their bone-deep truth. The Archbishop just shrugged, like it was nothing, and straight up confirmed it. Turns out there's zero mystique behind the maestro's condition. Even the young man's divine stare stayed locked on him, never once wavering, never missing a single detail. So, how do you save him now? That left just one clear answer. This patient didn't catch some ordinary illness. Something unknown to our world hit them. In Falmouth, at home, an assistant was already waiting, and the moment they were in, he bombarded them with questions about the church visit. The young man let out a tired sigh and said, "Yeah, forget the spirits. Cross them off the list." He snatched the wet towel and flung it away in an instant. The girl kept firing questions non-stop, and the boy just rubbed the back of his head completely lost. Suddenly, it hit him like lightning. He stared, and the solution finally flashed in his eyes. As his friend sat there, fixated on the maestro's warped vision, Falma finally clicked into the real truth of what was actually wrong. She blinked, totally thrown off by his sudden, explosive outburst. Falma leaned in and told Lottie something wild. The human brain quietly invents what your eyes can't catch. Forget the boring theories. The guy kicked it up a notch and urged a real, hands-on experiment. With a sharp clap, he snapped open a plain checkered handkerchief right in his hands. The girl narrowed her eyes, convinced there was some magical trick in play. Falma just told her, "Take turns checking the embroidered badges. Don't you dare peek." On his command, she snapped her left eye shut with her palm, no questions asked. The boy snapped an order at her to freeze, then inched the fabric closer, right up to her face. On one side of the handkerchief, a vivid palette of paints and brushes peeked out. On the other side, there it was, a tiny crown, gleaming like it was waiting for destiny. Lotta suddenly shrieked. Right before her eyes, the crown vanished, even though nobody had dared to swap the handkerchief. A smug guy finally spilled the real reason. Everything boils down to the so-called Marriott blind spot, the one spot that never even shows up in their field of vision. But the real shocker was this. Lotta's own mind deleted the drawing and instantly patched the empty space with a lifelike illusion of checkered fabric. She was utterly stunned. Somehow her own body had pulled off that brilliant trick without her even realizing it. Falma laid it out, clear as day. The eyes keep dodging each other's blind spots, and the brain stitches everything into one crisp reality. The young doctor broke it down fast. Your brain quietly slaps over the damaged parts of your sight, filling the gaps with nearby colors like nothing ever happened. They cracked Maestro Vandiel's riddle at last, and it turns out the truth was way simpler than everyone expected. A Renaissance mind would rather swallow demons than a cold, rational medical fact. The maid froze mid-swipe with the mop in her hands, staring in disbelief as she finally realized that the terrible curse was nothing more than a nasty illness. The young man wasted no time. He rushed out to catch the maestro before he vanished from the world of affairs for good. A few days later, Vandale showed up at the estate on a personal invitation. The man glared with pure irritation at the plain square sheet, demanding answers like his patience was on fire. The smiling assistant quietly hoisted the big, marked board into the air. The artist couldn't hide it. She was openly freaking out over those weird inspections. The young man slid the test sheet toward him with total calm, then challenged him to hunt down every single crack on it. Right before the maestro's eyes, that perfect net buckled, twisted into something grotesque, and ripped apart, snapping him back into those evil spirits he thought he'd buried. He clutched his eye with his hand and admitted, voice shaking, that the lines were vanishing right before his very eyes. The doctor told her to lock her eyes on that black dot in the middle and then shout out what shapes she saw hiding in the corners. The assistant confirmed the diagnosis in a low voice, and the board in her hands sat perfectly straight. The young man's eyes blazed with fury. He'd finally found the right light to watch the disease with his own eyes. Falma flicked on his magical sight and locked in, staring straight into his opponent's eyes. He leaned in close, eyes locked on the patient's pupil as he examined it in painstaking detail. The moment the results hit, it was crystal clear. Primary open-angle glaucoma right out of the gate. The boy raked himself over the coals for not knowing more about ophthalmology, while the man fumbled through an awkward question about a term he didn't even recognize. Falma calmly laid it out. The disease cranks up the pressure in your eyes, and little by little, it shuts down the optic nerve. He whipped out a detailed sketch of the eye, then walked into a practiced medical lecture that left the guests staring in shock. The patient stared at the sketch and let out a quiet sigh. Half the vision in his left eye was still stuck there. The moment the doctor warned him that total blindness was about to hit, and treatment was the only way to stop it, calm vanished from his face instantly. The young doctor sliced it open with no mercy because that dead nerve was never coming back. The man's face went white as terror slammed into him. He panicked hard, pleaded for rescue, and swore he'd pay any price imaginable. In pure despair, the patient gripped his head and trembled, terrified of facing eternal darkness forever. As Falma spat curses at that brutal divine punishment, he couldn't stop himself from remembering the world's locked-up stem cell treatment tech. He slammed his fist on the table, defeated but honest. You can't get what's gone back. You only fight the symptoms that are left. The nobleman nearly choked on shock when he heard his illness could be stopped dead in its tracks with the right medication. The kid's powers couldn't conjure living tissue, and the local medicine didn't know a thing about cellular engineering. He flashed a confident grin like he already knew the outcome. In his mind, the drug's chemical structure started snapping into place, molecule by molecule, like a blueprint coming to life. As he strode up to the desk, the young man urgently asked if the patient was feeling chest pain or racing with tachycardia. Once his lungs were crystal clear, he wasted zero time and went straight to work. A blinding flash ripped through the air, and in that instant, the young man used magic to synthesize timolol molecules. Just like that, a bottle of glaucoma drops, fully ready, appeared in front of the patient. The man narrowed his eyes, skeptical as hell, and asked why he wouldn't just pour in even more liquid to make sure it really works. Nope, there was a hard, final answer. It won't change a thing. The boy broke down exactly how the mixture worked and demanded a brutal dosage. 1 single drop every single day. If too many pills are taken, they'll spill over and slam the heart, triggering a sudden asthma attack. The assistant girls burst into excited squeals when they heard about yet another specific side effect: rapid eyelash growth. The nobleman weighed the terrifying chance of darkening the skin around his eyes. Then the healer suddenly lost his footing, totally thrown off course. The young doctor slid the medicine over and barked strict instructions. Put in the eye drops every single day, anything to keep what little vision she still had from fading away. The woman stormed out, and the boy clenched his teeth and admitted, through bitter tears, that his magic couldn't touch an illness like that. Her heartfelt thanks hung in the air, then vanished into the cold, empty silence of the yard. Thinking about that day dragged her straight back to Maestro Vandale. Falma leaned in and told his companion the truth. If you don't treat blindness right away, there's no stopping it. That chat jolted a fresh memory. Vandale, the broken maestro, was one step from quitting painting for good and hiding his remaining years in the village, when a girl suddenly shouted his name from the gate. She hesitated. The man spun around in shock, like he'd just heard the universe snap. The girl inched forward, hesitating like she was stepping into the unknown. And she shouted that Mr. Falma would absolutely save his sight. She pleaded with the shocked artist, begging him to keep painting, no matter the cost, and never, ever stop. Her voice cracked into sobs as she desperately tried to confess what his paintings did to her heart. Vandale froze in shock, clamped his teeth tight, and couldn't believe what he was hearing. And the girl stared at him, tears shimmering as her hopeful smile fought to stay. Lotta stared at the painting, eyes wide, and realized there was a whole new world hiding behind the canvas. Van Dyke exploded into a frantic cry, refusing to accept that a half-blind old man could still stay the court's portraitist. His ruthless voice boomed across the yard, and the girl instinctively shrank back in terror. Falma let out a quiet sigh, and self-reproach hit him hard for pushing his luck too far. But he wasn't about to quit. He stepped forward, grabbed the master's attention, and dared him to paint something besides portraits. The artist jerked back when someone told him, out of nowhere, to stop overthinking and just paint the world exactly how he sees it now. Falma gave a gentle smile and made it clear this incomplete world wasn't just passing by anymore. It had become his own wild, unique reality. A surge of pure shock ripped across the old man's eyes. The young man grinned and declared that illness shouldn't force a resignation, because the queen would absolutely love this bold, original move. He stared at the master with total, unshakable faith. Van Dyke slumped and muttered that his new vision would help nobody. And right here, Lotta bursts out with pure passion. She's dying to see this whimsical world through the eyes of a legendary maestro. The second the girl blurted out that she wanted to be his student, the artist's voice vanished, like his gift of speech got ripped away in an instant. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, breathless and desperate, to become her teacher. A shadowy figure snapped still, silhouetted against the wild night sky. The stars flickered weakly, like they were fighting to stay alive. Under the pale moon, a quiet thought struck like lightning. The new world didn't just want him, it demanded a brand new way to speak. Van Dyke gave a small, knowing smile and agreed to the experiment for Her Majesty's sake. Falma snapped her eyes wide as the furious courtiers erupted into a full-blown uproar over the Queen's new, bold portrait. But the maestro wouldn't stop. He forged his greatest masterpiece of all time and unveiled it to the ruler with no hesitation. The Queen let out this booming laugh and flat out admitted she knows nothing about art, yet she totally loves that stuff. As she strolled through the grand gallery, she winked and teased the young pharmacist. "So, are you opening new horizons for artists now too?" Falma flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks burning as awkward silence hit. The ruler inched toward the next canvas, closing the distance like it was fate. Her eyes swept across the gigantic carved frame, like she couldn't believe something that huge was real. Right to the very edge, no safety net, no turning back. In the painting, a playful little cage stuffed with a dozen watchful eyes peered out from beneath a cloak and hat, and the Queen just gave a knowing nod, clearly loving the author's wild, offbeat take. Suddenly, Van Dyke flipped the whole script, from classical portrait painter to court abstract artist, and he rattled the entire art world for good. The moment word spread that Van Dale had been handed the job of decorating their lavish palace, the one-eyed nobleman nearly snapped from shock. Turns out that was the artist's way of paying for his treatment, one big, risky choice that settled everything. The man asked about the painting's story, and the boy, all flustered, blurted out that the canvas just didn't fit anywhere in his room. The nobleman lifted his eyes to the arch, and there, towering over him, sat a brutal, twisted mountain of bodies, with one bulging eye staring back like a nightmare. He swallowed hard and played it cool, calling it a style beyond reality, while the tiny one beamed and loudly declared the old portraitist an abstract artist. On the table sat a huge helping of fresh curry, something no one had ever seen before. The girls dove into the steaming dish right away, and Falma beamed as she gently warned them, "Don't let a single drop stain your dresses." That sweet honey rose drink hit their tongues, and right away their hearts melted. Dressed to the nines, the guests lined up one after another and bowed deeply, showering the young man with pure, unmistakable respect. Falma threw his arms wide, warmly thanking every employee and loyal customer for the grit and heart they poured into it. But there was one catch, just one. That smile on the boy's face snapshot tight in an instant, and a bead of cold sweat slid down his cheek. "What can I even do here?" he muttered, scanning the place like it might bite back. Falma was setting up a small, low-key dinner, just for himself, no guests allowed. Meanwhile, his underlings hired a full-string orchestra and blew the whole event up to massive, jaw-dropping scale. Tens of guests flooded in, luxurious tables gleamed, and waiters darted around, turning that plain courtyard into a full-blown social gala that even the pharmacy owner couldn't believe. The young man could only nervously chuckle as all that unexpected pomp hit him like a wave. An unknown aristocrat clasped his fingers together, praying with every heartbeat that what happened next would finally go his way. Around the tables, the nobles couldn't stop cheering, praising the new dish's color, its wild aroma, and that magical taste that hit like pure magic. That bold, spice-packed dish wasn't just delicious, it turned out to be medicinal, and it was cooked straight from the recipe of their young pharmacist. Falma snapped his eyes open in pure shock. He glanced back at the garden guests and demanded to know what they'd named his masterpiece of food. The answer was shockingly simple: curry, and the whole place was practically buzzing as people grabbed steaming helpings, laughing while they begged the cooks for seconds. The boy hesitated for one breath, then locked in a name for the dish. And honestly, that wild mountain of spicy seasoning turned out to be a risky gamble for the cooks, one that paid off in a huge, awesome way. The chef leaned in and told Falma that they'd poured a mind-blowing fortune into the ingredients, but what they got back blew every expectation out of the water. The boy let out a dreamy sigh over his rice, and it utterly baffled the cook, because in this world, that kind of culture didn't exist at all. That musky gentleman Jean cut right through his thoughts. He wouldn't stop pleading for a recipe to beat depression with spicy food during those brutal long sea voyages. Falmerado nodded. Those spices would last forever, and they'd be the perfect boost to the ship's rations. The boy hatched a plan to save the sailors from gagging on stale biscuits full of larvae, so he told them to bake fresh Indian naan for the voyage. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl was already stuffing her face, cheeks bulging as she sniffed the market spices, plotting to recreate the whole secret dish at home. Around the lavish table, the guests leaned in and chattered about the dishes they'd been served, then argued over just how spicy each one really was. Falma couldn't wait to spill the secret. Sautéed veggies with meat, turmeric for that killer color, and a mountain of coriander plus pepper to bring the real heat. The aristocrats could only stare in disbelief at the sheer madness of burning priceless spices for one single meal. The girl with glasses said it was super useful, but the chef mentally groaned, because with no time left, he'd only managed to scrape together the barest pinch of spices. The boy grinned and confirmed her guess, saying ginger can kickstart blood flow and that curcumin brings serious antioxidant power to the mix. Even that plain-looking root was secretly packed with a terrifyingly strong healing power. The guests shot each other stunned looks, completely blown away by his explanation. To save his stomach from the spicy punch, he smartly slid a cold glass of milk drink beside the dish. Lota stepped into the company, eyes wide, because today's menu looked like it had everything. She was genuinely blown away. She took one bite and with a sweet little innocence asked how long food this heavily seasoned could possibly last. The girl chewed slow and steady, smiling like she could stretch this sweet moment across the next few days. Falma barreled in and warned her that reheating would poison her, right when she was about to move on. So Lotta jerked from the shock and sent a giant brown stain splattering across her favorite dress. He instantly reassured her, telling her that the yellow pigment shatters under sunlight, so one normal wash and every last trace of dirt is gone. As the servant gently patted the fabric dry with a cloth, Lotta choked back a sob and thanked her rescuer. With a satisfied grin, the archbishop praised the dish and swore he'd add it to the church's sacrament, right while a glaring stain already sat on his snow-white mantle. The boy snapped his eyes wide with shock. The bespectacled girl begged to do those rituals only after she was gone, her mind already racing to scribble a frantic washing instruction before anything else could happen. Meanwhile, outside, a wild tennis showdown was roaring, and with a crushing swing, the racket sent the ball screaming past, racing out of sight. Under the gazebo's cool shade, little Blanche curled up on the bench, tears spilling over her eyes, crying that her stomach was killing her and she was sure she'd die any second. The boy slumped and rubbed his forehead, while the girl kept right on performing dramatically on his lap. The anxious maid clutching that tray blurted, shaking, whether Lady Blanche could survive what was coming. They huddled in the gazebo, wrapped in quiet shelter, while the noisy garden raged outside. He blitzed through medical possibilities in his head. Lactose intolerance, appendicitis, an infection, then shut them down one by one, every single one wrong. The girl with glasses threw the blame onto her brown eyes, but the young man shut her down by confirming there was no serious stomach disease. Blanche frantically kicked her legs at the warning to swear off spicy food, even though the boy had already kept the spices as low as possible for the kid. Daisies bloomed in a circle, glowing peacefully under the bright sun. The boy gently ruffled the little one's head and warned her it was way too early for food like that, but she dug in her heels, refusing to budge, because those dishes were just too delicious. Blanche shot up out of nowhere and blurted that her stomach didn't hurt back then, making the punishment feel justified, while the girl with glasses stared, seriously thinking about how to fix her gut bacteria. The blonde with glasses muttered that gut balance was still on her mind, while the guy beside her just scratched his chin, utterly lost. Little Blanche nearly broke into tears from pure indignation. Her stomach wasn't hurting at all, so Curry had no reason to be blamed. While the girls stared at each other stunned, the boy stayed cool and pointed toward the garden, because microbes, it turns out, bloom inside your body just like flowers. They burst out in the same pattern, scatter everywhere, and each time they grab territory in their own totally different way. That young guy smirked like he knew a secret, then blew everyone's mind by revealing that up to 1,000 species of bacteria are living inside us. He warned them their lives swing with the seasons. One sickness hits, and it can erase everything in an instant. The population keeps surging up and crashing down over and over again. A tiny war raging inside your intestines decides, right down to the cellular level, whether you'll end up thriving or falling apart. The balance shifts every single day, remixing each person's microbiome into something totally one of a kind. The woman blinked in real shock, stunned that such tiny things could command a whole organism, while the young man fumbled for words, hanging back like he wasn't sure what to say. Suddenly a hand settled gently on Blanche's head, and that tiny disruption to her balance is exactly what hit her hard right now. But the boy's eyes suddenly hardened, like he'd seen through it, and this still wasn't the whole truth. The blonde shot a cold look, then leaned in with a bored sneer, because of course the chat had spiraled straight into that disgusting toilet waste. Turns out the final product is way simpler than it sounds. No water, and it's just leftover food, dead mucosal cells, and the same bacteria. The girl with glasses called those intestines a massive flower garden and said you'd better guard it from every last weed. She gasped and clutched her stomach when she learned that an entire glass of bacteria is living inside an adult body. He told everyone that your body can't run right unless a massive army of lactic acid bacteria keeps it working. Lotta blurted out, totally confused, "How are we supposed to increase them?" And the boy just grinned and joked, "Easy, water 'em like flowers." The bespectacled girl shut her eyes and pictured an empty field where the first seeds burst up and smother every other sprout before they even stood a chance. Because the place is packed so tight, these fresh sprouts don't even get room to stretch toward the sun. Most bacteria get wiped out by stomach acid, and the few that survive stumble into the intestines where the other inhabitants are ready to crush them. The girl tapped her chin, like the answer finally clicked. There was just one escape route. Keep stuffing herself with foods packed with beneficial bacteria. The boy flashed that warm smile and nodded like he already knew what was coming. He added that even without anyone taking root, this landing would still wipe out the harmful enemies. He carefully stroked the sleeping girl's head again, then pressed the point. This food mattered, and it mattered a lot. If you don't keep feeding them, the old bacteria start dying off and end up as plain, everyday waste. Lotta beamed and clapped her hands, finally getting it. The inner flower garden has to be cared for non-stop. The bespectacled boy and girl jerked to a stop, their eyes widening as they stared at Lotta's dead-on conclusion. The young man leaned in and said the good bacteria in your stomach won't thrive unless they get the right fuel to grow. The glasses-wearing assistant brought up oligosaccharides, then shot back the best answer, plain honey, the tastiest source of all. The boy softly pressed his fingers to Blanche's forehead and asked, "Did you drink your lassi?" The girl's guilt hit like a wave. She shook, swallowing hard as tears threatened to spill. The maid leaned in and said, "Yeah, this exact drink was poured for the guests at that recent reception." The thought of his disgusting taste and that sharp stink of sour milk made her shudder hard. At the celebration, Blanche went all in on spicy curry, then left the sour lassi completely untouched. He knelt beside his sister and soothed her fast, swearing his drink would taste sweet and smell like nothing at all. The puzzle snapped into place. Now he finally understood why her abdomen was ripping apart with that sharp, awful pain. Blanche fixed a doubtful stare on the mug, already filled to the brim. She took one careful sip, and the sweet honey hit her tongue like instant relief, melting every last bit of tension. The maid flashed a smile, slid the tray toward her, and urged her to grab another drink. Her eyes glittered like she could barely contain her excitement. She snatched the glass with both hands and gulped it down like she'd been starving. Falma just grinned warmly as Blanche greedily gulped the last bit from her glass. That sweet milk with lemon hit the girls like a magical surprise, so good they first mistook it for a fancy upscale dessert. Ellen lit up and praised the menu as the real deal, a delicious payoff from centuries of hard-earned wisdom. The boy let out an awkward little laugh, like he didn't know where to put his hands. When his mentor grilled him about where he learned all that, he froze, then stumbled out in total confusion. Soon, Blanche bounced back to full health, and Falma handed the head chef a brand new healthy menu for the entire family. Ever since then, hot curry and creamy lassi have locked in as their everyday go-to meals. Mother practically glowed with joy as she took her first bites of these never-before-seen culinary exchanges. Bruno's gentle compliment made the woman's cheeks flare with a playful blush, and suddenly she felt even more gorgeous. Falma could barely breathe. Her own father was bursting with energy, and that reckless vibe made her cringe at their flirting like she didn't belong anywhere. Right out of nowhere, that long-awaited letter finally hit. Your manager declared the Marseille factory was launching, and mass medicine production was about to go into overdrive. On those shelves, flasks gleamed like treasure, because they held the cure that could save thousands of lives. They grinned at their stash, knowing the strains delivered today would turn into the cure that's about to change everything. For one terrifying second, the young assistant yelped in panic, terrified the fragile actinomycetes would get wrecked on the trip. But she snapped out of it fast, trusting Falma's experience completely. The senior colleague flashed a warm smile, yet she couldn't shake the question, would the young master really pull off growing those unpredictable microorganisms on his own? Cheerful laughter ripped through the lab as the women teased him, saying, sure, even a prodigy can't know everything in the world, but one thing was guaranteed, he'd never let a sample get ruined by accident. Outside her window, bare branches whipped in the wind, and the young scientist let out a bitter sigh, wishing she could have stepped in and seen that useful strain with her own eyes. He was seconds from tears, buried under mountains of work, while his bespectacled partner groaned about her weird, troublesome body shape. She immediately narrowed her eyes with smug pride, fully recognizing how useful it really was. With a weary sigh, the young man dropped his head like all his fight had drained out of him. During a break by the carriage, they started talking about the little one's aura, and it turned out those bacteria just can't survive anywhere near her. Meanwhile, the boy sifted through the samples, and when he saw the human names on the labels, surprise hit him hard. The scientist burst out gleefully, saying the test tubes were brought here personally by the discoverer himself, and the young man just blinked, thrown off by the sheer fanatic energy. She boldly asked if those mysterious microbes were lurking right here in the forest. The man gave a quick, confident nod, and the boy shot up and sprinted straight into the thicket. The woman snapped his name in confusion, baffled. Did he really decide to go on a hunt for insects? The girl just stared at him, totally baffled, like she couldn't even process what she was seeing. The young man pushed through the towering grass and grinned, satisfied with what he'd uncovered. He shot back to the group, cupping his palms around a plain lump of dirt. His eyes blazed with pure, unstoppable fascination. He urged them to tap the hidden power in this land, and at last, his brilliant idea finally landed with the scholar. The boy calmly brushed the dirt from his hands, totally ignoring the nasty looks from his companions. He blew their minds when he revealed that even a plain handful of dirt swarms with hundreds of thousands of invisible living creatures. With a huge grin, the young guy told the totally confused girl that bacteria were literally everywhere around them. Even on human skin, they were everywhere, so many they felt endless. It was these tiny creatures that chewed up dead organic matter, broke it down, and packed the soil with nitrogen. The man by the carriage leaned in and demanded if this was some kind of earth magic, but the young guy snapped his head, denying it hard. Instead, he spun a wild tale about scientists who brewed an elite, special variety straight from soil-dwelling microorganisms. The other guy narrowed his eyes, full-on suspicious. How in the world could a university professor know secrets that deep? The girl froze dead in her tracks. Could this so-called elite really wipe out deadly epidemics and even cancer? When she snapped back with, "So where did you learn this?" the boy just shrugged, calm as anything, like he'd always known it. Cancer medication. As his friend snapped at him for pushing himself one more time, he stared ahead and thought, my magical chemistry never misses, but the world is still missing a way anyone can use. His eyes swept across the empty glass panel. He let out an awkward laugh and tried to spin his strange gift into a joke before the moment could get serious. Falma inched toward the glass box, and the moment his hand hovered over it, the stuff inside disappeared like it was never there, proving his gut feeling was right. But this method only worked for him, and everyone else still needed a way to identify compounds they could access. The assistant set it straight. Only Falmy himself could pull off a talent like that. The boy flashed a warm smile and promised he'd crack a better plan than the old way, where you just had to randomly dig through substance names. He stared out the window, deep in thought, and realized people have to learn how to make their own medicine because one day he won't be there to save them. It's simple. Hand them real tech, straight from the source. "Welcome, Master Falmo," the steward boomed to the guests as they rolled through the brand new gates. Right in front of them stretched the first Marseille pharmaceutical factory. Its sheer size blew Lotta away, and she couldn't help but gasp. Those massive workshops blew the Count away too, while the girl fidgeted and bounced on her heels, practically begging for a chance to see every single thing. With a grin blazing on her face, she yanked her companions toward the nearest building in this massive pharmaceutical base. Starting right now, this place is pumping out medicine in massive amounts for every pharmacy across the entire empire. At last, the state's investments, the temple, and Falma's own fortune have fused into one brutal, unstoppable machine. They stared forward with proud hearts and unshakable faith, believing that someday these medicines would spread across the whole world. In the main square, the flashy, self-important statue of the founder, Falm himself, was already standing there, towering in proud silence. Falma froze in place, and a scorching blush instantly swallowed his face. Right in the middle of the hall loomed a blazing statue of him, bronze, gleaming, and way too real. Where did that come from? I'm not dead yet, so why are they erecting monuments to me? He blurted, jabbing a finger straight at the double. Panic hit harder again because the sculpture had shown up here just yesterday, and someone proudly jammed it right at the entrance. The smiling man leaned in and sweetly told them this was a heartfelt gift, crafted by the grateful residents of a Stark. Falma begged, plainly and desperately, to wipe this misunderstanding off the map, anywhere but right here. Instead, the man shoved him beside the copy and dared everyone to line them up and see how closely they matched. The girls were already circling him in a frenzy, singing praises for how grand their master truly was. One of the girls got completely swept up, stunned by how magnificent the bronze master turned out. One of them reluctantly nodded, agreeing to peek at the spectacle, just for a single tiny moment. Falma let out a helpless sigh, the kind that feels like surrender. He awkwardly straightened up beside his shining idol, like he had no choice and every nerve screamed, "Don't!" Lota burst into a blissful smile, because now she had two flawless masters of Falma. The boy's cheeks flared even hotter. He begged them not to laugh, and Manager Adam finally felt bad, so he suggested they take the gift outside and into the garden. And now that brilliant statue stood there all alone, soaked by the freezing rain, while Falma just hung back in heartbreaking silence. Falma let out a heavy sigh, shook off anxious thoughts about his doppelganger in the rain, then deadpanned like it was no big deal as he kicked off the factory tour. Alexis whipped his hand up and shouted, "Follow me!" and the group hurried after him. They burst into a colossal room packed wall to wall with massive industrial purifiers and massive growth installations. The wind's magic kept sweeping those places again and again, wiping everything clean for total biological purity. The wind's magic kept surging through every inch, cleansing the air again and again. A uniformed staff member beamed and shouted at them from the stairs like it was the best day ever. Later, the tour ground to a stop right in front of the towering research workshop building. Beaming, the employee leaned over the upper floor railing and popped out just to greet the guests. The girl sprinted up, greeted Alexis as he came back, and cracked a joke that the local bacteria were basically throwing a welcome party. In a sterile room, two scientists in sealed protective suits carefully lifted a petri dish like it was about to change everything. Inside, they laid out star samples of streptomycetes, and the guests went quiet, then gasped in awe. The guest gasped in total disbelief, staring at what they were seeing like it couldn't possibly be real. Behind those medical masks, enchanted eyes blazed, and the colonies held on to their exact, one-of-a-kind shape without a single mistake. It was the lab's pride, an absolute microscopic elite the professors carefully nurtured like treasure. In the lab, as he checked the supplies, he grinned at the team and promised they'd turn this material into the medicines of the future. Two assistants were stuck to the petri dish like magnets, staring at a weird discovery, the so-called growth inhibition zone. The finger jabbed at the spotless patches around the bacteria like a threat that had nowhere to hide. Why was that place so dead? Nothing at all dared to grow there? Turns out the magic was simple. Tiny microorganisms spill special substances that shut down other bacteria's survival, so that's how a real antibiotic gets born. At the colony's heart, they churn out a deadly substance, and that bare ring around it turns into a no-go dead zone other microbes can't break through. One of the girls shot a breathy gasp. This ring could actually measure how strong the drug would be, and it looked like straight-up magic. The boy nodded hard, saying they'd pull the brand new medicines right from this very spot. The whole team charged down the corridors. Now they had to grab the antibiotics and crank production up fast. That young pharmacist balled his fist tight, blazing with purpose, and swore he'd forge brand new meds no one had ever seen, stronger than anything before. He grinned warmly. This time, they'd do it with their own minds. No magical cheats coming to save them. His partner could barely contain the excitement. Those huge piles of medicine meant they could rescue every single patient. From this moment on, that massive factory is roaring at full power, powered by workers who throw their hearts into every single shift. Meanwhile, down the corridor, they were already rushing in to tell him the update. From the workshops and management, they'd managed to snag exactly 200 employees. Adam grinned and said some of them were even seasoned winemakers, and Falma shot back a heartfelt thank you for everything he'd done. They screeched to a stop before those towering doors. Getting masters like this was pure gold, because the way wineries do their work lines up almost perfectly with how pharmaceuticals are made. The doors swung open, and Falma plus his team burst out onto the balcony, right in front of a massive crowd. Down in the crush of bodies, everyone stopped moving, holding their breath for the founder's welcoming speech. New workers in fresh uniforms stared up with sharp, unwavering focus. A few of them broke into warm, genuine smiles. Others sized up the new leader with a sharp, cold stare. A shocked whisper ripped through the hall. Those grown men couldn't fathom it. Their boss was basically tiny. Falma awkwardly broke into sweat under that intense attention, while Ellen lit up the moment and thrilled everyone with how stable leadership and the Queen's backing makes all the difference. The girl couldn't hide it. She was genuinely blown away by how huge everything was. Snatching up and hiring an army of workers all at once? Only an absolute top-tier manufacturer could pull that off. Right in the middle of the ranks, chaos erupted. Peasants who knew the young man's face spotted the guy who ran the legendary pharmacy, threw their hands up and cheered, and the whole hall went dead silent in stunned disbelief. The workers closed in on the boy, trying to figure out if the pharmacist even recognized them, while a local spit out a contemptuous hiss, mocking the peasants like they were trash. The crowd erupted with joy, grinning like fate had just smiled at them, but Falma only took a step back, totally stunned and lost. They took turns thanking him, telling the same story over and over. During the Black Death, he showed up as just a simple doctor, then proved himself to be a real god of medicine. The moment he learned a cult with his name is thriving in Estark, panic seized him, and he flailed his hands like he couldn't breathe. The villagers just shrugged and said the truth. Every one of them got hired of that factory to slam their debt to the savior fully shut. One of the workers was fighting back tears, shaking with pure happiness. She clutched her hands to her chest with reverence and admitted that after the village was saved, they didn't just respect medicine, they literally worshipped it. The organizer's booming claps ripped the emotion apart. He barked for everyone to sit down and keep quiet, and Falma awkwardly forced a smile. The workers dragged themselves to their benches, grumbling for now because they'd been promised they'd get to talk to their idol after the show. The crowd erupted in approval, and one warm wave of gratitude rolled through the whole hall. A voice erupted from somewhere behind the curtains, close enough to make everyone freeze. With a grave voice, the organizer declared that the founder was finally leaving, the court pharmacist and owner of the pharmacy, summoned from another world. The official proceedings are finally underway. Falma de Medici stiffened up, readying himself for the speech like it was about to blow the roof off. The speaker blared that mass production of medicines was finally starting, and right after, he pointed to his assistant, Ellen Bonfoy, the Empire's most famous pharmacist. Doubt spread through the crowd like wildfire. No one thought the capital's wunderkind and that girl could possibly run an entire factory. The man quietly cleared his throat like he was about to unleash something big. Right when the chaos peaked, everything cut out for a split second. The moment word hit that young Falma would soon become a university professor, the whole hall erupted. Workers slammed into applause, and the boy let out a relieved breath, because loud titles still worked like magic. He stood by the podium, calm and modest, like he was ready to blow the whole room away. Ellen seized the moment with both hands and spoke every word with fierce clarity, driving home that their real mission was protecting people and serving the common good. Little Blanche stared in awe, completely spellbound. Falma stepped up, flashed a grin, and proudly declared himself the factory's founder. He got swept away the moment it happened. Then the boy burst into a passionate rant about a dream where diseases vanish and new innovations never stop. And Ellen beamed with proud joy while the workers stared, wide-eyed in shock. Everyone froze, jaws hanging wide in pure disbelief. Falma couldn't rein himself in. He was waving his hands, pushing for fewer pills and a complete shuffle of the logistics, while Ellen just sat there, quietly laughing at how fired up he was. The workers traded shocked looks, totally lost as his thoughts raced ahead of them. With the final barrage of accusations about counterfeiting and safety, the crowd finally snapped, and they just stared at the stage in stunned silence. A thunderous announcement ripped through the huge hall. Pharmacy from another world was here, and its brand new medicines were saving lives left and right. Falma swallowed hard, then clenched his fist so tight his knuckles went white. A stunned hush slammed into the crowd, like nobody dared to breathe. As the girl beside him spiraled in panic over his latest prank, a voice from the crowd cut through, confident, loud, and insisting they were doing perfectly fine. Then the boy shouted, "If you're truly healthy, raise your hand," and a whole joyful wave of palms shot up from the crowd. Everyone was laughing and talking like nothing could touch them, totally certain they were invincible. Falma ripped the celebration apart on the spot, because here, healthy doesn't exist. It's only people who just haven't been properly checked yet. The whole hall exploded with outrage, but this young man didn't waste a second. He went straight for the one weak spot everyone had, their love for drinking. He warned that these non-stop banquets would gut his liver and spiral straight into hepatitis. This quiet organ will take every punch in silence until a deadly disease finally kills it for good. The young pharmacist leaned in, practically begging him to pause, breathe, and finally give his body a real break from alcohol. The carefree smiles vanished in an instant, and the stern workers nodded, silent but fully in agreement. Falma reminded them that sickness creeps in quietly, and when his friends heard it, they only smiled, proud as can be. They were absolutely certain. The medicines forged by expert pharmacists would protect these people, no question. Falma snapped back to his past life, burning with energy, glued to the computer night after night, burning out to keep others okay. He let out a small, knowing smile, because it hit him. If they're crafting medicine for everyone else, they'd better be taking care of themselves, too. The tired face of the old me flashed back in my mind like it was burned into the past. The charred folders and that lone figure swallowed by the dark office are a memory now, one that's burned itself into the past forever. Falma shot his fist up in a flash, shouted that they had to make medicine to save thousands of lives, and the crowd detonated into a roaring yes. The young lord flashed a warm smile at his subordinates, then commanded them, every single day, to protect their own health. After he stepped off the podium, he promised everyone a full medical checkup, while the crowd nearby groaned and joked that their backs felt like they were made of stone. Ellen grinned like she'd just pulled off the perfect move, because that guy totally charmed this whole crowd. Outside, work was already roaring full force. Falma told the girls to hold up for a sec, then he dashed to unpack the equipment. With the assistant at his side, they carefully lowered that massive, threaded box onto the tripod. Ellen and little Lotta locked eyes, both totally confused, both silently asking, "Wait, what?" The blonde shot forward, eyes blazing with curiosity, desperate to crack the mystery of that impossible device. A man solemnly unveiled the sten-up, this wild device that could fling faces and landscapes straight onto paper. They froze on the finished shot, staring in disbelief, because this wasn't some sketch at all. It was a real, insanely detailed photograph. He slid them a finished photo of the girl, dressed up in an elegant frame. The boy sketched a diagram of a camera obscura, then traced the whole light principle on a glass plate with his own fingers. Then he turned chemistry into a weapon. Silver and gelatin sparked under rays, burning shadows into place for good. The girl with the glasses froze in stunned awe, like her world had just shattered into wonder. With the sky perfectly clear, Falma decided to strike right now. No delay, no second thoughts. He marched the workers to the mansion's square and snapped the crowd into 5 sharp columns. That bulky device sat on the tripod, ready and waiting like it was about to spring to life. People packed the stairs shoulder to shoulder, stretching their smiles like they'd been told to stand at attention. A brutal command snapped through the air. Nobody was allowed to move. The assistant ripped the dark fabric off the lens in one violent snap. 1, 2, 3, he blurted out, and around him all those people froze, breathing held tight like something huge was about to explode. The moment the shooting ended and souvenirs hit the crowd, Falmu got swarmed, right away. She demanded, with zero patience, to see the finished result right now. Both girls fidgeted with pure impatience, practically begging to see what they looked like in that photo. Falma burst out onto the street with a glass plate clutched in his hands and flashed a smile, like the moment was begging to be developed. At last, he shoved the manuals into the assistant's hands and ordered them to study every page at home. The boy grabbed his pencil and sketched diagrams for Ellen, laying out step by step how the reagents could turn light-sensitive glass into a finished negative. The girl just blinked, utterly baffled. When she was told to practice, she grabbed her head. Those boss-made genius inventions were way too complicated for her to wrap her mind around. Then Falma slapped his hands against that huge stack of plates and shot up with a wild idea. Photo passes for every single employee, no exceptions. He lowered the negative into the solution bath, and the face slowly clawed its way onto the paper. There was a security nightmare brewing. Dangerous reagents were sitting in that factory, and a thief could slip in like they belonged there, playing the "Our People" card. "Say that again?" the subordinate blurted, panic shaking his voice. Falma slid his hand over the pile of documents, calm as ever, and swore no one could ever forge that kind of protection. Cedric felt a scream claw up his throat. This insane young man was about to personally snap photos and scrutinize 200 people, betting his body would hold before total exhaustion hit. Ellen let out a tired, resigned sigh, wondering how long it would take him to finally calm down. But Falma didn't budge. He slapped the reports down and said straight up that if they skipped preventive medical checkups, sick workers would stop production cold. Seeing arguing got them nowhere, the girl slammed her decision down. She volunteered to take on part of the responsibilities. A joyful woman clutched her helmet in her hands and screamed Falma's name, and right behind her came a roaring wave of workers from a Stark. The second he saw that familiar face, he knew it. Kiara. He blurted in surprise, asking why they were here and who they'd abandoned back in their mounting. Falma blinked. Kiara thanked him with a warm smile for all his care from the past, then confessed, "We want to be closer so badly that we're taking regular jobs at your pharmaceutical factory." All around, workers crowded in, eyes locked on their savior, grinning with pure, grateful awe. They practically begged him for a shot at studying medicine, and good news, the temple had already signed off for it. The guy beside me was furious. He said the volunteers are trying hard, but their knowledge is so dangerously lacking, it won't save the seriously ill. Patients were trapped in their beds, suffering in silence, while the priest didn't even realize how badly they needed help, right now. Kiara's face turned hard. Sure, the temple priest could sling magic all day, but the moment real illnesses showed up, they turned into clueless idiots. The young employee leaned in with fire in their voice, saying they all dream of one thing, making medicines that could rescue as many people as possible from that world. Falma genuinely beamed at the replenishment, then teased them with the promise he wouldn't touch a single coin of that honestly earned salary. The workers promised, were ready to learn side by side, as the other priest who'd already gathered here for medical knowledge nodded along. The boy was sure Kiara still carried the God of Fire's power, and in this new mission, he was betting everything on her flames. Falma flashed a warm smile and told them straight up, "I'm counting on you." The boy swallowed hard and admitted, "I really need your divine art right now." With fire, wind, and water magic roaring through the factory, every step snapped into overdrive, sterilizing meds, then blasting them into freezing cold in a blink. The moment the new assistants got the offer, they grinned and jumped right in to help. Kiaru got promoted on the spot, took charge of the factory, then ramped production up and slammed a new shift schedule into place. While everyone else messed around with the camera, they were already plotting to hand the queen the exact same one as a gift. But when night fell, the peaceful Medici estate was ripped open by terrified screams. Panicked people crashed in, desperate and begging Falmo to save them. The guards sprinted in to grab the newcomers, but they sobbed their hearts out, begging to be let into Falma. The boy shot out the door in a bathrobe, like he'd just been thrown into the wild. The woman's voice shook as she blurted out that her husband had just collapsed. She pleaded for someone to save the boy who now lay still at the very bottom. Falma leaned in, squinted hard at the mushrooms, and stared at the bite marks in the sick person's hand. Bruno stormed onto the porch, orders the patient inside at once, then yells for the servants as the light flickers in. His relatives crowded in around the unconscious body, pleading with all their hearts, begging him to stay with him just a little longer. The victim's brother snapped open the handkerchief and revealed the deadly dinner's horrible leftovers. Bruno shot his son a hard stare, passed him the treatment with full trust, and swore he'd step in to back him up if it ever got messy. The maid sprinted down the stairs clutching blazing candles. The father kept a razor-sharp eye on every single move the young doctor made. They swept the unconscious person straight onto the exam table beneath the towering chandelier. Falma grabbed his tools, then flicked his staff with a sharp snap, and every candle under the ceiling burst to life with magic. The boy flicked his hand. Boom! A burst of magic snapped to life and the chandelier candles ignited in an instant. He leaned in and inspected the mushroom because the poisoned patient had sworn it was just a normal honey fungus. Autumn just kept dragging on. Real honey mushroom season was already long gone, so the instant anyone spotted it, everyone knew something felt off. It turned out that chanterelle was a fake. Bright cap, mold stench and all, yet even hours of boiling could only hide the bitter truth for a moment. The young man crushed the mushroom in his palm, and just like that, the pieces clicked into place. He checked the patient's pulse. Steady. No wheezing, no alarms, but the poison was still there, clinging to the body and refusing to vanish. The young man's pupil suddenly blazed with a bright electric flash. That therapeutic eye flared on like a spotlight, burning through his body and dazzling straight past his internal organs. The system flagged a buildup of alkaloids and fasciculol, and that nailed the diagnosis, fully confirmed. Toxins lit up from within, glowing bright with poisonous clumps. That starving poor guy didn't just snack. During dinner, he gulped down at least a dozen of those mushrooms. Instantly, sickness slammed into him. His face drained of color, and his legs just gave out. Tears nearly spilled down the wife's face from guilt, but the boy clutched his promise and vowed he'd save the sick person. Luckily, that deadly dish only hit one person, just him, and he immediately went down sick. Everything hit a brick wall, Falma confessed. He only knows part of what these mushroom toxins can do. The boy frantically searched for any single way to escape. Ellen's jaw dropped. Did the universe really hand even him a loss too? Falma tore over to the unconscious patient and unleashed fasciculol removal, pushing back the poison's grip just enough to buy them a chance. A searing burst of magic flared, swallowing the man's twisted body whole. But even so, poison-laced traces kept crawling through his blood, and nobody had any clue what disaster would hit next. Falma frantically ransacked the medicine, knowing it was already too late to wash her stomach. She needed activated charcoal, but without a fast read on those mystery ingredients, it was basically Russian roulette. He just stood there, frozen in front of the shelves, when Ellen suddenly snapped, "Why didn't we take another path?" She blurted out that they could use divine art to sniff out the poison, and the guy nearly lost his mind in shock. She said it with total confidence. She can cast a master-level water spell that turns toxins into crystals. Falma leaned in with hope, asking if she truly had what it takes. Ellen strode up to the table with the flasks, snapped at them to grind the mushroom sample right then. Her eyes narrowed, pure determination locking in like a target. She plunged her hands into the water and hauled out streams of raw magical energy to power the ritual. The dark mineral and herb extract seeped into the holy water, mixing slow but deadly. Ellen snapped her command for the poison to appear. Boom! A magical pulse flashed, and crystal clear toxin spewed into the flask, making the boy instantly clamp his breath. That woman's smile lit up as she clocked his real, heart-deep enthusiasm. Deadly crystals clinked and rattled against the glass, like they were ready to break free. The toxin crackled again, the sparkling shards chiming as they sank to the very bottom of the flask. The boy grinned wide. He was certain now he could spot this infection, and he shot his partner a heartfelt thank you right away. Once he cracked the formula, he leaned over the patient, thrust his hand forward, and ripped every last drop of poison out of his body. The moment the truth hit, it was confirmed. An absolutely wild, complex muscarinic cocktail. That kid's power to pull out the right substance just saved the man's life. Now he's quietly sitting on the bed, surrounded by his family. Everyone finally let out a breath of relief when the patient's condition steadied and held. Later, with his hands thawing around a steaming cup, the young man thanked Ellen again for her brilliant help. She took a sip of tea, and a soft smile bloomed across her face. Ellen lounged on the sofa, stretching like she'd earned it, because the investigation was finally over, and every doubt was gone. At last, he finally got to breathe and let the tension slide off his shoulders. By the fire's crackle, the girl flashed a warm smile and thanked him, again, for standing by her through everything. She tugged her glasses into place, then blurted out, "Okay, how does your divine healing art actually work?" The young man quietly sipped his tea, eyes locked on the chemistry of bonds as she hit him with a passionate breakdown of how poison crystallizes. The girl dramatically flung her arms wide, begging you to picture the magical process unfolding in your mind. Next morning, the company marched right into the snowy forest near Estark, and the kids instantly darted off, vanishing into the thickets. The conductor promised he'd watch the little ones, but the young man still let out a worried sigh anyway. On the road, the hunter blurted out that he never once expected to run into the village rescuer face to face. The young man flashed a soft smile, because handing out medicine wasn't the finish line. After the plague, he had to go villages by village and make sure it was truly over. That peasant strutted in, bragging about the new golden statue of the god of medicine, only to get hit with irritated hissing from his companions, disgusted by idol worshippers. Suddenly, the young man slammed to a stop beside an old stump. "Little mushrooms!" he yelled with pure joy, then sprinted straight for the wild enoki, leaving the guide completely dumbfounded. He snatched up the loot greedily, cradling it like it was his precious, while the local guy stared at him in stunned disbelief. Amid the loud rustling, the boy eagerly stuffed mushrooms into his bag. Turns out the villagers just ignored those enoki, and that left every scrap of forest treasure all for him. The boy snapped to stillness, eyes wide in pure shock. Edible and poisonous mushrooms are woven together right under your feet. His companion shot him a warning. Yeah, even the locals slip up here, because your hand instinctively reaches for those dangerous red-brown caps. A man slid into the seat right beside me. They looked totally normal, like nothing special was lurking underneath. But he slammed the door on that idea. He flat out forbade them to eat. The young man leaned in, eyes locked, hanging on every word like it might change everything. The man plucked the mushroom, and even though it's packed with few toxins, it still lashes out without mercy, targeting the nerves and tearing through the organs. The boy blurted out in pure shock at what he just heard. They moaned over the ruined prize as the dog wandered in circles around them. The young man let out a heavy, sad sigh, because there was simply nothing left to do. Meanwhile, the dog perked up and sniffed the leaves like it was hunting a secret. The second he spotted Kurash happily swallowing that poison they'd just talked about, fear drained his face to bone white, and he screamed in frantic terror. The seasoned doctor froze in sheer terror, horror gripping him like ice. Falma suddenly stopped cold, eyes bulging wide open like he'd just seen a nightmare. From his hiding spot, he exploded forward, slipping right beneath the hunting dog's nose before it could react. The boy shot his dirty prize up triumphantly, tears blasting out as he cried in pure joy. He'd actually found a real white truffle. He practically sprinted to his friends, beaming as he held up his prize. Then the girls just stared like, what even is that weird fruit? The hunter took one look and calmly decided it was just a plain, ordinary mushroom. Falma quietly reveled in the dream finally clicking into place, while the stunned girls just stared, speechless. The guide leaned in and told us the locals call them dog buns, and, no joke, they never touch them to eat. He chuckled, saying these mushrooms stink and taste bland, so yeah, they're only good enough to feed the dogs. Falma didn't see it coming. She was totally caught off guard. The boy tried to sell him on the delicacy's value, but the hunter just erupted in laughter like it was worthless junk, not even worth a free bite to anyone around here. A sly grin cracked across Falma's face. No rivals in sight, so every scrap of forest power was about to be his. A crushed, disappointed sigh tore through the lavish dining room. The boy slammed a giant truffle onto the table, ready to make everyone taste his glory, but not a single soul shared in the moment. The girls recoiled at the nasty stench, wrinkled their noses in disgust, and refused to so much as take a bite of the dish everyone was praising. Falma snatched a grater and vowed to slice fresh truffles right this second. At first, loneliness cracked his heart and a tear slipped out, but then he snapped into joy because that whole delicacy was finally going to be his and his alone. Chunks of that expensive mushroom crashed down in heavy, sticky heaps. The boy gripped the handle with unshakable strength. For a split second, that table was hit with pure luxury. An omelet steaming under a mountain of truffles, so pricey it'd break the bank on earth, yet here it was served straight to the dogs. The maid, Lotta, burst up to the door, and Falma wasted no time. He called her over to grab a sample right then. A shy girl edged up to the table, heart pounding as she closed the distance. She stared at the host's late meal in disbelief, and without missing a beat, suspiciously sniffed the strange new aroma. Falma leaned in and waved his hand toward the plate like he was rolling out a royal invitation. Lotta beamed and clapped her hands together, convinced that even with that weird smell, it had to taste absolutely delicious. The second they slid into their seats, the girl blurted way too innocently, "Wait, are these the same dog buns?" Falma flashed a sly grin, shoved her a full fork, and told her to open her mouth wider. Lotta obediently gulped down the treat. The boy grinned as she instantly melted away, hit by the silky, velvety flavor of that omelet. Falma flashed a satisfied smile as the maid burst into excited praise. Her cheeks flared a rosy pink from the sheer shock of that incredible taste. As the girl shoved cake into her mouth and ditched her work, the younger sister tiptoed in, reaching for her share, while Falma sat there, cool as ever, silently mapping out their autumn plans. The boy stared at the holy image in total silence, like it was speaking secrets just for him. Beam bomb. The temple bell tower roared to life overhead. A thick, uneasy silence smothered the temple hall, solemn as a held breath. The hall felt suffocating, Falma squirmed as he balanced the tray, while the local bishop jabbed a stern finger right at him. The boy shoved that giant door with all his strength. The curtain dropped, and a quick "yes" snapped through the room. He fidgeted with his scarf, held his breath for a beat, and forced himself to exhale, like courage was something he had to earn. The temple servant snapped his head toward the sudden burst of light. "Yeah, of course I'm here." Solomon bolted out to meet him so fast that Falma's breath caught in shock. The archbishop was on the verge of tears, calling himself a worthless servant and thanking them from the bottom of his heart for the visit. And Falma had barely mustered the courage to peek through that crack just to ask if he was even there. Somehow, it still stuck. Under that crushing pressure, the guy broke into sweat, forced a jittery grin, and stammered out a shaky hello to Solomon. The radiant priest offered help on the spot, and Falma had no choice but to take it. Falma inched up to Solomon, trembling as she asked, "Do you have a moment to talk?" He leaned in and admitted he had one burning question. The priest leaned in and reassured the guest, saying the brethren would handle every prep for the altar ceremony, no hymn needed. With one snap of his foot, a magical pattern exploded under the boot like it was alive. Solomon beamed and ushered Falma in, insisting the cathedral was his true home. The second the boy crossed into the hall, the floor erupted in a blazing glow, intricate patterns weaving under his feet like magic. Bright, razor-fast beams streak across the stone slabs under their feet. Radiant outlines flared along the temple's towering walls as the choir's first notes finally rang out. The monks burst into shocked gasps, then sprinted over with bright grins to joyfully welcome the mighty Lord Falmu. Solomon calmly swept his hand forward, like he was guiding them straight into the next move. The boy's face burned red as he awkwardly recoiled from the crowd's sudden stare. The whole hall erupted in blazing white light, like the universe itself had turned on at full power. The enchanted servants burst into a powerful hallelujah, singing with raw passion. Later on, they tucked themselves in at the table, and Solomon leaned in, asking with respect how he could serve his master. A fresh cup of hot tea puffed up steaming clouds on the table as the guest slowed down, wrestling for the right words. The priest stared in shock as he asked about the legend, yet the boy across just smiled and swore he couldn't find anyone better than himself when it came to the god of medicine. The light-haired young man leaned in and admitted, straight from the heart, that he'd come for this story. Staring at the temple's painted walls, he admitted with a straight face that being treated like a deity leaves him totally stressed out. Redness surged up his face. Yeah, it was real. He truly had the staff of the god of medicine, and it carried real magic. No, he's not some god at all, just a regular person with an absurd store of strength, and he makes that crystal clear to the other guy. The priest only let out a soft sigh, remembering that divine glow in the young man's hands, and knowing from their very first meeting that this kid wasn't ordinary at all. A tiny, almost invisible smirk flickered across his face for just a split second. The boy froze, eyes widening, completely thrown off by how blunt it was. Then he frantically flapped his hands, panicking as he insisted he had zero clue what was happening in that moment. All that wild confidence turned out to be nothing but a scared bluff to save his own skin, and it completely stunned the priest. Suddenly, the young man's eyes snapped sharp and serious. Now it was time to uncover the truth behind that legend. All he cared about was one terrifying question. Was the true god of medicine's power exactly like his? The young man's mind drifted straight into an ancient legend, the god of medicine. The priest sank into deep thought, like his mind had vanished into another world. One thing gnawed at him. This guy had no shadow at all. And sure, the sacred scriptures call the gods light, but they never once mention what happens when a shadow is missing. He told the little one his hunch. If the gods are nothing but pure light, then of course they can't throw a shadow. In the end, it all boiled down to one thing, getting the ancient texts interpreted the right way. Then the boy jutted his finger at the open tome, where the god of medicine was name-dropped. He nodded once, then grabbed that brutal, heavy copy of the scripture and lifted it up. During a deadly epidemic, something impossible happened. Records got shoved back hundreds of years when a girl with a glowing mark on her right hand appeared, claimed she was a god, and somehow saved whole cities. But her mission didn't last long. She'd visit the Holy Spring, return to the heavens, and disappear forever, having only spent 1 year among people. After everything divine was swept away from her on Earth, the only thing left behind was the sacred staff. The boy's eyes flickered down, and the sudden gut punch of loss hit him so hard his whole body just froze. And those old pages brutally declared it. One perfect day, she just vanished and never came back. The priest swept his eyes across the towering library shelves and admitted with a grim sigh that they basically knew next to nothing about the old gods of medicine. Only these busted, half-remembered legends made it to today. But the boy clocked a terrifying pattern in their eyes. Every single god vanished from this world after exactly 1 year. Falma finally got it. If the god of medicine's body only lives a single year, then her own time is already way past. The bishop grimly confessed that the past deity is basically a blank page. Only one thing shows up in the scriptures: a young girl. The boy frowned hard, like something just didn't add up. He couldn't shake the feeling it might be something totally different, so he tiptoed up and asked, carefully, how old his predecessor was. The bishop dropped his gaze in full-on guilt, because he was missing key information, and it was killing him. From the very first second, nobody could tell if she was just a mortal shell or a goddess hiding behind a human face. Falm was soaked in icy sweat because he had zero clue how to get back up to the heavens. Right before the epidemic struck, he transformed, and with strange markings and supernatural power to back it up, everyone instantly bowed down and crowned him a deity. Remembering the priest's wild, obsessive worship, the boy winced, mortified. A horrifying thought hit him like a punch. What if the real god is living on Earth, and Kanji Yakutani's body is gone for good? What if those legendary heavens people whisper about aren't God's realms at all? What if they're his real home planet? The bishop pulled him aside, and all the while the boy was drowning in silent panic. If his old body is already dead and gone, how on earth is he even supposed to come back to Earth? The boy jolted back from his thoughts, flinched hard, and waved off the questions as if they'd burned him. Falma leaned in and demanded to know if there were any other gods here he could talk to. The archbishop jolted with shock, staring in disbelief. The boy edged forward and whispered whether anyone else had ever fallen into this world besides the god of medicine. His answer left him stunned. No one else showed up between Falmo and the previous incarnation. Even the dusty old archives kept proof of those ancient days when the gods crashed down one after another. But that was back when evil spirits were tearing kingdoms apart, so before he even met the young man, the archbishop brushed those stories off as nothing more than beautiful legends. The priest's smile vanished, and with a grave voice he told them one truth. only one person is stepping down into the world now. There's literally no space left for anyone else here. His eyes softened and he admitted, just the thought of seeing Falma and surviving in his own time was pure, overwhelming happiness. The boy went stone still as they spoke his name with reverence, like he was the only god left in this world. On a calm, peaceful day, the Archbishop leaned in with excitement and said it's honestly mind-blowing to watch the deity's everyday life unfold right among the townspeople. And now, as a faithful servant of the church, he's got one job above all: guard this memory, so the next generations will remember it too. Falma clenched his fist and finally understood just how deep this fanatical surveillance went. Every normal word he spoke and every little thing he did had already been etched in ink onto the new pages of the Holy Scripture. That bright-faced priest swore he'd spread Lord Falmu's glory across the whole world, and the boy shuddered like he knew trouble was coming. The guest suddenly dropped his voice and leaned in, admitting that Falma felt way too human to be a deity. There were times in history when savage gods ripped out of the sky and wiped out whole kingdoms in one brutal sweep. He snapped his brows together, as if to warn, nobody, and I mean nobody, can promise a higher being will be kind. So when the merciful god of medicine finally appeared, it felt like a miracle, and the whole place erupted in loud celebrations. Falma snapped her eyes open in shock and shot off a question. What exactly was this rescuer's real duty? The young man was absolutely furious because he was only doing his job as a normal pharmacist, yet somehow that still made it all feel unbearable. He brewed life-saving medicines and dragged the sick back from the brink. But the priest stayed cool and said, this is exactly what the god of medicine should be focused on. A heavy, unblinking stare pinned everything in place. The guest leaned in and asked in a hushed voice whether the pharmacist truly believed in his own ordinariness. Falm broke out in a cold sweat when he realized his miracles were nothing but impossible dreams in this world. Right before his eyes, a modern lab from his past life flickered back, where he only had science to rely on and he saved people anyway. He let out a heavy sigh and straight up confessed, I treat patients with zero hidden motives, it's just how I am. That young man flat out refused the hero path. He just wanted to heal people as a normal pharmacist and live in peace. The priest just smiled, soft and warm, and that kind of human heart is exactly why everyone adored him so fiercely. The man let out a quiet breath. He made it crystal clear. The church isn't trying to load this young man with duties. Its whole mission is to shield him in this world for as long as they possibly can. A quiet city stretched out beneath the window, all calm on the surface, like trouble was waiting just out of sight. If that divine power feels like a suffocating weight, the priest pushes a bold idea. Flip the viewpoint. He told them to treat it like any other title, because getting it meant the world was giving him absolute recognition for his mastery. People can't help but be drawn to his knowledge, and that kind of confidence melts away every awkward moment. His eyes went wide at the shock. Turns out the god of medicine isn't a deity at all. It's the top award a pharmacist can earn. The alarm's roar died down on the spot, and relief flooded his face in a real, heartfelt smile. His eyes swept across the rows of book spines. A wall of ancient, dust-choked tomes packed tight on the shelves, staring back like untold secrets. The priest's face lit up as he stared at the young man, because that crushing weight finally vanished from his soul. They strode through the grand corridor, and at the end the man smiled and told him to always come to him with every worry. The priest didn't raise his voice. He gently but firmly reminded everyone that the temple doors are always open for anyone chasing spiritual healing. The boy flashed a real smile and vowed, I'll swing by the second trouble hits. The crushing weight finally slipped off his shoulders, like a chain snapping free. Suddenly, the cleric blurted that tomorrow would bring copies of the great sacred treasures. The boy blurted out at once, demanding to hear the legend behind the god of medicine's staff. The man gave a quiet nod. The moment that artifact was even mentioned, the boy's curiosity lit up like a fire. The priest snapped it down to the ground in a hurry, basically telling everyone, these things are useless for anything that matters. The gods tossed their weapons aside and slipped back to the heavens, but mortals can't even get a finger on them. The boy was desperate to get a real look, actual images of the deity's chests, the kind you could only see if you were lucky enough to find them. Towering above them, the sacred temple vaults loomed in silent silence. He swallowed his nerves and asked, almost whispering, whether ordinary folks were even allowed to look at them. And yeah, these relics weren't just kept around. The church guarded them with iron rules, storing them in different temples. The priest totally cut the formalities short and promised he'd personally rush the holy items straight to the little one's pharmacy. Before the ceremony even began, parishioners leaned in and whispered greetings, telling the archbishop, "We're ready." Falma snapped into stillness out of nowhere. Everyone around him beamed like nothing was wrong, but his stare locked onto those swollen red eyes like a warning sign. While some nobles were cheering his apothecary talent, the boy stared at his burning, inflamed pupils and nearly panicked. Keratoconjunctivitis. Everyone could tell what it was the moment the symptoms hit. No magical vision needed. Falma snapped around in an instant, yelling, and right then everyone's eyes flared red. He fired at the archbishop, shouting that this was the straight road to a brand new epidemic. In that packed crowd, the boy's skin crawled as the infection jumped from one person to the next in the blink of an eye. The moment crowds packed into the cathedral, the infection surged through everyone like wildfire. Dozens of parishioners in the crowd were already mindlessly pressing their burning eyelids and temples with trembling hands. Falma barked strict orders to round up all the sick in one spot and swear they wouldn't touch their own faces. Then the archbishop snapped to attention and obeyed every word. The young man snapped, "Shut that door, now, before anyone can get out." He muttered that he'd be back soon, then bolted off head first, vanishing into the moment. Meanwhile, the confused archbishop rushed the assistants outside, frantic, trying to kick the ceremony into gear. The assistant rushed up to the bishop and demanded they kick off the ceremony. Chaos erupted in the pharmacy. Ellen snapped demands for answers in full shock, while Lotta shrieked with terror over a brand new epidemic. Without a single second wasted, Falma barked at the girl to sprint to the storage and grab the bottles of drops. He knew it was coming, and adenoviral conjunctivitis was ripping through people at breakneck speed. A sudden knock hit the door, then a hand snapped onto the glass flask like it was already theirs. They scrambled to get ready, while confused Ellen just couldn't figure out what to do next. Because there wasn't a cure or a direct treatment for this virus, the only thing that mattered was locking the infection down before it could spread. It might have healed on its own, but those steroid drops were suddenly a must because the inflammation was raging out of control. With a blinding flash, Falma magically synthesized fluoromethylone right inside the glass isolator. He grabbed a full box of fresh medicines and sprinted into the yard, where the church officials were already waiting for him. The boy dashed into the grand building, breathless, and apologized for being late as he hurried inside. Inside the cathedral, hundreds of worried eyes pinned him in place. Every pew was packed with people watching. Falma climbed onto the podium, thrust the vial up to the sky, and the assistants rushed through the crowd handing out printed handouts. His voice boomed beneath the dome. "Follow the rules, wash your hands like you mean it, and sprint to the pharmacy the second symptoms hit." Out there, the crowd finally exhaled. Yeah, the unknown illness was scary, but it wasn't the Black Death. The townspeople lit up at the free medicine, already brainstorming whether they should bring candies for the kids to show their gratitude. Meanwhile, inside the temple, the archbishop lowered his head to Falmo, because this kid had saved everyone again, just like before. All around them, the attendants were sprinting back and forth, scrubbing and cleaning that huge hall at full speed. The clergyman swallowed his bitterness and confessed he never even clocked the infection outbreak, while the boy just sighed, smiling like it was the best news. Falma grinned warmly and said, "The virus didn't burst in the capital, so the temple stayed the safest place on earth for everyone." Getting sick inside those holy walls would be pure, brutal irony. Pushing the archbishop to look after himself, the young man and his companion spun around and headed out. A soft goodbye smile that lingered like a promise. They're going to run into each other, no doubt about it. While one of the monks was almost worshipping the pills like they were divine treasures, the archbishop shot him a dry order. Use them for what they were meant to do. The monk's eyes snapped cold and sharp. He clocked the whole truth in an instant. The assistant rushed up with a fresh report. The cleaning was finally done. But the archbishop just stared at the temple vaults, lost in thoughts of Lord Falmu, the kind of man who refuses to ignore anyone's suffering. Morning finally broke, and he turned to Solomon like, "Thanks for coming." They stormed up the stairs. On the table sat a tiny box, just like the sacred treasure everyone swore was untouchable. Silence. Solomon stared the boy down and urged him to crack open the find. Wooden lid. The boy leaned in to look, then everything around him stopped dead, like time just froze on the spot. My heart slammed against my ribs the moment I realized there was no way this could possibly be true. The young man stood frozen, staring at the impossible like his eyes couldn't blink. Stunned by what he just heard, Solomon swallowed his pride and quietly apologized. The man quickly turned away, keeping his dignity intact. At the bottom of the box, a badge from his old life stared back, Professor Yakutani's name on it, and his mind instantly spiraled into a full-on scream at this insane twist of fate. A plain plastic card, his aged photo on one side, his real name printed on the other. The boy stared in disbelief. How in the world did something like that get dragged into another world at all? He snapped around and blurted, voice shaking, asking them if they had any clue about this discovery. The priest stared at the pale young man, and worry clung to him like a shadow. The man blurted out his confession in total confusion, admitting he didn't understand a single thing all the way to the very end. He knew it wouldn't be what he expected, so he marched right up to Falma and demanded to know what the item was for. That next sentence hit him like a truck. This relic had been dug up from 3,000 years ago. Back then up north, local farmers were just clearing the land when they stumbled right into it by pure accident. The priest said the first discovery was a mystery, light as air, insanely flexible, so ancient people instantly treated plastic like a holy gift dropped by the God-Keeper himself. The ancient relic's legend hung in the air, heavy with centuries, like it was weighing on every breath. Nobody had any clue how to use it, and touching the sanctuary was absolutely off limits. Falma leaned in, eyes sharp, and asked if it was really true that a plain, ordinary card could carry that kind of terrifying mystical power. While the boy was busy staring at that built-in memory chip that could spit out weird energy, the priest suddenly snapped to attention and urged him to study even just a copy of the artifact. The man snapped back to reality in an instant. He shoved the item into Falmi's hands, praying that even one copy of the mysterious artifact would finally spill some clues. On the table sat Kanzi Yakutani's badge, the relic of a past life, while the stranger stared at it, convinced the guy's letters were sacred, unreadable scripture. The man just shrugged like it didn't matter, flat out refusing to help them decode it. Falma shot to his feet, begging, no, pleading, to not be abandoned to whatever fate waited for him. With his nerves finally settled, he asked for permission to take the artifact and dig deeper into its secrets. Panic swarmed his mind. This sword artifact was 3,000 years old, and it didn't make sense with anything that had happened so far. It hit him out of nowhere, like an electric jolt. He wasn't getting reborn at all. Exhaustion swallowed that dead Japanese man's soul, and then it snapped into the body of a local boy who'd been struck down by lightning a year earlier. So why did that badge yank itself into this totally alien world, where even time runs on a crooked, different clock? The boy gritted his teeth, jerking his chin up in pain as he desperately hunted for the answer, fever blazing in every breath. What if their souls got swapped and now his real body is out there living someone else's life? Did his consciousness snap to this moment the instant he died, like a magnet yanking pieces of the past along with him? He stared so hard he felt like he'd burn right through the plastic folder, trapped and twisted in the laws of his own existence. The girl jolted closer to Falma, staring at him in shock, and blurted, "What did you do?" The boy slumped on the couch, totally baffled, and frantically turned an unfamiliar object over and over in his hands. A woman with glasses leaned over the back of the sofa and demanded, "Is this from the priest?" She pinched the find between two fingers, leaned in, and narrowed her eyes like she was hunting for the truth. It was a shiny, modern ID card, complete with a photo that looked like it was pulled straight from a criminal file. Falma jerked so hard at the sudden comment that ice-cold sweat erupted across her skin. In that photo, a man with freakishly weird hair color stared back, and the locals instantly swore he was a god. Everyone in the room shot each other uneasy looks like, wait, we've never even met a brunette in our whole lives. The woman staggered, stunned to realize that right before her stood the guardian god's real face. The crowd buzzed with excitement, circling the jaw-dropping discovery like it was pure treasure. She locked her eyes on the ground and let the old legends wash over her, stories of dark-haired deities shrouded in shadow. She snapped into a huge gasp out of nowhere, and the boy nearly jumped out of his skin. She was practically yelling that this color proved sacred inviolability, but Falma didn't even hear her because the face on that card hit him like a punch. Painfully familiar. From that tiny photo, a man in a sharp business suit and strict glasses stared at him, calm as ice. A sudden flash of light ripped the space apart in an instant. The girl with the glasses shot her friend a confused look, and the young man sitting there felt weirdly familiar to both of them. Another outbreak. She flashed a warm smile and admitted it felt incredible, like, finally, someone who actually has their back. Her heartfelt words drifted through the room, slow and heavy, like they were sinking straight into everyone's chest. Already in the living room, he slid into the chair by the table, hands trembling as he nervously agreed with their guesses. Suddenly, the girl started twirling his ID in her hands, studying that wild, bizarre design like it was a regular factory pass. The young man was soaked in sweat, let out a shaky, nervous chuckle, and in his head he was basically screaming at how insane all of this local nonsense was. Right here, out of nowhere, his plastic card and staff were treated like priceless treasures, gifts from the gods who'd literally fallen out of the sky. With a grim jaw, he clenched the ID in his fist, his only lifeline to the life he used to have. His eyes swept over Associate Professor Kanji Yakutani's name, and the boy swore to himself he'd get to the original, no matter the cost. But there was zero time to dwell. This lab was packed with urgent tasks, all screaming for attention. The days looped through lectures, paperwork, and non-stop visits from the Emperor. His stunning beauty had the local girls swooning so hard and made the whole routine feel like it would never end. While birds chirped in the spotless sky, New Year 1147 finally rolled in. A colossal bed with a royal canopy rose over the quiet bedroom, like it owned the whole room. Morning light barely managed to kiss the carved wooden patterns carved into the pillars. Falma was dead asleep, breathing deep and steady in the cozy warmth of his bed. Right beside him, the maid slumped against the edge of the mattress, nodding off in stolen sleep. The boy cracked his eyes open, like the world was daring him to wake up. Lottie was already up, kneeling by the bed, beaming as she chirped him a cheerful good morning. He spun his head, and there she was, staring him down with those massive, watchful eyes, right in his face. The girl narrowed her eyes with a wicked little smirk, then let out a satisfied chuckle like she'd just cracked the secret. Sleepy Falma blinked in confusion and asked what was going on, barely managing to choke back her laughter. Suddenly, he felt a strange body pressed beneath the blanket, and his whole body went rigid with shock. Lode giggled and clapped her hand over her mouth, then kicked things off with, The clueless boy held his breath and slowly peeked out from under the blanket. "I saw your face," the maid chirped, then spun on her heels like the moment was pure magic. Falma let out a huge breath of relief. His little sister was curled up beside him, softly snoring. And Lode, pushing the morning sun through the curtains, casually told him the girl had simply gotten too cold overnight. He crawled out of sleep with a soft, secret smile spreading across his face. The second he opened his eyes, his whole body went still. There was a girl, sound asleep right beside him under the blanket. The door slammed open, and the cheerful maid strode in, breathless with news about how biting the night's chill was. The guest kept right on snoring sweetly, softly purring like a content little cat as the strokes on her head lulled her deeper into sleep. The boy sat on the edge of the bed, totally baffled, staring like, wait, why is she even sleeping in my room? Instead, the maid beamed and jabbed at the window. Overnight, the whole garden had been smothered in snow. He shot up out of his seat and pressed his back to the glass, staring in pure, spellbound fascination. Today they were ready to breathe easy and finally rest, until a nasty draft snapped the mood in half and ruined the whole morning. The boy shivered and shook like crazy, so the maid rushed in and offered to swap his clothes right away. She lit up with genuine joy at his gratitude, because taking care of him was her favorite calling. He didn't resist, he just let her help him. The maid deftly tightened the tie at his collar, and the boy's face instantly erupted in a deep, breathless blush from how close she was. Fiddling with his vest, he let out a heavy sigh. He'd never get used to how fiercely they took care of him. As she sidestepped through the open wardrobe like she owned the place, he couldn't help thinking, how long before this girl stopped being his servant? The boy swallowed hard, nerves crashing through him. The maid thrust a fancy, pompous frock coat at him, but he snatched it aside and rushed for the plainest black suit he could find. While the girls laughed like nothing could touch them, he quietly shut out their noise in his own head. As he swung the hall door open, he clung to one thought. Maybe a personal servant was right around the corner. Laughing with his younger sister, he sprinted into the cafeteria like the day couldn't possibly get any better. Their mother lit up the room with a warm smile as she greeted them. Suddenly, she let out this mysterious little giggle, and the boy instantly knew something was seriously off. Her words hit the kids like thunder. Pella, the older brother, was coming back. The walls started to shake as their silent panic scream raged through the room. The boy forced out a lopsided smile as his mom lit up, talking non-stop about that letter. She was practically glowing from pure joy, counting down the minutes as she waited for her son to come home for the winter holidays. The moment it hit his mind, a horrifying picture of the brother loomed overhead, and beneath that evil laughter, the boy blurted out fake, happy words he couldn't even say with confidence. Later, the brother and sister dragged themselves onto the carpet by the fireplace, completely worn out, no clue what to do next. The fire snapped and spat, driving home the horrifying truth that what they feared was coming, no matter what. The boy flashed a shaky grin, laughing off the sudden snowdrifts outside the window, as if the ice god's messing around. With a tired little nod, the young man finally got it. Arguing with his sister was pointless, and he couldn't change a thing. His sister shot him a furious glare, slammed her hands in the air, and demanded he gear up for battle, because she was sure he'd crush his older brother. He let out a defeated sigh. Easy to say, sure, but in reality it felt flat out impossible. Right away, those brutal sparring memories came roaring back. An unbreakable brother slugging it out like a god, never backing down until he tore out a total victory. Now I've got to tiptoe around his bloated ego all the time, and I'll even have to shut down my favorite pharmacy for a while. The thought hit him like a jolt, and that young man's face twisted into a crooked, tired smile. Meanwhile, the girl kept drawing with bright hope, even insisting on a wild tactic, pretending to lose consciousness on purpose. Far away from all this, the eldest brother slumped on the edge of the bed, then leaned in and reassured the terrified assistant, steady hands, no matter what. In his trembling grip, the ripped fabric was soaked clean through with fresh blood. Palla wiped his lips with a gloomy frown and snapped that his parents didn't care one bit about what he was going through. The servant cracked in despair and hot tears erupted down their face. Palla suddenly spun away and snapped, "No panic!" because he couldn't possibly let himself die while his younger brother and sister were still completely defenseless. The young man clutched the fabric to his chest in pain, tears streaming down his face as he lowered low and swallowed his pride, accepting his will without a fight. He swore to himself that someday the moment would finally hit and he'd spill every last truth. Wiping the sweat off his face, he clenched his teeth and swore. His brother and sister were still too young, and he refused to die. That dark mark on his wrist above the half-finished letter snapped into focus, and suddenly the clock was screaming. One thought kept hammering in my head. This blizzard is the real deal. The older brother snatched the staff and burst out laughing, saying bad weather was the perfect excuse for water mages to go all out in combat training. When someone mocked Falma about whether he only planned to fight on sunny days, he just let out a quiet sigh inside, baffled by his brother's stubborn optimism. It all kicked off just a few hours ago when the father, all ceremonial glory, greeted his son right at the mansion doorstep. Palla's eyes burned with real sincerity as he finally reunited with his family after a brutal stretch of separation. The moon hurled his loud greeting across the snowy rooftop. Even though he'd already sent the postal horse ahead, the young man still couldn't sit still. He bolted over himself to deliver the joyful news. Before the parents even had a chance to breathe after that morning letter, the person who wrote it showed up right on their doorstep. The older brother flashed a sweet, prayed smile and slipped into the perfect obedient son act right in front of the whole family. The younger one was honestly bored out of his mind by all that flashy showboating. Her mom was practically bouncing out of her skin. Her son didn't just top the graduating class, he also earned the first rank as a healer. She practically blazed with pride. And he kept up his dramatic bragging, soaking in every last brag-worthy detail of his achievements. The mother smiled and said their family's medical genius doesn't stop. It's passed straight from father to son. When his son thanked him, the family head only smirked. like he'd been waiting for that exact moment. He stroked his beard with calm confidence because this was exactly what he'd expected. The graduate couldn't stop thanking their parents for every lesson, while Falma sat on the couch and watched the whole spectacle with a sharp, doubtful glare. Suddenly, the older one snapped around, flashed a sly grin, and towered over the smaller one like a threat. He sneered that his brother was just too shocked to understand how wild his success had gotten. Falma jolted with terror and rushed out a shaky burst of forced greetings. That heavy, serious look from the father cut the conversation short. He leaned in and straight up demanded what the healer planned to do after graduation. Paula kept teasing his younger brother by messing up his hair, right up until their father burst in and cut it all short. Falma squinted hard, clearly unimpressed, like he couldn't stand what he was seeing. When someone asked him about university, Paula suddenly cut in with a wild grin. "I'm going home," and swore he'd make up for 3 years apart with hellish training. Falma's face drained of color as horror hit, because suddenly, daily life under that kind of surveillance didn't sound like a future, it sounded like a sentence. A heavy pause swallowed the room. His father just sat there, taking it all in. Blanche kept blinking like she couldn't believe her ears, and Falma was already mourning the death of his peaceful days. Loud laughter exploded from the father as he brushed his son's shock off as pure embarrassment, while Blanche, clueless and thrilled, happily welcomed her brother's return. Paula grinned like he'd just won, then slammed down a brand new decree. From this day on, he'd handle education, and his duties before breakfast even hit the table. Suddenly, he snapped around, raised his voice, and called the children by name with hard, stern authority. Falma and Blanche trembled with dread, bracing for the worst to hit. A deafening roar ripped through the blizzard, echoing like thunder. Falma stood knee-deep in biting snow, clutching his staff as frost locked him up. Then his brother laughed and declared the lesson was starting, like it was no big deal. Out in the freezing wasteland, when the nervous question hit, "Are we really doing this?" Paula snapped back with a straight-up no ifs, ands, buts, yes. Falma's excuse that nobody dares step outside in a storm like this only ignited a wildfire of fanatical excitement in the elder. With a sly grin, Paula laughed that he'd coddled the younger one too much, and swore he'd personally knock every last bit of that bookish nonsense right out of him. The boy suddenly broke down in tears, begging, almost panicking for any explanation at all. But instead of giving an answer, the opponent snapped open a dark blade. Compass was dead, and steal time had begun. The man in the white cloak whipped his weapon through the freezing air like it was nothing. The young man stiffened as the enemy's spellbook droned on, so dry and lifeless it sounded like cold system commands, not magic. The radius, the flight path, the exact hit time, the mage snapped, gripping the sword right before his face, like cold lightning about to strike. In that instant, a predator's grin tore across his lips. Cold sweat soaked the boy as the truth hit. His enemy didn't freeze the ice. They turned the snowflakes themselves into deadly knives. Dozens upon dozens of razor-sharp blades hovered in the air, all locked onto the victim like a deadly firing squad. With a sharp snap of his hand, the wizard detonated a vicious storm of snowballs straight at the young man. The massive strike tore the white space open in a blinding flash. The boy somehow nailed his balance and came sliding hard across the snow on his shoes, like pure luck holding him upright. Gripping the handle tight, he unleashed a scorching burst to slam the icy projectiles aside. Suddenly, his eyes went wide with pure, gut-churning horror. The next brutal wave slammed through their defenses and sent the young man crashing to the ground, hard. The boy barely swung his sword to deflect an ice block, then jolted and screamed. His magic was meant to melt the snow, but the enemy's divine gift refused to vanish. He got yanked by his boots across the frozen ground, all because of that brutal hit. I had to jerk back hard, barely dodging sharp projectiles that were already biting into the snow. He bolted, spitting curses under the non-stop storm of fresh attacks. Behind them, a massive wall of ice roared into the air with a bone-shaking rumble. The long-haired wizard just smirked like, yeah, good luck, because dodging those homing bullets was totally pointless. Suddenly, the snow detonated into razor-sharp blades, blasting straight up from under the young man's feet. He gasped in pain, stunned to his core. This wasn't normal magic at all. Deadly chunks of ice kept blasting up from the snowdrifts, straight into the air like a deadly trap. The enemy weaponized the falling snow, blasting non-stop, and the victim had to scream and fight off the endless barrage. The long-haired man strode through the blizzard with calm swagger, bragging about his radius of impact, while the young guy fumed in his head, calling him a coward. It cracked me up. He actually bragged that he'd turned Falma into minced meat before his divine power finally ran out. Spitting a few words about the gorgeous weather, he whipped his arm wide and launched a brutal wave of ice spears straight ahead. Falma gripped his sword's hilt so hard it creaked, then stared the enemy down with fierce, relentless rage. Magical whirlwinds tore through the air, whipping around the swordsman like a storm made of power. The kid in the scarf barely slipped out of those brutal strikes, yelling at the top of his lungs to aim higher. A thunderous crack ripped through the surface as the shockwave tore everything apart. The boy shuddered uncontrollably and panted hard, drenched in cold sweat. "What?" was the only word he could scrape out of his throat. Right under their feet, the ground shattered and shot up icy spikes, while the enemy only grinned crookedly, like this whole endless mess finally caught up to them. From beneath his long hair, the young man's eyes gleamed like a merciless predator stalking its next move. With a brutal swing of his blade, he blasted the ice chains, and a brutal wall of razor-sharp glaciers surged in, swallowing the whole space. In the library, the boy faced his father and begged him to keep his wins under wraps from his older brother, for now, so his studies abroad wouldn't get derailed. The father nodded, because the truth was already wild. This kid had even become the head of a capital pharmacy. He told himself the proud Pale probably wouldn't envy being court pharmacist. But then the real threat hit, the sacred mark on the boy. He remembered how religious his brother was, and his shoulders sank with dread over the headache that was coming. Then his father nodded, willing to keep the secret, but only if his terms were met. The father's words echoed in his head. "I'll tell you everything when the time comes," and then the scene snapped straight to the snow-choked battlefield, where Pola stood face-to-face with towering ice spears. The brother clenched his weapon tighter, and the ice let out a chilling crack. With a deafening clang, the blades exploded into shards, laying bare the exhausted young man, wheezing and gasping for air after that wild, frenzied onslaught. Pala beamed at the kid, gave a proud nod, and said, "Not bad at all. You survived." The boy's muscles tensed, and he never once tore his wary eyes off the relative. The elder spoke in a calm voice, asking what the battle left behind, and admitting that it all felt like it was teetering on the edge the whole time. Pure rage seized the young man. An ordinary person would have been dead from a hit like that, so he was convinced his brother was trying to wipe him out for good. Just like that, the same terrifying instant hit again. Sharp, blade-like ice flows screamed straight toward him. Right at the last second, his deadly ice snapped into water mid-fall, and that instant saved his life. Or else he would have been trapped here forever, sealed in this permafrost like a living statue. Pala just shrugged it off like it was nothing, snapped that this horror was basic training, and smugly asked if his brother finally saw his skill. The older brother broke into a warm, indulgent smile. A lone boy stood right in the dead center of a shattered, icy wasteland, surrounded by wreckage and silence. His black clothes were ripped to shreds, and sweat poured down his face as exhaustion crushed him. Those words just screamed that it would be a total letdown to waste any time playing kids' games. And before long, that little one is about to hit their 12th birthday. The boy naively thought these trainings were forging the nobility to defend the empire and its people. Then, right away, someone cut him off. "No!" the brother snapped, sharp and ice cold. Staring up from the sea of snow, he demanded whether the little one knew the real reason behind all that torment. The boy froze and blinked hard, because the elder just told him, "You've got to learn to fight all by yourself." No matter what's going down or how many enemies show up, there's not a single ally anywhere close enough to save him in that fight. Their father wields power for the Empress, so when danger hits, he's not walking away, not even if it means abandoning his own family. The boy clenched his fists, fear swallowing his chest, and he couldn't figure out who would protect the people he loved next. The illusion was gone. Those holy knights in the service weren't holy at all, just mercenaries, and only a rare few would dare gamble their own lives. A heavy boot closed the distance, and the elder snapped him with a brutal truth. Right now, nobody is actually protecting their family. His brother exploded into a scream, yelling at Falma to master the divine art, right now! The moment he admitted he constantly prays for their family's safety, his gaze suddenly sank with heavy, unspoken worry. Boots crunched through the snow. His job was to keep everyone safe, pharmacists and patients included, right under his watch. And every servant in that whole estate was there too. The brother fought his way through the blizzard, shouting that they had to stay together, but Falma snapped back, cold as the storm, saying he understood nothing and they shouldn't pretend otherwise. The boy clenched the weapon with total confidence, because every one of those people was his most precious treasure, and he was going to protect them no matter what. The elder shot a sad glance over his shoulder and admitted, with a heavy heart, that this was their shared duty. Tension snapped in the air, like something huge was about to explode. The brother snapped the staff at him, and with ice in his voice, warned that if Falmi was suddenly left with nobody at all, he'd have to protect everyone by himself. The boy bolted up to him in full panic. Without waiting for a reply, a spell detonated, and a colossal wall of ice slammed down on Falma. Space itself got ripped open by a blinding burst of magic. His brother just cackled and rained blows on him, yelling at him not to hold back, and Falma fumed, barely scraping by the hits, so furious that instead of brains, the other guy only brought muscles. After just a few hours, the blizzard still raged outside, while the brothers stayed warm inside, peacefully huddled by the stove in their cozy forest cabin. Inside the cozy wooden house, a young man bundled in a blanket sat calmly, chatting like he owned the moment with a man in a tailcoat. Snow hammered the window like the whole world was trying to shut them in. The boy asked about Mr. Pale, and his companion shot back fast, telling him everything was totally fine. The man couldn't shake the memory of the senior mage sitting there just moments ago, calm as a calm storm, warming himself with steaming hot tea. When he heard Pale had just zonked out from sheer exhaustion, he finally let out a breath of relief. And after Pale woke up, he pushed ahead straight for the estate. Something gnawed at the young man's gut. No real injuries showed up, yet his doubts kept screaming louder and louder. The dark-haired man snapped into panic, sweat pouring down as he scrambled to blame his friend's condition on that brutal, everyday training. With shaky hands, he waved them in panic, and swore he'd get to the bottom of this story at any cost. The liar snarled about their bloody sparring, but the young man just gave him another icy demand. He stared that flustered guy down, then bonked his forehead and barked, "Tell me you've got fire magic, right?" He let out a jittery chuckle, then shot back a fresh excuse, saying Pela had clashed with other students too, all while using earth magic. The young man slid down beside the exhausted Pale, who sprawled in bed, drained and barely holding on. He blurted out, shaking with worry, that his mentor had pushed him so hard it wrecked his body. Pala only let out a small, helpless groan, barely able to move, not even strong enough to push himself up. Early morning, scarred Pale hauled himself out of bed and told the little one straight up, the body only gets stronger by grinding through brutal trials. The dark-haired companion fumbled for the right words, but the man slammed it down. "Enough talking. Drop the books. Now we train." Paul stood firm, and his hard stare shut down every single complaint. That hard, unblinking stare said it all. No shortcuts, only sweat and blood. Telling Pala to pause for the holidays before heading home only stirred up a dull, simmering annoyance in him. The kid blurted that he was just happy to see him alive, but the mentor clocked the excuse for what it was, straight-up laziness. The boy beamed as he swore he'd master combat magic and lock that unbreakable sternness into his own life for good. Later, he'll bitterly regret brushing off his teacher back then, like he never noticed the lesson was the key. A week later, Ellen burst into the room grinning with gifts. Then she stopped dead in the doorway, completely frozen. Around the table, 2 living dead lay sprawled in total darkness, completely helpless. Ellen insisted they must have burned themselves out over the holidays, but the little one barely squeaked out that they were only playing. The second someone brought up those entertainments, his tired head sagged even more onto the table. The girl beside her groaned as she spilled the truth. Her older brother had come home and turned it into a non-stop nightmare of snowball wars and mountain hikes, with not a single minute of peace. Ellen crossed her arms over her chest, dryly staring, when she heard that this hyperactive relative had just graduated as a first-class pharmacist, and then tore off to the university that same morning on business. The bespectacled mentor gave him a sharp nod, like, "You've already caught up to my level, completely." She rubbed her chin, eyes narrowing as she mentally praised his insane progress. Meanwhile, the young man sat on edge, clinging to every word as the news broke that his brother was set to come home right after graduation. Panic nearly ripped his voice apart. If the family discovers the Empress's healing secrets and that hidden pharmacy, total chaos is about to explode. The mentor warned that the proud relative would never stomach someone else's success, and that poison would rip the family apart from the inside out. Terror hit him like lightning. Cold sweat burst across the young man's forehead at those words. He couldn't hold the secret anymore, so he crumpled in despair and slammed his head against the table. In a ruthless world of aristocrats, power decided everything. Whoever was strongest inherited the title of head of the family, no matter what came first in the birth line. With a burst of laughter, the mentor admitted she can totally see it, how that power-hungry brother dares the hero to a deadly duel for the inheritance. That young man slashed through his own exhaustion, swearing he just wanted to be a pharmacist, yet the nobility had no right to crush his fight. It looked totally hopeless, because if he gave up the title on his own, that proud brother would lose his mind over the humiliation. They shelved the futile mess for later, then huddled up to crack open the pharmacy and dive right back into their usual grind. But the second the assistant glanced out the window, he went rigid with shock. Right outside their door, a massive line of patients had already wrapped around the whole place. Suddenly, all three went death still with shock. They tore down the corridor, peppering Cedric with questions about what sparked the chaos as they ran. And then, there it was, outside. A huge line had piled up in the snow, stretching forever, and at the very front, everyone's jaws dropped, because Mr. Pele was standing right there. The unexpected visitor stared down at everyone, stern, stone-faced, and standing there with his arms locked tight across his chest. Falma froze at the window, staring hard, unable to wrap his head around why his brother still hadn't left for Novalut that morning. The mere image of him filled me with chills, and cold sweat burst across my face. Pala stood in the street with a hard stare, tuning out every admiring whisper the townsfolk threw at him. Out of nowhere, the brother snapped his head up toward the pharmacy building, and Falma yanked back in pure panic. The boy shrieked, then flailed his arms like crazy right in front of the shocked assistants. Cedric figured Palais just popped in for a quick surprise before heading out, since the guy had been loitering nearby like he was waiting for something. In full panic, Falma begged to slip out the back door, but Ellen fired back, "And then what? Where do we put the guests?" They were trapped in it right by the entrance door. A plaque blared their names like a warning they couldn't outrun. The boy crumpled to the floor in exhaustion, hands clenched around his pounding head. He whined that he wanted a peaceful first day at work, but Ellen dug in and insisted they take the inevitable hit right then and there. Cedric tried in vain to stop her, but she decided she'd talk to Paula herself. While Falm's gut churned with terrifying premonitions, Ellen only smirked and flashed her glasses like she already knew it would be fine. She snapped orders. Everyone keeps serving customers like normal. Then she took the guest distraction straight onto herself. With one final smile, she knew Pala wasn't about to start using divine arts out in the open, so she boldly shoved the door open and stepped out. A cheerful bell shattered the morning silence, and the girl beamed at everyone as the new year rolled in. The staff of Pharmacy from Another World spilled out onto the street and sent the customers off with warm smiles. Right when the piece felt perfect, a hat-wearing stranger barged in, and he nearly choked on his own breath until Ellen coolly called him Monsieur Palais. He froze, staring at her like he'd just been punched in the chest. The girl stood there with rock-solid grace, like nothing could shake her. To his emotional outburst, she just shrugged and calmly said, "I only work here." Pala sneered and shot back with a cutting joke. Had the Bonfoy bloodline really sunk so far that a noblewoman had to become a traitor? Ellen smirked, nudged her glasses into place, and shot back with a sharp reminder. This pharmacy runs under the Queen's own authority, not some Medici heir's demand. The irritated man yanked his hat down, stormed off, and told her to go hunt in the meadows for remedies to cure her ignorance. She crossed her arms tight over her chest, then played innocent, firing off a teasing question. Did he have any more advice for the pharmacy owner? A sly glance flashed from under his hat, and those words hit him like instant relief. While the young pharmacist cowered behind the counter, beads of sweat pouring down his face, Pala told him to keep the talk going somewhere else. His voice blasted across the building's roof, echoing for what felt like forever. And out in the distance, a frozen snowy shoreline stretched on and on, cold enough to bite. In the snow-choked wasteland of the Bonfoy estate, two figures stood there stiff as statues, staring each other down. That man wore a predatory grin as he loosened his grip on his weapon, while Ellen clenched her staff like it was her lifeline. He mocked the brat, asking if she was ready to get crushed. Then she snapped back, warning him not to whine when he sprawled face first in the mud. Together, they shouted that they battle to the very last breath. He snapped his hand up in an instant, shouting the fight's one and only rule. Ellen didn't hesitate. She bolted forward and whipped through the air with a spell surge wave. She exploded into the air and landed a lightning-fast punch. The girl snapped her weapon through the air, and with it came the spell, Reverse Rain. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground with a vicious whistle. A monstrous wall of water roared toward the enemy like it wanted to erase them from the map. But he didn't even blink. He called her strikes fast but predictable, then snapped back with a cold wall of steel. A contemptuous grin snapped onto his face and wouldn't budge. Ellen's body got slammed into thick magical shackles out of nowhere, like the spell locked her in place instantly. They squeezed her with brutal force until everything snapped, ripping a tortured scream straight out of her. Ellen spun around in pure shock as black tentacles burst up behind her out of nowhere. She barely got her staff up in time, snapping it into the path just to deflect that lightning-fast strike. That hostile magic clamped onto her body, and then the opponent flipped her own Reverse Rain right back on her. "Instant Fonder!" the girl snapped, and a savage whirlwind erupted around her. A deafening explosion tore through the air, shaking everything in its path. The moment the dust cleared, Ellen grinned like she'd won a bet. 0 scratches, not a single wound. She didn't even hesitate. She sprinted straight into the offensive. The girl snapped her will into place and summoned a water spirit. A massive column of water exploded up from the ground with a thunderous roar that shook everything. The moment the streams surged, they instantly morphed into a towering warrior maiden that loomed over the battlefield like a living threat. But the blonde opponent just erupted into mock laughter, daring her to cry and beg for mercy. With her fury barely contained, Ellen snapped that she was done playing nice, and then she pulled out her trump card. At the tip of her staff, the water whipped into a wild, swirling frenzy. In the blink of an eye, magic burst forth into a flawless ice bloom, instantly shattering the enemy's arrogance to pieces. The massive water spirit roared and slammed straight ahead with unstoppable fury. With a brutal rumble, he slammed straight into the girl. With a calm breath, she spoke the spell name, Fleur Raisin, and the air immediately obeyed her like it had been waiting. The monster towered over her like a living wall, yet she stared it down and snapped a closed-bud weapon into position, ice cold, unshaken. An enemy fist shot straight at her, whistling through the air as it came fast. "Fleur de glace!" she screamed. Then the bud exploded open into a gigantic icy flower, blasting the attack apart with a thunderous crack. The spirit's owner went stark pale. His eyes could barely believe it, because she wasn't just messing with his water magic, she was literally chewing it up. The monster screamed in agony as icy spikes sealed its whole body into solid, unbreakable ice. In the blink of an eye, the frozen giant cracked to dust into a million tiny pieces. A colossal burst of ice detonated above the city rooftops, blasting the sky with frozen mayhem. Street passers-by huffed and muttered, furious at the brazen wizards who'd struck again, sparking yet another riot. The young man snapped into action, knowing he had to step in right now before this turned into tragedy. He snapped his horse forward and rode off with ruthless speed, leaving those terrified aristocrats cowering in his wake. Cold sweat drenched the boy as the truth hit. So this is what those water seducers really do. The boy on the horse suddenly snapped his body around with a sharp turn. A blinding beam of light ripped across the city rooftops. No loud blast, just a colossal flash of ice that lit everything up. Far beyond the city, stranded in a torn, icy wasteland, a long-haired man with a smirk took in the wreckage and praised Ellen with total calm. He smirked and said he respects strong women, but he can't stand her. Then the girl snapped back, calling him a brute. She fought to hold her rage in check, clenching the weapon so hard her knuckles went white. The man coldly tossed her name next to Falma, snapping that she was arrogant. But Ellen didn't flinch. She tore his puffed-up ego and flashy act to pieces. His half-baked attempt to explain that sketchy compliment got instantly crushed when she let out a mocking snort. The girl beamed and swore her devotion to the divine art. Then the man froze, terrified by why she'd suddenly brought his name into it. Right then, a young man on horseback rode up, and with a wicked irony asked if this showy eccentric, armed with delusions of grandeur, was really plotting to crown himself the next emperor. Ellen kept tearing into the guest for his stubborn streak and awful attitude, and all he did was let out one tired sigh, like she hadn't changed a single bit. The long-haired guy innocently asked what could possibly be wrong with wanting medicine. Then the girl snapped instantly and screamed that he shouldn't have even shown up at their pharmacy. Her sudden scream ripped through the air, and the young man jerked back in pure, instant fear. Ellen's face twisted tight with pure, seething indignation. But in the blink of an eye, her eyes went razor sharp. She stared down at him and cut through him coldly, saying they only sell vitamins and bandages to shady types. The girl hit her breaking point and snapped, "Who does he think we are?" She snapped, "If medicine is needed, have him bring the sick person." And the guest just smiled, quiet and unbothered. The institution's rules are ironclad. First, you get a full, hard exam. Then, and only then, you're allowed to receive your own treatment. A dark shadow slid across his face. He smiled like a predator and snapped that everything was fine, because the patient was right there in front of her. The bespectacled girl erupted into wild theatrical laughter, right until the worn-out guy behind her snapped, reached out, and jabbed her with his finger in pure frustration. Leaned in and asked, dead serious, if his new patient had suddenly gotten sick. Right then, the young man's smile turned crooked, and the hope in his face died as he admitted he had no clue what diagnosis could even fit here. The girl seethed with indignation. How could the top graduate from a famed university not recognize the disease? But this wasn't some joke. No ancient tomes offered a single clue, and even a seasoned father couldn't have saved him here. Bitterness twisted across the young man's face. Hundreds of hours I poured into digging through medical archives in that library, and it all ended up being for nothing. The assistant boy jerked back, and it finally clicked. So this is why that genius had shown up asking for help with their pharmacy from another world. The young man lurched forward in silence, then quietly confessed he'd stopped hoping for anything. With a calm, resigned smile, he leaned in and dropped the crushing truth. His clock was basically out, and he had hardly any time left to live. A stunned silence slammed into the room, hanging there like it was holding its breath. The girl panicked, bolted up to him and grabbed his shoulders, snapping that he had to end those stupid jokes right now. Right then, his strength vanished. He blacked out and crashed to the ground with a brutal thud. She scooped him up and erupted into a scream, because that pharmacist, responsible for other people's lives, has zero right to recklessly throw his own away. Paul tore his gaze away and bitterly admitted the truth. His death was coming, no matter what he did. She shrieked in pure panic, swearing he was bleeding, even though she hadn't even touched him. Her eyes snapped wide with pure horror. While she was panicking, insisting she never used combat magic, Paul wiped his face and spoke in this calm tone like, "Yeah, you only get a few months out of me at most, maybe a year." Blood poured from his nose and stained his lips, yet a defeated smile stayed locked on his face. He said it straight. This disease unleashes sudden bleeding that won't stop, and it's already chewing him up from the inside. Those words yanked the young man straight into a brutal flashback. He saw Paul's battered bruises again, and everyone just shrugged it off like it was nothing but punishing training. A horrifying truth hit him like lightning. After a normal sparring session, he was stunned to realize those brutal bruises didn't just appear out of nowhere. They came from somewhere. Now the puzzle finally clicks. Those internal bleedings began ages ago, while everyone around them still blindly bought into reincarnation stories. Paul shoved the bloodied cloth to his face, stared at the girl, and finally confessed she was the only person he'd ever dared to trust with this secret. A suffocating hush pressed down on the snow-choked wasteland. The girl gripped her collar with shaking hands and asked, voice trembling, whether his parents already knew about the deadly diagnosis. Crashing into the snow, Paul begged for total silence, because not a single soul in his family has any idea what's coming, the end that's already set in motion. The woman with glasses let out a piercing scream, demanding to know why he'd spilled the truth to her in the first place. Paula shot back calmly that he'd end up buying the medicine from them anyway, because the ending was already locked in, just a countdown away. He coughed hoarsely into his glove and snapped that there was no point in hiding. She'd already spotted him by the pharmacy. He just couldn't stand the idea of little Falma and Blanche watching him as he died. Before his eyes could forget winter's games and their loud, ringing laughter, Paula yearned to give his family every last moment so he could walk away without a single shred of regret. She snapped that he talked like he'd already quit, and those words hit Falma like a thunderclap. He just froze, stunned by what he was hearing. The boy always treated his older brother like he was unbreakable, so he never even saw the terrifying trouble creeping in. Pala naively chalked up the strange laughter to the sheer relief of finally graduating from university. Falma's face drained of color as terror hit. He finally realized he was the one to blame for never checking on his brother once. Those memories hit like a punch to the gut. Pale looked totally fine and hauled him to training every single morning, while Falma kept waving him off like he didn't matter. The boy clutched his head, crushed by despair. Helpless panic clawed at him, and guilt crushed him from the inside. Back then, Pala could only hope he remembered his clumsy little brother, because once he was gone, that kid would have to carry all the family's precious pharmaceutical fame. Right then, the other person snapped him back to reality and made it crystal clear. This wasn't the moment to worry about his family. Above the snow-choked cliff, the empty sky got pierced by brutal truth. The man admitted he'd already picked Falma as his heir, overlays in stone for the day he'd die. Across from him, the girl broke down in tears, begging him to never surrender and to keep battling that unknown illness all the way to the end. But he only managed a tired smile. No medicine exists, so all we can do is hang on and wait for the end. Falma went rigid with shock, and she quietly hid in the shadows to eavesdrop on that brutal conversation. The disease surged forward so brutally fast that everything started falling apart in an instant. In a burst of panic, the companion dug in and refused to back down, until the sick man snapped, shutting her up in an instant. His eyes turned icy, because giving a doomed soul false hope isn't mercy, it's cruelty wearing a smile. Even the world's most elite universities couldn't do a thing against this mystery. Suddenly, Falmu snapped. There was no time to waste. He had to check the patient himself, right now. The mentor's brutal words, how illusions are useless when there's no saving left, crashed back into his memory like a punch to the gut. The man spun around in silence, trudged straight into the blizzard, and let the white death verdict settle like fate on his shoulders. Falma wouldn't let him be buried, so she snatched the eye of diagnosis into action from afar the second she refused. Space itself ignited. His doomed body turned see-through under the boy's magical stare, glowing with a spiderweb of veins and bones. Falma's pupil tightened with raw tension. This guy actually reaching her pharmacy felt like a miracle, and it was their final shot. The brother let out a huge sigh of relief because Falma didn't just march straight to the university. Suddenly, a brutal attack slammed into the man like a freight train. Meanwhile, Falma tore into his scan. Organs looked normal, but something was wrong in his blood, and it was already flirting with sepsis. The final piece clicks into place. This puzzle is officially solved. The magical star kept shining, bone after bone, because the brother had been hiding that illness for ages. Falma burst into the snowy glade, shouting at the stunned relatives that he'd heard it all, and that he was ready to prescribe the cure. His brother went stone still. The boy stood there like he owned the world, totally confident in himself. He said there's no point in hiding anymore. Then the man forced out a shaky joke, claiming he was only trying to scare Ellen, insisting it was just figure of speech, and swore, no joke, he was perfectly healthy. The girl froze, utterly stunned, like her brain hit a wall. The man jerked back the moment that sudden sound blasted through the air. Falma snapped his deceitful excuses in half. In the blinding snow, the boy faced his brother and swore, straight to his face, that he'd make the medicine no matter what, even telling him to shut out any thoughts of quit. The man let out a heavy sigh, and you could see his hope for his own medicine draining out of him. "Don't you dare quit!" Falma blared, bright as thunder, in the middle of that stony wasteland, pushing him to fight all the way to the very end. The boy jerked to a stop in shock when the sick person suddenly murmured thanks for all his care. But the elder snapped his voice back to cold, ruthless logic. Feelings alone won't save a thing. He gave a defeated nod. There's no way to get a cure when nobody on Earth can even spot this disease. With a sharp rustle, Falma confidently yanked his jacket collar into place and swore he'd take the saving panacea into his own hands. He strode forward with total confidence, and not a hint of doubt lingered in his voice. He slammed a steady step ahead, swearing he'd deliver the exact diagnosis. His brother gaped at him like he'd just seen the impossible. The boy snapped his gaze upward. Falma slammed his hand to his chest and finally spilled his biggest secret, because the mysterious pharmacy owner his brother went to see that morning was standing right there, facing him. "This is me," he shouted, no doubt about it. Falma calmly told his brother, "Yeah, that same pharmacy, it's mine." Pala stood there, stunned stiff, as Ellen looked guilty and admitted the words were true. His brother still wouldn't buy it. He refused to believe a single word he'd just heard. He lunged toward the boy, snapping demands for answers, real logic, and right now. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth could a serious institution be run by some kid still in school? Rage flared through him as he yanked Falma by the collar and exploded into a blood-curdling scream. Ellen had to yank the furious guy back, while the little one awkwardly beamed and muttered something about a long story. Paula didn't hold back. He fired off a blunt accusation, calling out their shameful, childish games that were staining the Medici name. Falma didn't even blink. She snapped the conversation straight to the real issue, Paula's illness. The boy boldly called out leukemia, and his brother shot back with a cold stare. "Explain it in detail, then." In the next instant, a brutal slap landed with a crack, so hard it nearly sent the little one tumbling off his feet. Paula blared that nothing is worse than making up fake diseases and skipping the patient check entirely. Cradling his shattered cheek, Falma went quiet for a beat, and then shot back hard, insisting that illness wasn't real at all. Ellen surprised everyone by backing the guy hard, then declared she fully trusts his diagnosis. No doubt, no hesitation. Falma scowled, instantly getting it. Naming new diseases was a hard-line taboo. He took one step forward and instantly got hit with the blunt reminder that only a pharmacist can diagnose and prescribe medication. Her brother shot a surprised nod, instantly agreeing. Then Falma snapped upright and boldly promised that the moment it swung by his pharmacy, he'd finally show off his method. The old man's jaw dropped at that level of audacity. He didn't even let anyone breathe. He barked for everyone to pile into the carriage, then sprinted ahead to get everything ready before they could catch up. He bolted off. This was urgent. He was sprinting toward Novolute, and he didn't care one bit about anyone's orders. Right as he was saddling the horse, Falma snapped in. Riding right now is a death trap because a brain hemorrhage could strike at any moment. The horse exploded into a sprint, and all the elder could do was throw out a frantic shout into the empty air. Stunned by the boy's nerve, the man shot back doubts in his own head. Should he really hear him out? While Ellen calmly geared up to sit through the next lecture, her brother raged silently in his head, cursing the whole world. Suddenly, his gaze weighed down like a storm cloud. A memory hit him like a flashbang. Back then, his father personally put Falma's future in his hands, begging him to training her to become a first-class pharmacist. So keep ignoring these childish fantasies, and things are going to spiral way past the point of control. The girl with glasses tightened her jaw and snapped. He'll never become a real pharmacist. The young man barreled down the corridor like he didn't care, and the servants hissed that his duty mattered because it was the only way to make the blessing of the god of medicine truly count. With grim eyes, the long-haired man swore he'd come back as an evil spirit, and if their home got destroyed, he'd unleash a curse on his own brother. The girl smirked like she knew a secret the world didn't. She told him to stop stressing, called him a real lucky guy, and it left him utterly baffled. A clenched fist tightened until it crunched like thunder. In the snowy yard, the girl happily leapt around, while the new companion beside the carriage suddenly pivoted the talk to the man's wild fanaticism. He boldly claimed that all those daily prayers somehow swapped brains for muscles, like only muscle grew in that one. The man gave a bitter little smile, wrestling with one grim thought. Was being poisoned by his brother's medicine really supposed to be his great fortune? Those foreign words slammed into him and dragged him right back to the temple, where he'd been kneeling in front of the altar for hours, frozen in place. She couldn't stop staring at him, over and over again. The man's eyes hardened as he snapped, "The gods give you strength, so serving them is a duty you can't escape." The dark-haired boy stared in disbelief at how completely the world obeyed his overwhelming magic. The girl folded her hands, breathed out a quiet "thank you," and whispered to her guardian angel with a soft, gentle smile. Ellen grinned in a sly way and swore, dead serious, that she's praying for his swift punishment. Paula shoved that thought aside. Yeah, right. The water god won't teach medicine, and prayers won't magically spark power. Lazily sinking into the armchair, he snapped at the girl. How dare she treat the gods like they're there for her selfish game? Ellen lazily flicked her eyes to the city outside the window, and basically admitted that, against that glittering backdrop, most aristocrats looked like they'd forgotten what God even was. She snapped around with a warm smile and said it like a secret. Maybe it was his pure, unwavering faith that made the god of medicine himself hear every word of his prayers. Pally snapped his eyes open in shock. The girl suddenly snapped her eyes away, and she made it crystal clear. This time, she meant it literally. At the bright room's doorstep, Falma burst in with a grin and greeted them with pure joy. The boy called his older brother over and invited him to the pharmacy from another world with a full-on ceremonial bow. Palla snapped his eyes to Ellen, stunned out of his mind. He just couldn't wrap his head around it that the little kid was really the one running this whole place. He spun around in pure shock, because he'd never seen pharmacies like this in his entire life. Falma shot an apology for keeping a secret, then promised to dig deeper into everything, and his brother agreed on the spot. With each step toward the shelves, Palla froze in pure astonishment at that hidden medicine system no one ever seemed to see. His fingers brushed the display, and among all those spotless glass bottles, familiar jars of raw herbs were almost nowhere to be found. A gloved hand in black slipped up and softly tapped the glass, right where rows of reagent jars sat behind it. The kid in the white coat waved the guests in, urging them to step closer and witness everything for themselves. The girl leaned in and said, "This is the raw stuff they grind down and turn into individual tablets and powders." The young doctor swung the cabinet doors open and yelled for them to come closer. The man stared at the bottle in shock. This was his first time even hearing about meds like this, and the sight of all those powdered medicines instead of the usual liquids left him completely stunned. On the table, the manuscript sat waiting, everything that would help the young man finally break down the true heart of the disease. He ushered everyone onto the sofa, telling them to kick back and breathe easy. The boy thrust his notes at them and confessed they were a rough draft of his future textbook. Then both of them just stared, totally baffled. The basics of medical biology? The guy squinted at the title like it might be a lie. The girl exploded, shouting that the text was anti-science trash, but the author stayed ice calm and snapped back that it lays out the illness's whole story, complete with illustrations. He demanded, hard, that they let him show the pages and then just shut up and listen. Bam! He slammed his hand on the table, rage boiling over, furious that some punk with a badge had the nerve to lecture him. The young man didn't fold. He shot back that if the arguments hit home, the guest would judge for himself whether the treatment was right. The doctor started laying out the symptoms in a no-nonsense rhythm, and the man got pinned back into the couch, then shot back, insisting the doctor prove it to him. Leaning back like he owned the place, the man smirked and dared the boy to prove he could convince him. The boy said it straight. Most of the time, your body shuts the wound on its own and stops the bleeding by itself. But this time, the machine breaks down hard, real, serious malfunction. The young medic didn't back down for a second. He kept blazing through his lecture on the blood parts that make hemostasis happen. When they asked if he agreed with those conclusions, his brother just grunted with doubt and crossed his arms tight over his chest. So when they brought up blood tests, a smug grin spread across his face. Yeah, he did. Under even the most advanced modern microscope, no one could find a reason to doubt it. With a grin, the man revisited the thrill of studying blood cells of every shape and size, then sketching them in careful detail like a work of art. Then the little one cracked open the book, jabbed at the super detailed cell drawing, and checked the exact thing his brother had seen. The man stared at the paper in his hands like it was going to bite him, then demanded to know where that drawing had come from. With a shaky breath, he sank into the armchair and told his companion that his own findings matched almost exactly. The kid stayed totally calm and said he just used a microscope, and that sent the guest into another full-blown panic. The boy slapped the device onto the table, and the man jerked back in pure shock. The boy grinned as he showed off the compound microscope structure, and those double lenses blasted it into an unheard-of level of magnification. The guest's face went completely still, trapped in stunned silence. Right in front of him, this wildly intricate instrument loomed like it had a mind of its own. He leaned in hard toward the little one, eyes blazing as he demanded, breathless, how on earth he pulled off something like that. The boy wasn't scared one bit. He grinned and waved off their questions like, "Come on, let's get to the good part." Instead, he dropped a tray of medical instruments on the table and brightened up as he declared they were finally going to test their blood samples. Cold sweat poured down his face like the world was seconds away from freezing. When Ellen spotted the syringes, panic hit her like lightning. She gasped hard, while her companion erupted in horror, screaming that they had to yank those sadistic devices away. The boy calmly spun the needle in his hands, tourniquet and all, then breezed up to Ellen and said he was about to pull blood straight from her vein. He yanked the shaking girl's arm with expert control and barked, "Close your eyes." He needed a flawless blood sample to match against her brother's. The boy's jaw dropped. Why do they keep asking for comparisons? Isn't human blood basically the same? After the samples hit the test tube, the girl snapped at him to clamp the wound shut tight so nothing inside would bleed. She insisted fresh blood had to be mixed with an anticoagulant right away, and then the whole thing needed to be inverted. When she asked, the young man just looked her in the eye and said, calm as anything, "I'm totally fine." He snatched the microscope slide right away, dropped a sample on it, spread it smooth, and then started shaking it lightly like he was dialing in the perfect focus. Stroke by stroke, he kept wiping it dry. The girl gave a proud nod, and the little boy practically bounced to his older brother, declaring, "All right, now it's my turn." He quietly pulled up his sleeve, and the moment he exposed his arm beneath the tourniquet, everything went still. As the young man broke down how to lock the sample onto the glass, the brother could only stare, shocked by the sheer thoroughness for something that was supposed to be simple. He demanded, "Why not just carve it open with a knife?" And the boy calmly broke it down. "Use a syringe instead, because it makes a smaller wound and keeps infections at bay." The piston slid forward with chilling precision, drawing out exactly the amount of blood it needed. The girl blurted, all thrilled, that she didn't even feel the injection, and then the older brother finally admitted the young medic was right. After he shoved the painting samples aside, the guy leaned in and said they should jump back into their interrupted conversation. The girl and her brother locked eyes, both bracing themselves to hear what came next. Falma shot his older brother a sudden question. What were blood's true functions anyway? On the table, a flask sat there, holding a crucial sample like it was about to change everything. He shot back with total confidence about the nutrient delivery, then drilled it into you. 4 basic fluids run the human body. The brother laid it all out, the old lesson that evil spirits birth disease, and the spleen is where the blood gets purified. A tense silence slammed into the air. Falma didn't even flinch. She calmly said this was nothing but an old-school theory. That ancient anatomy diagram didn't just look outdated, it flat out showed the wrong route of fluids to the organs. The brother shot him a glare and said the microscope, this brand new invention, had already planted serious doubts. He got hyped explaining how blood splits into sediment and liquid, then Falma stayed cool and dropped the real truth about how oxygen actually circulates. The boy grinned and made it crystal clear. Feeding the body isn't the only thing that really matters. Under the microscope, the blood shattered into tiny red cells. The brother snapped with tension and demanded if Falma was hiding any knowledge. Then Falma instantly shot back a straight-up yes. The kid suggested we study the notes instead, and somehow turned all those cold medical rules into a wild story about plasma and red blood cells. The sheet was packed with crisp sketches of red squares, each one jumping off the page like a clue. That tiny powerhouse confidently laid it all out for everyone. Red blood cells sprint oxygen where it's needed, white blood cells smash bacteria on site, and platelets rush in to plug the leaks and stop the bleeding. But no matter how wild their differences get, they all trace back to the very same origin. He jabbed his finger right at the very tip of the unfolded diagram. From one tiny point, a crazy web of blood evolution exploded outward like branches on a wild, violent tree. Every living thing is basically a massive, breathing machine, built from billions of different cells working together. And every last one of them traces back to one origin point, hematopoietic stem cells. The girl with glasses scoffed and said, "For a fictional story, this sounds way too tangled." The little one shot a sharp, pleading look at the elder, like, "All right, now it's your turn." She still couldn't wrap her head around it. This plain red liquid was hiding a flawless machine right inside. Brother stroked his chin in deep thought. He narrowed his eyes and demanded, "If this theory is real, then why won't my own bleeding episodes ever stop?" Silence. The puzzle snapped into place, piece by piece. Or these cells are totally hiding something, he guessed, and the little one's burst of joy instantly proved he was right. Falma shoved a diagram in front of his brother and said, "Every last cell starts life in the red bone marrow." He jabbed at the chain of leukocyte formation and said, "This is where it all goes wrong." The real trouble sank so deep it felt like it lived inside his bones. Suddenly, alien invaders started flooding into the healthy cells in droves, multiplying everywhere at once. The brother's eyes narrowed, and he snapped out loud mid-sentence, demanding to know why the platelets failed and the blood stopped clotting. It felt like that answer explained nothing at all. Falma slammed the truth down hard. The system spits out abnormal cells like it's unstoppable, leukemia cells. The young man went rigid and demanded to know, did this infection shut down the road where platelets normally turn into red blood cells? He watched the boy's cancer cut. It didn't just damage the cells, it mowed down the healthy ones and seized the bone marrow factory for good. His brother went stone still, because deep in his bones, this anomaly had already taken hold. The stuttering happened because everything was pushed off. Blood wouldn't clot, bacteria swarmed the body, and the missing oxygen ripped straight through his lungs. The patient's face went deathly pale. Pure shock hit like lightning. That young medic flashed a confident grin and swore he'd crush his horrifying diagnosis for good, right there with blood tests. 20 minutes later, he burst back in grinning, clutching the finished results like a prize. The young doctor leaned in and warned him, "Those blood samples need a little time to dry." The second the glasses hit the table, the whole crew crowded in, eyes locked on them with pure curiosity. The boy shot right into it, red erythrocytes, tiny platelets, and big leukocytes packed with nuclei. The girl with glasses swallowed hard and asked, almost trembling, if those were really their test results. The doctor hauled the blonde Palais up to the microscopes and demanded he match his sample against Ellen's blood. Staring through the lenses, both of them snapped back in an instant. Pala got hit with a full-on shock. She froze like her blood just stopped. The moment he caught what was on the glass, his eyes went huge, and a cold sweat slid down his cheek. When the doctor clocked their reaction, he didn't even flinch. He stayed stone calm. He snapped Pala's focus to the creepy, needle-thin anomalies hiding inside his own cells. There! I see them! The pale young man choked out, like the words barely survived in his throat. These were the infamous hour rods, yet they were nowhere to be found in the girl's healthy blood. While Ellen stared in shock at the twisted cells, Paula fought to understand just how huge the disaster really was. The verdict hit like a hammer: leukemia. That ruthless diagnosis was the real reason he couldn't catch his breath, kept collapsing with exhaustion, and then started bleeding out of nowhere. He crumpled the medical report in his fist, then stared his brother down and rattled off the brutal numbers. His red blood cells and platelets had both taken a sharp dive. Relatives gasped as the cruel verdict landed. Bone marrow had finally given up, wiped clean by a storm of leukemic cells until it stopped making blood altogether. The boy felt his body go numb as the doctor coldly slammed down the final verdict: acute promyelocytic leukemia. In a healthy body, the bone marrow never stops churning out stem cells. These are the raw building blocks that grow into every single part of your blood. But then cancer smashes the whole plan. Defective leukemia cells start multiplying out of control, violently crowding out the healthy ones. It's like a microscopic bomb went off. Mutants with grotesque cores blast the whole bloodstream, shutting down every shot at making normal blood. The aftermath is brutal. After platelets plummet, the body suddenly can't seal the wounds anymore, and bleeding won't quit. She clutched the handkerchief to her face with shaking hands, and the blood from her gums and the sore, swollen mouth was the first sign that something was terribly wrong. When his white blood cell count crashed, his defenses collapsed, so every virus turned into a guaranteed death sentence. And without enough red blood cells, his body crashed into brutal, life-threatening anemia. Every step slammed him with dizziness, drained his strength, and left his heartbeat thundering in his ears. The scariest part was the ticking time bomb, a sudden brain hemorrhage that could wipe the patient out in an instant. Untreated, you don't get months, you get dead, and I've watched it happen with my own eyes, Falma said, her voice ice cold and deadly serious. The man across from him froze, then it hit him all at once, and the reason Falma once banned him from riding a horse finally made perfect sense. Falma leaned in and flat out said, "That's exactly why I demand absolute calm, right now, for me." The brother stared at the young man, and with a trembling voice, he finally confessed. Falma's deadly secret had already been unraveled long ago. A brutal wave of coughing hit him out of nowhere, and the poor young man folded in half like his body gave up. As the servant spiraled into panic around the sick man, young Falma quietly gripped his notes. Sweat drenched Paul as he stared in confusion, overwhelmed by the helplessness sinking in. The boy said it straight up. No one can promise 100%, and the road ahead is a brutal, exhausting treatment. Then he shot out the action plan right away. Falma begged for permission to jump in, told them to trust him like family, like a brother. Pala's breath caught as he blurted his name in pure shock. The boy slapped his hand to his chest, holding that confident gaze like he owned the moment. A tense silence slammed down between them, thick enough to choke on. Suddenly, the elder's face twisted with suspicion, and in a tense voice he demanded, was the guy in front of him really his brother? Once the answer came back a clear yes, he pressed harder, trying to pry out exactly where that guy had dug up all that deep, insane knowledge. Come on, this kid had never even stepped into school, and the plan he pitched smashed straight into their dad's science like a brick wall. Falma hunches up in embarrassment and tries to claim that all of his wild, phenomenal abilities are just the result of a fresh lightning strike. Pala sank deeper into gloom, and the moment he clocked what went down while he was gone, he knew it was something no human could ever truly understand. Pale went completely still, his mind racing as he tried to wrap his head around the wild claim of divine revelation. Falma leaned in and admitted that ever since that fateful day, his whole life feels like a twisted dream. The older brother flat out refused to believe the little one could have gotten a gift straight from the god of medicine himself. Ellen threw herself in front of the boy and begged the stubborn kid to finally face the truth. In Pala's eyes, a dead, heart-stopping despair had frozen him in place. He snapped around on his heels, shutting out the mentor's worried call. The young man yelled that a straight lightning bolt from the sky would just end her, plain and simple. In total despair, he blurted, "If you want that kind of power the second it hits, you've got to throw yourself right into the blow." Pal charged for the exit to stop the lightning, and the terrified girl sprinted right after him. A fight erupted. He screamed that humanity was totally stupid, and she panicked as she desperately insisted the sky outside the window was crystal clear. Suddenly, Paula's shoulders slumped like they'd turned to stone, and bitter defeat spilled from him as he whispered that all those brutal years studying pharmacology had been for nothing. His pride got cut off the second he glanced at Falmu, standing stone still in the doorway. The adults just stood there, completely frozen in pure, stunned shock. The boy calmly but stubbornly shot down the idea that his brother's hard-earned knowledge had all been for nothing. She sighed and admitted, "Yeah, what we do makes sense, but there are just too many people out there that we can't save." Falma fell silent, the disappointment crushing him. That bitter truth slammed into the silence between them and refused to let go. Then, right in the blink of an eye, he snapped his head up, and suddenly it all made sense. The old scholar's work had paid off, giving him the power to save lives now. His brother stared him down, then it clicked. This was the real reason Falma was so desperate to document everything. Ink on paper doesn't fade with time. It survives long after they're gone and keeps helping others. The boy stared down that mountain of papers, swearing this manuscript was a heavenly revelation. He froze, heart pounding, hanging on the edges of anticipation. The brother shot him a stunned look. "You're really going to share this wisdom with all of humanity?" And Falma lit up with a joyful grin, because, yeah, he'd been understood. The elder gave a gentle but unshakable smile, and vowed he'd recover ASAP, so he could shoulder this burden with them. With a chest full of pride, he declared he'd make the whole world see just how great his younger brother really was. A split second of silence hit, like the whole world held its breath. Falmi's face lit up like the sun, overflowing with pure, unstoppable happiness. Soon they were sprawled on the living room couch, while the brother hunched over his notes on acute versus chronic leukemia, totally locked in as he listened to the boy's instructions. A bottle of medicine slid onto the table, and the young man pushed for them to keep going. He drew out a diagram and told everyone the brutal truth. Acute leukemia happens when the bone marrow goes haywire and can't do its job right. With a gloomy voice, the patient demanded his diagnosis and got a straight, unmistakable confirmation. Staring at the picture, the man blurted out, "The easiest move is to wipe out the infected cells." A young doctor flicked up 2 fingers. The sick man scowled, digging through old memories of herbs, but even that couldn't summon divine magic to purge the blood. The boy calmly shot back, "No miracle can rewind time and stitch my body back together." The girl gasped as the doctor dropped the wild plan, switched the disease with medication so it morphs into healthy leukocytes. Staring at the detailed map of cell evolution, the young man admitted he'd been blown away by this exact method back when he was just starting out. The man froze on the spot, swallowed by pure shock. In that hilarious illustration, the prep steps shut the infection down so fast it never even got a chance to spread. But the moment the medical term hit the first syllables, the crowd snapped into confused looks and silent disbelief. The patient abruptly lunged forward and blurted, "What if these brand new cells multiply out of control overnight?" The young man strode up, slammed a jar of powder on the table, and declared the full name of the rescue substance, trans-retinoic acid. The boy jabbed in a medical poster and told him how every spent blood cell finally gets broken down in the spleen. Fists clenched hard, a tray had triggered a flood of white blood cells, and that runaway inflammation was already stalking his heart toward cardiac arrest. Across from his brother, the young man snapped that he'd used the drug to turn leukemia into mature cells, but warned the side effects would be brutal. The elder folded his arms tight across his chest and, with terrifying calm, said it was still better than just sitting there, waiting to die in silence. The boy refused to back down, stressing that the death rate from complications can spike as high as 20%. Instead, his brother just smiled warmly, fully trusted him, and, like it was the only thing that mattered, finally asked him to go get the medicine. The young man let out a shaky breath, and a grin broke across his face as he nodded. Pure relief, pure joy. He laid the final plan in front of the patient, a TRA to kickstart cell regeneration, paired with a brutal anti-cancer weapon. The glasses-wearing assistant leaned in, locked onto every word like it was the only thing that mattered. The healer shot his confident hands forward. Another satellite leaned in, eyes locked on the master plan to wipe the disease off the map completely. The young man snapped the prized vial across to his brother without hesitation. Then he snapped his hands together hard, declaring that with these 2 moves, leukemia would finally be crushed for good. The entire team shot back with instant excitement, all set to kick off the decisive therapy. He swore he'd lay out every tricky detail about the dosing later. The young man scanned the medical shelves with sharp focus, like, "Yep, this is exactly where I bring out my divine art." The girl stumbled, totally lost, like her thoughts had vanished mid-step. Then it hit her like lightning. This guy can heal you completely with no magic at all, and he only uses it as a laser-precise scanner to diagnose you. The girl went stone still with suspicion, because she couldn't buy what she just heard, at least not right away. The boy just nodded with a cool confidence, like he was saying, "Nope, this has nothing to do with magic." He calmly nodded and marched on, a heavy medical bag gripped tight in both hands. Turns out Paule's rescue wasn't some magical miracle at all. It all came down to strict science. This medicine had already kicked the illness into remission, so now the goal was simple: slam the disease for good and crush the chances of it coming back. Rage hardened his eyes. No deadly illness was going to steal his family from him. "I'll heal you, I swear it," he promised to himself. A snow-dusted carriage crept through the streets as a hush of chatter about brand new medicines filled the air. The younger brother beamed and announced he couldn't wait to get back home, and it immediately cringed the older one to the core. They promised to settle every single problem, right after they finally reached the estate. That tiny question about whether the brother had a lady of his heart hit out of nowhere like thunder, and the blonde one even choked on a gasp. Even though the elder was stunned and furious, the boy stayed cool and cut in. He only needed answers. The blonde who got caught off guard couldn't calm the shock tearing through him. The boy broke into a warm smile, like he meant every bit of it. With the cold focus of a doctor, he laid it out. This medicine will wreck the fetus's development, so his brother has to use contraceptives. The older man froze in shock at the news, and the companion beside him just stayed tight-lipped, saying nothing at all. In the end, the awkward blonde finally flashed a thumbs up and confessed that he'd just ditched his 25th girlfriend right before the trip. Suddenly his voice turned deadly serious. He said the bond came with 0 strings, and as a noble, he already knew exactly what he had to do. The boy's eyes popped wide as the steady thud of hooves hit his ears. Staring at his older brother's bleak face, the little one suddenly got it. He didn't shove his beloved away for fun at all. He did it because he knew exactly what was coming for his condition. He could feel death breathing down his neck, any day now. The older brother waved off the suspicions and swore, right then, that he wasn't seeing anyone. Rage boiled because they called him a libertine. When lives are on the line, he's got zero time for any love-drunk nonsense. The young man stammered a desperate apology as his footsteps clattered down the corridor, the noise echoing like a spotlight on his nerves. The moment snapped into focus, and the shocked father flat out refused to accept the devastating diagnosis for his son. For one terrifying second, the entire estate fell into dead, suffocating silence. "What did you say?" he asked, voice flat as stone. The mother's voice shook as she admitted it. Because of a brain hemorrhage, death could strike any second, even while the medication is already kicking in. Hearing that, the young man went still and clutched his shirt tight against his chest. In pure despair, the father grabbed his head and relived how full of life the sick person had been just a short time ago. That "why right now" question slammed into the silence and wouldn't let go. Suddenly, the young man shot forward and confidently asked to personally step in and treat his brother. The father didn't even hesitate. He trusted his talent and instantly gave his approval. For the chance at salvation, he was willing to burn the world. So he demanded, "All right, tell me exactly what I need to prepare." The young man shot a hard, serious look forward and flat out said he had one request. Just one. Tired to the bone, the father leaned in and asked, softly but sincerely, if he could help with anything at all. Falma nodded. "My brother is in desperate need of a blood transfusion right now." The boy begged for permission to pull in the servants from the required group, and it honestly left the man reeling. He couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could pour someone else's blood into his son's body, but the young man swore it was completely safe. Use the father's blood? No way, those connected cells would trigger a deadly immune strike. The man swallowed his doubt, then pushed the plan forward hard. No way they proceed without the servant's consent. It was just a last resort plan, like a safety net, waiting to kick in if the medication failed. And just when the father thought he'd caught his footing, the next words about the stem cell transplant slammed into him all over again. Falma quickly broke it down. His and his brother's white blood cell counts ended up matching, like it was just pure coincidence. He shot to his feet on the spot, willing to throw his own life down for that child. No second thoughts. He didn't hesitate. He jumped at the chance to become the very first donor. Falma finally let out a huge breath of relief because the one thing he feared most was putting little Blanche through that mind-bending procedure. With her hands clenched to her chest, tears of hope pouring out, she begged, "Tell me it'll really save Paula, please." Falma boldly claimed that with a crystal-clear plan, a whopping 90% of patients can reach complete remission. The father scowled over the notes because he knew better than to call it a win just because the symptoms finally slipped away. In his past life, he'd only ever cooked up drugs, so now, facing this situation, doubt chewed at him because he had zero clinical experience. Paula's condition stayed touch and go, so Falma swore he'd keep fighting to the bitter end, though a sudden hemorrhage could steal his life in an instant. Memories from his old life burst back to the surface. Hours and days spent on end locked in labs, grinding through research. He straight up told her that hope is scarce here, and that beating cancer is going to take absolutely brutal effort. Once that immunity is gone, you'd better obsess over keeping the whole house spotless, because cleanliness is now the line between safety and disaster. The treatment is going to be brutal, no mercy at all. The father nodded with iron certainty. Falma drives the point home. No medicine can save him if his own brother refuses to live. The family's head clenched his fist tight. No backing down now. He'd fight for Paula with them side by side. Suddenly, there was a sharp rustle at the door, like someone was right on the other side. Paula could barely make it into the office. Wrecked. Voice shot, and he stammered out a hoarse apology to his relatives. His legs buckled, and the sick man crumpled onto the floor, right in front of his father's stunned eyes. Falma shot back his confident yes, and his older brother just stared at him, utterly baffled. In his memories, the grieving parents stumbled into view, begging through tears to protect their tiny child. The hand tucked in that crisp white cuff clenched so hard its knuckles looked like they might snap. Meanwhile, Falma had already won over his father and the servants, and now he was ready to drag Ellen into the blood analysis. He crept down the corridor, planning to slip some magic without a sound. Then he suddenly stopped cold. Up ahead, a hooded silhouette towered in the dark, and a harsh question rang out. Where is he going into the night? Falma poked his head out from behind the corner, heart pounding, and instantly knew it was his brother's voice. He just wanted to tour the estate and drop a huge sanctuary, the same spell he once used to save an entire city from the plague. The boy snapped his head upward, stunned by the towering doors looming over the hall. The brother snapped in anger, reminding him of that stay-in-the-room rule. Then he just knew the little one was slipping out for secret training again. Beneath the hood, his face stayed stone cold, unyielding, like nothing could ever reach it. The older brother snapped around and declared, with zero hesitation, that he was going to stop him right there. The boy froze in front of the towering Medici family chapel doors, staring like they held answers he couldn't afford to miss. He cracked the shutter open just a sliver, and there it was, a cloaked figure by the altar. His brother, the one who never skipped a single prayer. The little one has something hidden away. He crouched behind the doorframe, holding his breath, terrified that the tiniest sound would give him away. The brother inched the hood back near the altar, like he was diffusing something dangerous with every breath. His face looked gaunt, like he couldn't relax for even a second. He lifted his eyes into the dim glow and stared up at the shining deities above. With a heavy heart, the younger one realized it all. Because of those circumstances, his brother couldn't reach the main temple anymore, so he had no choice but to pray here instead. The boy snapped into stillness, his mind racing as he tried to understand why his brother was begging with all his heart. He took a reckless chance and slipped inside, disappearing behind the altar like he'd vanished without a trace. But the brother clocked him right away, and with total calm, said the guest had suddenly turned wildly religious out of nowhere. Then, out of nowhere, he finally cracked, admitting his battle-scarred body was failing fast. He was always gasping for air, and he could barely stay upright. That worn-out warrior let out a bitter sigh because sleep had vanished from his reach again, right on cue. That candle's flame could barely keep up when the truth hit. He wasn't brave at all. He was terrified to close his eyes, convinced he'd die the moment he slept. Paul admitted that now he's always gasping from exhaustion, something that used to be no big deal when he could easily grind through half a day of brutal fighting. Broken, he bowed low before the goddess's statue, trembling as he begged to know if this was her wrath and retribution. His face contorted with pain, he clenched his teeth and hissed. So she really throws people into this kind of suffering just because they don't have faith? The man was on his knees, begging for answers. Were the sent torments just a test? By the shaky glow of a dim candle, he pleaded with the god of medicine, so caught up he didn't even notice the boy standing in the doorway. He froze, stunned, swallowed by the darkness. His tortured screams bounced around the room, dull and gut-wrenching. The young man gaped at the scene, eyes wide, barely managing to catch his breath. Silent shock. The boy gripped his shirt to his chest, guilt crushing him. He'd ignored Paul's awful condition for far too long, even though the signs were plain as day. He froze dead still, staring at the hunched back crouched by the altar. A sudden realization hit him like lightning, and his whole body jolted with a shudder. Tears spilled down his face as it finally hit him. Paul's motives were real. He pushed through the pain and kept that cheerful big brother act going, maybe from pride, maybe just so his family wouldn't worry. He lowered his head, still in disbelief. His brother really had promised to cure his deadly illness. A snowy wasteland tore across his vision, and then the truth hit. Falma confessed his plan to slip away and die abroad, all so his family could stay safe and hoarse. Then his younger brother looked nothing like a threat, just a trembling kid, terrified to shoulder the weight of inheritance. A bitter little smirk flashed across his lips, but inside, doubt chewed at him. Could these pills really fix him? The goddess's stone statue sat in perfect silence, but Falma swore, no doubt, that she'd handed him the knowledge and medicine straight from her own power. He flung his head back, wrestling with one terrifying thought. Did he truly have the faith to gulp this potion down to the very bottom? Falma tiptoed out the door, and he was left alone to pray. The candle's flame flickered just enough to show his hunched form emerging from the dark, right there at the altar. His fist slammed down near the bloody drops on the table, and in that same heartbeat he told himself he'd accept death, no matter how this medicine turned into poison. In the blink of an eye, the whole act of holy submission shattered wide open. Tears of pure despair poured down his cheeks as terror gripped him. He was deathly afraid, begging for one more day to live and make his dreams come true. A suffocating silence crashed down in the air. Right at the doorway, Falma silently listened as he gritted his teeth and choked back his sobs. In that cold, half-lit darkness, a lone silhouette of the medicine stand waited, like it promised to fix everything. Dark black branches went eerily still, looming against the night sky like a warning nobody could ignore. In the dim hush of the Palais Temple, he crumpled before the altar in pure despair, begging the god of medicine. Was oblivion really the end waiting for him? Bitterness ripped through him. While his genius brother was making wonders and etching his name into history, his own identity was getting erased, line by brutal line. His fist slammed into the stone with a heavy, dull thud. He sank his head in defeat, fighting to swallow the tears. Suddenly, the deity's statue erupted in blinding light, and Palais snapped his head up with a sharp jerk. A harsh, icy glow blasted across the entire altar. Out of nowhere, a deep, otherworldly voice bellowed his name, and the young man jerked in shock, gasping hard. That silent stone face suddenly seemed to breathe, like it was coming alive right in front of us. But the miracle wasn't magic at all. It was a setup. Behind the altar wall lurked his own brother, clutching a glowing sphere in his hands. That fake divine voice soothed him, whispering, "I'll always be watching, so you don't have to worry about a thing." To fool Pala, his brother gulped down sulfur hexafluoride, and his voice dropped so low it sounded completely unrecognizable. Pala snatched up every word he could, and real hope lit up in his eyes. Once he finally bought into the miracle, panic exploded in him. He blurted his suffering at God, screaming, "Why did the revelation hit my brother instead of me, when we both begged for it?" A young man in a heavy cloak dropped to his knees before the altar. Tears of despair thundered down his face like hail. A suffocating hush smothered everything, and crushing darkness swallowed the despairing young man whole. His breath was ripped out of him. He silently sobbed toward the heavens, stunned that the divine revelation landed on his brother and somehow skipped him. The prophecy came roaring back to him. Trust your brother, and only side by side will you beat death itself. Her idle voice kept blasting non-stop because you can't heal your own illness no matter what. He lunged for the statue, begging the god of medicine to give him just one more word. Then his strength finally snapped and failed him. "Tell me," the young man choked out, tears streaking down his face. The fighter crashed hard onto the temple's cold stone floor. With the last scraps of willpower left, he faced the altar, braced himself, and accepted it. Let it be so. At that exact moment, the door exploded open with a thunderous bang, and a panicked, one-eyed servant sprinted into the hall. The little brother lurking nearby snapped into a terrified flinch, like he'd just heard danger breathe. While the servant panicked over the bone-chilling cold and got ready to haul the sick person to the room, the boy slipped behind a column and watched it all in total silence. A young man burst through the door, shouting for Monsieur Palais like his life depended on it. Theo bolted to the bed and kept screaming the master's name over and over again. Palais cracked his eyes open in his own bed, barely scraping together enough strength to feel awake. Cold sweat drenched his face and sheer shock locked in his eyes. Theo closed the distance and told him, straight up, that he'd tracked him down, passed out in the chapel every night. The young man's eyes snapped open with shock. Palais slammed his palm to his forehead, grinding away the last dizzy scraps of delirium. Theo leaned over the bed, eyes locked on the host, checking they were still okay, like one wrong breath would break everything. Pal decided the night vision was probably just a fantasy, then cautiously leaned in and asked Theo if he'd spotted anything weird near the statue of the goddess. The silence wouldn't move, then that question slammed into the air. Right before Paula's eyes, a blazing memory snapped back, an unbearable glow from the divine staff, and the god of medicine's voice roaring in perfect resonance. He shuddered hard and snatched the blanket, gripping it like it was trying to escape. Theo flashed a gentle smile and assured him, "I brought you here in secret, so the family has no clue." The assistant grabbed clean clothes and dashed away, leaving Paula alone to face the bright morning light. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the bruise on his knee like it might bite, because it definitely wasn't there yesterday. The signs of internal bleeding were screaming louder and louder by the second. A young man suddenly froze on the spot. A vivid memory jolted back. There he was, kneeling with his whole body braced for what came next. All those doubts vanished, because he actually heard a voice, and it was no dream. He erupted into wild, hysterical laughter as he stared at his own hands, and the kids on the doorstep froze in terror. Everything finally snapped into place, like the universe just clicked its pieces together. Cowering by the doorway, the little one clutched one clear command in his mind: survive, and grow up to become a great doctor. A ruthless spark flared in his eyes. He'd heard the voice of the god of medicine himself, and only by standing with him could he dare to beat death. With a wild, victorious roar, he leapt straight onto the bed, and Monsieur Palais just stared, totally baffled. Euphoria. The room rattled with his booming laughter as the guests traded awkward looks, all of them baffled at what had suddenly possessed the poor patient. He clenched his fists in triumph, realizing it was God who had revealed the truth to his brother, right in time to save him. The young man kept cackling like a lunatic, soaking up the glory of his divine protection, while the kids huddled and murmured in confusion, wondering if it was some weird side effect from their meds. Behind the iron bars, a crazed laugh tore through the air. Then the prisoner lost it, screaming that he'd never surrender as long as the guardian god stood watch, while the blonde youth and his friends just stared, stunned and totally lost. Later, the boy slipped away into the dark corridor without a word, and the gray-haired man was left alone beside the flickering candle. Falma slipped into the room with a grin, watching the maid lovingly brush his younger sister's hair. Noon. Silence swallowed every corner of the mansion's corridors. The mansion's empty stone corridors seemed to yawn in that sleepy midday calm. "What do you think you're doing?" a razor-sharp voice snapped from behind the neighboring door. Falma jolted at the harsh voice, and the tiny one trembled as it cowered behind him. His older brother sprawled on the big bed, sucking in air like he couldn't get enough, his whole body riddled with brutal spots from the disease. The sick man wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked, breathless, if it was time to take his medicine yet. The moment Falma stepped inside, his brother snapped at him for eavesdropping. The kid suspected he was secretly training in ways that would wreck his recovery, but the man swore on everything that he never once left the mattress. The brother kept trying to turn it into a joke, whining about how bored he was, and then Falma snapped, "Stop! You're barely breathing!" Then the boy finally got the latest blood test results, and when he read them, relief hit hard as he told everyone, "Leukemia cells are dropping fast." The old man nodded with sharp curiosity and agreed to peek at his indicators. Falma shoved the vials into his hands, then kept talking, breaking down exactly how the life-saving chemotherapy worked. After endless tests, the breakthrough hit. This drug finally kicked in, and it started smashing the leukemia cells. The sick man gripped the graduated cylinder, swirling that weird red-yellow liquid with a suspicious glare, convinced it could wipe out every last trace of his illness. The young doctor shot him a warning right away. "This new medication doesn't work the way you think, and it's brutally toxic." On a microscopic level, it went on a rampage, burning away both the cancerous cells and the healthy ones with ruthless force. The man blurted out, shaking, what this treatment would do to his body. "So tell me, are even the normal cells getting hunted too?" The doctor calmly started tapping his fingers, listing the side effects like a warning bell: nausea, ulcers, diarrhea, and hair loss. The moment that happened, the patient's face snapped into stone. The boy shot back that pain isn't automatically part of the deal. It all comes down to how tough the body can really hold up. He insists there are proven ways to ease the symptoms, so there's no reason to panic yet. Those words didn't soothe the patient at all. And when he realized the side effects of one medication would be crushed with another, just to start the same vicious loop all over again, his mind went completely blank, stunned to the core. He tried to strike a deal. "I'll just brew myself a potion for nausea." And the answer came back instantly, a hard, absolute no. Modern pharmacology can't risk tangling with medieval magic. It's too wild and unpredictable, so nobody even dares to try self-treatment experiments. The kid calmly laid out how to beat the side effects from that meds combo, and it totally shocked his older brother. He pondered. The patient burst into laughter because he finally got it. Doctors will risk their own bodies just to test every medication. Because yeah, he wasn't just anyone. He was a pharmacist himself. From this moment on, he handed over his life to the young man, swearing he'd obey like a loyal patient. That brutal chemotherapy went for the jugular, mowing down the leukocytes until the body had zero defenses left. By the time leukemia had reached that point, even a tiny cold could slam the final door shut. Masked little Blanche hauled a doll to bed, and the sick man kept grumbling, furious that they'd trapped him here. The girl pleaded with her brother, begging him to shake off his sadness and get better fast, because she couldn't wait to play with him again. The young doctor backed up that claim with a grin, like it was all under control. Suddenly it clicked. This whole estate was locked under the shield of Mom's cleansing ritual. The little one scratched his cheek and, super awkwardly, confessed that he personally made sure the whole house was spotless and sterile. His body went rigid. Could this terrifying moment be tied to his mysterious revelation, too? The young man nodded like it was nothing, while his older brother blurted in total shock, couldn't wrap his head around how the kid had truly mastered divine technique just to do some ordinary cleaning. The blonde sprawled in bed, wasting away sick, while the guy beside him kept pushing, begging him not to bolt from the estate. With a bitter, broken voice, the patient finally admitted the cruelest pain of all, pouring everything into becoming a pharmacist and still being unable to save a single person. The boy rushed to reassure him, "This won't last forever. There's only medication and rest ahead." He flashed an encouraging grin, and that pharmacist always zipped right back into action to make up for every second he'd fallen behind. Suddenly, the young man's mind snapped into gear, and he realized exactly how to turn this imprisonment to his advantage. The blonde narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms tight over his chest, clearly unimpressed. But he snapped himself together fast. Now he could feel the patient's suffering crawling under his own skin, and sitting idle was never who he was. Anxiety gnawed at the future. Pain kept spiking in his bones, and sleepless nights dragged on, day after day, in a body that wouldn't listen. Silence. A healthy person could never truly grasp this kind of crushing despair. He accepted the illness with a calm grin, like it was a divine test, because once he beat it, he'd finally learn how to feel what the sick are going through. The senior comrade grinned, completely sure he was right. And the young assistant stood there, absolutely blown away by that kind of strength of spirit. The blonde beamed with real sincerity, stepping into this brutal lesson like she was ready for whatever life threw at her. The young doctor clutched a medical card to his chest and ordered Paula, "Don't suffer in silence. Fight through the pain and get help." His eyes softened because he understood deep down that even the strongest healer would someday find themselves on the patient's side. Clear drops of medicine dripped drop by drop through the tube, slow at first, but relentless. Over the bed, a fresh drip blinked to life, packed with a powerful anti-cancer drug. Paula just smirked with total confidence he could take the harshest beating, so he let his brother move without a second thought. The doctor clenched his fist tight, then swore. No matter what, it would all be for him. Paula was absolutely blown away by that kind of raw, unstoppable passion. He flashed the boy a warm look and told him to drop the shyness and come talk to him. In the sick man's eyes, a wild thirst for life flared up, and he swore, with every ounce of willpower, that he would survive. Paula swore he'd prove these medicines work, and the doctor practically begged him to stick to that promise. They slammed their hands together, and just like that, their joint fight to save Pale's life kicked off. While the scene unfolded, a bright, cheerful greeting rang out from inside the pharmacy. A laughing old grandpa showed up there again, stocking up on energy candies for the sailors like it was his mission. The girl hurried to meet an old acquaintance, her steps pounding with excitement. That summer, customer demanded to know if Falma wasn't here again, and the blonde with glasses snapped that, sure, she'd be running the place in Falma's absence. The old guest sat back and took his sweet time sipping his drink, then leaned in to grill the staff about what was really going on in the place. The young assistant grinned and handed the man his finished order. Sipping his drink slow, the guest marveled as the pharmacy exploded with growth. Easy medicines flew out to every branch, while the sick with real trouble were handed straight to the Medici estate. Right in the middle of it, he slammed to a halt because the water suddenly tasted different. That nasty liquid scraped his throat raw, and the startled blonde shot a nervous glance like, "Told you, my instincts were dead on." She leaned in, eyes full of worry, and asked if he didn't like the drink. The man onslaught against the counter, shrugged like it was out of his hands, and said there was nothing else he could do. The girl confessed with a guilty flinch. Turns out the owner's supplies were already gone, so she had to whip this part up herself. The blonde snapped to a stop, worry filling her chest as she kept her eyes locked on the customer. As she kept apologizing, the guest leaned in, sniffed the glass like a pro, and insisted they punch it up with a little spice. He got it instantly. Falma was a freaking monster at water arts, so his skill was impossible to fake. The blonde girl nervously clutched her cheek, admitting, without hesitation, that her magic still couldn't match the master's sheer talent. Then the guest finally demanded when the owner would be back, and the girl smiled and told him everything was totally fine with Falma. That day crawled by like it didn't want to end, and with Falma gone, the pharmacy hall felt utterly abandoned. Turns out Falma hadn't left the sick patient's bedside at all, so the pharmacy had to run without him. With the young master gone, the whole workplace felt hollow. Emptiness settled in, and sadness hung over every worker like a dark cloud. Ellen gave a quiet nod and agreed right alongside her colleagues. With Falma standing there, it was like someone hit the reset button. Boom! Their strength surged back as if they'd just taken the strongest medicine. Jean folded his arms with sympathy, because even the usual regulars were acting up, demanding to be seen only by the owner. Ellen was crushed. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't replace that brilliant pharmacist. Jean suddenly cut through her heavy thoughts and blurted out praise for their unwavering dedication to the cause. 3 employees froze on the spot, staring in total shock. The man smiled warmly at them and said, "Sure, I'm no expert on pharmaceuticals, but I can tell just by looking that you're holding this place with iron grip." He likened them to brave sailors, because without a crew you can trust, no captain can steer a ship through storms. While Falma fought the patient's illness somewhere else, they clung tightly to the reins of his pharmacy, running the whole operation without letting go. That shock of support felt like someone yanked a heavy weight off Ellen's chest. She broke into a real smile, visibly relieved. A little later in the kitchen, the girls finally kicked back with a cold glass of fresh juice, and the weight of the whole day just slipped off their shoulders. Ellen grinned like she was lost in a daydream, glass in hand, while Lotta called out with shaky uncertainty. She locked eyes with her, hunting for any shred of work she could grab for herself. In the kitchen, she smiled and practically handed Ellen a cup of fresh fruit and veg juice to taste. Lotta fidgeted, shifting from one foot to the other like she didn't know where to put herself. She pleaded with all her heart for a chance at a task, because she'd watched that woman's back-breaking daily work and couldn't stand to just sit there. She waved it off with a warm grin, like, honestly, that girl's smile was all she needed. Ellen snapped her gaze to the window, then pushed the conversation toward Falma, who was already buried in trouble with his brother. Lotta let out a bitter sigh, and the truth hit hard. She was powerless. Inside the mansion, servants bustled along the corridor because practically no one was allowed anywhere near Monsieur Palais' room. Ellen suddenly snapped to attention and reminded Lottie she could draw like nobody's business. The girl recoiled in pure fear. Pale had always been brutally honest when it came to judging art. She instantly remembered how he raged, stabbing his finger at the celebrated masterpiece, and demanded that this nightmare be torn away right then and there. They shared tense, awkward looks, and all they could remember was how he'd gone on accusing their own family of having terrible taste. Ellen adjusted her glasses with total confidence. Art calms the nerves, and a heartfelt drawing can hit like the best medicine for the patient. In a cozy little room, the maid leaned in and carefully fussed over her young mistress. The maid flashed a warm smile, praying the sickness would knock the edge off Pela's burning fury. She paused for a beat, then her mind flashed back to just how stubborn he was, way too stubborn to ever bend. The girl leaned in, heart racing at the simple thought. She had to draw the thing he loved most. So tell me, what is it that he's absolutely obsessed with? Day 2 of intensive therapy is finally underway. That young doctor was back at it, drawing blood from Pala again while keeping a razor-sharp watch for the first sign of side effects. Pills have turned into my everyday routine, like I can't even breathe without them. Chemistry was leaking non-stop, like the whole room was about to ignite. Still, Pella didn't just sit there and suffer. He drilled into his indicators and peppered his brother with non-stop questions. Even when he was wiped out, he studied his illness like a total pro, calm as stone while everyone else would have panicked. Right by the door, the boy was told to call him anytime if he starts feeling sick. A soft little wish for good night, like a promise whispered into the dark. All alone, Paula let out a shaky, heavy breath and clutched the blanket like it could save him, because his doctor was just 12 years old, and Paula couldn't stop worrying. The boy caught a muffled cough, shot a quick peek into the room, and right away Paula clenched his teeth and swore it was all fine. That young doctor just dropped his gaze in heartbreak, knowing exactly how brutal the pain was ripping through his brother right now. That daily stability hit with a brutal price. Nausea tore through him and exhaustion crushed him from the meds. The boy sank onto the couch and stared at the TV like it owed him answers. Yeah, the indicators were climbing, but the whole thing still felt like it could snap at any second. A dull thud cracked the air out of nowhere, and my ears snapped up instantly. From the very start of the treatment, he camped in Polly's room day and night, soaking up every calm, peaceful day like it was a victory. In that dim, wide bedroom, the silence felt fake, like it was hiding something. Then, right in the middle of it, a hoarse moan tore through the air, followed by a terrifying cough that sounded like it was choking the life out of her. The boy jolted upright and bolted straight for his brother, snapping on the diagnostic therapeutic eye the moment he reached him. The moment he saw the symptoms, fear hit him so hard his face went white. He locked eyes on the bed, and horror punched through him. Leukocytes detonated a full-blown inflammation. Massive lung hemorrhage surged in, choking every breath, and yanked Paula straight toward the grave in a blink. That pale glow of life energy got yanked off course. Dark blotches spread across his heart and kidneys, and it could only mean one thing. The meds were unleashing their worst side effect. Deadly differentiation syndrome just kicked off. Chaos is spreading fast. He grabbed his brother by the shoulders, shoved the airways clear, and barked, "Get the shock dose of steroids in, now!" The boy shot his voice up in panic, begging his brother to hold on just a little longer. But Pella could barely breathe, writhing in pain as his hands convulsively grabbed the shirt on his chest. A sharp click cut the air, and someone's hands were already rushing to crack open a vial of life-saving dexamethasone. Right then, the brother's battered body finally gave out, collapsed onto the pillows with a heavy, dull thud. In the dim, flickering room, the patient sprawled on the bed, completely powerless. Fingers brushed softly against her pale lips. The boy's nerves snapped tight by the 7th sweat drop, and he slammed oxygen synthesis into gear on the spot. His reaching hand exploded into a blinding flash of light. Rattled by brutal coughing, he yelled at his brother to slam the life-saving gas into his lungs, right now, before it was too late. The brother greedily gulped for air, shuddering as suffocation racked him in violent, desperate gasps. Oxygen kept him hanging on, and the steroids were already squeezing the inflammation out of his lungs. Now, every shred of hope clung only to the medicine and to the brother's fierce thirst to survive. But the boy finally understood. If this attack kept going, there would be no way out. Suddenly, in the dead quiet of the hospital room, the monitor started beeping like it was panicking. The boy lunged over his brother, eyes locked on the monitor the whole time, like he couldn't bear to look away. The verdict slammed into his skull with a brutal echo. He's going to die. My heart hammered like a war drum, and my eyes blew wide with cold, icy fear. Teeth clenched, the boy swore he wouldn't let this happen. He'd tear through every obstacle to save his brother, no matter what it took. In blind panic, he screamed at the top of his lungs, refusing to accept that what he was seeing was actually real. Bloody red stains crept across the scene, spreading right before my eyes like a dark omen. The body suddenly erupted in a sickening, terrifying glow, and a dull roar blasted through the air. Falma froze in place, eyes bulging wide with pure horror. He leaned over the bed, strained his voice to the limit, and barked at Theo to hurry up and come to him. The moment the color turns red, he blurts, "Please, live!" and lunges toward her with a shaking hand, begging like his life depends on it. A panicked servant burst into the room, and Falma instantly snapped at him to go get his father right now. That deadly red started taking over everything, layer by layer, growing fiercer and more impossible to ignore. Theo whipped around and bolted off, desperate to find help. Falma snapped her hand over her face, hit with the brutal truth of acute leukemia. One moment they were fine, and the next, sudden internal bleeding stole their life. His divine power knew no limits. He could feed oxygen into her body for days on end, never once needing sleep or rest. Because he could conjure matter out of thin air, he snatched up every dropper he could find and forged medicines so advanced they didn't even exist in this world yet. Tears of pure, powerless rage streamed down her cheeks. How cruel is this? Right here, beside the dying one, the brilliant, otherworldly pharmacist is really being pushed to beg the local gods for a miracle. The boy frantically gripped the dying patient's hand, squeezing it with every desperate breath. In Falma's head, the priest's words kept slamming like thunder. Their magic couldn't cure sickness at all. It could only nudge the dying man's pain down a notch. The shadows slammed in, choking the light out of the room. A thick, heavy silence crushed the room, like the whole world just stopped breathing. The boy dropped his eyes, and the truth hit like a punch. Every one of these people was hanging on him alone. They couldn't risk leaving the patient alone with the oxygen machine, so the staff of the god of medicine, locked away in another room, was the only real shot left. Remembering that this weapon could shatter any obstacle the moment its true owner called, he steeled himself and got ready. Falma snapped his palm forward, driving it straight ahead. His eyes blazed with pure, unshakable determination. At that exact moment, the guards out on the far wall erupted in a blinding flash of light. The young man locked in, pouring every last ounce of his will into that call. "The staff of the god of medicine?" he yelled at the top of his lungs. With a deafening roar, the magical artifact tore through wall after wall, blasting straight toward its master. The weapon slid into his palm like it was made for him. Clutching the staff, Falma could only hope and think one thing. Now they just had to see if this plan would actually work. Falma clenched the staff tight, then nodded like, "Yeah, this feels perfect." His pupils snapped shut tight. Then the boy slammed his diagnostic eye on, and the power of the source surged into action. In his head, he weighed every risk, because that divine power was meant to supercharge the medicine all the way to its absolute limit. But there was a scary catch. If the leukocytes got hit with the wrong kind of stimulation, they'd wipe out the patient. In his head, he kept begging for salvation, his eyes locked forward, refusing to look away. Magical sparks skittered across the patient's chest, crackling like they were alive. When Falma spotted that saving blue glow, her heart exploded with relief. This treatment was actually working. With one brutal motion, he swung the staff and slammed the source's full power straight into the target. A surge of power washed over the still figure like a warm shockwave. The entire room jolted as a blinding flash tore through the dark. A breathless second of silence hit, then the patient with wheezing lungs sucked in air on his own. Right then, the door burst open and a terrified father came sprinting into the room. Falma let out a shaky smile and said, breath finally steady again. But the father didn't even hear him. He waved his son off, snapped on gloves, and raced straight into emergency resuscitation. The doctor stormed into the room, shouted for help from the doorway, and then instantly went stone still at what he saw. Tense Falma snapped coldly that he'd made sure his brother had oxygen. The doctor blinked in total shock, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The boy's palm blazed with magic, and just above the unconscious kid's face, it shoved air into his lungs. The medic shook his head fast, insisting, confused and firm, that by every rule in the book, the patient had to be intubated. Falma cut him off mid-sentence and shoved every explanation to later. The glow exploded brighter than ever, so bright the stunned doctor suddenly remembered God. He couldn't tear his eyes away from that impossible glow. Without a second to spare, Falma snapped into action, ordering everything ready for the urgent operation and vowing she'd personally oversee every step. The doctor bolted for the door to grab the assistants, and the other servants practically thrust their hands forward, ready to help. Right at the threshold, the medic stopped dead for a beat and stared back at the incredible young man in total silence. An elegant woman with a gentle, warm smile stared at a letter, her mind flashing back to her mother's anxious fear. The sky just dropped into a deep, star-stuffed midnight like the universe decided to put on a show. Soon the sky burst into light. Birds were singing like they owned the place, drifting over the rooftops of that luxurious estate. In the big clinic, doctors were sprinting around like crazy, while a young man slumped by the patient's bed, fighting to stay awake. Sunlight slithered across the window frame, like it was sneaking in for a secret. His fingers slackened, helplessness pouring into his hands. The boy battled sleep with everything he had, barely able to keep his eyes open. He shot forward, eyes locked on the bed, as a hand inched toward him with careful, nervous intent. His eyes finally snapped shut. The dead silence exploded with the patient's wild scream, and the doctor, terrified, yelled the sick man's name, "Falma!" while the sleepy boy behind jolted awake in a flash. The sick man choked on air, breathing through his mouth as cold sweat poured off him. The boy dropped his gaze, swallowed by guilt. He shoved out a rushed apology to his brother the doctor, then shot up to his feet like he couldn't wait another second. Just out of nowhere, a hand popped up in front of Falma's face and thrust a bottle straight under her nose. His father clocked the pale look on his son's face and barked, "Take your medicine, right now." The boy snatched the bottle like he didn't know what else to do, completely lost. At first glance, it looked like normal herbs, until Falma's eyes lit up and she instantly knew it was pure energy. He flashed a warm grin and thanked Bruno, sipping that personally prepared drink like it was pure gold. Since sleep wasn't even on his mind, he downed a huge gulp without the slightest hesitation. Drowsiness vanished like it had never existed, and the boy lit up with pure joy, thanking his dad's elixirs for working flawlessly. Suddenly, his eyes bulged as a fresh idea struck him hard. Falma suddenly flinched, and his father shot him a worried look like, "Are you okay?" Bruno crossed his arms and said, dead serious, that the potion only works as well as the alchemist's talent and their divine-grade artistry. But now the boy wasn't thinking about anything else. He was laser-focused on one thing: how his father somehow flooded the field with oxygen. He carefully cupped his face in his palm, like the world had just gotten too loud. Then he lifted his hand, slow as thunder, staring hard at his own fingers like they were about to reveal a secret. And with total confidence, he said he could synthesize oxygen just like a father makes water, leaving the stern doctor utterly stunned. The doctor leaned in beneath his mask, studied the boy's eyes, and admitted the truth. His talent was a rare, priceless gift. The boy stiffened instantly, and cold sweat erupted across his skin. Through every cut and every drill, the surgeon had never once run into anything like this. The hero awkwardly blinked, like the world caught him off guard. With a soft clap, he summoned a huge chair out of thin air, and the man immediately yanked it straight toward himself. His legs glided across the floor without a sound. This wasn't smoke or magic, it was something solid. The doctor swore it was divine power, and leaned in, demanding to know if it could truly create anything. He couldn't stop thinking about the exact breaking point of that substance for that one application. The boy shot back that with simple materials, the volume is basically endless. Everything finally clicked. Those old product batches slid into place the same way they always had. The man tapped his fingers on his arm, lost in thought. He confessed he'd been feeling betrayed for ages because the medicine's raw materials weren't coming from anywhere legit. The hero frantically begged for silence, and the surgeon coolly promised, "I'll handle it." The boy was already drowning in anxiety, terrified to even guess what the doctor's verdict might be. The doctor had to admit it. This kind of wild, divine art simply didn't belong in his head, even as the boy treated it like nothing more than a normal touch. The young man just shrugged it off, and the medic finally caved, believing that supernatural gift was real. The boy reached out, and his palm started to gently glow with healing power. The medic stared at his every move, completely stunned. The boy blurted out a wild idea. Why not build an industrial oxygen plant right inside his own lab? The man stared in disbelief and demanded how anyone could make gas without magic at all. He broke down how it's made, compress the air, cool it, then distill it, but he slammed one big warning. The container's strength is the weak link. They got oxygen, but only an ultra-reliable cylinder would do, and they needed it fast. Under relentless pressure, the gas couldn't hold on. It condensed into a liquid. The boy smirked and pitched a wild idea. Let Melody take on this unprecedented job. This new approach saved patience even when he wasn't there. A lone drip kept ticking the seconds away, daring the world to reach noon. The plan got the green light. Oxygen will be made in Marseille and shipped out in brand new cylinders. And it worked. Thanks to that non-stop gas and medication, the patient's condition finally started to turn around. Pala finally forced his eyes open and dragged his palms over his face, clawing his way out of the darkness. The doctor and little Falma finally exhaled. Thankfully, the patient snapped back to his senses. The boy reached out to him with gentle care, but Pale snapped his hand away with a sharp swat. He stared at everyone in the room, fully baffled and seething, because he had zero clue what was going on. Falma barely kept himself upright when, without warning, Polly snapped his body with a sharp twist. A rough, hoarse gasp ripped out of his throat. Palla thrashed on the bed, choking for every breath as terror-struck tears streamed through the suffocating dread. Falma shot forward in an instant, and his palm blazed with light right in front of his brother's face. The little one grabbed his attention and told him in no uncertain terms to calm down and just breathe. The blast finally pulled back, and a stunned Polly gasped for answers, only for Falma to casually explain she'd built an oxygen dome for him. The doctor didn't beat around the bush. At night, the boy's breathing flatlined, and without meds and magic, there was no way he'd have lived. Pell died. He finally admitted, all sheepish, that the rescue was on him to thank, but Falma only smiled, soft and steady. The boy looked his brother in the eye and thanked him from the bottom of his heart for giving him the strength to survive that brutal night. Falma looked down with a quiet confidence, insisting his brother only survives because the medicine worked its magic. Out of nowhere, a strange hand clamped down on his wrist with brutal force. Sick Pella groaned as he fought to sit up, then snapped at Falmy to drop the pointless modesty. Like after everything they'd already done, he wasn't having it. That exhausted young man still flashed a warm smile, praising him as an outstanding pharmacist and the best brother in the whole world. Suddenly, the patient started choking, like the air vanished out of the room. Falma panicked hard, grabbing his brother and begging him to breathe, then swore he'd do literally everything for him. A few days flew by, then, in the boys' mansion corridor, Lotta suddenly shouted his name like something was about to explode. The girl beamed and shoved a notebook into his hands, like she couldn't wait to show him what was inside. She told him it was an album packed with sketches of her, plus drawings of every servant working for the estate. They tended to the children with all their heart, praying to ease Pale's pain through that brutal, long treatment. Lota rose with ceremony and pressed the gift into Falmy's hands. Little Blanche proudly boasted that she too had been carefully drawing for her little brother. They were barred from that sealed-off bedroom, so all hope crashed onto Falma. Staring at that insane cover, he grinned, because the Capitol's illustrations had to rescue Pala from getting trapped in four walls and dying of boredom. Lotta chirped on about the Capitol like nothing could stop her, while Falma stood there staring at the cover, completely baffled. Even the young man jolted and blushed so hard he couldn't meet anyone's eyes, blurting out this awkward excuse that he only wanted to win over a mighty deity and bring it to their side. With narrowed eyes, he grilled Lotta, asking if she really painted it all by herself. That girl radiated with pride. She wasn't just beautiful, she was the goddess of medicine, sworn as Lord Pale's patroness. Falmu broke out in nerve-jangling sweat when the maid beamed and announced that this gentle, noble maiden wasn't just kind, she was his own personal deity. She let out a sad sigh, crushed by the fact that they still couldn't go see the sick person. Right when Falma praised her sketch from the heart, the girl's cheeks flared red, she beamed with joy and bombarded him with heartfelt thanks. The young man beamed with pure gratitude, and his smile lit up the moment he stared at the gift. The maid genuinely wished Pele a speedy recovery, then snapped Falmy into taking care of himself and getting plenty of rest. Falma slowly lifted his gaze, mulling over the wild idea of sharing a single wish. Right in front of him sat a luxurious book, stamped with signatures from the whole estate. Towering over the street below, the mansion rose like a giant, all stone and pride, staring down the world. Later, he slid that notebook to the woman in bed, and her curiosity sparked as she peppered him with questions about Lotta's idea. Falma boldly asked for her opinion on the drawing, then admitted, no joke, he never thought his maid had that kind of artistic talent. The older brother flipped through the photo album, eyes locked on every page, firing questions at the little one about the artist. He stared at those black and white landscapes, and the jewel-sharp details blew him away. The boy gave a shaky laugh and swore he'd explain it all later, only to make his brother's suspicions burn hotter. The sick man let out a heavy sigh, and then, while he was gone, the empire exploded with a real technological boom. The kid leaned in with proud confidence and spilled the secret. That photo was powered by brand new tech that can pour reality straight onto paper. The girl flipped through the photographs, silent with pure awe. The man cracked a faint smile, like it cost him everything. Snapshots of those familiar streets, and the family estate too, lit up warm memories like a flame in his chest. His eyes snapped to a huge family photo, parents, sister, and even the servants all staring back. The boy lit up and happily rattled on about the other pictures. The older man's smile vanished in an instant, like the light got cut off. Under his brother's worried stare, he finally admitted it. This crushing loneliness hit him hard, because he wasn't in a single one of the photos. The little one froze, totally stuck in bewilderment. A few days later, Falma headed straight to his older brother's place to see how he was doing after those brutal procedures. Peli sprawled in the armchair in a light robe, and a bright grin lit up his whole face. "Hey, how are you holding up today?" the young doctor asked, like he was walking on thin ice. My brother leaned back, wrapped his hands around a cup of tea, and told me it felt like a miracle. Breathing without that IV in his vein got way easier at last. He let out a quiet breath like he was bracing for what came next. Falma narrowed her eyes and snapped a stern reminder about strict bed rest. Pala shot his eyes away. After the usual wipe down, his whole body throbbed like he'd fought with combat magic all day and ran out of breath. The young man closed in fast and warned him, "Yeah, it's getting better, but it's nowhere near finished yet." When Pala heard that the deadliest complications of leukemia had somehow skipped them, for now, his smile vanished, but he knew the real nightmare was still waiting right around the corner. At his pharmacy, Falma started stockpiling powerful antibiotics because the chemo that took his brother also wiped out his immunity, and now even the smallest infection could turn deadly in an instant. The workload still didn't ease up, so he sprinted down the corridor. Then his younger sister suddenly burst around the corner, shouting an urgent call. Even while on the move, the doctor never let go of the medical charts, measuring the danger of sudden bleeding and mapping out which transfusions would save him if it hit. While Pela slept soundly, his platelet levels kept plummeting, racing toward a dangerous breaking point. Falma didn't waste a second. She shoved the papers into her assistant's hands, then barreled straight for the temporary clinic to jump in and help the other patients. A rider slammed into the yard and shouted for Falma. There was an emergency patient waiting at the threshold. The sick man was shrieking in agony, clutching his stomach as it burned him on the pavement. In the blink of an eye, they hauled the patient onto the exam table. Falma snapped into action, checked him fast, and called it appendicitis. He quietly snatched the accompanying documents for the night, like he'd been waiting for this moment. Later, Falma bolted into the main hall, ready to greet the honored guests with the finally signed order they'd been waiting on. Melody, the firemaster, proudly unveiled her prototype oxygen cylinder and stood ready to roar through mass production the moment permission was granted. Falma couldn't look away, turning a real manometer in her hands like she was mesmerized. Melody confessed that the strange way they'd built the board-on-pipe completely baffled her at first. But once she cracked the meaning behind those drawings, she tore through the whole job with zero trouble. Falma let out a breath of relief. Since he can make oxygen on his own, this system will keep his brother from suffocating even when he's gone. The manometer, flow meter, and humidifier clicked into place together, then the whole rescue unit was finally primed and ready to burst into action. His palm slammed down hard on the cold metal cylinder. Falma slammed a heavy container onto the scales with a brutal thud, keeping a constant eye on the gas mass while the pumping roared on. He slipped the ready-made device beside his brother's bed, and even while his brother was sick, he stayed locked on science, snatching the schematics on the spot and demanding them to study. The blonde froze, staring into the empty void. Was this about to be another jaw-dropping revelation from the god of medicine? He couldn't wait, promising he'd binge-watch Pala's recordings in every spare second, then snapping at the boy to hand over the drawings right now. In bed, the patient hunched over the papers they'd been handed, staring at them like their life depended on every word. Suddenly, the quiet over the covered table shattered as a muffled groan of pain slipped out. The younger brother shot upright in pure panic, but the blonde only grimaced, because that hot sauce had just blown up the sore on the roof of his mouth. With a napkin to his mouth, he snapped that a brutal new sting had hit him, and the little one quietly told him it was the same painful mouth sores that always show up during cancer treatment. He turned back to the plate, relieved the old man could even eat, and then gently asked if the nausea from the leukemia treatment was still hitting him. The blonde snatched up the dietary soup with shaking hands, insisting the stomach had to be shielded, because infections didn't play around. He choked down the tasteless broth and muttered, all gloomy, that after the cold breath of death, even that savage nausea feels like mercy. Suddenly, the sick man slammed his spoon down and barked at the little one to stop choking on that same diet food meant for company. The boy calmly reminded him about the ban on sharp and cold, then quietly pleaded, "Don't just suffer in silence again." The elder snapped, reminding him that the little one skips family dinners, lives off hospital rations, and even turns his younger sister Blanche into a crying mess. Spoon held up high, he barked at his brother, right when he was at full strength, to dig into the meat with no shame over someone else's sickness. The little one just smiled, soft, warm, and sweet, like they already knew everything would be okay. The boy broke into a warm, bright smile. A brutal flash of light erupted, smashing the world into blinding white. Over dinner, the long-haired man leaned in with a serious stare and admitted, straight to the young man's face, that he wanted to take this road together, side by side. He dug in calmly, waving off all the pointless thanks like they weren't even needed. The boy got hit with a straight-up warning: start eating right and resting properly, or you'll crash and collapse real soon. But he didn't worry one bit, because that potion promised him a full day of non-stop, limitless energy. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, brushed it off like it meant nothing, and insisted no, he wasn't tired at all. His opponent leaned back with a satisfied grin, chin propped up, praising how insanely effective those parental remedies were. Suddenly his fire died down, and he murmured that he once dreamed of becoming a famous pharmacist, until life flipped everything. The boy jumped right back into the conversation, eyes shining as he genuinely admired his father's talent. And right as he spoke, the long-haired guy looked like his own confession hit him like a lightning bolt. He frantically waved his hands and begged them to erase this slip right now and swear to him they'd never, ever tell his father. A cold sweat suddenly blasted across his cheek. The young man cut him a calm promise. He'd keep his mouth shut. Every word from the patient would be locked behind strict medical confidentiality. Pala beamed and told Falmy, "Don't get too comfy," then swore he'd beat him in medicine soon. Out of nowhere, he erupted into a violent cough, blood splattered with every hit. Breath tearing in his chest, he demanded they hand him back the previous medication. Falma sank into despair, because without therapy, those leukemia cells would start multiplying again. The young doctor's worst nightmare wasn't just death, it was a sudden brain hemorrhage striking out of nowhere. He tried to calm his brother down by pointing to the winds chemotherapy had already brought. Pala nodded and said he'd carry on, but the patient has to choose it themselves. No matter which way he turned, there was nowhere left to run, nowhere to hide. His older brother snapped to his feet and ordered them to jump right back into the procedures right now. Falma stood there, torn, calculating just how deadly the threat really was. For one breath, everything went dead quiet, and both of them felt the full weight of that choice crushing down on them. Pale spun around with a smug grin and boldly reminded everyone he trusted his plan, completely. The boy smiled warmly again, utterly blown away by the sheer strength of his patient's spirit. That brutal road home is finally over, and I'm free at last. Loda and Falmo tore back to the estate, dragging gifts with them, just to spoil Pale. Ellen burst onto the balcony with a big smile, waving them over and peppering them with questions about everything from the pharmacy. Falma clutched a strawberry cake in her hands, while Lotta carried a bouquet of fresh, just-picked flowers. But the boy couldn't get the treat to his brother no matter what he tried. Fresh fruits and live flowers are banned on site. One wrong bite or bloom could spread infection, so they're strictly prohibited. Ellen lowered her eyes fast, and the moment she did, she realized she'd messed up. So she slid into Paula's bed with nothing in her hands. Falma pored over the medical records, while the brother kept blurting out apologies, insisting he'd been stuck handling other patients. Ellen, her mask on, couldn't hide her nerves. This brutal leukemia treatment was anything but easy. The sick person just burst into carefree laughter, like nothing in the world could touch them. With that same confident grin, he waved off every worry. He felt strong as ever, and soon he'd be out the door. Pale let out a booming laugh and swore that once he recovered, he'd absolutely hammer the girl during training until she was completely wiped out. When someone boldly suggested Ellen play chess with a handicap, she snapped her glasses on and smirked like, "I'm ready to fight right now." Ellen smirked, brushed the mask, and jumped at the duel, on the chessboard only. The young guy with the tray exploded into loud laughter, blurting that she was a top-tier great grandmaster at rapid chess, while the little one beside him cringed with embarrassment. She calmly tugged her glasses into place and swore she'd erase her opponent in a single instant. The blonde across the room only grinned, predatory and cold, like, that petty chaos isn't enough to make me a master. Pieces clattered hard across the board as he openly laughed at her confidence. His stare snapped sharp and piercing. He realized right then that she'd studied his game inside and out. A brutal strike from the figurine, then boom! Checkmate. The winner sank into the cushions and flat out said, Ellen's biggest weakness is her deadly habit of missing the details. She was frozen in shock, staring at how her sure win move had instantly crumbled into a total disaster. Rage surging through her, she leaned over the board and demanded a rematch, bold, fearless, and unstoppable. A flash of her eyes flicked to the gorgeous chess clock. Then the blonde snapped, reminding them it was time to check how the brother was doing. He erupted into laughter at how easily he could rile her up, totally brushing off the boy's gloomy plea to quiet down. Under his mocking laughter, shattered pieces hurled wild across the squares, while she begged, breathless, for one more game. Above them, clouds drifted lazily across the sky like they owned the world. Sick Pala panted in bed, throat rough and burning, as Frez begged him to sit up just a little. The boy's stomach dropped as he realized his brother couldn't even pull a full breath anymore. The brutal chess battle had wiped out every last ounce of him. But Pala dug his heels in and waved it off. How could he possibly lose to a girl? A proud grin burned through his exhaustion. He just knew he crushed his opponent for good. Right before my eyes, Ellen's image flashed back as she slipped out of the estate in eerie silence. Falma couldn't wrap his head around why he had to push himself that hard just to make everyone worry even more. Pala just shrugged it off, because a Medici man can't afford to look weak in front of a lady. His fingers dug into the blanket with a sharp crunch. He knew it wouldn't give him a single ounce of mercy, not even if he fully shattered. Falma shook his head and swore Ellen would never judge him for his illness. Absolute silence. Saving face mattered more than the pain, and it swallowed everything. Pelly flopped back into the pillows, admitting he just couldn't stand her pity. Seeing him, Falma suddenly snapped. She understood it all. That stubborn, unbreakable pride was what kept his brother from ever making it. And despite the brutal side effects, Pala clenched through every ounce of suffering, because the treatment finally paid off. Eventually, fate was going to crash the party. "Brother!" boomed through the tent. Falma burst into the room, grinning. After 12 grueling days of treatment, the cancer cells had finally been shrinking steadily. But the patient didn't listen. Horror lit his face as his trembling hands clutched a huge handful of his own hair. Panic hit the young man's face, and his skin went paper white in a blink. He fumbled the fallen strands in his trembling hands, begging his brother to swear everything was okay. Falma had to swallow the truth. Hair loss wasn't a surprise at all. It was an expected side effect. The young doctor forced a bright, reassuring smile through sheer will. He urged him to shave every last strand because once the severe hair loss started, it couldn't be stopped anymore. The patient went stone still in pure terror when he heard that the aggressive medication was about to steal his eyebrows and eyelashes too. Panicked, the young man yanked at his head, terrified he'd stay a monster forever. Then Falma snapped him back to reality. Once he stopped the medication, everything would go back to normal. The older brother slumped in misery the moment he faced the loss, and the younger one leaned in, asking him, softly but firmly, to just hold on and endure it. Losing his hair felt like a disaster for the Medici heir, only 18, and suddenly he had to figure out how he'd land a bride and keep the bloodline going. Tears streamed down the young man's face as he shoved the fallen strands to his chest, bitterly admitting that living through this was still better than dying. Blanche froze at the open doorway when her brother's desperate scream ripped through the room. The girl went rigid at the doorway, terrified to take that first step inside. The girl gaped through the crack, frozen in pure shock. On the bed, the brother buried his face in his hands and screamed at the maid that he wouldn't force a single girl to spend her life with a monster. His voice cracked under the weight of despair, and bitter self-contempt burned like poison. Blanche clutched the doll to her chest so hard her knuckles went pale, tears flooding back to her brother's warm smile. Her brave, kind protector was slipping away, and she had no clue how to save him. Tears spilled down his cheeks as a brutal disease dragged his life away, forever. Suddenly, the deafening silence of the echoing corridor shattered as a sharp call rang out. Blanche ripped out of her spot, bolted down the way, tears flooding her face as she clutched the scissors like they were lifelines. She fidgeted with her own dress, crumpling the fabric in nervous little bursts. Meanwhile, a trembling hand clutched the doorknob as gut-wrenching sobs tore through the air. Dark-haired, he slumped his head down, fighting to swallow the groan in his throat. The door burst open, and a frantic maid rushed into view, scouring the hall for Blanche. A brutal splash, then thick, dark liquid exploded across everything. A short, shocked gasp burst out of nowhere. Lotta froze in pure terror, clenching her fists tight against her chest. She sobbed like her heart was breaking, remembering her older brother's gorgeous silver hair, only for illness to rip it all out of her life. Tears poured down her cheeks, refusing to slow down. Falma suddenly couldn't speak, like the world yanked her voice away. Blanche spiraled into hysteria. Everyone's rushing to save her sick brother, and yet she feels utterly powerless. Suddenly, the girl snapped her hand forward and grabbed the pile of light hair sprawled on the floor. Sharp movement. With a huge bundle of locks crushed to her chest, she sobbed through tears that she was giving her hair to her brother. Blanche crumpled to her knees, choking on tears as she reached out with her freshly cut hair, the gift for her sick older brother, while the maid behind her went rigid, scissors still in hand. He carefully stroked the golden strands in her hands, stunned that she'd actually chosen to turn her own hair into a wig. Right before his eyes, that worn-out, familiar sight hit him like it never left. He kept seeing his brother in that hospital room, replaying the words about their differences, his silver hair, her gold. With a gentle touch, the boy rested his hand on her short hair, then grinned as he teased her, calling her little brother. She trembled, lifting her tear-soaked gaze up to him. His palm traced through her tangled hair, slow and soothing, like he was trying to calm her down. Blanche let out a quiet sniff, then asked if her brother would really be happy, and got a solid, no-nonsense nod in return. The young man swore he'd be more than happy just to accept a gift like that from his beloved sister. With a heartfelt smile, he swore that things were finally going to get better, no doubt about it. Blanche nervously blurted, "Will you scold me for this sudden urge?" His smile vanished. His gaze turned sharp as he gently told her off, warning that one wrong move could get her seriously hurt. Hearing those words, the girl sobbed harder, crushed by the truth that her disability would only make her brother suffer more. Taking her golden hair from her hands, the boy let out a heavy, sad confession. He just wanted one thing, for her to come ask him before making decisions like that. Tears slammed onto the ground as the girl sobbed non-stop, clinging to her brother and begging him to forgive her. She chopped off her long hair for him, and her brother grinned with gratitude, swearing he'd turn it into the best wig ever. Her parents were instantly stunned by her new look, but the moment they understood why, they couldn't even bring themselves to say a single word of reproach. The mother clutched her little one close, holding them tight against her chest with nothing but soft, steady love. 28 brutal days of non-stop treatment have gone by. The younger brother burst into the ward with pure joy, gripping the brand new test results tight in his hands. The sick man jerked upright on the pillows, stunned beyond belief, like the good news couldn't possibly be real. The young doctor snapped the medical card into his hands with a showman's flourish. Leukemia cells have crashed in numbers so hard they're barely there anymore, so faint you can almost never detect them. The senior officer scrutinized the papers with sharp suspicion, because the disease indicators still hadn't fallen all the way to zero. The doctors delivered the verdict in one breath: full hematological remission, case closed. The patient snapped still, his mind scrambling to process what he'd just heard. The younger one stayed cool and told him straight up, "Cancer won't vanish overnight. Those brutal tests are still coming." The sick man slumped back onto the pillows, wiped out beyond words. He couldn't leap with joy, but the first huge hurdle life threw at him had finally been cleared. The younger brother stayed by the sick man's bed, urging him, soft but relentless, to come back to normal life after he'd barely slipped out of the other world. When the bald young man looked totally stunned, the little one grinned and promised, "Don't worry, my special surprise comes as soon as your brother can stand back up." Soon, in a living room, they ceremoniously unveiled a fancy wig sitting on a polished wooden stand just for him. The older brother snapped to attention at the sight of that familiar golden glow, while his little sister, totally unbothered, blurted out, "Is that really your hair?" The little sister couldn't stop staring at her hair's familiar golden glow. A sudden jolt of realization hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. The girl with long braids spoke up in a calm voice, explaining that Blanche had sent this gift to celebrate his recovery. Turns out that flashy local hairdresser was a regular at their family pharmacy. The master bellowed praise at the flawless material, and the stunned young man stared, awestruck, at the hairstyle he was about to get. The moment the base was molded to fit his head, his older brother slipped into the new look and rose up tall, wearing it with pure pride. He rested his chin on his hand and leaned in, soaking up the kid's non-stop squeals about the golden brother. A smug, sly grin spread across his face like he'd just gotten away with something. With 2 sharp flicks, he whipped his long hair back and snapped,
Beauty isn't something a wig gives you. Real beauty makes the man.
While the women sat there weighing him against his young father, Pollitt burst into laughter at how amazing he felt, so his younger brother panicked and begged him, please don't lose his mind. Falma's mother cradled his golden hair, her touch shaking with relief as she finally exhaled after his brutal illness. The boy flashed an awkward little smile, stunned that his own body kept insisting on optimism like it had unlimited battery life. Tears of pure, true maternal joy glittered in the woman's eyes. Meanwhile, the older brother strutted in front of little Blanche, booming about how insanely tough Falma was to survive the treatment. Falma froze, completely thrown off, because that wave of energy didn't feel like power at all. It felt like outright aggression. My brother strutted in like he owned the room, declared that shy boys don't stand a chance, and demanded I train myself to be more bold and active, starting with him. Falma jerked back in pure confusion, completely lost as to why the whole conversation suddenly started zeroing in on his character. Right here, Blanche burst into joy and spilled her mom's secret, her younger brother's secretly a total heartthrob. Her mother fumbled up and grabbed her cheeks, while the girl kept going, bouncing with excitement as she blurted out how unstoppable the love around Falma really was. She burst into a sincere laugh and told her brother, "You're loved more than anyone in the whole world." The older brother cracked up and grilled him about the fans, while Falma, hearing the whole thing for the very first time, froze in pure jaw-dropping shock. His mom slipped out the door with a bright laugh, totally dodging her son's begging not to leave him alone with his brother. The second they were alone, the older brother's playful smile vanished as if it never existed. Falma visibly stiffened, going back to normal life after that break hit her with a wave of anxiety she didn't see coming. The man locked eyes with the young doctor, and when he heard almost complete remission, he knew that still didn't mean the sickness was truly gone. He clenched his fists and waited, grim as thunder, for the verdict to hit. The boy finished the job with his numbers. There were still a few million cancer cells left in the body, and the patient's face drained to bone white. The young man rushed to reassure him that there were a whole trillion up front, but the other guy immediately got it. It was way too soon to celebrate. They've hit hematological remission, and right as the enemy pulls back, it turns nearly invisible beneath the microscope. Now we've got to drive this number down under 1 million. The man snatched the book mid-panic, already bracing for yet another round of brutal, heavy medications. The boy laid out a ruthless rulebook. Therapy every 3 months, and you only get a guaranteed safe outcome after 5 straight years with 0 relapse. Even the patient's voice shook because the thought that those cells might never fully vanish felt unbearable. The doctor broke into a genuine smile. Right now, a full recovery is already confirmed. He demanded a breather so his bone marrow could recover, but the patient shot it down and refused to wait a second. The stubborn man demanded they kick off the next course with 0 breaks, and the doctor just calmly gave in. The moment she finally got permission to step outside for some fresh air, the younger sister practically dove onto her brother's neck in pure joy, while he tried, in vain, to remind her she still wasn't allowed to strain herself. The man snapped backward so fast he barely kept his footing, rocked by a sudden wave of love. At last, the tall man let the boy step outside, only with himself right beside him. The moment they saw them, the little one lit up and blurted, "So where are we going first?" But the man just pulled the girl into a warm hug, grinned, and waved it off, like that rhetorical question was never meant to be answered. The boy mentally screamed from the inside, staring up at the towering temple like it was an impossible wall. He was wrapped up snug in a warm scarf, like the cold didn't stand a chance. The man loudly swore that not a single trace of his illness would survive in this cathedral, while the boy beside him wore a sour look, like he wanted to run. They kept going, then the boy jerked back, fear flashing across his face. They slipped beneath those towering stone arches, like the entrance itself was daring them to keep going. From around the corner, a shadowy figure was already secretly watching their every move. Seeing those interested looks from the two young men, the little one jerked back in full-blown panic. The whole crew strolled through the main hall, drenched in bright, dazzling light. He stopped dead before the guardian goddess statue and poured out frantic thanks, like her help had saved his whole journey. He clenched his fists tight, then bowed his head low with raw, deep respect. Kneeling at the altar, he admitted he'd almost thrown in the towel until she delivered the salvation he'd been waiting for, right through her brother. Falma stared, his brother trembling with his hands locked in prayer. The boy smiled softly, then reminded everyone that the patient only lived because of their own grit and never give up determination. He spun that capsule through his fingers, lost in the memory of how he dared to trust medicines that everyone said couldn't possibly work. A death sentence of terminal illness hit him hard, but it never crushed his spirit. Falma could feel it. If he hadn't chased life with that wild, burning thirst, he never would have dragged his brother back from that world. The young pharmacist spun away fast and wiped his tears in secret, letting out a shaky breath of pure relief. Soon, the refreshed family slipped beneath the cathedral's grand arches, and there, Archbishop Solomon was already waiting, like he'd been expecting them. The priest beamed as he greeted the healed young man, then admitted he'd been asking about his condition every single day. Falma dropped into a respectful bow, tipping his head to an old acquaintance like he still remembered the respect. His older brother froze in pure shock when he found out the Archbishop himself had prayed for him personally. Falma calmly nodded, confirming every word like it was the final truth. Solomon simply waved off the praise, claiming that ending was a straight-up gift from the gods. Hearing praise for his unbreakable will, the young man lit up with emotion, and suddenly he felt every ounce of Falma's incredible effort hit home. Then the Archbishop pressed about Falma's comeback to the pharmacy, and when they told him it was next week, he grinned like he'd just hit the jackpot. Falma strolled down the street with his brother and little Blanche, until, out of nowhere, he carelessly blurted out the revelation he'd just remembered. The brother slammed on the brakes and demanded, point blank, what the heck he was talking about. The boy just stood there, completely frozen, his mind screaming in confusion. The Archbishop didn't just know things, he knew absolutely everything. His brother's face went dark. Turns out the churchman wasn't their patient at all, and that one twist suddenly snapped every suspicion into place. "Brother," Falma choked out, pure nerve shaking every word. He just gently ruffled his hair, then headed off to take Blanche home, leaving the boy stuck doing the work. With Falma's hand pressed down, he couldn't even stitch together 2 words to defend himself. The second he crossed the pharmacy threshold, the chief assistant in glasses lit up and greeted him with pure joy. The moment she heard Pale was sick, she blurted out, worried sick about his health. Even the other employees paused their work, beaming as they truly congratulated their boss the moment he came back. Falma's shoulders finally dropped with relief as he smiled and told everyone the news. His brother's illness had slipped into remission, and for the first time, he was allowed to step outside again. She burst with genuine joy, clutching her chest like the news hit her straight in the heart. Over a fresh cup of tea, she finally broke the silence. While he was away, chaos erupted at the pharmacy. Falma and Ellen sat there, sipping tea in peace, absolutely thrilled with the new pharmacist's help. The entire team crowded around the table, and the girl finally swallowed her pride as she admitted she'd been depending on the guy for everything this whole time. 3 fresh faces proved rock solid. They quickly brewed up basic medicines, and that left Ellen stuck with the real nightmare, treating diseases nobody even recognized. The girl slammed her hand to her chest. Ellen's eyes flicked away, because running the pharmacy by herself hit her hard. She realized she'd been worrying about Falma every single day. "Welcome home," she beamed, and the boy, still touched, told her he was ready to hand her every secret in the world. The talk swung straight to Pala, and she leaned in, asking him if he'd really bounced back fully. Falma gave it a sharp, thoughtful pause, then said, "Not quite." Ellen gasped and slapped a hand over her mouth. She never saw it coming that the guy's brother was teetering between life and death. The boy shot in fast and soothed her right away, swearing that the worst was already over. Pharmacy workers got hit with the memory of how that patient kept stubbornly acting like nothing awful was going on. Falmi's smile vanished and seriousness hit hard. Without chemotherapy, there wasn't even a shred of hope, and his brother was just burning himself out with inhuman effort to bury his pain. Ellen leaned in and demanded, "So what are you doing right now?" Meanwhile, focused Paula sat at the table hunched over Falma's textbook, translations the tangled medical terms into plain, everyday language with razor-sharp care. The blonde with the glasses blinked in shock, totally baffled. How in the world could some random stranger edit a textbook that complex? The boy said, totally calm, that his older brother had already mastered every chemistry trick and every structural formula the moment it was taught. Now, one of his relatives snatched up his drafts and slammed out the clean copies, doing the work he never got around to. My brother swallowed mountains of info like it was nothing, then stored every single detail in his memory with flawless precision. The helpers nearby burst out in awe, praising the Medici family's pure, undeniable genius. The young man gulped hard under the crushing spotlight, and the woman just kept boasting that even the Academy's president was born from their own bloodline. Suddenly, the guy snapped, cutting straight in and declaring that this textbook wasn't nearly enough to train new pharmacists. Even back then, while his brother was trapped in a brutal course of treatment, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Fighting leukemia isn't a leap of faith in pills. It's relentless clinical research, high-tech equipment, and even the non-medical know-how that makes treatment work. His eyes turned razor-sharp. Those disciplines have to be shoved into the new faculty's mandatory curriculum. The blonde protested, baffled that it was the doctor's job, but the young man shot back with fierce passion, demanding pharmacists and medical professionals work hand in hand. The assistant dropped her gaze, utterly baffled, because she couldn't spot a single thing to push back on. The staff sat in tense silence as that brutal truth hit hard. Meds by themselves, without tests and real care, can't ever be enough to save lives. The boy snapped his eyes to the sky, realizing this moment had been marching toward him for ages. The boy leaned in and fired off a passionate truth. Pharmacology by itself can't beat deadly illnesses. Medicine and brand new tech have to team up. Only then will they finally have a shot at saving lives. The gears of progress just started grinding forward, one slow click at a time. They grimly admitted that their one and only medical school was trapped in the past, completely hopeless. He clutched his fist with joy, fired up to make advanced education reachable for everyone, and the maid instantly got it. A tough talk with the father was coming, fast. The plan was huge. He wanted to drag healthcare in this world into a whole new era, built on real science and next-level precision. In the huge library, the first print run of books had everyone buzzing, machines roaring and workers racing from shelf to shelf. In February 1147, work roared on full throttle. Inside the Grand Library, they were scrutinizing the brand new first batch of books just assembled. The old man thrust the universities and store lists into the assistants' hands, then clasped their shoulders and sincerely thanked the team for the work they'd poured in. The workers dropped into a respectful bow, showing honor in every move. Every glitchy copy got wiped out already, and the clean, ready-to-go books are now sorted and lined up for shipment. The young man hauled the heavy wooden boxes in with careful, trembling precision. The man jabbed at a different box, and Falma's face lit up as she confirmed. Those author copies would be way more than enough for him. That was the new fundamental medical biology of the Medici, the textbook that was supposed to become the future cornerstone for the brand new faculty of medicine and pharmacology. Falma pressed her hand to the cover, warm joy surging through her as the two of them finally finished their long, hard grind with Pela. My brother's recovery made this possible. Tests showed the malignant leukemia cells were gone, and all that was left was revived chemo. Because his immune system was so weak, Pella barely left the house, and still churned out brand new, handwritten chapters at lightning speed. The young man looked back with warmth, remembering those sleepless nights he poured into this work. With every sleepless night still pounding in his head, Falma grinned and hugged the finished textbook to his chest. His joy got ripped away the second the mentor's serious voice cut in. He hauled up an old mistake and snapped that the first copy had to be delivered to the Empress as a gift. The young man jolted upward, clutching his book to his chest like it was the last thing keeping him steady. A tense little silence slammed into the air, like the whole world held its breath. His father snapped that the peace his research depends on isn't guaranteed by fate. It hangs entirely on the Empress's mercy, and the son was starting to treat that blessing like it would always be there. The young man broke into a cold sweat and frantically shook his head, denying the accusations with trembling nerves. He quickly blurted out his excuse, swearing a basic medical textbook was just too small a gift for the ruler. But the father snapped in. "You have to show what you've done." And the boy let out a confused breath, like he had no idea what was coming. This wasn't some palace daydream, it was a bold plan to rewrite medicine for the entire world forever. His eyes swept across the enormous cover, like it was staring back. Now that the co-author was his brother, there was nowhere left to hide behind anonymity. Stalking down the silent corridor, the hero finally owned up to the one ugly truth. He'd been ashamed to take credit for someone else's achievements from his old life on Earth. He clamped his fist around the cover. This textbook was the payoff of a whole crew working together and pulling off something big. Right before my eyes, I saw those who never stopped helping with the printing forms and the drawings working non-stop. Finishing this work only opened one door. Nothing else mattered. He screeched to a stop, cursing himself for forgetting the simplest truth of all, that this win didn't happen because of him, but because of the people of this new world. His footsteps thundered down the corridor, and everything was falling perfectly into place. With a thunderous bang, Falma burst through the double doors, stormed into the room, and snapped at his brother to get ready for the audience right now. He blinked, fully confused, until the truth finally hit. Right there, the answer was clear. To Her Majesty. My brother burst into a cold sweat and asked, voice shaking, why the little one was screaming like that. Instead, Falma's eyes burned with pure excitement as she hoisted the heavy tome, ready to prove the Empress everything they'd achieved. With that kind of boldness, the elder's voice just vanished, like he couldn't speak another word. The moment you've been waiting for is here. Empress Elizabeth II is ready, and the visit has officially begun. When the Medici brothers were announced before that glittering palace, Falma stood tall like he owned the moment, while Pale's fear made him sweat buckets. The darkness. The younger one told his brother to chill, insisting it wasn't some exam, but his brother nearly exploded. How in the world was he supposed to stay calm when the ruler herself was right there? Staring up at those towering vaults, Pala finally admitted it. Unlike his younger counterpart, he'd never set foot in these galleries before. Falma was genuinely stunned by that twist. Strolling through the huge hall, the elder told me the truth. Nouvelut University kept him in class non-stop, so he'd only ever spotted the Empress from a distance. The little one stared at his brother in calm silence, fully getting everything he meant. The young man in the hat shot out a bitter confession. He'd always envied it, because he'd never once seen his father toil as a court pharmacist. He froze in place, staring like time itself stopped. The peaceful quiet shattered as paper pages rustled inside an open book. With a sly little smile, the woman lifted the page and read the title out loud. Fundamental Medical Biology of the Medici. The second those words hit, the boy beside him went death pale and froze in terror, while the younger one scrambled to slap on an awkward smile. It looked like his chest stopped moving, like even his breath quit. A thick medical biology tome slammed onto the table in front of the queen, and she leaned in, quietly weighing the author's outrageous promise of a whole new era of science. The long-haired court physician and his assistant stiffened like a trap just snapped shut. The whole room was locked in step with a huge clock steady ticking, counting down every second like it meant something. The whole entourage stopped cold, holding their breath in total suspense. The ruler slammed his hand down on the cover with a dull, gut-punch thud. That long-haired medic snapped under the pressure, then blurted out his full-throated approval like he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Claude!" The queen yanked him to a stop with a sharp, cutting call. Once the doctor had your attention, he pressed that book to his chest and started crafting his request, word by word, like every syllable mattered. Just as he started to speak, the ruler cut him off and handed him the official job, deliver the final verdict on that treaty, so Claude dipped his head in full respect. He just begged for a little time to read it all, while the older Medici brother behind him was already drenched in cold sweat from straight-up panic. With a sly grin, the queen snapped her eyes straight to the authors. The elder was totally rattled by the idea that the palace's toughest expert would lay eyes on his work, so the younger had to calm his brother down in whispers. With sheer willpower left in his bones, the young man dropped into a deep bow and blurted out, loud and shaky, how this enormous honor would burn for his family. The queen lounged back like it was nothing, and boldly confessed she knows absolutely zero about pharmacology. The empress beamed with satisfaction, silently thanking the boys for their massive hard work. Her voice came out surprisingly gentle, like it was wrapping the whole room in calm. She shot the young men a fierce look and declared that their gifts would pave the way for the empire's glory and prosperity. The ruler slammed the brakes on every serious issue and told everyone to wait for Claude's return. Instead, she warmly pulled the brothers in and insisted they join her for lunch. Both of them stared in shock, like the idea might freeze their souls in place. In that senior's head, he suddenly pictured the meal under the entire courtyard stare, and panic hit so hard it broke into cold sweat. Heading for the hall, he trudged down the corridor, looking ghost white, griping that his stomach felt like it was about to leap out of his body from pure nerves. Falma shot him a worried glance, scanning for any sign that he was still okay. Already seated at the table, the brother couldn't quiet his shaking. Then, out of nowhere, a joyful little kid's scream bursts in and hijacks the whole conversation. Young Prince Louis tore into the hall. Then, from the doorway, he yanked Falma along for a rabbit hunt. He politely refused the request, then calmly asked permission to examine the prince medically first. Hearing that, the older brother nearly gagged. He locked eyes on the younger one, totally stunned. Falmi was actually allowed to inspect the heir to the throne himself. The boy grinned and said the other guy was just a student at court. And then, right in that instant, he caught his mistake. With a terrified gasp, he bolted to escape. The young man burst through the stunned aristocrats, yelling that something terrible couldn't wait. Locked behind closed doors, I had to stumble through an awkward explanation to my older brother. The royal dinner instantly turned into torture, and a suffocating dark cloud of dread settled over every guest. The younger one seethed with shame, while his brother hunched over the wine, staring at it like it held all the answers. With a strained grin, the man told Her Majesty the dishes were absolutely wonderful, like everything was totally fine. The queen clocked their tension at once and pressed them, asking straight up if they didn't like the food. She figured the guest was still sick to the bone after that brutal illness. Claude stormed into the room clutching papers, and the young guy at the table gulped hard, eyes locked on him. The elder blurted out, breathless and urgent, that he'd fully recovered. Her Majesty swept Claude away from his work and invited him to the table for a meal. No delays, no excuses. Both brothers went stone still, holding their breath as they waited to hear what Claude would say. He smirked like he'd just struck gold with a hidden book packed with wild ideas, and the second the queen asked what it said, both brothers went ice cold with panic. Falma stiffened mid-breath and went completely still at the table when a towering shadow suddenly materialized right beside him. The blonde flashed a sly grin, tucked her lips behind a napkin, and told Claude to stop teasing her and just spill what was inside the book. The man snapped a razor-sharp look at the boy and demanded, straight to his face, where he'd picked up all that knowledge. Claude barely managed to smile. He waited in total silence, desperate for the truth to finally come out. Falma and his companions' faces went ghost white in an instant, and cold sweat burst out across their skin. The boy jerked back, struck by that heavy, no-nonsense stare. In the grand hall, aristocrats leaned in, and their excited whispers instantly started to spread like wildfire. Falma nodded quietly, clearly unsure, and just as she said yes, the woman beside him popped in out of nowhere, teasingly scolding Claude like it was all a joke. She softly demanded that they stop right now because they were openly hounding the young master. Falma let out a shaky sigh of relief, pressed a hand to his chest, and calmly said, "My work isn't a textbook yet. It's just a bunch of fantasies, for now." The woman froze, her mind blanking out as confusion slammed into her. Then the young man suddenly lit up and drove the point home. Real work is only born once doctors and pharmacists gradually start teaming up. He snapped his attention back to the book and said, "First, we gather every bit of clinical data, and then we put it through ruthless statistical analysis." The sudden movement made the young man jump back in terror, and cold sweat erupted across his skin. The aristocrats around him went stone still, trading shocked looks. Some even broke into quiet applause. He spoke from the heart, saying doctors and pharmacists will finally team up and slowly make every needed adjustment for the change to stick. The boy beside him erupted in pure joy, shouting that this is exactly how the very first real medical textbook is going to be born. The dark-haired man flashed a sly smile and sized up their excitement like he was uncovering a secret. The banquet hall burst with anxious whispers because the guests suddenly realized nobody had bothered to check what was inside that brand new medical book. The light-haired young man snapped upright, slammed his fist to his chest, and yelled that the new methods had been tested on him, right on his own body. The long-haired man across from him just wore a calm, confident smile, like he knew exactly what was coming. He smiled and gently thanked him for his kindness. The young Falma grinned, shoved him a separate copy, and practically begged for his next instructions. The doctor swore he'd dive deep and study this real goldmine of knowledge inside and out. He dropped his eyes and admitted, bitter as poison, that all those old habits would soon be nothing but dead weight. The gray-haired colleagues locked eyes, shocked beyond belief. So traditional medicine was truly over. The long-haired one warned flat out that it would take at least 200 years to confirm every single innovation. The Empress shot a serious question and demanded to know if this work was truly that important, then got a solid, no-nonsense yes. She pressed a hand to her chin, eyes widening as she realized the Medici brothers had just dropped an invaluable gift into the Empire's lap. A spark flared in her eyes. If the verification takes 200 years, then we don't wait. We start right now. Falma and her brother finally let the tension drain out of their chests. The long-haired one broke into a calm, warm smile and somehow made everything feel lighter. The girl thrust her hand forward, barking that Claude and the whole medical staff needed to drop everything and immediately test the new methods from that fresh book. While the crowd behind them buzzed in stunned disbelief over those unheard-of terms, the doctor just smiled, pure mystery. Falma snapped his eyes open in total shock. Claude kept his gaze locked on him and flat out declared he wasn't backing down anymore. Then he dropped into a deep bow before the ruler and accepted the order without a single question. During dinner, Claude dropped a casual bombshell. He said the boy's father had offered him the job to lead the department at the revamped university. Hearing that, Falma and his brother snapped their eyes to the guest, stunned like they'd just seen a ghost. The medic didn't waste a second. He calmly laid out the massive merger between the Imperial Medical and Pharmaceutical schools. Everything suddenly clicked. The kid finally got it, and he realized why his dad had been vanishing from work over and over. The second Falma, innocent as ever, blurted that Claude should be made dean right away. Her brother choked on a snort and spewed wine across the whole table in pure shock. Then, out of nowhere, the poor guy got slammed with a brutal coughing fit, and Claude calmly told him to head to another room and rest. My brother barely managed a weak wave, then his guilt hit hard as he clapped his hand over his mouth, trying to cough it back out. Out of nowhere, the chief doctor's eyes turned ice-cold serious. With a sly grin, he confessed the truth. He took the job for exactly one reason. He wanted to show up to Master Falmi's lectures himself. Claude couldn't shake the memory of his father Falma's wild dream, turning the Imperial University into the greatest medical center on the planet. The boy couldn't believe how huge it all was. Choliak just smirked, smug as ever. At that lavish table, the Empress leaned in and demanded to know if he truly planned to back the young master. Claude slammed into silence, staring ahead like he was holding back something huge. The ruler narrowed his eyes, and suddenly the old feud between their aristocratic families came roaring back. Could he really just drop his hatred like it was nothing and push for those reforms side by side? Even the other guests stopped breathing, like the next moment might shatter everything. The doctor pressed his palm to his chest and snapped back. Swear on the truth, he wasn't going to cling to the past anymore. If he can find knowledge strong enough to beat the Black Death, he'll throw away every doubt and become their most loyal follower. Later down the hallway, the older brother snapped at Falmi that these non-stop events were driving him insane. Suddenly, he tripped right in the middle of his sentence. He waved off every worried question about his health, then shrugged it all away, claiming that a hearty royal dinner had him back on his feet in no time. Then he stared that guy down, scowling, and finally confessed. He'd been suspecting the truth behind his mysterious revelation for ages. The older brother skidded to a stop and slammed his hand down, shouting that these records were the very same revelation. He finally admitted it. He'd been suspecting everything for ages. Microscope diagrams and oxygen tanks, cure recipes for deadly diseases, and, most crucial of all, the exact same textbook. The boy strode down the corridor and insisted, through his illness, he never just mindlessly wrote from dictation. Those familiar scribbles, the draft-like style, and the exact wording slowly snapped together into one clear, complete picture. He swallowed his pride and admitted, bitter as poison, that even his own father wouldn't give him a single clue. Then he let out a deep sigh right away, said he finally understood his reasons, and somehow that kid ended up awkwardly apologizing. When the younger brother tiptoed in and asked if he was angry, the older one's face flushed instantly, and then he exploded into a scream. He blurted that he was already drowning in stress today, so there was simply no fuel left in him to even feel anger. The boy snapped his head away and marched on, guessing his father's silence was just worry about his studies. As he stepped outside, he didn't even pretend his pride got wrecked when the boy, 6 years younger, blew past him and knew more. But then he grinned. Life with no real rival is pointless, so just wait. We'll find out what happens in 5 years. His eyes lit up with pure fire, because in just 3 years, he'd close the gap with his brother and absolutely blow past him. They clapped fists together, and the older one teased, grinning, "So you've got 0 more scary secrets left for me, huh?" Falma shot a nervous shrug over his shoulder and insisted, "Nope, no more secrets left." Clouds drifted across the sky like they had all the time in the world. The wind thrust them forward like it had a mission. A gigantic pharmacy sign loomed over the entrance like a warning from the street. Inside, Ellen happily grabbed the brand new medical book Falma had ordered, ready to dig into it. No rush, just focused. Lotta shot in a timid request for her own copy. Then the guy hit her with the truth. She's the co-author, since she drew every anatomical diagram. The girl snapped the truth. She still had no clue about any of it. She flashed a proud grin and bragged about her court workshop training, and Ellen's face lit up with a warm smile. Ellen herself vowed to memorize every single page before stepping foot into university. Other workers were planning the same late-night mission. Once their kids were tucked in, they'd crack open that manual. Falma smartly left bookmarks for Lotta on the most important thing on the page, first aid rules. Ellen teased him by calling him Professor, and the boy's face flared red as he fumed and wildly waved his arms. With all that massive work, she couldn't help but be genuinely blown away by the huge job he and his brother pulled off. Falma couldn't believe how much they got done, while Ellen looked crushed, reminding everyone how brutal it was for him to write this book, even while he was sick. Falma grinned as memories hit, how he'd handed every bit of pharmacology knowledge to his brother, proud as hell of that razor-sharp mind, and how easily his brother soaked it all up like a sponge. Ellen calmly pointed out that he never forgot a single thing. His memory was unreal. Clutching the finished textbook in his hands, the young man let out a breath of pure relief. Half the mission was done, and now he was ready to pass his knowledge on to the next generation for good. The girls cheered like the world was ending in the best way, while the exhausted Falma could barely grip the heavy pen in his hands. Ellen locked her eyes on the binding, refusing to look away. A sudden thought hit her like lightning. Wait, did that student already blow past her entirely? Bruno stared at Falma in shock. Did the kid really just clock it right now? The father snapped at his son for always loitering in the yard, yet somehow not even knowing the most basic things. Turns out the chief court physician's home was tucked right inside the imperial palace. Her Majesty's body wasn't just flesh, it was the empire's symbol, so the doctors and pharmacists had to keep her alive with their own lives on the line. They trudged through the snow-draped garden, inching toward the towering, majestic manor. Snow crunched under their boots as Bruno leaned in and told him the medics had to live here, so the moment someone needed help, they'd be there fast. Falma just shrugged and flashed a careless smile through yet another lecture about the deadly games of court intrigue. Bruno shut his eyes and gently praised it, saying the hard work it takes to craft medicines is a truly wonderful trait. And right away he snapped a warning to his son. Empress-level favor is riding his luck, and he doesn't even see the storm it'll bring. Up ahead, one lone figure was already coming into view, and Bruno made it brutally clear. If you don't stay on guard every second, you'll lose your spot. That tall, long-haired man cracked into a grin and warmly welcomed the guests. Turns out, it was the chief court physician himself. Bruno brushed off the compliments with a polite wave and thanked them for the invitation, while little Falma chimed in with pure joy, picking up the conversation like she owned the moment. The doctor also lit up with gratitude, thanking them for the visit. Then, right in that instant, his fist clamped down hard on the cane's handle. Those fingers clamped down hard on the suitcase handle, squeezing it like it might slip away. That long-haired aristocrat flashed a warm smile and told them, straight to their faces, that it was him who should be thanking them for coming. The bearded companion burst out laughing. He only showed up to make sure his clumsy son didn't screw things up. Falma stared at his father in shock. Standing next to him, this man looked like a total stranger compared to the person Falma knew. With a sweeping gesture, the master beckoned them straight to his estate. Inside, the young man froze in pure shock. The hall was crammed to the brim with horse figurines and trophies. When someone asked him about horse racing, he stammered out that he knows absolutely nothing about it. To be polite, he had to throw in a few compliments, so the aristocrat immediately started gushing over the animals, praising his favorite first. Nothing could stop that man anymore. He went on, singing the praises of horses, how smart and graceful they were, while the young man just blinked, utterly lost. Right then, the host snapped back to reality, blurted out an apology, and Falma shot back, "Let's get down to it, right now." With a sharp click of the lock, the boy popped the suitcase open and exposed the samples of surgical instruments inside. His gaze shifted, because he didn't call everyone here by chance. He lined this meeting up to spark real breakthroughs in medicine. Beneath the lid, a spotless lineup of metal tools blazed with sharp, bright gleam, like an arsenal waiting to strike. The long-haired doctor frowned and spun this weird instrument in his hands, then admitted straight up that he had absolutely no clue what it was for. Borodan coolly told his stunned coworkers that this whole set was built by Her Excellency Melody Liu Liu. The boy leaned in like his life depended on it, clinging to every word the older mentor spit out. The long-haired man blurted right away, "Explain how this weird equipment works." The young medic snatched the hemostatic forceps with eager hands, showing just how perfectly they clamp onto tissue. He said the clamp slams the bleeding shut on the spot, then lets you tie off the vessel with a ligature without ever pulling the instrument out. He jabbed a finger at the tray, instantly spotting the usual surgical scissors, then shot back with a question about the other look-alike models. With a sharp snap, the boy showed off perfect straight scissors, slicing clean, sterile sheets and silk threads like a pro. His fingers expertly crushed the metal rings tight, like he was testing their limit. Then he explained how curved scissors slice through thick fascia, and how angled blades reach deep wounds without missing a beat. The young man couldn't stop talking about the operation, how he'd used tweezers to pull the peritoneum back safely so the scalpel couldn't slice into any internal organs. Borodan realized this arsenal would let the chief physician work at double speed. The long-haired man finally cracked a satisfied grin, fully convinced these things were pure genius, and unbelievably convenient. Then his eyes snapped to the next wow in the box, a gigantic throat expander shaped like a steel vise. Falma grinned as he spun out a playful metal gadget, a three-pronged retractor made to clamp the edges of a wound tight. He broke it down for everyone, how these hooks yank the abdominal wall tight and give the surgeon the perfect, wide-open view. Claude let out a relieved breath. Those cold metal devices were finally going to push the assistants back from the operating table, since they'd been manhandling the patient until right now. But when he heard they were choosing instruments one by one, the doctor scratched his chin in confusion. Bruno realized he'd have to grind and practice until the metal felt like it was fused to his own fingers. Suddenly, this weird little trinket snapped his attention like a flare in the dark. He scooped her up and demanded to know why they even needed a fishing hook. Falma snapped a special holder onto that curved needle and said, "This exact shape is perfect for sewing leather." The boy snapped through a bunch of flawless demo moves right in midair, like he was showing off for real. Then he slammed a piece of animal skin onto the table and told the doctors to start practicing. Claude snatched the tool and fired off a lightning-fast test stitch. As soon as they started, they felt it right away. Stitching with metal was way easier, and their hands finally stopped smearing that open wound in dirt. The seasoned surgeon just stared, absolutely blown away by how brilliantly simple the method was. Falma finally sealed it. Straight-faced but ruthless, sterile instruments would put a permanent stop to those mass patient deaths from infections, once and for all. All the surgeon's lightning stitches meant nothing when his dirty hands kept dragging infection back into the wound. He moved so fast, it felt like the wind had a job to do. At the table, Falma didn't hold back. She laid out the price of that carelessness. Nasty suppuration, rotting tissue, and then, finally, fatal sepsis. The surgeon swallowed hard, fear slamming his chest, knowing post-operative deaths had always haunted him like his worst curse. With his chin in his hand, he finally cracked it. Those invisible bacteria were tearing apart everything he'd worked for. The boy mapped out the rescue like a mission checklist. Clear the zone, disinfect his hands, and grab only sterile tools. De Medici swore the right meds would lock in the gains, and the real magic won't start until medicine finally blends with pharmacy. The surgeon grinned, ready to bet everything. Then he vowed the survival rate would rocket up to the heavens. Falma clenched his fists hard and declared, "This is the real goal. No fantasy, no pretty theory. We're going for it." A smug smile stretched across the doctor's face. He'd just seen medicine reach a brand new peak across the entire empire. But that's where the Medici's excitement hits a wall. Big changes like this won't happen with just clean scalpels. The surgeon sank back in his chair and told his lordship straight up that backing this plan politically is the local noble's job, and it's on them. The girl leaned in, eyes wide, totally blown away by how fearless his plan was. Medici clenched his fist against his chest, heat blazing in him as he was finally ready to kick off a real revolution. A faint smile danced across the doctor's face. And just a heartbeat later, he blinked hard in shock, the words finally clicking in his head. Bruno de Medici pinned him in place with a stern, unspoken glare. "Father?" the boy whispered, voice shaking as his nerves tightened. The doctor's gaze snapped into focus, razor sharp and impossible to ignore. And then, all at once, Bruno threw his head back and exploded into laughter, because this wild, genius idea was totally out of character for the old stick-in-the-mud version of him. With a sneaky grin, the chief doctor leaned in and admitted the world still has to move forward. The moment he heard it, the boy snapped to attention, eyes blazing with instant excitement. The man collapsed into the chair like a sigh of relief, because he was totally on board with their plan, and that was exactly why he took his seat. He snapped back to the task, scanned the tools on the table, and decided to order the exact same set for the whole medical college. Teacup in his grip, the doctor turned to Bruno and ordered him to train the staff. He calmly took a sip, then swore he'd personally deliver the full, detailed briefing himself. They handed the finished order form to the boy and sent him straight to Mademoiselle Liu Liu's workshop. Right here, the young man casually drops the bombshell. The queen finally signed the official decree to transfer the bodies for research. The professor stood there like he owned the moment and declared that the university would finally, officially, open the door to using the bodies of executed criminals for anatomy studies. For science's sake, even the punishment gets a brutal upgrade. No more firing squad executions. Now they'll be hanged to keep the tissues intact for the students. In that huge lecture hall, he said it loud and clear. Observing and dissecting animals isn't enough. Every future medic and pharmacist has to get their hands dirty with the human body. It was his ironclad conviction. Falma and her father leaned in close, listening with their full attention. The professor finally admitted that once he read the de Medici brothers' new work, the old textbooks looked totally worthless. They were in a full-blown panic. What they needed was a super detailed, dead-on accurate guide, and they needed it now. Bruno stepped in to support his colleague, because both the students and even the professors will have to wipe the slate clean and learn all over from scratch. He pushed to lay the whole fight for massive reform in front of the next council meeting. The chief court physician stroked his beard, then nodded and agreed to mash the lectures from both faculties into one. At the family table, the father leaned in and warned Falma that their textbook would soon circle the world and rewrite medicine forever. Then he demanded his son's honest take right then. The boy clamped his breath in his chest. He remembered when his knowledge of earthly pharmacology was nothing but a tiny, fragile spark, burning alone in a world that didn't belong to him. And now they were threading themselves into a massive, unbreakable web with zero mercy. Out of the crushing darkness, one lone word burst into the light. The man with the glasses let out a defeated sigh and slowly dropped his eyes. A freezing, star-speckled void stretched out in every direction. Everything felt shaky and like it could collapse at any second. The shadows have swallowed the light again. Suddenly, a blinding flare of light erupted from the young man's palms. Fireflies lifted into the night like tiny sparks, drifting upward in a soft, magical swirl. In this world, knowledge isn't just power. It's the key that decides who survives and who gets left behind. Lit up the moment like a perfect spark, right on cue. The boy's smile glowed warm, because with all these professors, students, and folks from the future backing him, his cause would catch fire, and the whole network of knowledge would roar on forever, even if he vanished someday. That thought snapped the silence like a gunshot. Right before his eyes, the faces of everyone he was doomed to cross paths with again flickered into view. Ordinary people. With a bright grin, they'll open the books he left behind. Complete darkness. From the shadowy dark, a tiny sliver of a word, so mangled it was barely readable, fought its way into the light. In that dead, silent emptiness, the very first glimmer suddenly ignited, like a spark that refused to stay hidden. Shattered bits of letters and raw thoughts clawed at the darkness, fighting to break through. The lights exploded outward, then twisted together at lightning speed into a wild, shimmering web. A razor-bright beam of light cut straight through the space. With nerves of steel, she slid her hand onto the table, and right beside her, those invisible energy threads started pulsing like they were alive. Two brilliant knots are locked together so tight they practically refuse to come apart. Tiny sparks burst off to the side, like the scene was about to ignite. The energy finally surged and forged a brand new, unbreakable structure. A soft glow dripped down from the sky, then slowly vanished into nothing. Before him, the endless sky opened up, white feathers drifting down like fate, and he met it with total calm, knowing that if his healing art took hold here and kept saving lives for generations, then this rebirth couldn't possibly be wasted. Falma flashed a carefree grin and leaned right against the pharmacy counter. A brutal beat of silence hits the room. Light draft. Calm. Ellen beamed at the crowd as a cheerful goodbye rang down the street, then darted off to run her errands, swearing she'd be back soon. She stopped mid-page and with a burst of surprise asked where her mentor was suddenly headed. When she heard about the visit to the patient, her body went still with pure confusion. Meanwhile, Ellen strode down the street with fearless confidence, her warm winter coat snug on her shoulders, medical bag in hand. Falma shrugged and said it was just an old acquaintance, yet the assistant blinked in shock, because normally everyone shows up at their pharmacy by themselves. Back when he was homeschooled, he remembered Ellen swinging by to see the sick guy, but then work piled up and she vanished for a long stretch. And today, after a long stretch of silence, her very first field reception finally hits, right in front of everyone. When they asked about Falma's diagnosis, he just shrugged it off, no questions, no digging into his colleague's private life. Right before the exit, anxiety gnawed at him from the inside. Ellen's face looked far too sad, like she already knew something was about to break. A sudden memory hit her. Back then, Ellen was stunned, flipping through the textbook her seriously ill brother Falmy had written, while Falmy's brother smiled, remembering how hungry he'd been to soak up every bit of knowledge from those endless talks. Ellen remembered Pala. Ever since they were kids, he'd been a proud, hard worker, until Falma got a revelation from the god of medicine and shot past him in an instant. She finally cringed with the painful truth. Falma wasn't keeping those secrets from her because he and Pala were brothers. He was hiding them because she simply wasn't meant to hold a gift like that. Staring down that packed foreign language textbook, the girl gripped her resolve and swore she'd study with everything she had. Behind those words, a young man's unshakable purpose burned bright. Pass knowledge to the next generation and make his mission come true. The crushing weight of responsibility slammed into Ellen, and sweat burst across her skin. In the estate's lavish chambers, the servant burst in and announced, "Mademoiselle Ellen Bonnefoy has arrived." Ellen stepped into the hall and flashed a respectful greeting at the noble hostess. The lady apologized again and again for the endless rescheduling of her visits, and Ellen answered with a quick, respectful bow. With his hands on her pulse, the healer leaned in and heard her tale, how she could barely squeeze in treatment when the pharmacy owner kept disappearing. The lady praised Ellen's skill and swore it was the old teacher's doing, yet Ellen only gave a bitter, tight-lipped smile, because now she's the one being taught by her own student. The aristocrat snapped her eyes open in shock. Ellen simply smirked, lowering her eyes to her notes like she already knew what would happen next. The intrigued woman finally blurted out that she couldn't wait to meet this mysterious young man face to face. The dread of chronic illness finally crushed her pride, and a noble lady decided to drop everything and march to a pharmacy meant for common people. The noble lady sank into her chair, flashed a smile, and admitted that for someone like her, stepping into a common pharmacy was a huge, bold concession. The young pharmacist thanked everyone for the trust and the silence, then modestly swore that her traditional medicines truly worked. Suddenly the girl froze in place, like something inside her couldn't move. She blindsided the client with a surprising nudge, "Go see a different doctor," and it genuinely shocked everyone. She blurted out, shaking, "Is it really that bad?" And the pharmacist could only look away, swallowing his words as he admitted he was helpless. The lady kept blurting out, half in disbelief, that this treatment genuinely brings real relief. Sweat-soaked and buzzing with excitement, the girl shot back, "You just don't have the skill to track down what's really causing this." That one temporary effect wasn't going to cut it. Those powders kept things under control for years, but the instant the symptoms shift, the old recipe turns useless on the spot. She didn't sugarcoat it. Her skills only let her spot a vague stomach problem, and she warned that something far more dangerous could be lurking underneath. She swallowed the sting and admitted she'd been a complete failure. The woman asked, shaky with doubt, if it was really worth running to someone else. Then the girl let out a heavy sigh and nodded, agreeing. As the woman wrestled with what she'd just heard, the pharmacist leaned in and pushed a specific solution. "She pushed me to see Master Falmy, like right now." Ellen's eyes popped wide with pure shock. The lady's blunt refusal hung there, heavy in the air, like a door slamming shut. The doctor just went completely still, staring in stunned confusion. This summer, Aristocrat lounged in her armchair, dead calm, and made it crystal clear that her health was in Dr. Ellen's hands alone. She leaned in and begged the girl not to shrink her worth, then swore she truly believes in every cure she concocts. It was those same familiar powders that kept her sick stomach from giving out, so the lady pushed her, insisting she stick with the treatment. The patient narrowed her eyes, smiling through the doubt. Sure, everyone swears Master Falmu is the god of pharmacy, but his newest potions felt like stepping straight into a nightmare she couldn't predict. Over the years, Ellen became her closest person, and Ellen's care healed her again and again, stronger and more dependable than any potion. With a bright smile, the aristocrat reached for her tried-and-true remedy, and the girl nodded without hesitation. Quick movement. The dress fabric snapped and fluttered through the air like it was alive. Ellen dropped her eyes, and a real, heartfelt smile broke through before anyone could stop it. With a soft rustle, she dove into it, and every last doubt got left behind. Peace finally settled in, she happily downed her brew, and her loyal doctor stayed right by her side, smiling like everything was finally right. Ellen jolted at the table like something had snapped in the air. The sleek bottle of medicine was finally set and waiting. The girl shoved the potion into the madam's hands, demanded she take the usual dose, and ordered her to rush back the second anything changed. Suddenly, a warm palm slid into hers, gripping her hand with a soft, steady calm. The patient slowly lifted her eyes to meet hers. Ellen gasped, and fear hit her like a punch. Her mind blanked. Pure, stunned confusion slammed into her. She clenched her hands and murmured, "What luck crossing paths with both a worthy rival and a true mentor on the road of life." She clocked the pharmacist's doubts and smiled warmly, reminding him that even this inner confusion actually fits. "And look at you, how far you've come," Madame said, her smile soft as warmth. The woman shut her eyes, calm as a storm holding its breath. Ellen's eyes went wide in pure, jaw-dropping shock. The patient confessed that ever since she studied with the court pharmacist, she couldn't find that same indecisive streak in herself anymore, and those words finally made the girl feel like she'd genuinely grown up. The mentor's warm words slipped into the girl's heart like a calming spark. She reminded him of the day she first became the court pharmacist's top student, and how, back then, she trusted herself with zero doubts. She slid her own hands over the girl's and told her straight up, this helplessness wasn't going to fly with her, not for even a second. Ellen went completely still, her mind blank with pure confusion. The mentor leaned in and told him, just glance back, then charge forward and follow the ones who already know the route. Picture Falma right now, calm, steady, and smiling like he's cheering you on from the very start. A fearless young man strode ahead with medical reports in hand, charting a brand new path for their fate. The tension finally loosened, and Ellen fought tears as the mentor told that boy he was their real stroke of luck. The elderly woman beamed softly, relieved beyond words that they'd landed a guide they could truly trust. The thunder of hooves smashed the silence, and there she was, already galloping on horseback, gritting to herself because she'd vowed not to lose that boy, and because the patient had actually stepped in to comfort the doctor. Hooves clicked softly on the icy road, whipping up a quick burst of snow in the air. Out of the blizzard, those snow-draped walls and towering chimneys of the luxurious estate came into view like a grand fortress. Ellen knew for sure Falma had already dashed way ahead, yet his looming silhouette still haunted the horizon. Earlier, she shrugged off her role as nothing but a handy app and a basic assistant, until she suddenly realized that the young man was counting on her for so much more. His fingers clamped down hard on the reins. That year, Falma landed a professor gig at the university. Now, he barely had a second to breathe. "I've got to sprint twice as fast just to catch him," Ellen blurted, yanking her horse into a gallop. By the estate, she spotted a frozen Lotta hard at work on a snowman. Then Lotta casually told her that inside, Falma was just chatting with Lady Lulu. Ellen strolled right up to the entrance to greet them, thinking they were only swapping stories about medical equipment. Lotta's face instantly flared crimson, and she yanked both cheeks with a shaky, terrified gasp. She burst into tears, begging him with everything she had not to take her there. The girl bolted forward and yanked Ellen hard away from that very door. She snapped around in pure confusion, not a clue why everyone was panicking in the first place. And right here, Lotta exploded. "Falma's proposing to Lulu, right now!" While Ellen nearly dropped the news, so shocked she couldn't even breathe.